Sad news this morning. Welcome into the Morning Rose. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. And you hear that voice, and you think San Francisco and Tony Bennett has passed away at the age of 96, just 2 weeks short of his birthday. Been suffering from Alzheimer's since his diagnosis in 2016, but man, Joe Shasky, you think of this song, I think the Giants. For a guy that was born and raised in New York City, it's really synonymous with San Francisco. Good morning, man. Tough news.
Good morning.
That one hurts on a payday Friday.
It does, and I think that there are certain people, when you hear their name, you just think of maybe your parents or your grandparents or your family in general, and Tony Bennett is one of those names. I know he had a home in Belvedere that he, had for many years. I heard he had a place over there off of West Portal for quite some time. This makes me think of my grandparents and my grandmother in particular. This era of music, it makes me think of San Francisco. I mean, I got chills thinking about it.
Yeah.
If I live to be 96 and I fall short of a hundo and I get to 96, it's a damn great life.
It's a great life. It's a great life. And
Isn't there something different about this kind of music, Joey?
It is. I love it. I told
too.
you, this is the kind of music I cook to. I love it. Just relaxes me at night. Young Benjamin loves it when we're cooking pancakes on a Sunday morning. This, Sinatra, Dean Martin, maybe it's the Italian in me. I don't know. Yeah. But I love this stuff, man. R.I.P. Tony Bennett, 96.
It's interesting. I'm a fifth generation San Francisco native, right? And so sometimes I'll say that to people and I think they get like, they get angry for whatever reason. I don't know. But I love San Francisco and I love the Bay Area as a whole. And I think what San Francisco represents is the greater Bay Area as a whole. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the 7x7 proper, actual geography when I mean more just like the feel. And going back to the history of the city, one thing that it's always been is a home for people. And what I mean by that is that people come here either escaping, persecution or searching for a better life or trying to strike gold or coming here for a job. And I look at someone like Tony Bennett, who's not a native San Franciscan, is from somewhere else, New York,
yeah.
And comes here and puts together a soundtrack that is synonymous with San Francisco. Yeah. And that, to me, is the beauty and the essence of the melting pot of this city. The San Francisco Giants were not born here.
No.
They were from New York.
So, look at that.
So, to have him be the soundtrack of all the victories as you're walking out on a cold night, I don't know, man. This tugs at my heartstrings.
Totally. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Call or text the Comcast Business text line. Again, Morning Rose, Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. It's been a fun week. It was just a little somber note this morning on a Friday, but good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend, vacation. What are you going to do? You're going to go see Barbie or you're going to go see Oppenheimer? Apparently, that's been the theme and the meme of the week here around the nation. Are you a Barbie person or Oppenheimer? I'm a Tony Bennett person. That's who I am. Again, R.I.P. Tony Bennett, who passed away at the age of 96. It is. It is sad. And good morning to all of you on Twitch, on YouTube. Appreciate you chiming in there. Be sure to like and subscribe all day right here on 95.7 The Game. And be sure to download that Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game. We got George Contos joining us at 8:30. Obviously, former World Series champion, former relief pitcher did he play for the Cubs a hot second? My guy Contos, Chicago guy, Chicago native, and does analyst work for NBC Sports Bay Area for the San Francisco Giants. We'll have him on as the Giants fell to the Reds. They split that series. They're going to now take on the Washington Nationals. So what do you want to start with this morning, Joe? On a payday Friday, vibes. I know Tony Bennett, R.I.P. there.
Yeah, I don't want to get off too somber.
No.
I want to start here, and I want to ask the audience to participate today. And we ask them to participate every day, but I really want their input today. I used to run a business. I wasn't a successful business. I'll be the first to admit it. All right, we weren't making money hand over fist. In fact, we were failures, right? And I believe in life, you learn more from failing than you do from actually succeeding. You got to
fail before you succeed.
Absolutely.
That's how it always is.
And that's probably why I love baseball so much, because it's a game of failure, right? 3 out of 10, and you're one of the greats of all time.
Life is a game of failure. How about
that's my point, is where I'm going at with this. But I used to run a little small sandwich shop, and my dad loved tuna. And he would say, you got to have tuna on the menu.
I had a tuna sandwich yesterday. Delicious. Some avocado on there, some onions. Oh, sourdough bread. Oh, delicious.
Now, I don't know if you know what oxidizing means, but if you've ever peeled a banana and you notice that it goes from kind of like a white yellow to a brown, that's oxidation.
Same with avocado when it starts browning. Correct.
Absolutely.
Guacamole.
Ground beef does it. Meat
Oxidation
does it.
sensation.
There you go.
Lots of different kinds of things do it, right? And so my dad would say, hey, you got to have tuna on the menu. I threw it on the menu. And no one would order tuna. But one old guy, okay? And I would have it on the menu for that one old guy. But what I would end up doing is throwing away tons and tons of tuna every week because I would have to whip up a big can and have it prepared and have it ready. And then it would oxidize and it would start to age. And I didn't think it was, servable or whatever. And so I would have to throw it away.
Yeah.
You know what people wanted? They wanted turkey and roast beef. That's what they wanted. They wanted the staples, the turkey and the roast
Salami
beef.
in there?
Of course they wanted
The
salami.
gabagool? Come on.
Of course. Do you know why In-N-Out is successful?
Because they're simple.
Exactly.
And they're price effective and cost effective.
They know what they are, right? They're serving burgers, French fries, milkshakes.
Duh.
That's America right there. That's what we want. We want our burgers, we want our fries, we want our milkshakes. Neapolitan, by the way, always the go-to.
Okay? There's a reason they don't have tuna on the menu. It's not going to sell real well for them. It's not
I'd eat
profitable.
it if it was a tuna melt. Thank you, Yonder.
I view this job very similarly, okay? We don't have a business without the audience. And where I'm going with this is over the last couple of days, I've heard from my friends. I've heard from people on the internet. I've read the comments on YouTube. And I've heard from everybody. Oh, the Draymond thing. Oh, the Jordan Poole thing. 95-7. The game won't stop talking about it. I talk and we talk as a station about what you guys want to talk about. And I think this is very important. And I want to ask the audience, what should the coverage be? Not just on the Warriors, but on our teams. Hey, they won 4 championships. You guys critique the crap out of them. That's a fair point. We do. And you know why? Because you, the audience, loves these guys. Mm-hmm. And you, the audience, wants to win more championships. Do you know what was very popular in the early 90s, which sold lots and lots of newspapers?
What?
Montana and Young. The drama wrapped around Montana and Young. Bill Walsh stepped away. Can Seaford win the big one? Yeah. He's got Joe Montana on the bench.
Well, even during that, Bill Walsh said we have a quarterback controversy. He said it to the media. We ate it up.
Absolutely.
Well, I wasn't alive then, but I'm sure you guys did.
You know the Niners drafted this guy by the name of Dexter Carter, okay? Now, old Niner fans would know what I'm talking about.
Mick who?
Yeah, Dexter Carter from Florida State. Okay?
Dexter's Lab?
Yeah, they drafted a guy. I'm sure someone was like, we need to write an article about Dexter Carter. And you know what most people said? Dexter who? Yeah. Throw that out the window. Yeah. Joey, you've been here. Solomon Thomas, drafted number 3 overall.
Yeah. Played at Stanford, too.
I'd love to come in and talk about, tennis and golf and, and more baseball stuff.
The Open.
But you know what you, the audience, wants to talk about? Not Solomon Thomas, not Dexter Carter. You want to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan and Draymond Green and Jordan Poole.
We can't help ourselves. We can't help. Why do you think you're looking on ESPN and all the different sites? It's Aaron Rodgers. The Jets reporting Aaron Rodgers. Or what else? When it was Kevin Durant. What's going on? Because we can't help ourselves. We need to constantly be looking at what the best of the best are doing. And the Warriors, during this last decade, have been the best of the best. Mm-hmm. Like, all due respect to the Giants run, 10 years, it was great, 3 titles. Oh, the Niners, they've been to a couple Super Bowls here and there. It's the Warriors, man.
Because people love these guys.
Because they love them. Because Steph, Dre, Clay, born and bred with this organization. It's different. Yep. And it was different with the Giants back then because they had the Lincecums, right? They had the Canes. And that's why maybe this Giants team right now in these last couple of seasons haven't been hitting as hard. It's because those homegrown guys, like, Buster Posey that 1 year, he's gone.
Yeah, even Buster Posey is a great example. Buster's one of the all-time great athletes in Bay Area history. But when we bring him up, the lines don't light up.
No, and he falls short.
People
I'm
don't
sorry.
Text.
When he compare him to Steph, to
Clay is more beloved than Buster, and I'm not trying to. I love Buster. I think Buster in his sport was better than what Clay was, and that's not a knock on Clay.
No.
But people love Clay. If Clay jumps into the ocean, where was he even? I don't even know where he was.
Greece.
Okay, he's in Greece. He jumps in. It gets millions of impressions. If Buster Posey does a live Zoom about trying to acquire Ohtani, it does nothing.
I'm trying to think of a comment yeah, Buster Posey out farming in Georgia or something, like picking some peaches. It's not doing numbers.
And so where I'm going at with all of this kind of buildup is that we talk about what you guys want to talk about. I could come in here and I could give you the Open is going on right now. This is the golf major. I will love to give you all my Rory McIlroy thoughts and give you my Dustin Johnson
Your
thoughts.
Max Homa thoughts?
I get fired tomorrow. You know why? Because you, the audience, don't care about that.
No.
And so I have a very simple question.
Well, you know what we do care about real quick on that? It'd be, what's the drama? What is Tiger playing? Oh, what's the drama happening to Tiger? Oh, Tiger off the field. It's not even that about the golf. That's what we want. Go ahead.
No, it's a great point. And so, last night the Steph Curry doc comes out, right? And it's interesting. Now all the athletes are taking kind of the power of their own control, if you will, and they're creating their own legacies through their social media and through the documents. What do they call them? Documentary. What are they? Come on, the word
documentary?
Is documentary. Thank you. The documentaries.
6:17. It's early. It's early.
Sorry, the documentaries that they're creating. Last night, if you want, I'm not calling it propaganda, but if you want deep insights and videos and stuff into Steph Curry's career, boom, you got it last night. An hour and a half, and I know a lot of people don't have Apple Plus, and people will go see it. A lot of people are going to flock to that, and it's going to be incredibly insightful for all of us, and it's going to be awesome. It's also going to be through the prism of the editorial decisions of Steph Curry and what he wants, all right? What I try to do every single day here on the air is feed the audience what they're looking for. I'm trying to replicate conversations that I have with my friends and my family, real life sports conversations that we have. And sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. The other day, you and I were rat-a-tat-tatting our 5, top storylines that aren't quarterbacks. And it got a little bit of buzz. The second we pivoted to Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, the lines lit up. The audience on YouTube grew. So I am doing you a disservice if I'm not talking about the things that interest you. So I have a very simple question. And I want to hear from people, especially because without you guys, we don't have a show. We don't have a station. We try to do our best to convey what are people talking about? What are they feeling? Yeah. What are you looking for in coverage on these teams? Not just the Warriors. I'm saying the teams in general. Okay.
Your favorite team. Hell, it doesn't have to. What kind of coverage are you looking for as a sports fan? 888-957-9570. Good morning to my family. Good morning to Tyler Miller, May Money, SF Bay drummer, San Jose Jazz fan. I saw Tony Bennett at Monterey Jazz Festival in 2012. He sounded great. Saw the 60-minute piece on his concert with Lady Gaga. It was poignant and sad and beautiful. So thank you for chiming that in again. Yeah, Tony Bennett passing away at the age of 96. But to your point, I feel like it's grown for me as my fandom anyways, and how I view sports and how I consume it. Because going back, I don't know, when I really started digesting, and you can weigh in on here too, Shasky, because for me, I grew up with like ESPN and stuff, like all that stuff. It was
I would wait
24/7 for me.
Joe, I would wait hours for them to bring up one little 49er topic.
Yes.
And I'd be like, oh my God, Sean Salisbury just did the 6-pick or whatever they used to call that Coors Light 6-pack. Oh, Niner stuff. And
him and John Clayton.
I'd be dying for the one little nugget on my team.
Absolutely. I'd be watching NFL Live. Oh, when's Trey Wingo going to be talking about this with Mark Schlereth? Oh my goodness.
Exactly.
What's going on here? So yes, I grew up and I was like, I just want them talking about my team first and foremost. I just want to hear that. That's fine. Now, I would like them to be talking positively about my team. If they're not talking positively about my team, I don't want to hear about it. I just want good stuff, happy, all that sort of stuff. As I've gotten older and more mature, and I'm not calling those of you who just want that kind of media immature, I'm not saying that. I would just like the facts presented to me. What's going on? And then you can give your opinion, and maybe I will disagree. I will hear about it. And that's how I digest sports. I would like the facts to be presented to me. And then, yes, you could have your take on it, if you will. I may disagree, but I'm not here for the spin cycle that is everything is fine. Everything is hunky-dory. You know what? Even if they lose, it's fine. No, I'm not here for that.
But isn't that what, like, the teams now all have their own YouTube pages and websites, and they have their own writers that they're employing. So if you want team propaganda, that content is out there.
Yes.
But that's not what we're going to do here. Because that's not how me and my boys and me and my family and me and my friends and people that, like, I'm on the softball diamond the other day, okay? I'm playing first base, right? And this guy comes over and he's like, dude, this Jordan Poole Draymond Green thing, what really happened?
Yeah.
That everywhere I go, people want to know, why was Wiggins gone and what happened with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. That's all people want to talk about.
I saw my brother this past weekend. It was my niece's birthday, and we went to go just hang out at the park and stuff like that. It was very chill, low key. I was like, and he's a big Warriors fan, my brother Sam, and I was like, hey, what do you think about this Chris Paul trade? Oh, they're done. That was it. Yeah, they're not winning a title if he's on the team. Yeah, I was like, I'm convinced.
But that's how real sports fans talk.
That's how they talk. Yeah, I was like, how my brother. I was like, really? Wow. And this guy's a diehard, talks trash to me all the time about the Lakers, all that sort of stuff. But even him was like, no, they're done. I was like, wow, okay. So we're just telling you what our friends, what our family members are saying in regards to this team.
And you, the audience.
That's
the other thing. You, the audience.
That's what's driving numbers up to us, to this station. Yes, you, the audience. It's always going to be about you. And we want to talk with you. Again, not at you. We talk with you at 888-957-9570.
And let's go back to, other life analogies, right? Like, think about it. What gets headlines across the board? When you're sitting around the dinner table, are people talking about Asha Safai, the local district guy, or are they talking about the president and presidential candidates?
It's always, big politics.
It's the big guys.
Yes.
It's the big guns. Yes. Do we sit here and talk about Omri Caspi? Or Chioza.
No, it's funny you say that.
Or Quinn Cook.
No, the people that talk about that are the people that are going to go see Oppenheimer this weekend. The people that love Summer League. The people that like Barbie.
And I don't dismiss that.
No, it's fine.
But not enough of the audience cares about those things.
No, those are niche things. Those are very interesting subjects and stuff like that. It's deep cut stuff. But the average fan is not like, I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about Stephen Curry. I want to hear about Draymond Green.
Exactly. And I'm not trying to get political, but if we walk down the street and I was like, London Breed to someone, they're going to have, opinions, right?
Yes.
One way or the other, right? Because she's the mayor, okay?
Yes.
If I go, your district supervisor, who is it? And they're not going to know. Same thing in sports fans. No, are there a lot of really educated, amazing sports fans? Absolutely. If I go, Sammy Womack, they're going to go, uh-huh. And then I go, Brock Purdy.
Yes.
And then they're like, yeah. And they start talking about Brock Purdy. When we're talking about the Dubs in particular, we're going to talk Steph and Clay and Dre. Yes. And yes, Jordan Poole, who had the 15th most jersey sales last year in the NBA.
Which is wild.
These are the big-time mega stars that people have emotional attachments to. Now, I can come in here every day and I can go, hey, Joey, and this is literally what I know some people want us to do. They've won 4 championships. Hell yeah, they have. And I am trying to find a path to analyze and critique how they can get their 5th. But if you want me to just come in here and be like, drafted in 2009, he was the 7th overall pick. He's a 4-time NBA champion, 2-time most valuable player. If you just want me to read off accolades and spin positive all day, they're going to go 82-0 next year. Chris Paul, it's going to be kumbaya. I'm doing you a disservice because I'm not being authentic.
That's the word right there. Authentic. You want us to be real or not? Because we can be phony. We can be fake. We can cape up for the organization. You know what? This whole Draymond thing, that's just Draymond being Draymond. It's fine. They've won 4 titles. That's not what we're going to give you. That's not what we do here.
Well, and I don't think we get enough credit.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Go ahead.
I just think in general, when the teams are doing well and winning, trust me, we're riding those coattails. When you see us after a Niner victory, Joey, how are me and Bonte?
Oh, you're fired up.
I mean, we're bouncing off the walls.
You're diehards. But what I appreciate about you guys being diehards, Warriors fans, Giants, Niners, all that sort of stuff, you're also realists when it comes to your team and the outside perspective. Like, you have to be able to take an outsider perspective while also covering the team that you love the most.
Exactly.
That's what you got to do. You can't just have this one view mindset when covering a team, because if that's the case, then you're only catering to one type of fan. We're trying to cater it to all types of fans here.
And it's hard at
Very
times.
difficult.
Like, why do you think there are 7,000 different movies about World War II?
Because they're different perspectives.
It's because one of the most impactful things in the history of the world, right?
Yes.
What happened last year with Jordan and Draymond Green
was not World War II, but
no. But what I'm saying, it was extremely impactful, right? It was extremely.
Yes.
Why are we still? And these guys are still talking about, not us, these guys. So every time that they open their mouths and every time that they talk about it, it gets lots and lots and lots of buzz and traction. And so what are we going to do? We're going to analyze, critique, talk, discuss about those topics because you guys care.
We're going to pick this up on the other side, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky California.
Join Lucky Rewards today. You'll earn points for cash back every time you shop.
My sister was a huge Barbie girl.
Come on, Barbie. Let's go.
What about you? Like your sister or
well, my
you,
younger
or I don't
sisters.
know.
I have two younger sisters, one older one. I think maybe my older one was into it, but more Polly Pocket. I think that was the thing.
I don't
They're
even
like
know what that-
individual. Yeah, it's a deep cut.
Yeah.
But yeah, Barbie opening this weekend. Joe Shasky along with Oppenheimer. Yeah, tomato. But one is it's Barbie. It's very bubbly, bright. Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling, a lot of stars in that one. And welcome into the morning roast, ladies and gentlemen. It's Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni here, filling in for Bonte Hill. He'll be back on Monday, enjoying Hawaii. And big openings this weekend. It's been kind of a meme around the internet. Hey, you're either a Barbie person or you're an Oppenheimer person. Either you like, film, art, cinematography, Christopher Nolan, The Dark Knight, Inception, all this cool stuff. Or, dude, I'm just trying to go see Barbie and Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling. All right, I'm trying to have some fun. Which one are you, Joe Shasky? What would you say you are? Because I think you're more of an Oppenheimer kind of a guy.
I mean, come on. Is that even like? I mean, here's the irony.
But I feel like you like Barbie at times too.
I'll watch both.
Yes,
you know me. I will watch both. So I'm probably fence sitting and pulling a Steiny right now, the Humpty Dumpty. But
you see both sides.
I do. I do. But here's what I would say. I will go out of my way to see Oppenheimer first and prioritize that. Barbie will be on on demand at some point.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570.
And I'll definitely see the Steph doc this weekend.
Absolutely. That's via Apple TV, you said,
Apple
right?
TV.
Apple TV. I definitely got to check that out.
I think talking about it today when it dropped late last night. And
it's difficult. No, we got time to digest, stuff like that.
I don't think a lot of people have Apple Plus, and those that do, maybe they haven't gotten around to seeing it. So I want to give our audience time to kind of digest it. I know that Bonte's featured prominently on it.
And
even Shasty got a line in on it.
Wow, you two. Look at you guys.
Yeah.
First on the Niners promotional one, and then now this. Wow.
I'm not going to lie.
You loved it. You loved it. Of course. Did you watch it with Michelle too?
No.
I was going to say that probably.
She could not care
totally
less.
would have been like, hey,
you know what happened
That's
yesterday? My wife's going to kill me.
Oh, no.
So we got a wedding this weekend.
Oh, boy. Where at?
In Sonoma.
Outdoors, indoors?
It's
going to be hot.
I don't know.
God bless.
Thanks. Thanks for that update there. It's going to be hot.
Stay hydrated, folks.
My wife did this to me, though. Okay, my wife did this to me. I don't have anything to wear. I'm looking at a closet of dresses that she's worn. Maybe some of them never. Actually, most of them never, and some of them like one time.
Too real.
And I'm looking at a closet of dresses. Now, if you live in San Francisco, you know that we don't have closet space. We don't. So in the other room is just dominated by Michelle's clothing wardrobe.
boy.
It's just dominated by it. She tried on and off 8,000 different outfits, and I thought she looked great in all of them. And I'm not just saying that like I'm being dead serious. I love my wife. I think she's very beautiful. I really outkicked my coverage. And I'm like, babe, you look great in that one. You look great in that one. You look great in that one. And she's getting angry at me. Like angry, like visibly and physically angry at me. And I'm like, God, I can't win here.
No, well, you're never going to win. You've learned that, right? You'll never win. It's just it's a mountain of clothes that are unused and stuff like that. They're taking up space.
Right.
I'm not. Jade's not awake yet. Thank God. 8:00. She'll probably be listening, so I'll pivot then.
So all right. So I just want you to tell me: am I a weirdo or is this normal behavior? Okay, I'm going to preface this that way.
Oh God, I'm scared.
My wife works long hours. Right. So I do a lot of shopping.
Very hard worker.
Right. And you can relate to this. Right. You know what I mean? Like we're off during the day.
Yeah.
So like the small tasks, going to the dry cleaners, going to Target, going to Safeway or Whole Foods or wherever we're shopping at. Right. For whatever we need. I'm the one that's got to kind of do it. And so I'll be like, hey, send me a photo of exactly what you need.
Yes.
Lotions and creams and all these female type products. Okay. Well, yesterday was something new.
Not just females that use lotion and creams, but go ahead.
No, I do too. Trust me, I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right. She wanted me to go to Target to get these like tape things for her bra area.
Got it.
Right, for certain dresses.
Yes.
So I am wandering around the female aisles, if you will, at Target. And maybe I'm being, I don't know, maybe they're all, everyone can use these aisles. But it felt like I was in the female section.
Yes.
All right. And I'm wandering around and I felt like a fish out of water. And I'm like, oh, perfect. Target person, come here.
You're struggling.
Right. One of the people that works there. And I like show them the phone of the picture that I'm looking for. And they looked at me like I was the one that needed the thing,
Who
and I was
cares?
like, "This is for my wife."
Doesn't matter either way. I'm trying to buy this. You need to. I could have been a DoorDash person trying to find this and try to buy it. So there you go. People deliver stuff from Target now, so it doesn't even matter. Just give me my product. Yeah, just give me my damn
product. I didn't even think of that. But I was like, hey,
here.
I was like,
I used to work in retail. I don't judge anyone by what they're buying. It's at Michael's craft store, all right? I had grown men, women, old ladies, old guys, all different sorts of stuff, all right? No judgment. Judgment free. Shout out Planet Fitness. Go ahead.
I'm with you on that. But even in this world where everything's supposed to be gender neutral and we're not supposed to make sweeping judgments, I was so insecure. I'm like, here, can you help me find this? And I point to it, and it's these, like, I don't know, broad, tapey things that go around so that she could wear a certain dress. I'm not even sure if I'm describing it right. And I felt immediately obligated to splurge. This is for my wife. It's not for me.
Yeah.
Am I the weirdo? Am I just insecure?
No,
what is that? Is that my toxic masculinity?
They're not toxic. You were just, listen, you were trying to do right by your wife, and you were just looking for something, and maybe you didn't feel comfortable because you've never been in that section of the store before. 888-957-9570. Why are we talking about this? Well, we're just talking about Barbie, and it just led us to this conversation about clothing. But there's two kinds of people in this world, Joe Shasky. You seeing Oppenheimer this weekend?
Yeah.
You're seeing Barbie. I've been getting called out. Apparently, I'm a Barbie girl. I'm a Swiftie now, according to Antonio S. That's Sam Lubman. That's not me.
Well,
I'm not the Swiftie. That's Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire. And
there's room for more on the Swiftie bandwagon. Come on, Spadoni. Don't fight it.
Out on that.
Come on.
I literally changed the music when heard songs come on in the car, and Jade does not get.
See, I just knew you were trouble when you walked in.
888-957-9570. This segment is sponsored by, or what's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And now pivot from that, and we're watching the Open here in Brooks Koepka and that haggardly beard in the Open.
What's going on with Brooks? I feel like he's been partying since he won that PGA.
He's been partying, and do you want to party with some of the shows here at 95.7 The Game on the course? Well, a few more spots, Joe Shasky, have opened up.
Let's go.
At Berkeley Country Club, Tuesday, July 25th. Please only enter if A, you like to golf, and why would you enter if you don't like to golf? I mean, come on. And B, are able to play next Tuesday, July 25th. Go to the contest page on our website to enter 957thegame.com for your chance to
The
win.
comments are crushing me right now. I'm getting a good kick out of some of these comments from people on the text line.
Oh, man. Are they crushing you on the Comcast Business text line?
Well, when you're wandering through the bra aisle as a man, and I feel weird. I don't know. I don't want to be like looked
you're
at
out
weird.
of your element, Donnie, is what you're saying.
All right? I mean, you're over there wandering in the bra section, and I don't know. I felt like a fish out of water.
Don't be afraid, Joe Shasky. Don't be afraid. And maybe there is a little generational
The key is confidence. You have to walk through the aisle like you know what you're doing. I am here to buy something from my wife, and I am secure in that, and I'm going to walk through this aisle as if there is nothing wrong. It's all about how you project yourself.
Sam's done this.
Someone who's never actually walked down the aisle.
I was going to say, easier said than done. And believe me, I've gotten many female products in my days.
That's
all right,
because
you have to. If you love someone, you do things for them no matter what. And there's no doubt. I'm just saying, it's like there are certain moments in life where you feel obligated to. I'm here for this reason. This is why I'm doing this.
It's all right. Hey, it's all good, brother.
I have crazy insecurities.
We are very accepting here in the Bay Area, Joe Shasky, in San Francisco.
And I am
You're
too.
Good. You're fine, man. You're fine. 888-957-9570 is the number. And yeah, we're getting a lot of people seeing Oppenheimer this weekend, people seeing Barbie. What are you watching this weekend? What kind of person are you? Because there are two types of people. It's bright and the bubbly. Hey, man, you know what? I'm just going to watch the NBA Finals. I'll watch the playoffs. Wake me up then. Or there's the guys, the Oppenheimers, if you will. I'm watching Summer League. I'm watching this in-season tournament, Joe Shasky. I'm watching every single day. I'm watching March games in Oklahoma City. I'm deep cuts, all right? I'm doing everything. Those are the two types of people in this world. So 888-957-9570. What kind of person are you? A Barbie and Oppenheimer kind of a guy or girl?
I like this a lot. I actually have had a thought because I'm coming to the end. I do this with sports things now where if I really like something, I almost ration it out so I don't waste the entire doc and binge it right away. I almost want to you get to like a French fry bag and you start to eat your French fries and you get down to the end and you want to make sure you enjoy every French fry.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I keep the bag up front for me and I eat some of Benny's fries when he's up there. He doesn't know because he's 4 yet, so maybe he'll figure it out later on. But still knocks.
He
gets half of his fries pretty much when I give it to him.
Exactly. So I've gotten to this quarterback doc and I'm like rationing out the last couple of episodes.
Have you finished?
Well, no, I don't want to finish. That's the problem. It's so good.
I binged in 2 days.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And, Peyton Manning is the executive producer on this. And obviously ManningCast it's been one of the seminal changes in sports in how we're watching sports because it's not traditional.
Well, and people have tried to adopt this similar thing, and it just doesn't hit like the ManningCast does. Whether it's the sport, like Michael Kay has the cast with, K-Rod cast?
Yes.
We'll pick this up on the other side. But
people can't replicate it.
No, they can't.
And I have a thought about Peyton Manning post-career, and I might be alone on this, but I want to be the first to plow this land.
Absolutely. Let's pick this up on the other side. Again, it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill. That's Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota.
Roast. 888-957-9570. Just having fun. It's a payday Friday. It's a Friday in general, folks. What are we doing this weekend? That's the question I like to ask.
Going to a wedding.
Going to a wedding. What are you doing this weekend, Sam Lubman? You faded that out pretty fast. I'm sorry. I put you on the spot. I'm doing it. You know what? I should know these things. I'm a board op. Putting these guys on the spot when they're coming into segments, stuff like that, it's unfair.
All right, yes. What was the question? What am I doing this weekend? I'm going to see Oppenheimer tomorrow, actually. That was the decision. I want to try and do both, but it's like, you know what? I don't know if I have really the time, the bandwidth to do both. So
you're down to Oakland now, too, and you're right near that Grand Lake Theater. It's pretty sweet. The Grand Lake Theater, if you've never been there or ever been there, old school thing. What was it, like 100 years old, I want to say? Really, really cool experience there. So, yeah, what are you doing this weekend? Watching Barbie, Oppenheimer, going to a wedding like Joe Shasky?
Like the Jerry Rice of weddings.
The Jerry Rice of weddings. Wow.
Yeah, I'll be cutting it up.
Yeah, cutting the rug, as they like to say.
My little cousin Vicky getting married this weekend. I'm excited for her. I'm very proud of her.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
This segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. George Contos joining us 8:30. Giants falling to the Reds yesterday, splitting that series. They now head to the nation's capital, take on the Nationals, who are not very good. Feels like they got to get fat and happy here real quick on the Giants. These next, 4 or 5 games now. You got the Nationals, you got that makeup game in Detroit, and then you got the quick series against the A's. So,
and I don't want to hear about anything when it comes to travel. You've had 5 days off when it came to the All-Star break, so they should not be tired or anything like that. But they need middle infield help. Absolutely. Yeah. Like, Casey Schmidt has been struggling. It's undeniable at this point. The Crawford leg injury is a big one.
Yeah.
Estrada being out has really hurt them. Even though they went on a 7-game winning streak, that I do believe they missed their table setter. Lamont Wade, I'm a little worried right now. I'm just a little worried about where Lamont Wade is. It feels like he's hit a wall physically and at the plate. So I think there's a lot of things up in the air, and clearly they need starting pitching.
We are streaming live on Twitch, on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. Ring the bell is what we've been saying. We have a poll up on YouTube. If you could own one Bay Area team, which would you own? We got the Giants at 15%, Warriors crushing it at 46%, 49ers 24%, and the A's coming in at 15%. We talk about that because there's a big sale in sports yesterday, Joe Shasky. I don't know if you heard about this. Dan Snyder, no longer the owner of the Washington Commanders. And we don't even know if it's going to be called the Commanders anymore because apparently they may be looking for a total rebrand in Washington. But Dan Snyder finally out of the NFL, and fans were rejoicing. It was almost as good as a Super Bowl from what I've seen from a lot of Washington fans. No, seriously. Like, that's a huge experience. Like, when you know how downtrodden a franchise, and that was a once great franchise. Like, you can speak to this. Washington in the 80s, in the early 90s, like, they were a force to be reckoned with, right?
Did you see the video of them, like, outside of
they're partying.
FedEx Field? Yeah, they're partying. Like, they did win a Super Bowl.
But for most of my life, they've been trash.
Well, they won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Which is damn near unprecedented.
Joe Gibbs, when we talk about greatest head coaches of all time, he has got to be top 5, right?
And don't forget his NASCAR career.
Yes.
But no, Joe Gibbs is
I
absolutely...
I will forget because I don't watch NASCAR, but go ahead.
The Hogettes. I mean, just everything about them, was old school NFC East, black and blue style of playing football, run the ball down your throat, John Riggins, and, obviously they had Art Monk and Gary Clark. Those were some of my favorite guys. Charles Mann on defense with Darryl Green. Yeah. I mean, those teams were ridiculously loaded.
Theismann, I just remember them getting smoked by Marcus Allen and going Super Bowl.
Theismann. Yeah, he changed his name to Theismann because Theismann for the Heisman. Isn't that crazy?
That's so sick, though. I would totally do that. And Joe Theismann.
That's a true story, really?
Yes, absolutely did that. Notre Dame's own Joe Theismann. Yeah, 888-957-9570.
It's interesting because everyone's talking about how much he bought the team for, how much he's going to sell the team for. And, it's the guy's clearly made some money. I'm not here to say that he didn't make money, but he has been a thorn in their side for a long, long time in the NFL. And I think the way they're viewing the Washington football team right now as a league is that property, that entity, those logos, everything about it is not making them the amount of money that they need it to make. It is a huge, huge market, and they are a blue blood organization, or were for a long time. And I think it's a sleeping giant economy that whoever can get a hold of that If it is Bezos, if he can get a hold of it, man, they're going to make a lot of money.
888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, man. And we're getting Jay LaFrey on the YouTube chat. Washington football team was a better name than the Commanders. I agree. I kind of liked the name list. I thought it was cool. Just Washington football team. Keep it simple, almost like an English Premier League type of style, FC, if you will. I thought it was cool. It's just the uniforms, just so, ugh. And I'm not a huge burgundy and gold guy to begin with. It's just not really like my color style. But you can make it cool. The
numbers on the helmet were dope.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. It was a good little touch there. Yeah, so maybe to do a whole rebrand. We'll see. 888-957-9570, the number. Spadoni and Shasky. Yes.
Do you remember when the Warriors were sold and Cohen finally executed the sale?
Yeah.
I remember everything. We all wanted someone else to buy the team.
Yeah.
We wanted the guy who was doing the America's Cup. Come on, what's his name?
Larry Ellison.
Larry Ellison. We all wanted Larry Ellison. For some reason, sports fans just assume if you have the most amount of money, then you're going to spend all that money and you're going to find a way to make it work. And it's really difficult because a lot of people are successful in other aspects of business, and then they get into sports and they're not as successful, right? Like Mark Cuban. I think most people like Mark Cuban, successful businessman. And he's had some success with Dallas.
He's won a championship.
But not as much as you would expect someone.
No, yeah. But if he sold it for today, it would be a record
sale. Of course.
Yes.
I mean, all these teams, the valuations are through the roof. Yeah. There's no question about it. And they just go up and up and up and up and up. But, I just keep coming back to when a team does sell, you just assume everything's going to be better. That doesn't necessarily always mean the case. And sometimes the person that you want to buy it isn't the person that ends up buying it, and someone else buys it like Joe Lacob, and it ends up being the best thing that ever happened.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Sam Lubman gets on here, and what producers do is hey, I put a question in the chat box, so read it up. And all it says is right here. Bigger celebration. Commander fans celebrating the end of Dan Snyder, or the Galaxy celebrating the end of Palpatine? 888-957-9570. Sam, and this is the problem. Palpatine, I guess, came back, and we'll dive deep into the Star Wars here for just a second. What are we doing? You killed the bad guy in the 80s when the Return of the Jedi happened. We're bringing him back. God, the unimagination.
When you run out of ideas.
Kathleen Kennedy has ruined Star Wars.
Just absolutely ruined it. Ugh, just.
Jon Favreau needs to have full control of the
Him
entire
and Dave
brand.
Filoni, yes, absolutely.
And it's just, Kathleen Kennedy has been the worst thing that's ever happened to a Star Wars fan.
Horrible.
They just need to stop movies, just do TV shows going forward.
Probably.
I have to say, though, Mandalorian.
I love Mandalorian.
Was incredible.
I was underwhelmed by Obi-Wan. I'm going to say it.
I like the fight scene with him and Vader. It made me cry.
Okay. I felt like it was a little kind of cheesy. Not the lightsaber fights, very slow, methodical. I was not feeling it. What happened to the fast, fun lightsaber fights in the early 2000s? Let's bring back those. It's way too choreographed, angry. Kylo Ren, just miss me with all that crap.
This is an unpopular opinion. I actually think that Qui-Gon Jinn got killed off way too soon.
Yeah.
Liam Neeson.
Well, he had to, because he was going to be the guy to lead Anakin into that next wave.
Yes.
Deep cuts here. Star Wars talk. Not going to be here Monday, so we're getting it off our chest now. You're not going to be able to get this in, Joe Shasky, come Monday.
Andor was excellent, though.
Andor was good.
People really need to watch that if you're into Star Wars.
Boba Fett stunk. I was going to say that.
That was one of the most disappointing, because I'm a huge Boba Fett guy. I was so excited for that.
It was too campy.
And I'm sitting there.
Well, also, he turned into soft.
I don't get it.
He wasn't even a bounty hunter.
He was absent for 2 whole episodes of his own show.
The 2 best episodes of the show didn't even include him. That's when you know it's bad.
Regards to Mandalorian, though, 3rd season kind of underwhelmed me a little bit. It felt like it dragged until the very end.
Yeah, it was okay. And these 8 episodes, they end so abruptly, man. And it goes back to this quarterback talk. What was it? 8 episodes. I needed more Joe Shasky.
I know.
I needed more of this. I needed more of this. It is. It keeps you wanting more. Yeah. It's I cannot wait until the 3 quarterbacks they're going to do next season, because this one, if you haven't seen it yet, on Netflix, called Quarterback. Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, Marcus Mariota, goes throughout their whole lives on and off the field of last season. Obviously culminates with Mahomes winning the whole thing. But it's just so interesting to see these guys. And obviously you got a journeyman and Mariota trying to stick around. Obviously Desmond Ridder ends up taking the job. Kirk Cousins last year get bounced in the first round, but all the comebacks, all the recovery, all the shots he took, and Mahomes, man, just greatness personified. What can you say?
So I think all of us knew the quarterback doc is excellent. If you haven't seen it, I demand that you watch it as a sports fan, because I think it's amazing.
I like that.
I think it's amazing. And so what I would say is, Peyton Manning's the executive producer, right? Peyton knows the position and understands the lifestyle as good as anyone who's ever played the game.
Yep.
We all respect him.
Yep.
No one will be John Madden. Would you admit to me? Like, what I mean by John Madden is like the influence that John Madden had as a broadcaster, and then obviously with the video game, it overshadowed everything he did as a coach.
Yeah, no, it did. But he was a Hall of Fame head coach too.
Doubt.
Absolutely, yes,
No doubt. No.
But he is more known for one of the greatest selling games, if not the greatest sports selling game of all time.
Absolutely, right? And so for a lot of younger people, like you say, oh, John Madden, they go video game or broadcaster or both, and they don't even know that he coached. Now, I'm not saying everyone. I'm just saying a lot of people don't even know that he coached. And I look at like Peyton Manning. We're going to know that he played, right? Because he had such a great career. I actually think, and he's not going to be John Madden because no one's John Madden.
No.
I think whatever he puts his mind to in terms of this broadcasting thing, his post-career, post-playing career stuff has been as good as his playing career. Manning Cast is the best of the best. Of all the player things, I know the NBA's tried it. You know, what do they call it? The player cast?
Yeah. The which one?
The players broadcast. What does TNT call it?
Oh, I think... I'm not sure. It'll come to me. It's a text line. Help us out. 888-957-9570.
It's like Chris Webber. And
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. It wasn't even close to as good.
Yeah.
We know that for like the national championship game, they'll get all the coaches together, college football coaches, and they'll sit in a room. It's not as good as the Manning Cast. Eli and Peyton, two brothers who won Super Bowls, sitting there shooting the breeze, bringing on superstars every now and then, explaining the plays that are happening, watching dorky old Peyton Manning geek out over a play. Like, Manning Cast is amazing.
Thank you, Isaac. Players only.
Players only is nowhere near as good. No. What he's done as an executive producer on this quarterback show, Hard Knocks is done. Hard Knocks, to me, officially died.
The preseason version, yes. In season, give me the Cardinals. That was interesting to me, though. I still would like to see in season, like as it's going on, there is something to be said about that.
They're not going to give you anything anymore, like because the teams are all creating their own content. As we talk about what you're searching for in content, they're giving you morsels on their own websites. They don't want anything negative out there on HBO. No one wants to. Like, I know we'll watch the Jets thing. I'm telling you right now, nothing is better than this quarterback doc, and I think it's changed. I knew quarterbacking was difficult. Oh my God, to see them balance their family life, to see the support that they're getting from their significant other is incredible. Like, it really is. Like, I know Mahomes' wife takes a lot of criticism that I think it's over the top from people. Seeing how invested emotionally he is as a father and she is in his career, it's inspiring to see Mariota's, significant other giving birth, and then the next day after giving birth, he's basically going to be benched. Yeah, right. And we can get into the whole conversation about him walking away from the team and all that, and getting surgery. To see Kirk Cousins and his wife talk about how Tuesdays are for them. Yeah. I knew the quarterback position was difficult. I knew they dedicated their lives to it. I underestimated just the preparation, the dedication, like everything. I underestimated everything. And I got to just say, Peyton Manning, as an executive producer, thank you for illuminating to us normal fans who love the sport and understand how difficult it is. We can't even begin to comprehend the difficulty in playing the position.
It's so interesting. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. And also, talking quarterbacks, talking football, 49ers training camp. Training camp opens next Wednesday. We will be live from the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. So if you're going to be out there, make sure to stop by to see both the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru. Also, a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every single home game this season for their public tailgate. Why sit in traffic? Seriously, when you can enjoy refreshing beverages, delicious eats from their very own food truck. Open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame. Always free admission. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram to get the sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. Joe Shasky.
I'm really excited for next week because obviously football starts. I'm wearing all my football gear today. And when you're watching the quarterback doc and you're saying to yourself, the coaching and the collaboration between head coach, quarterback, position coach, quarterback coach, offensive play caller, players, like I'm watching Mahomes go over to Valdez-Scantling, and they're talking about the coverage that this is in game, and they're on the bench, and they're talking about the coverage, and then Mahomes is going over, and he's talking to his offensive lineman about why he's doing certain things. I think we know playing position is so difficult. The way that Mahomes oscillates between competitive, fiery dude to cerebral assassin to tactician, and he's just back and forth, and then the improv and the science and the art and the blending of everything.
And the joy in which he plays, man. You can just see it.
It's incredible.
He literally is like a kid in the backyard just playing football, but he's so much better than everyone else.
How about
it's just crazy.
But his understanding of what the defense is trying to do to him,
yes.
And then to see the way Andy Reid,
he's so damn good.
To see the way Andy Reid and him are coming together. I cannot, like, Montana and Walsh get so much credit for being like the greatest duo of all time, and I get it. It makes a lot of sense.
I mean, Brady Belichick probably.
But Belichick wasn't calling plays.
Yeah,
It's different. Brady Belichick wasn't calling plays.
It's different.
And I'm not trying to take anything away from Belichick. I'm just talking about relationships.
Okay, that's fine.
When Andy Reid goes to him, I like the shallow cross, whatever it was to get that touchdown against the Chargers. And Mahomes is like, yeah, that's a great call. I like that call. And he wasn't even thinking about that. You're seeing brilliance of offensive play calling mixed with brilliance and mastery of the position at the perfect time. My mind was exploding, and I just kept coming back to the 49ers in this upcoming season, and we talk so much about quarterback play. If you think that, and I think Shanahan's brilliant, but if you don't think that the quarterback matters, and that as we talk about, like what you guys talk about, it's the most important position in sports, and the relationship between the play caller, the head coach in this case, and that quarterback, and then that quarterback with his teammates, we can't talk enough about it.
No. Why do you dominate sport? Why do you think it's the cash cow that it is? The quarterback dominates everything. Jasky, we can do an entire show here. And we're talking about ratings, what people want to hear.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear this. We can take every single quarterback from every single team and have an hour conversation on what's going on there.
100%.
Jacksonville, we can talk about with Trevor Lawrence. You want to go to the Panthers.
Yep.
You want to talk about Bryce Young, what he's going into there. You want to talk about Baker Mayfield. Can he get redemption out in Tampa Bay? Hell, you want to go to, Cincinnati, Joe Burrow. Can he ever get that next level? Can he win that Super Bowl? Like,
have you gotten to the part with Burrow and Mahomes?
Oh, it's great.
And the rivalry just between them?
Oh, yeah. He feels it.
The rivalry within the rivalry within the rivalry.
We match up better against the Bills before the Bills and the Bengals played, but I want to play Joe Burrow.
Which is what
That's
all
a champion. That's a champion right there.
Well, and it also is how us fans talk,
yes.
right? It was just incredible. And I keep coming back to next week, right? The 49ers next week. I'm going to go to training camp and what am I looking for? And I get we get to see these games, right?
Yeah.
And the games that we see and the way that it's presented on television is the smallest fraction of the full doc that you're seeing play out in this quarterback thing. It's illuminating.
It really is. David and Brentwood wants to chime in on the conversation. We're talking about quarterback on Netflix.
I can't wait for next week.
If you're just joining us, if you haven't seen it, Quarterback is his doc on Netflix. It's really cool. Follows the lives of 3 NFL quarterbacks on and off the field. Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota in season 1. They've already renewed it, so it's going to get another season. Who do you want to see next year? 888-957-9570. Maybe Brock Purdy. Maybe Trey Lance. Real quick.
I'd like to see them go different positions over time. I think this is an endless opportunity. Go left tackle, go wide receiver. I want to see what the defense is doing.
What say you, David and Brentwood? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, I started watching that show on Netflix myself. It really changed the way I look at quarterbacks.
Right.
I will question myself the next time I keep saying, man, it sucks. Okay. Nothing they go through is soft about it.
Agreed.
When you look at all 3 quarterbacks, they're so similar as far as their physical makeup that you wonder how the heck did they get up after getting hit so much and repeatedly in areas that they're hurt and they keep getting hit on the same area over and over. It's just amazing. But the one thing that I was completely taken back for was the training that Pat Mahomes puts himself through.
Incredible.
He goes through all this exercise, but the one part where his trainer puts him into, it's like a day-to-day thing where he goes into these really uncomfortable positions. Leg twisted one side, foot going the other one, his back completely arched. and like he said, he needs to adjust his mind and his body to be on these positions, because sooner or later he's going to be in one of these positions. If he's not ready, he's going to get hurt really bad.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, a lot of times you see these guys on the, when they get all piled up, these guys look like a pretzel. It's like you're wondering how did he get up? How come he didn't break his leg? I mean, his foot. But like I said, it's just the way he trains. And I'm wondering, why is it that not more teams, go through that kind of training? And if they do, how come it doesn't work the same? I mean, you would think that the preparation, the Pat Mahomes, is something that you would copy.
Well, David, I mean, within it, you can see like the way Kirk Cousins goes about it is a very cerebral way of going about it. Pat Mahomes is very, very cerebral, but you can clearly see the artistic side of him and the, I would say, cross-sport way that he plays the game. Yes. Like, he's training, a lot of those trainings, they look more like football and basketball. Baseball and basketball trainings.
Mahomes is also just more physically gifted,
of course.
Like just athletically than Kirk Cousins. So he can do more of these things than a guy like Kirk, who's a little more, not saying Kirk's not unathletic.
No, Kirk is a ridiculous athlete.
He's very athletic.
I actually grew a tremendous respect. The guy that I thought of when I was watching the
doc, he's not Mahomes, but that's
whose opinion I grew on, I was thinking of Alex Smith.
Yeah.
And what he went through with the 49ers.
Oh, my God.
Right? And look, do I think he was the right pick? No. Do I think he was a great player? No. But now, having seen this quarterback, Doc, I do give him tremendous amounts of more empathy than I ever extended him before. The other thing that I keep coming back to, the Niners got a long way to go at quarterback. And they have such a great team. And we've got some sound from Steve Young. Yeah. And I agree with him. And this is someone who understands what it takes to play the position at the highest level. And he said some things, not necessarily, and I listened to Mark Willard yesterday. They were playing some stuff about Brock. He said some other things that I really want to get into that I think people were missing, because when I watched that doc, I came away thinking the same thing Steve Young thought.
Absolutely. And that's what's coming up in the game, sponsored by AC Transit. But real quick, do you want to play golf?
I do.
One of the shows at 95.7 The Game. A few more spots opened up at Berkeley Country Club Tuesday. It's next Tuesday, July 25th. Please only enter if A, you like to golf, and B, you're able to play next Tuesday. Again, July 25th. Go to the contest page on our website to enter, 957thegame.com for your chance to win. And listen, I've been seeing Guru's drives. Been following the Goo on Instagram. Joe Shasky. Goo's looking good. Goo's striping it down the fairway, man. Have you been seeing these videos?
I told you. I think Goo is the fastest riser here at 95.7 The Game.
Really?
Yes.
On and off the radio waves. Bonte, I got to tell you, think he's hitting any driving ranges out in Hawaii when he's out there? Is Anna letting
this
him?
Has nothing to do with Bonte. It has to do with
No,
Guru.
I'm saying there's a competition out there. People are saying, because they're the two young guys on the tour, if you will, as far as the guys coming up.
I'm going to let that play out, and I'm going to hold my opinions to myself and reserve judgment till I see things in person.
And that's what's going up next on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay.
Moses Moody, and you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Moses? Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill alongside Joe Shasky here on The Morning Roast. We got shameless shout-outs. About less than a half hour, 7:45. Shameless shout-outs. Hit us up. Call us, 888-957-9570. You want to shout out a business, you want to shout out family member, a friend, whatever. You can shout out whatever you want. 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. And also, be sure to download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game, and thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts because they're free. Sports, talk, music, news, and podcasts are all completely free on that Odyssey app. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app alongside with the music, news, the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading, again, that free Odyssey app. Joe Shasky, good morning, man. It's a payday Friday. Yeah. The question we always like to ask, what are you doing this weekend? Everyone's having a good time. You're seeing Barbie. You're seeing Oppenheimer. You're going to a wedding. Sam's doing something. He's going to Oppenheimer, I guess. He's going to watch the Giants play the Nationals. Obviously, George Conto, again, joining us at 8:30. Former World Series champion with the team, current analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. He'll have some thoughts as the trade deadline approaches for the San Francisco Giants. August 1st, coming up, man. God, football season's almost here. We've been talking about it, the quarterbacks. Can you feel it, Joe Shasky? Can you feel it?
Yes, I can. I'm extremely excited for 49ers next week. Obviously, the team is absolutely loaded. It's undeniable, right? It's undeniable. And we're going to come back to the most important position in sports, quarterback. Well, I know I keep bringing it up and everyone's rolling their eyes, but one of the many takeaways, and I would say at the top of the list, when I'm thinking of the Niners and I'm contrasting that to what I'm watching on that quarterback doc, we talk so much about who is healthy at 49er quarterback position. Going back to Alex Smith, Kaepernick, health has been at the top, right? Kaepernick took over for Alex because Alex got hurt.
Yeah. Alex's
job was in jeopardy because he got hurt before that. Kaepernick's job was lost because he got hurt. Mm-hmm. And he played bad. They all played bad. I mean, they go hand in hand. Jimmy Garoppolo was hurt a lot. Okay? Part of why Jimmy, didn't get moved off the 49ers is he got hurt and had to stay in rehab.
Yeah.
Trey got benched. Why? Because he broke his ankle. And then Jimmy came out there. And then Jimmy got hurt. And then Brock came in there. And now Brock's hurt. And I'm watching the wear and tear that these guys take on their body in that quarterback doc. And you're seeing, like, Mariota had a knee injury. We didn't even know about the knee injury.
Torn meniscus. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, obviously, he's not the starter. And boom, he gets the surgery and he's out for the year. And I'm sure all these guys have so many underlying injuries that we don't even know anything about. Every time Kirk Cousins goes to throw and gets hit under the ribs, you could hear and feel him wincing because he literally has broken ribs.
Mahomes in the Super Bowl, that rolled ankle again,
Incredible.
The high ankle sprain. He was not crying, but he was screaming in pain the whole time. Yes. And these guys, what they're able to do and put their bodies on the line, it does give you pause for a guy, smaller frame, and Brock Purdy. And it's kind of crazy because we don't talk about this way with a guy like Jalen Hurts, but we're going to because he plays such a physical way. But when you look at the builds of a guy like a Brock Purdy compared to Jalen, you would think that Jalen, oh man, guy's way bigger. He's way more thicker, more cut, stuff like that. Look at the legs. You can see the squat videos. He squats like 600 pounds or something ridiculous. They're the same size and weight, which is pretty weird just looking at him. So Brock may be bigger than we all think, but it still does give you pause. He still is on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to quarterbacks in size, arm strength, all that sort of stuff. So there are legit question marks when it comes to the quarterback position with the 49ers. And it feels like we've been asking this question since Steve Young's been out of here. But again, the quarterback position for the San Francisco 49ers, can you start 16 games? Can someone start 16 games? Because the last time that happened, Jimmy Garoppolo went to the Super Bowl.
The pain tolerance required at the position is unreal. Like, I knew you had to be tough.
Yeah.
I knew you had to be tough.
These are 300-pound men destroying you.
I so underestimated
300 pounds.
Did you underestimate it?
Yes.
The pain tolerance?
Yes. Yes, because I played football, PB football for like 2 years. That's it. I didn't play high school football. I could only imagine. Like, I don't play contact sports. I played water polo, a little bit of contact here and there, but not really. That's swimming around. That's treading water. Golf, no contact unless I'm ricocheting it off a tree and it's hitting me in the forehead, right? There's no contact there. Yes, tremendously. And I've never been in self-defense classes at Shutout Evolve Training Center. Never done anything like that. Maybe I've gotten punched by my older brother once or twice, but no. I completely underestimate. I think most people are in my school too that they don't understand the physical toll that this takes.
I think we think we know, which I thought I knew how much like pain tolerance it was, and then I'm watching this and I'm like, oh, dude, this is insane. I mean, Kirk Cousins playing on Thanksgiving 4 days later.
Oh my God!
I'm just thinking to myself, Thursday Night Football, watching this doc, and again. Not even a running back, not a linebacker, the quarterback who is protected more than almost anyone else on the field. And I'm saying to myself, this feels a little inhumane. Well, it's funny. I love my football.
Well, it's funny because, again, we're talking about the quarterback doc. If you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix. Watch it. Highly recommend. Peyton Manning ran the whole thing, and it follows the lives of Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, Mariota on and off the field. And Kirk is tucking in his little boy, and they're reading the Sports Illustrated, like Know Your Rules or whatever the book. It's like it's all about rules and sports and stuff like that. And they're reading about Tom Brady and him getting hurt and how it led to not going after the knees. And Kirk's just saying like, and thank God for Tom Brady and that rule because Daddy thanks him every single day that he doesn't get his knees hit in his career ending prematurely. So it's wild. He even talks about it. Yeah.
So, and I know Steve Young sat down with Matt Mayoko on 49er Talk, and I was the one that was actually listening to it, and I sent it to Lucas, and I'm like, hey, we should cut some of this sound. And I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and they were playing some sound. And there's a lot of stuff that I found to be very pertinent, but one of the many things, and this isn't the most important, we'll get to that in a second, but was about Brock Purdy and where he's at on the injury and the arm, and he was talking about how he's not going to be 100%. So I'd really like to listen to someone who understands the position and the physical toll and the pain tolerance and the balance of everything in Steve Young talk about Brock Purdy being ready for week 1.
One thing's for sure is that if it stays on track, there is a 6-month period to kind of get it full strength. And the thing that's unusual is that he does it for baseball all the time. He's done it 3 or 4 times for football, but not in the car wreck scenario, the way that he described, what happened to Brock. And so he says it's just not sure. And I think no one can know exactly how it's going to go. So if Brock is ready, game 1, it's not going to be 100%. Anyone who says he can rip a pass 6 months later, I don't think it belies reality. It doesn't mean he can't play 90%. So we'll see how that goes. But if he's ready, I'm sure they'll play him.
Steve Young via the 49ers Talk podcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. Shameless shout-outs in 20 minutes, 888-957-9570.
And I find this to be, an interesting point because I think we all would agree Brock Purdy's your starter right now from what he did last year. But there is a real element to this physical thing. And look, are there outliers? Of course there are. There's no one is debating that there aren't like Drew Brees and Russell Wilson because you're going to get a lot of that. Bryce Young went number 1 overall. And I've got reservations about Bryce Young staying healthy, for the entirety of his career, right? But there's something about being big and strong that it makes sense because of the physical toll that you're seeing these guys go through. Kirk Cousins doesn't even look that big. He is 6'3", 200 pounds.
Yeah, you see him like these guys are all doing their weightlifting and all these. They're big guys. Yes.
Kirk's body is chiseled.
Yes.
Right?
All these guys are very in
chiseled. They're some of the biggest people you'd meet in your normal, walk of life. And I guess where I'm going at is once you start getting to 80%, 75% of your overall strength and being a bigger, stronger, more explosive athlete and then being hurt and diminished, it still gets you above some of the less skilled, less accomplished guys, and it allows you to be able to compete.
It's interesting. I go to the division, the AFC North, because if you're not big and strong and have a good arm, you ain't winning that division.
How are you ripping it in that cold weather?
Andy Dalton, you won a couple division titles, right? Or a couple playoff spots. No playoff games. None. Cold weather. Couldn't do it. Came up short a bunch. You know who didn't come up short in that division a lot? Big, strong guys. Joe Flacco, Ben Roethlisberger. And maybe you're saying, Joe, you're picking choosing your spots because I could point to Drew Brees and he's had some cold playoff. Yeah, sure. They're the outliers. The big guys, the big arms, that's why they're drafted so high. No, Anthony Richardson, he wasn't very good in college. His tape will show you that he lost a lot of games at Florida. But the 3 or 4 games where he just looked outrageous, they're like, you know what? I can work with this guy. He has an arm. He's got the size.
Yeah.
He's got the speed. We can work with this. Josh Allen, Wyoming, 50% completion percentage. We can work with this. You know why? He's big and strong. And he did it in the cold.
And it doesn't mean that they can play the position.
And again, you just mentioned Bryce Young went number 1 overall.
Yes.
Because the IQ is off the charts. The anticipation, the accuracy. Absolutely.
Guys are blessed with different things, right?
Yes.
They're blessed with it. Trey Lance is huge. Trey Lance has been hurt like every time he stepped on the football field.
Yes.
Right? He can't stay healthy. Marcus Mariota is a huge human being. I mean, you see, he's 6'4", he's 220 pounds.
He's big.
And I don't think he can play the position that well.
No.
Right? So it's not the end-all, be-all. You've got to be able to do both. You've got to be big and strong, and you got to be able to do these things. And those guys are few and far between. That's why Mahomes is such a unicorn. He's big, and he's not the biggest guy on the team, but he's big, thick, and he can do all these things. I am worried about the 49ers quarterback position staying healthy this year. And like Brock Purdy, he's coming in with an injury. And you see, as the season progresses, do you get healthier or do you get more dinged up?
Is health the only thing standing in the way of the San Francisco 49ers winning a Super Bowl trophy this year? 888-957-9570.
I think it's elite, consistent quarterback play, period.
See, because I think you'll get at least above average play from one of these guys enough, because I think Shanahan will put them in that position. I need a guy to start all the games. I need someone. I don't need, like, if Brock Purdy is not going to be there in the playoffs and he gets hurt halfway through the season or something, and it's Trey Lance, I don't think they're winning, and vice versa. Like, I need someone to be there from start to finish. And whether that's Brock starting in week 2, but then finishing out, that's fine. But they need to be there from start to finish. They can't be missing these games throughout the year. It can't be happening.
The ability,
and it goes back to the offensive line, man. Like, that's a question mark. You got Trent Williams. You got Colt McKivitz on the right side. You trusting him, Joe Shasky?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I know, Darth. I'm sorry.
I don't know, man. I just, as great at everything that Brock did last year was absolutely amazing, and I'm so optimistic for his future, and sky's the limit on a variety of things. Like, when I watch the guy play, how can you not love what you're seeing? Decisive. Explosive within the pocket, being able to make guys miss. He doesn't take the big shots, you know what I mean, in terms of getting hit, which is awesome. But he is small. Like, when you go to practice and you go out there, that doesn't mean he can't have a 10-year career and be awesome, but he is small. And I just worry it takes those one hits. And you can say the same thing about the 6'5" guys. Joe, it's one hit. There's no doubt about it. I think of Drew Brees, what happened with him, and people have been comparing Brock Purdy, and it's totally unfair to Brock Purdy comparing him to a Hall of Famer and Drew Brees, but I guess the similar builds, and you can think of stuff like that. I think Drew Brees might even be like an inch or two shorter than Brock Purdy. Drew Brees' accuracy was
unparalleled. One of the greatest quarterbacks of my generation.
Been pretty accurate.
He has been.
Pretty damn
we can only
accurate.
go off what we've seen from him, and he's been pretty damn good. I'll give him that. Hall of Famer, pump the brakes, and Drew Brees. But Drew Brees, to your point, once he hurt his shoulder, he had noodle arm, dude.
No.
He couldn't do anything.
No doubt.
He's done.
No doubt. And I think we keep coming back like, Trey's injury prone. Brock is injury prone. No, football is violent. And playing offensive line is really difficult. One play, a guy splits through you fall or whatever. Like, stuff happens. Yeah. These are guys crashing into each other. It's really, 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 really difficult to stay 100% healthy. And so I'm very skeptical about the entire quarterback room in general, all of them.
I think you should be.
In terms of health.
Like, what has anyone showed you under Kyle Shanahan that gives you just positivity or a reassurance that they're going to stay healthy? It's just, and I'm not saying it's Kyle Shanahan's fault. I'm not, but some of you may be like, hey, listen, and I've seen this on the text line. Sorry for.
I think they're all go hand in hand. Wouldn't you say that? Yes,
but also there's an aspect to, like, why are we running Trey Lance like quarterback dives? Like why are we doing why are we putting our guys in situations? That was a thing for a little bit.
No, I would say this is that, look, I'm going all around on this because I was enraged, but I don't think your quarterback should be subjected to getting hit that many times. And you think that they're going to be upright, period. That's just there's a reason the running backs are all not getting paid. Okay, because they're crashing into people 30 times a game.
And Kyle Shanahan knows better than anyone.
So you're going to have your most prized possession, making the most on most teams, making the most amount of money, subjected to that many hits out of the pocket and in the pocket. Like, that's you're asking for trouble. So I don't care if it's Brock, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold. They cannot get hit. They can't get peppered. And that's on the offensive line. That's on coaching. That's on the player to get rid of the ball. That's on luck. Right? Yeah. That's on ability to contort your body and not get shots. I want to see, is Brock going to be throwing on a side field next week?
Yeah.
Is he going to be like Jimmy G was last year? Is he going to be rehabbing on the JV field?
Ramping up? Is that the term?
I don't know. I want to see, what does Trey look like when in between plays? Not just is he throwing and is he accurate to his guys? In between plays, is he talking with his receivers? Is he talking to his offensive line? Is Sam Darnold got his teammates' ears? Is he talking to his offensive line? Is he talking to the coaches? What does the collaboration look like in between plays? Who's got the authority at the line? What's their cadence look like? Is the defense jumping when they're calling hike? Are they all over him? Like, is Fred Warner pointing at Trey Lance and he's rattled, or Sam Darnold's rattled? Like, I want to see all of those things. Are they predicting where they're throwing the ball because their face mask isn't moving and it's locked onto their target? I'm so ready for next week to see all of these things.
Can't wait. 888-957-9570. And again, we're going to be there live. Morning Roast, Steiny Goo next Monday and Thursday live at the Hilton in Santa Clara. 888-957-9570. Again, shameless shout-outs here in about 8 minutes. We will get to you. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570. Hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube. We are live up and streaming there. Download the Odyssey app. Favorite 95.7 The Game. Shout out anyone you want. What are you doing this weekend? What are you doing?
What did you make of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes talking about how the players get to call some of their own plays in terms of like they get to create plays throughout the year?
I like that. It makes sure they're engaged.
Yes.
Right? That's what like when you do that, it could either work very well or blow up in your face. But what that tells me is he has enough trust in his coaches and in his players that they can develop their own things going forward. And that's the mark of a Hall of Fame type of coach. I think there's a similar thing with Kyle Shanahan and what he built with a guy like Mike McDaniel. Like he gave Mike that kind of, freedom, and then and Mike can go down to whoever it was at the time. Oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm going to back myself up and back up the truck here. You can play the sounder. Does Kyle give that freedom to his quarterbacks?
Well, that's what I want to ask.
Is he the smartest guy and he doesn't give that trust to those type of offensive players? Like, actually, I will say what's right, and you don't. You just follow.
Well, I think two things can be true. I think Kyle is a brilliant play caller who a lot of the guys on the team have expressed outwardly many times that they trust his play calling and they love his play calling, and he's a scientist and all that stuff. And I also think at times he was forced to be rigid because he feared his quarterback making mistakes.
That's fine. And I caught myself in 4K there. I was like, you know what? Yes. And actually, I'm like, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe not. But to your point, if the quarterback is going to keep making mistakes, I got to take the ball out of his hands.
That's what I'm saying.
Then to your point, that's the thing.
Like, did you trust Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, when I'm watching these things, I just think Jimmy's very different than these other quarterbacks. But when I'm watching,
I would love Jimmy on the dock next year, by the way. It'd be fascinating.
Could you even imagine Jimmy G walking over to Debo? Hey, instead of running that slant, I want you to run a curl here.
Well, I'll say this. When he was, quote unquote, letting Jimmy cook last year when they got Christian McCaffrey, he looked pretty good. What did Jimmy say after the games? It feels good to, be able to have more control over the offense. He was saying stuff like that, right? And he looked good.
Well, it felt like in year one, he was freelancing a lot, and that was the best version of Jimmy, backyard football. And that's why I thought he was always good in those 2-minute drills and late in games, like when they needed it.
Specifically the red zone, too. He was great.
Notwithstanding.
Well, obviously, but I think the torn ACL maybe had a little to do with that.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But I think as time went on, it did feel like the offense was restricted to, this is the play call, and you're going to run this play call and just this.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. And I keep going back to the art-science conversation, like the blend of it. I think Shanny is really deep into the science. And as he evolves and grows as a coach, I want to see how much art he incorporates into it.
It's interesting because we were watching, again, the quarterback doc, Kirk Cousins, very calculated, scientific numbers, talking, why is this happening? Why is that happening? He was getting his brain analyzed, with certain things.
He's almost too analytical.
It's too much.
Would you agree?
Yeah, a little bit. But you know what? If that's his process, that's his process. That's his thing. But I can see why Kyle loves that. I can see why Kyle Shanahan loves a guy like Kirk Cousins, because
he's not going to deviate.
Not going to deviate, and he thinks like Kyle does.
When Kirk Cousins throws in there, said, "Oh no!" Like the minute he throws it, and he says to himself, "Oh no!" Everyone can relate to that, right? You've done it in Madden. You do it in sports. Like, you make a play and you immediately regret it. I kind of love that about Kirk Cousins.
No, I do too. 888-957-9570.
My respect for him went through the roof.
You know what? And I know Bonte was here. He was crushing him a little bit. He's like, man, Kirk Cousins soft. He was whining and groaning. I was like, When I watched it in its entirety,
I did not think soft.
I was like, I did not think soft of any of these guys. No. They're putting their bodies on the line. I don't care if they're groaning and moaning. And they did not have a great offensive line last year in Minnesota, nor did they have a great defense. So I'm not here crushing them for losing to the Giants, by the way. Although, if you want to crush him for throwing fourth and short and way short of the sticks, and it was fourth and long, that's fine. Like, and he went through his process. He's like, you know what? Could I have thrown it to Justin Jefferson? Maybe, but I was also getting destroyed right when I was throwing it, so the only person I could throw it to was TJ Hawkinson. So I was like, I get it. Like, it's fine.
Another takeaway that I've got just going into this year, Jerry Rice I hold in the highest regard, right? Jerry's
the GOAT.
Greatest football player in my eyes, in terms of all around greatest football player ever, right? Resume, body of work, excellence.
I don't think you'd have a lot of arguments from people other than maybe Tom Brady, because that's a quarterback, but all around, Jerry Rice.
And like, I'm watching Mahomes and Kelsey's he's an all-time player. Justin Jefferson has as much talent as Randy Moss, T.O., Jerry Rice. He is cut from a whole nother cloth. Watching him run routes, watching the catch radius, watching the way that guy plays the game, I knew he was really good. Joey, I think I'm watching one of the greatest wide receivers of all time. And I don't say that lightly.
Really?
Justin Jefferson is that sick.
Wow.
Did you see some of the plays he's making in that?
It does feel like it, yes, and it does feel like, I mean, we were talking about that quarterback class, right? You had CeeDee Lamb, you had Jerry Jeudy, Brandon Ayuk, you had Henry Ruggs.
Ayuk's a very good player.
No.
Justin Jefferson's on a whole nother planet. Yes, that's not a knock on Ayuk at all.
Honestly, all those guys are pretty good. Like Jeudy maybe, he's got the drops here and there, but all those guys pretty much. Who was the one that was a reach from the Eagles? Rager?
Jalen Rager, who's on Minnesota.
He's on Minnesota
at the time during the
now
doc.
He's, I think this the Viking or the Lions just traded for him, I believe, because Jamison Williams obviously out due to suspension. So we're just looking back, and it is Justin Jefferson looks like that dude. Like it's pretty unbelievable,
bro.
In his third year now?
JJ is amazing.
Yes, it's him. Who Devontae?
I'm talking about players in the league right now.
Right now. Wide receivers.
Devontae Adams, him. I mean, you got to put Cooper Kupp in there. His body of work is ridiculous.
Brown. Yeah, Cooper Kupp. There you go.
Yeah, A.J. Brown, absolutely.
I'm putting Devontae probably still the best for me because he's now done it with two different quarterbacks, which I think is actually a huge deal. Being able to go from Aaron Rodgers to Derek Carr and putting up those same numbers. Now, can you do it?
A.J. did it with Tannehill.
Well, that's the thing. Can you do it with Jimmy Garoppolo now, who does not throw very far? We'll see with the limited arm strength if he even plays for the team. That's another storyline. Oh, real quick, Joe. More from Steve Young here before we get to shameless shoutouts. 888-957-9570.
Sorry, I'm all over the place on this. I'm so fired up for football.
So fired up for football, and so am I. And so is Steve Young, and he's talking about the 49ers are fun because of the culture that Kyle has created. Take a listen.
What we have is we've regained every inch and ounce of what we built through those 20 years of 80 to 2000. John and Kyle have embraced all of that makes a locker room great. Some of it's about the past, but a lot of it's about today and the leadership that's in the locker room and the accountability that's in the locker room. The 49ers are a lot of fun to watch and follow right now because of that culture that they have in the locker room. So again, now with that in place, Kyle with Andy Reid and maybe a couple other guys, the most innovative offensive minds in the game. It's a time of innovation. The game has changed dramatically over the last 3 or 4 years because of rule changes. There's so much more space. Defenses can't patrol the way they used to. They can't cover the ground, and so there's a lot of open areas. And Kyle's figured out ways to use the running and passing game and all kinds of innovation to take advantage of that.
Steve Young again there on the 49ers Talk podcast at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Hey, Steve Young's talking about all the space that's on the field right now. And I do believe that he's hitting something on the head here. And he was talking about what the top 5 quarterbacks in the league have. Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and he threw Jalen Hurts in there. Okay, that's what Steve Young was talking about. And he's basically saying that, like, if you're playing perfect defense, every one of those guys can make a play with their legs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when things break down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right? Or they can just make a play behind the line of scrimmage to set it up so someone else can make a play downfield.
Yes.
Right? That's the element they have. And that was the element that the Niners were looking for when they traded up to go get Trey Lance, and they got that from Brock Purdy.
And it was interesting in that quarterback doc, again, Mahomes was mentioning, I studied Tom Brady because he may not be like the most athletic guy, but he is probably the most athletic of anyone with his footwork when it comes to being in the pocket.
Yes.
That's why he was able to be played till he's 45, because his footwork can be able to slide, the quick agility, the quick steps. Like, you can't teach some of that stuff. And I will say, I saw a little bit of that from Brock last year, but there were a lot of times when things from within the pocket. But he would be more of a break out of the pocket kind of guy, and it drives me nuts, and it drives a lot of Niner fans nuts, I'm sure, when he spins around and turning your back to the defense. He kept going to the same spot. He kept going to the same spot. So I would like to see maybe more from the pocket moving forward from Brock if we're looking for an area where we'd like to see more development there. But again, I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying it's an interesting little wrinkle that Mahomes is talking about when it comes to being athletes. And maybe we look at athletes as physical marvels, but being in the pocket's also athletic as well.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And just subtle movements up and back and left and right. And that's the thing that sucks the most is that you wanted Brock to be able to build on what he did last year, and having no offseason, because he's working on rehabbing, having no offseason to just straight up work with his guys and refine the craft, the actual plane of it sucks. Yeah. It really, really, really sucks. And so, when we're talking about the minute Brock's healthy, he's got to play and everything. I understand that because you want to win all these games at the beginning because you want to host the NFC. I get all that. Believe me, I understand all that. But you also want to put him out there when he's 100% healthy and he has that synergy and that everything, firing on all cylinders. And I just worry when you're compromised out there physically, it changes the way you play.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. Again, shameless shout-outs. 3 more minutes. We want to start getting those phone calls on here. 888-957-9570. You shouting out business, family member, loved one, sports team, anything you want. Again, shameless shout-outs here in about 3 minutes. Again, we're seeing this from San Jose Jazz fan 3. R.I.P. Tony Bennett, gone at the age of 96. We learned that news right at the start of the show. Gave a little, goodbye to San Francisco. Left my heart in San Francisco, if you will. We faded that in. Nice job from Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire for the Morning Roast, and also host of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. Man, 96 years old, Tony Bennett, gone. That's a good age. 96. If I lived to 96, that's a long, healthy life, and he lived a long, great life. And man, legend. Grew up in New York City, but synonymous with San Francisco, Joe Shasky, Tony Bennett.
Exactly.
Man, that's saying something.
It really is. And it's really sad whenever somebody whose, soundtrack is something that you like goosebumps walking out of that stadium. I synonymously think of Tony Bennett when the Giants win a game.
Even when I'm there.
Foggy, cold night, walking out. And there's just something about that era of music.
Oh, man. You
makes you think of your family.
Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, the Rat Pack.
Well, what's really nice about kind of like walking out of the ballpark to I Left My Heart, it's just after the intensity of the game, you spent the last 3 hours, the proper time for a baseball game, just being so psyched up for Giants baseball, and then it all comes to an end, and you're riding on that high, and then you listen to I Left My Heart in San Francisco. It's this is a nice little, easy way to kind of leave the ballpark, kind of reset your mind, re-enter the world, become more civilized, and it's the great kind of dessert kind of for the end of a baseball game.
R.I.P. Tony Bennett. But real quick,
it's like a dessert wine.
3 hours.
It is. It is kind of like a dessert
Sam, I'm
wine.
tired of you complaining about the clocks, the pitch clock.
So you're gonna be 2/3 way through Oppenheimer, like, oh man, I need to get out of here.
That's different. For a sporting event with my child, I'm not taking my child to Oppenheimer. I'm not taking young Benjamin there. I'm not taking Benny to go see Oppenheimer to a long movie. I know better than take a 3-year-old there. Taking a 3-year-old to a baseball game, and getting out at 2.5 hours compared to 3, much nicer. I will tell you that. And it's becoming a much better television product. And Dan Le Batard was on his show saying it may have saved the sport of baseball.
I think it did.
It did.
You are allowed to leave games early,
Well, I am because I have an excuse because of a child, but I would like to leave at 2.5 as opposed to 3.5 hours when it's a 9-inning ball game.
Just leave it after 2.5 hours. Let the rest of us stay.
No, I don't want to. And you know what?
Why do I have to go home?
Me. It's too late. We're not going back, Sam. Get over it.
I just don't see why I have to go home because you want to go home.
You know what? Maybe I will shout out Rob Manfred because it is time for shameless shout-outs.
All right, Joey, I'm going to lead us off here with our shout-outs. There is a girls team, a girls baseball team called the SF Bay Sox girls team. And the 14U team won the national championship in Kentucky this week. Vicky Carrillo helped lead the team to gold with clutch hitting. The SF Bay Sox 12U team took second place in nationals this week as well. Sally Hugh led the team with solid pitching and hittings. And I just want to give a shout out and a plug to every girl on that team, all the coaches, all the family members. A girls baseball team, the SF Bay Sox, 14U won it all, national, and the 12U team took second. Baseball is alive in San Francisco. Shout out those girls.
Love it. Shout out Rob Manfred for saving it. And you're seeing at the youth level already, Sam Lubman. And shout out to the Alameda County Electrical JATC. They are recruiting paid apprentices for its 5-year apprenticeship program. Pay starts at $28.08 per hour. Apply on Friday, August 18th. For more info, visit 595jatc.org. That's 595jatc.org. Today is orientation day for 25 lucky applicants. These folks had the guts to get up one day, apply for the program, study for the test, prepare for an interview, and now they are in. Today is their first day of class, and they're starting their 5-year journey to become union-trained electricians. It's going to change your life, Joe Shasky. That's pretty damn cool. Electricians are damn important. My brother is an electrician / gas man. It's important.
You know how many of my friends are electricians? My boy Rocco, Jim Moylan, Mike Ramirez, Mike Hurley, Jason Ramirez. I know 1,000 different electricians.
Absolutely.
And all you guys that I didn't reference, please don't text me because I'm not going to say your name.
There you go. 650, again, 888-957-9570.
I view.
It's shameless shout-outs. Shout out anyone, any person, brand, building, pet, what have you, artist, Barbie, Oppenheimer, Margot Robbie, Cillian Murphy, a.k.a. Tyler Glasnow, 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to all the garbage men and women out there. Appreciate you. 707, shout out to Sprinkler Fitters, local 483. That's from B Dorm in Vacaville. 650, shout out to my crush, Alex Morgan, and the rest of the U.S. women's national team.
Back to back.
Oh, we're doing it.
Is that on deck?
USA. Come on, Yonder. Where were you?
USA!
Thank you.
Shout out to the company from the 510, Fresh and Clean. We do textile, fire, water, and mold restoration. Fresh and clean from the 510.
Love it. Love it. Shout out to the Burlingame Water Department. Underpaid. Get the job done. Oh, absolutely. Water is very important. We're in a drought, people. All right? Conserve that. We're always in a drought. By the way, speaking of heat, you see what's going on in Vegas? They have like 110 degrees.
One of my buddies,
5 in a row.
He went up there with his kid for a basketball tournament, Carm, and he was saying it was 118 degrees outside. 118.
510. Shout out to Bonte. Hurry back. Shasky's drowning without his life jacket. Let's go A's. Wow, is that a shot at me, 510? Is that a shot at you, boy? It's all right.
My life jacket. I mean, here's the peanut butter ain't nut without the jelly. That's all I'm going to say.
Wow. There it is. Sam Lubman, you got one?
Well, first off, I just want to say how happy I am that I got an A's fan to shout out Rob Manfred. That seems like something that shouldn't be happening.
You're making me do it
I
because of
want
this
to give
complaining.
a shout out to a friend of the show and listener, May Money. So she does a lot of writing and poetry, and some of her stuff got picked up to be featured in nomadicpress.org's The Town, which is a local publication that likes to feature local writers and kind of give them their platform to get their stuff out. She submitted her stuff a little while ago, finally got picked up, so she's very excited about that. So, and when you're trying to break into the writing industry like she is, getting your stuff picked up like that is a huge deal. So shout out to her for getting that done. Very happy for her.
Shout out, May Money.
He be blending into the couch, bro.
She's a P1. She's on the chat. She's doing it all. Shout out to you. 925. Love the show. Shout out to the cool weather in the Bay. And it's not cool. If you're in Oakland, it's been like 80 degrees. It's hot.
Shout out to
Wearing a
Cam,
Hawaiian shirt.
who's joined the team over here. He's wearing a Mighty Morphin Power Ranger shirt. My brother was a big Green Ranger guy.
Oh, all right. R.I.P. Green Ranger.
Didn't he become the White Ranger too?
Yeah, in the movie Ivan Ooze. R.I.P. I think the actor passed away.
Really?
Not sure. Yeah, I think recently too. Man, really sad. But shout out,
Mighty Morphin Power
dude. I used to get the
Rangers.
McDonald's toys. You used to have all the different ones. You had like the Red Ranger go with the ape. You had the yellow one and like the flyer. Like I don't know. I'm getting all the animals mixed up. Kimberly was my favorite. Pink Ranger. Shout out. Shout out Barbie. Pink.
My brother is somewhere nodding his head.
Oh, man. We got Duke and SF wants to do another shout out here. Duke, SF, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on,
What
man?
up, Duke?
Well, what's up with Shasky and Spaghetti, man? You already know what it is, man. Special shout out to my daughter Angel and Alyssa, man. This is real big to me, man. Last Saturday they helped the varsity AAU team win the championship. Both of these kids is in the 7th grade, man.
Oh, wow.
And they helped. One of them is in the 8th grade. My daughter's in the 7th grade, but they helped the varsity AAU team win the championship down in San Ramon last week, man. So that was real big, man.
Very cool.
And Yes, thank y'all, man. Shout out to my whole local team, man. Some butchers up at Glen Cove, man. Shout out to the butchers at Glen Cove. I told them I was going to shout them out. My boy Mark and my boy Joe. And I want to do my thing, Shaqy, but Bonte ain't here, man. Should we just go ahead and do it anyway? What you say?
Come on,
let's go.
On you, Shaqy. Y'all ready to do it?
Let's go.
It's baseball season. Barry Bonds in the park chilling with Will Clark, and the bay is deep. And you know we got Sharks in the case. Smith hit the ball, cleaned over the fence. Sound like Steph on the court when he splashes it. Lamont Wade Jr. batted spirits and on fire. He's coming on strong like the eye of the tiger. Logan Webb by day, Wolverine by night. Watch his play take flight. Like the dude, his opponent Bobby Flay style knife. We got Shasky on second, about to steal third. That's a big block to steal. Don't hit the curve. We got Bonte in the box as the designated hitter to smack it out. I got the one hitter quitter. Now that you see, we high as a bird. It's the 415. Boy, you just got served. Like I told you before, that the bay don't play. We got to go to the O to be the San Jose. We got the Niners, the Giants, the Golden State. All our teams on their way to be great. I love y'all, man.
Man, that's
Let's
fire.
go, Duke.
Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
One more shout out, my boy.
That was it. Come on.
That was
DJ
incredible,
Horn,
Duke.
that.
I love Duke. We got to get Duke in studio.
Spaghetti might have been my favorite mispronunciation of my last name. Spaghetti's great.
Awesome. All right, my boy Dave Alexander hit me up. Pacifica Sirens. Shout out Pacifica. My brother lives down there. The 8U Comp Girls Fast Pitch Softball Team, second place in the Incline Tournament this week. Lost to the Roseville All-Stars 2-1. What a game.
What a game. Gene's out in Oakland. He has a shout out. What's going on, Gene? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, hey, Duke is my inspiration, by the way. So shout out to Tony Bennett, San Francisco institution, who just passed away at 96. His body has left the earth, but his heart is still in San Francisco. Thanks for the memories, Tony.
Love it, Gene.
Thanks,
Love
Gene.
it, Gene.
Appreciate that. That was awesome.
Cam, you got a shout out, bud?
I was just going to say shout out to all the teachers. You know, a lot of teachers are on break right now, prepping for the next school year. But shout out to all of them. I mean, they're dealing with all these systems that are just making it harder for them, and even the parents.
Yeah.
And I don't think they get enough appreciation. But shout out to all the teachers out there making an impact in all the kids' lives out there.
Very difficult job. Being a teacher.
From the 510, Bollinger Canyon Little League, 12U All-Stars beat Hillsboro. I believe my buddy Mike Ramirez's son, Robert, is on that team. Tuesday, 8-3 to win the Section 3 championship. They are heading to the state tournament in Stockton this weekend, and they would be bound for the Little League World Series. So, Bollinger Canyon, congratulations, 12U.
Shout out, man, and shout out all of you who've been hitting us up on the Comcast Business Text line as well as Twitch and YouTube. 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, missed the pregame show, 650. No. Been having fun here on the weekend. I know I miss it a little bit, and I don't miss up getting up at 3:30 in the morning.
Joe Spaghetti.
Spaghetti is one of the all-time. I don't think it was actually a mispronunciation. I think it was giving me a John Gotti reference or a Bugatti.
I loved it.
I don't know which one it was, but I liked it. I've gotten all the nicknames for my last name growing up. I've gotten Joey Spaghetti. I've got Joey Spumoni. I've gotten some Joey something I can't say on the air. I'll tell you off of it.
Okay.
I've gotten Joey Spumoni. What else do I got? Joey Salami.
Joey Salami.
Joey Baloney when I'm making up stuff.
Joey Baloney.
Yeah, I've gotten all of it.
That's a good one.
It's time for the injury report. Oh man, I'm a big nickname guy. If you go to an all-guys high school, and by the way, it's becoming co-ed Palma High School now. I think they just released that news. Palma High School will be co-ed out in Salinas, California. Those of you who are listening on the Monterey Peninsula. Injury report, the Seattle Mariners announced that outfielder Jared Kelenic will be placed on the 10-day injured list with a fractured left foot. Kelenic sustained the injury during the Mariners' 6-3 Wednesday night loss to the Twins when he kicked a water cooler in frustration following a ninth-inning strikeout. What are we doing? He kicked a water cooler? You serious? That might be one of the worst. You know what? That's worse than the David Price carpal tunnel. That's horrible. No timetable for Kelenic's return has been set. As for the water cooler, there are fears that the injuries that sustained from the kick could be career-threatening. The team did not provide any further details on the bucket. Speaking of John Madden, the mama bucket and the baby bucket.
How?
The injury report was brought to you by Boxer.
How is it
Anchors
career
in
threatening?
Northern California
For the water cooler.
For the water cooler. Did I not say that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
The
didn't.
water
You were kind of
cooler-
laughing through it,
Yeah,
so
so-
that was my plan when I wrote it.
The water cooler is not going to make it, but Kelnick should be fine. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. George Contos, World Series champion, Giants analyst, NBC Sports Bay Area, 8:30. That's what's coming next. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. Let's go.
Hi, welcome to the idea. Get ready for college.
is the morning roast. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. Last day, Bonte back Monday. Enjoying Hawaii alongside Joe Shasky here. Good morning to all of you. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. What are you doing this weekend? 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Comcast Business Text line. We're also streaming live on Twitch, on YouTube, and be sure to download that Odyssey app. And we have a poll up on YouTube right now. If you could own one Bay Area team right now, what would you like to own? And we just did the 4 major team. We did Giants, Warriors, Niners, A's, Sharks. All due respect, if you want to submit it, feel free to type in Sharks if you would like. Right now, Warriors overwhelming, 47%, followed by the Niners, 27%. Giants, actually the A's 14%, and the Giants at 12%. A little interesting there. But we discussed that because, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, well, I want to get into why we're discussing that, and I'll ask you some questions.
Well, we're discussing it, one, because Dan Snyder just sold his team to Josh Harris, part of a group there. Josh Harris, obviously the lead managing partner of the New Jersey Devils NHL team, and also the Philadelphia 76ers. So Dan Snyder, probably one of the worst owners, if not the worst owner in the history of sports, Joe Shasky, of at least the last 20 years. Like, I can't think of a worse owner in sports, like, real quick on that.
The A's owner?
Well, I'm saying as a human being, though, I don't think John Fisher, like, what Dan Snyder's, he's not investigated at a federal level.
I know,
Joe Shasky. I know John Fisher, and listen, I hate him, sell the team. What he's done to this team, what he's done to this city, what he's doing to this city is despicable. I hate that. But Dan Snyder, on some personal levels, scumbag. Totally.
Of course.
Yes. So I'm just going through memory lane of bad ownership with you real quick. I mean, if you Robert Sarver had to sell,
of course,
Phoenix Suns up there.
We're talking about horrible human beings. Let's push that stuff to the side.
But also their teams were not very good.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's funny how one thing bleeds over into the other, right?
Yes, absolutely.
You know, sloppy people in their personal lives usually run sloppy businesses.
Yes.
Very rarely are they successful in a variety of fronts. But you're asking, like,
$6 billion, by the way, sells for Washington. The Commanders, $6 billion.
But that doesn't mean he's getting a $6 billion check because he's got to pay off debt collectors and people that he's had partnerships with.
He got fined $60+ million because of all this other.
To him, that's nothing.
Well, I know, but it was alleged. It was found that there was sexual assault. That was found from the independent investigator through this with Dan Snyder. So just lots of gross stuff. And I'm sure Washington fans are rejoicing as if they've won a Super Bowl today. That's a big freaking deal. Like, you have hope now as a franchise. It does suck having an owner like turn your team into a laughingstock. Yeah. It's very hard. The Raiders under Al Davis in the last 20 years of his tenure, it was very hard because we love Al and like what he meant to the sport of football. He helped change it. Like the merger and stuff like that. He was a big part of that. And what he meant to minority coaches, bringing in African-American players to the front office, executives, obviously Amy Trask, bringing a female into the front office, all that. He was innovative. And to see his fall, like with personnel decisions and stuff like that towards the end, and having that be the reason why this team isn't very good, it was tough to watch. Now, that was just personnel stuff. And his legacy is solidified, Hall of Famer. It's just tough, man, to be the team that you love being a laughingstock. It's very difficult.
Absolutely. But it's also part of on you for the decisions that you've made throughout the years and not hiring the appropriate people or letting them do their jobs and stuff like that.
No, I'm saying as a fan. Sorry. Let me clarify.
I thought you meant, I don't know from Al Davis's point of view.
No, Al Davis. It was just hard seeing towards the end there as a fan, watching it all fall apart.
Absolutely.
It's difficult becoming a laughingstock. No. Maybe I did not explain that well. But it's hard as a fan doing that. It is going through that. And I'm feeling that as an A's fan, a lot of A's fans. And it's not even that. Like, it was more so, like, you're an A's fan. Like, why? Like, and stuff like that. People are doing that. And now it's turned into, man, I just feel sorry for you guys. It's just like, we're just like, man, we're getting our hearts ripped out. I'm watching this guy do it to us. It sucks. It just sucks. So I'm happy at least some fan base gets to rejoice that has been downtrodden the last 20 years, and that is Washington fans.
So for you, if you were able to own and you had, X amount of money and influence and all that stuff.
Hell, if I just won the Powerball, maybe I could. That was like $1 billion or something.
You would like to run the A's?
It's interesting because you're kind of starting a new franchise there almost if you're buying the A's, right?
Yeah.
If you get a new building in there, and then you're competing right across the bay. So there is a little part of me like you're brand new to this thing, and you could not rebrand the A's or something like that. But if you go out and try to do big dollars, compete right across the bay, you're the new shiny thing, and you will get fans because you are the new thing and you can make that sustainable. There is part of me that wants to own the A's. Obviously, NFL is king, though. Like, who want to own the 49ers? But it is interesting to see basketball, what Joe Lacob has done. They're overwhelming on this poll. Again, if you're just joining us on Twitch, on YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. If you could own one Bay Area team, which would you own? Warriors, 46% right now. Niners, 27%. A's, 14%. Giants, 13%. It's interesting.
When you play video games, do you like to inherit the team? Do you do fantasy draft? How do you, like, when you do
I do
a
head
dynasty, how do you do it?
I don't do dynasty leagues. Real quick, but I would do drafts and stuff like that, but I'm mainly more 1v1 kind of a player.
Okay.
I'm more of...
You don't do franchise
I was
mode.
a big Xbox Live guy. No, not franchise guy.
So
no.
one of the things
also,
that I
just
love...
didn't have the time.
One of the things I love doing is creating all my own elements. So, like, what I'll do is, like, I'll hit 3 randoms, boom, I'll land on a team, okay? And then I will do a fantasy draft, right? But I'm not selecting anyone. I simulate it, and then I trade everyone away, and I try to build through the draft over 2 years. I love doing that, almost starting from scratch.
I'll say this real quick.
I love it.
Back the one time I did do the draft, and I actually like doing it, was ESPN 2K5. Greatest football game of all time. I still stand. $20 when it came out. T.O.'s on the cover. All time. You know who I always end up getting, like, in the 3rd or 4th round? It'd be like Chris Chambers.
Oh, yeah.
He was really good in that
84.
game, though.
Great
When he was with the Chargers. It was really, really good play. Algie Crumpler, another one, a legit tight end there. And then if you ran with Donovan McNabb, and that Eagles team was so stacked.
Amazing.
He ran so fast in that game, too. I could just run past everyone, and then I could just throw it up to T.O. So, yes, go ahead. Just a quick trip down the memory lane.
Yeah, no, I just, when I try to play video games, I like to create my own settings and tear it down and build it back up, right? Like, that's what I really love doing that, because I like having full control and full autonomy. The obvious answer for a lot of people, and how they interpret it is how they interpret it. You can go in a lot of directions. That's why I think this is a fun exercise. Most people are going to say the Niners. They're the closest maybe to turnkey, where you inherit money over money over money. They're going to be profitable. It's the NFL. It's the sexiest one. It might be the biggest legacy of the 3 organizations if we were going Giants, Niners, Warriors.
Yeah.
And being an NFL owner has its glamour, and being in the NFL has its glamour.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the answer I'm going to take.
Ooh.
And I'll tell you why. Because I actually think they're as close to, like, being a perfect organization in terms of run. They don't have the championship, and I don't think they're perfect, but they're as close to model organization as you can come up. Almost a new stadium. They've got a loaded roster. They've been competing for years. They've got a coach that's sitting there ready to go. Like, they're making about as much money as you could possibly make.
Yes.
I look at the Warriors, kind of the same thing. New venue, championship mold, iconic franchise that's in recent run. They're making about as much money as they possibly can. Then I look at the Giants. I don't think they're making as close to as much as they could make.
Oh.
I think they're the most depreciated outside of the A's of the 3 in terms of what they could be making and what they are making. I think the gap is the biggest there.
There you go. John Fisher again, the gap.
I want to take over the Giants. I want to be in the ballpark every day. I want to be able to do something every day, right? I want to be at the ballpark mingling every single day.
You want a challenge, it sounds like, too.
Absolutely.
You want a challenge, Joe Shasky.
Absolutely. And I want to usher that team into the top 5. And the way I look at this is the Niners are in the top 5. Would you agree? Glamour, money, expectations of their sport.
Real quick on the Niners, shout out Jed York for that, because would we be saying this is a model franchise, 6 or 7 years ago?
People don't want to hear this.
Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula?
I'll be the first to admit it. I've railed this guy for a long time. Jed York's been a great owner.
Well, I think, isn't that in part because we just don't ever hear from him, and he doesn't ever talk, and he doesn't
he's
get
made
in the way?
good decisions.
Think about this.
That
Well,
Kyle Shanahan
that's what I
decision
mean,
was
though.
huge,
Like,
yeah.
It's not just that.
The good decision making he's making is that he's just kind of staying out of the way, which is, I think that's what great owners do. Hire the right people and then just shut up.
Well, Sam, he kept the team here. Like, I'm watching the A's with one foot out the door.
Yeah.
I'm watching the Raiders leave.
Yeah.
He kept the team here. Now, is it in San Francisco? No.
Yeah.
It beats them being in LA.
Yes.
It beats them being in another market.
Well, and also, real quick, you said something there, Sammy, that I just want my owner to be quiet and do all that sort of stuff. Well, we've seen an owner in Joe Lacob who's the opposite of that and still successful. So there are ways you can do it.
Yes.
You can be loud and boisterous and talk your talk and talk the walk and walk the walk and talk the talk. You can do all that. But also, I think a majority are with what Sam said. Be more like a Jed York. Be quiet. Let the other guys do it. That's fine. But I think Joe Lacob, he can't help himself. And He's a great speaker, too. When I hear this guy talk, it's like, I can't get enough of Joe Lacob when he's speaking. It's fascinating. Jed York, he put his foot in his mouth and he got in trouble a lot of times. And he realized that.
But you know what? All the talk about Joe Lacob putting up all the money for the luxury tax, Jet's put his money where his mouth is.
He absolutely has. I'll give him credit.
He has to put money in escrow every single time. And outside of DeForest Buckner, every single guy you've wanted, they've paid for.
And they made savvy business moves. Hey, they just bought Leeds United. They're the main shareholder there in the English Premier League. I think they just got relegated to the Championship League, whatever. But that's just I'm just telling you as another aspect for Jed York and that York family.
You cannot be an inept owner and have a brand new stadium in the market you grew up in, and then also have multiple trips to the Super Bowl with 2 different head coaches and 2 different GMs.
No.
You can't be in a 10-year period. No, you just can't be. I'm sorry.
You can't be.
And as bad as it was in between the two, he figured it out.
It's interesting. Willard talks about this a lot because he covered a lot of those Southern California teams, specifically the Chargers with the Spanos family. The Chargers had a lot of talent for a lot of years, the last 20 years. Just think about how stacked those teams were. Phillip Rivers, LaDainian Tomlinson, Antonio Gates. Part of that, hell, they had Drew Brees. This is all after Ryan left the bus, by the way. They had all these names. The only problem was every single now Justin Herbert. He ain't winning a damn thing with Dean Spanos as an owner. You know why? Because it's a trickle-down effect.
Yeah.
What happened? Who just blew one of the worst leads in the history of the playoffs? Brandon Staley.
Yeah.
They had the chance to move off of him and go after a guy named Sean Payton. Now maybe Sean Payton goes after the Denver Broncos. You don't have those conversations still? Right away, everyone's like, oh no, Brandon Staley's staying. You're sticking with that guy?
Yeah.
Why, Joe Shasky? Because the owner's cheap and he wants to keep him around.
I don't know.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's an ownership thing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like you can have the talented teams, you can have all this, but if your owner's not all on board and he's not making the right decisions there, you ain't winning anything. So I give credit to Jed, yeah.
You look at the Niners, like they changed the uniforms, right? They've done pretty much everything that you're looking for. The only thing they haven't accomplished is getting past that final step and winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which, okay, fine. So if you took over the Niners, and you won the Super Bowl next year, wouldn't most people be like, yeah, you kind of inherited a really good situation?
Yeah, but it says something about winning.
I'm just saying.
But yes.
But wouldn't you say that? Because we would say that about a head coach.
Yeah.
Right? The Warriors.
Steve Kerr.
Yeah, the Warriors. If you took over the Warriors and you won the 5th title this year, right? Wouldn't for Steph and all those guys, most people would say, you inherited a pretty good thing.
This year,
if you took over for Lacob.
This year, real quick, though, you inherited a mess, though, as well.
For sure,
you
have inherited Steph Curry.
Yes, you inherited the Hall of Famers, but also it's a very tricky. The Warriors are a very interesting case study. It's very interesting. But yes, for your overall premise, yes, I'll say yes.
All right, and then you look at the Giants, and they feel so far behind those other 2 organizations in terms of being close to a championship. And if you inherited the Giants and you ended up somehow winning a championship, wouldn't you feel like you accomplished something?
Yes, I would. I feel like, man, I was the reason I brought this hunger for baseball back into the city that hasn't been here since 2014 when they won that last World Series. Coming up on almost 10 years.
I know.
That's wild.
And I don't think it's the most profitable because I think the NFL is the most profitable when it comes to, like, if you were making money, right?
Ratings-wise,
absolutely.
It's just out, yeah.
The Giants have never, in my lifetime, had that singular owner that steps up out in front. One guy that owns the majority of the team. It's always been a panel of people. Now, they've had figureheads, Larry Baer, Peter McGowan. They've been figureheads. They haven't had that one owner.
Yeah.
I want to be that one owner, sitting behind home plate, sitting near the dugout every single day, walking around, being accessible to the fans. All right, I want to be the one that brings back the 1980 uniforms.
Are you Arthur Blank on the sidelines,
Hell
walking around with the suit, the Home Depot money?
Dude, I might come out chest bump Camilo Duvall as he's coming into the game. I want to be the one that lands the big free agent. I want to be the one that signs some of these guys after making a sweet trade. I do. I want to be that guy. I really do. I would want to take over the San Francisco Giants because to me, they've got the farthest to go. And to me, there's the most money to be made on that team because they have the farthest to go.
Absolutely. Dave in Fremont wants to chime in here. What Bay Area team would you buy right now if you could? A's, Giants, Niners, Warriors. Which one? That's the YouTube poll question right now. Search 95.7 The Game. Like and subscribe. Ring the bell. Just give us a like there. Look at all our videos. Look at everything. Every single time you come on, hit that like button. We appreciate you. Dave, you're in Fremont, and you're also on the Morning Roast. What's going on, man?
Morning, fellas. Yeah, I love y'all on the YouTube chat because it's funny seeing your guys' facial expressions for some of the callers.
Appreciate that.
Can't read a lot
real
of
quick. I just wanted to say, when you guys are talking about Jed York, I think he learned a lesson after the Harbaugh thing, and I got to give him a lot of credit. He's kind of learned to be quiet and let the coaches and the players kind of do what they're supposed to do. So big credit to him. I'm going to go off the board a little bit. I'm going to take the Sharks.
Wow.
More of a
why?
Yeah, it's more of a selfish reason. One, because they're the last team in the Bay Area that I haven't seen win a Stanley Cup, or excuse me, a championship. Now, I'm not an A's fan or a Raiders fan, but then again, like I said, last team in the Bay Area to win a Stanley Cup. And I just feel like, maybe if I was the GM, maybe we could actually draft, maybe get a coach in there that has a different style of, rather than prevent hockey, take a lead into the third period and then just sit back on it. Seems like they get the same coach there all the time. But, hockey's a growing sport. And, the Sharks have always been a team that's been close to my heart. I would take the Sharks.
I like
that.
And,
you guys have a great day.
Do you think that the Sharks, you could do more marketing, don't you think, in hockey? Like, they have a long way to go.
Thanks, Dave.
For being one of the big ones. They're a team that was an afterthought.
Yeah, that's one where it's just like you have an SAP. I know it's not. It is kind of getting up there in age.
Well, they want a new stadium.
They want a new stadium, and I don't think San Jose is like, we're not going to give you anything for that. So
do you think the Bay Area could be a market that could ever actually embrace hockey? Because I feel like the Sharks are just such a forgotten team here in the Bay Area.
Well,
I always remember when they went to when they were good. I mean, it's like they went to the Stanley Cup Finals, and it was kind of unfortunate because they did so in the shadow of the Warriors' 73 win season, and I feel like that kind of took away some of the sizzle from the Sharks going to the Cup, and that was a really big deal for that team, for that fan base. Just being there was huge for them. But now it's just, when we talk sports, we're talking about, it's Giants, Niners, Warriors, sometimes it's A's. How this station, how often do we get into the Sharks? It feels it doesn't help that they're bad right now, but even when they're good, it seemed like we kind of really had to force ourselves just to mention them.
Hockey in general is never going to click in the West Coast.
I guess that was my question.
Not. We don't have snow. I'm sorry.
But I would say this. I've got buddies, and as we were talking about content earlier this morning, I've got buddies. My buddy Matt Murphy, Anthony LaRocca. These guys, huge Sharks fans. They know every guy on the team. Ryan Coogler, huge Shark fan. There's just not enough of those people to be able to warrant the discussion. And people would literally be texting us, "Oh, this is a tune-out. I don't care."
I don't disagree with you on that. I just wonder, do you ever think we get to a position where that's not the case? Because, you're saying, like Spadoni, you're saying, your friends are texting you, "What's going on with Andrew Wiggins?" Like, for me, my friends are texting me, "Why aren't you talking about the Sharks?" And I give them exactly what you just said, Shasky. And yeah, it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I wish we could talk about the Sharks. I think it would be cool if we could, but it's just, like I said, it's the feel isn't there.
Hockey just isn't that sport where, I don't know anyone in the sport. I know, say, Sidney Crosby, Alex Ovechkin. Do you know? Name me 3 more stars. Can you? I'm so I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. Let's Connor McDavid. Okay.
The Tampa Bay Lightning won 3 championships, right?
I can't name Stamkos. Is he still there?
I mean, I think when ESPN stopped doing, and I know they're back with them, but when they stopped doing business with the NHL, everything died.
At least in soccer, we can talk about all these big stars, Mbappe's, Messi, Ronaldo. At least there's something there. That's why I think that's the next big sport to take off is MLS. I think that may surpass NHL in the next couple decades here.
Interesting.
Especially with the growth of the women's sport, with the men's, the U.S. national teams, obviously Women's World Cup going on now. Shout out USA. We're going for the 3-peat. We're going to get it, by the way. I think we're playing open up with Vietnam.
Yeah.
It's like a 6.5 goal favorites or something. We're going to smash them. What I love about the early group stages when you have a good team, though, like the U.S., they pour it on because goal differential matters in this stuff.
Yes.
So they pour it on. They scored 10, 12. We're going to ramp up the score. Absolutely. Dave is in the 408. What's going on, Dave? You're on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Yes. Payday Friday.
Yeah, so Spadone, you're killing it this week in lieu of Bonte. I wanted to give you props on that.
Appreciate
I think,
you, man.
you guys' discussions and the dynamics been nice. I want to give you congratulations.
I appreciate that. That means a lot to me, Dave. No, seriously, that means a lot. Thank you,
I'm a Chargers fan, and I got to push back on this narrative because the narrative that you're pushing that Spanos is cheap. Let's see, I got Bosa, Mack, J.C. Jackson. These are all big top 3 contracts in each of their positions. I'm not even talking about Corey Linsley, the second highest paid center.
Real quick, Dave. Yeah, not the head coach, though.
On a huge
Sorry, Dave. I don't mean to cut you off.
Break the bank.
Dave, not to cut you off.
What?
The head coach is not a highest paid head coach, though, is what I'm saying. I'm saying they could have. I think Spanos saw Sean Payton didn't want to pay him.
available at the time. Sean Payton wants total autonomy, so he's going to get that in Denver. He wasn't going to get that there. You still got Tom Telesco as the general manager. Now Staley in his first 2 years has taken the team. He has a plus 500 record. So they missed the playoffs in the first year. They went to the playoffs in the second year, and of course they blew it last year. But you know how they blew it? Joe Lombardi. That guy's offense couldn't get one first down in that second half. And Joe Lombardi is now with Sean Payton in Denver. So they went and got Kellen Moore, one of the best up and coming young offensive coordinators. Let's see how the Chargers do now, and let's see this big old contract that Herbert's going to get. I'm telling you, I was there for those years of Phillip Rivers and LaDainian, and it pained me. But every year we got to the AFC Championship, we had to play the Patriots. You know how hard that was? All those teams were so loaded.
All right.
And then you had
I love you, buddy. I love you. It's about enough Charger talk for July.
And God bless him. Brandon Staley's a defensive head coach. They blew a 27-point lead. Come on. Miss me with that. It's Dean Spanos. And Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, yeah, they did show up short in that playoff game. Very short.
We're getting a lot of I'd love to own the Oakland Roots.
Ooh, interesting. I'm telling you, the
B-Dorm in Vacaville.
Soccer's the sport to be coming up. That's the next big thing over hockey.
His wife is part owner on it was the female soccer team.
Yeah, the local affiliate. I'm not sure the exact team.
Yeah. They had
but
red
I didn't know
turquoise.
she played collegiately. So yeah,
she did.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, it's huge. Women's soccer here in America, we are so far ahead of a lot of the other major countries because they didn't adopt them until in the last 20, 30 years as like a major sport for females. USA's been at the forefront of that for 50, 40 years.
Yeah.
So that's why we're so far ahead of a lot of these people. And that's why the US men's team is so far behind. And now we're just now seeing it catch up with a lot of guys in Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, all this sort of stuff. It's because we're finally now taking it seriously here at the youth level. Real quick before the break, we got George Contos coming up next here at 8:30. Talk some Giants. Anthony's in Hayward, wants to talk about owning a team. What's going on, Anthony?
Hey, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Happy Payday Friday. I might be a little biased on my opinion, but I'm a diehard A's fan. But if I had the chance to buy a team, it would be definitely the Oakland A's.
Okay.
I mean, just think about it. You can't do any worse than the current owners. And
Facts.
if you do turn around the team, you'll be considered like a Superman, like Superman Returns.
Yeah. It's a great
That's
call.
a great call. Thank you, Anthony, for chiming in there. What's coming on the game? Coming up on the game, I should say, is George Contos, and it's sponsored by Cars.com. Also, training camp opens up on Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday of next week. We'll be live from the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. So if you're going to be out there, make sure to stop by, go see the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru. Also a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this season for their public tailgate. Why sit in traffic? You can enjoy refreshing beverages and delicious eats from their very own food truck. Open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame, always free admission. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram to get the sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. George Contos next, right here on the Morning Roast, Spadoni and Chasky.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added...
morning roast. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill. Got another hour and a half left, and then our time this week is over. Bonte will be back next Monday, obviously alongside Joe Shasky here. And we're going to be joined by George Kontos here in a few minutes, obviously former World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants, current analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. Giants dropping one yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds, splitting the series there. They will take on the Washington Nationals next. 3-game set there in the nation's capital. Quick makeup game in Detroit before coming back here, taking on Oakland Athletics. And real quick, and I know George is a big golf guy. Are all of you listening, big golf people? Because you know what? A few more spots opened up at Berkeley Country Club next Tuesday, July 25th. If you want to play with one of the shows here, only enter if A, you like to golf, and B, are able to play next Tuesday, July 25th. Go to the contest page on our website to enter, 957thegame.com for your chance to win, Joe Shasky. The Open, you watching right now? What are we doing out there?
Well, Brian Harmon is 10 under. Jordan Spieth is 5 under.
Who's Harmon?
Brian Harmon. He's a lefty. He uses the big spider putter.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He wears the big baggy khakis.
Got it.
He's kind of a poofer, meaning he doesn't hit it very far.
A poofer?
Yeah.
Never
That's why
heard
I
that.
love the Open.
You love the Open. Oh, why do you love the Open?
Because you can
Explain.
spray it. You don't have to be the farthest hitter. You know, it's not target golf.
Absolutely. We got George Kontos here on the line, wants to join in on the conversation. We appreciate him joining us this morning. George, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. How about yourselves?
Are you golfing today?
I am sitting here staring at the range right now that I'm going to go to as
Where?
we're done with this little interview. At the club that I belong to back in Chicago.
Oh, nice.
Nice. How's the weather out there in Chi-Town?
I'll tell you what, it's 75 and sunny with a little breeze right now, so it doesn't get much better than
You'll
this.
take that, absolutely.
Perfect for the baby cut.
Spadoni in for Bonte. Joe Shasky here. George Kontos joining us on the Morning Roast. Obviously, World Series champ with the Giants and 12-4 host on Giants pre- and post-game live. Known for his sick kick game. That's what it says here in bold when I look at my little rundown. Known for his sick kick game. Real quick, we've been having this conversation in regards to, certain movies that people like. And it might tell someone about someone. This whole meme this week has been, hey, you a Barbie person or are you an Oppenheimer kind of a person? Do you like the deep cuts? Do you like the cinematography? I just want to have fun. Girls just want to I just want to go see Barbie. Which one are you, George Kontos?
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, I'm an Oppenheimer guy. If I was going to see either of them, I would be going to see Oppenheimer.
Appreciate it. No, hey, that's a bullpen guy. Guy likes his craft, right? Likes the cinematography, likes the X's and O's. And George, real quick, I want to get your thoughts here on the series we just saw. Obviously, splitting there with the Reds. You just took two against them in those first 2 games. Got to see the phenom, Ellie De La Cruz. Got to see Patrick Bailey throw him out. I want to start with Patrick Bailey because how big was it for you to have the confidence in your catcher like a guy when he had Buster Posey out there? I'm not saying Patrick Bailey's going to be that, but he's got the skill set, at least the defensive skill set, to maybe rival a guy or hell, maybe surpass. What I've seen from Patrick Bailey defensively, it's been off the charts.
Yeah, he's done a really good job since he's come up. He from the moment he stepped behind the plate, he has this presence and this maturity that far exceeds a guy who's just getting called up to the big leagues for his first time as a rookie. He has a lot of similar qualities like Buster did. He can catch and throw. He's athletic. He does a really good job with the bat. He handles the bat. As long as the bat stays fine, his ability to handle the homework behind the plate and get guys ready for a baseball game is just really good and what you want out of a guy who has not much time in the big league.
How are they going to keep this bad boy going with the pitching right now? I know Cobb had a rough one yesterday, not the best, but he's been excellent all year. Like DeSclafani, Manaea, Junis, Alex Wood, Ross Stripling. They got to get one of these guys to deliver here. I mean, what's your thoughts on the starting pitching right now? Because I know the bullpen's been excellent. It's just I'm really worried that they don't have enough to get them through these next couple of weeks to get to this deadline.
Well, I mean, Logan Webb's been doing fantastic. Obviously, he's in the top 5 in NL Cy Young voting. Alex Cobb's start yesterday, I mean, you can take that and throw it right out the window.
Agreed.
He's pitched really well all season. Alex Wood, I think we would like to see him get it going a little bit better. Ross Stripling was really good the other day. He gave up the only base runner he gave up was in the inning he gave up that home run. Other than that, he threw 5 perfect innings, which was really encouraging. I think he's earned himself that start in Detroit, hopefully at the end of this road trip. But he's done better, and he's earned himself another shot at the rotation. But I think that in order for this team to make some noise in the postseason, you're going to need 4 starters. I don't think you can get by with 3. I think you need 4 guys that you can consistently count on. So if I were in those talks with Farhan in the front office and Gabe and everybody who's involved in the approaching August 1st deadline, I would have starting pitching as one of the things that I'm circling to look at.
How does that affect the psyche of the bullpen guys? Because we know the pitchers are just different in general. 9 times out of 10, they're a little quirky. And how does that affect the psyche of you guys? Because I know traditionally, we'd have 4 or 5 starters, and you knew your spots. And this is so untraditional right now. I mean, you got basically 2 dudes, and then I have no idea what they're going to do with the rest of the rotation. It feels like a lot of TBD. How do you think it's affecting their preparation, the bullpen and whatnot, and just their overall psyche heading into these series?
Yeah, I don't think it affects them too much. I mean, those guys down there are really resilient. I mean, everyone knows that certain days are going to be bullpen days until they iron this whole thing out, and on those bullpen days, it's an all-hands-on-deck day. But, I mean, when you have everybody else in the rotation, you're assuming they're going to go through their workload, whatever that may be. I mean, it was really encouraging, like I said, to see Ross Stripling go
for sure
6 innings, and only on 76 pitches. He was really efficient. It was really nice to see him kind of get back to that old form that we're accustomed to seeing him in years past. But those bullpen guys, like I mentioned, I mean, Camilo is the 9th inning guy. Obviously, you have the Rogers brothers who are going to throw late in the game as well, Scott Alexander. But you have a lot of guys in Minaya and Jacob Junis who can eat up innings. They, without kind of having roles assumed, these guys know when they're going to be coming in to pitch. So it's not something that I think they really worry about. They come in, they do their job prior to the game, and once the game starts, they just go about their routines as normal until the phone rings, and then everyone's heart rate gets a little faster to see whose name's going to be called.
George Contos joining us here on the Morning Roast, obviously former World Series champion with the team and now analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. And you were talking about, Farhan going out into this rotation. Do you think they're just potentially a pitcher or 2 away from having legit championship hopes and going up against the teams like the Braves, the Dodgers, and the Rays as far as, a championship goes?
So I'll tell you what, I mean, anything can happen in October as we've seen, 3 times when we've won and, and the other time when we were eliminated in 16. October's a different animal, and you have to be firing on all cylinders when October, whatever it is, 5th comes along and those postseason games start rolling. But you want to give yourself the best chance to play well and get deep into October. And I think we saw or we heard Farhan say that their immediate need is some middle infield help with Craw being down right now. Casey Schmidt can handle shortstop. The bat's been a little bit on the quieter side since his tear when he came up. You have Tyrell Estrada, who's still injured and maybe 10 days to 2 weeks away. So I know that the middle infield is something that they are going to look at addressing. I would love to see another middle-of-the-order bat with Haniger down.
Yeah.
A middle-of-the-order guy. I said it yesterday on the show. I would love if he's available, if he becomes available. Nolan Arenado is a guy who I always hated facing, but I know he loves playing against the Giants, and he was always been a Giants fan. I would love to see them maybe take on some of that salary and have him for the next 4 years. Another guy we talked about was Jordan Montgomery. I watched him and was teammates with him with the Yankees when I finished my career, and I've kind of paid attention and watched him as he got traded to St. Louis. He's a guy who's just a great baseball pitcher. He's a great starting pitcher. He kind of goes out there and goes about his business and gets the job done. He's another guy that I think could be really nice to have. So there's some options. I mean, you're going to potentially get Luke Jackson and John Brebbia back soon, which is going to fortify the bullpen even more. And that would be like getting a trade piece if you're not going to add at the bullpen. But, I think a middle-of-the-order bat, as Farhan said, they're going to address the middle infield situation, and I think a starting pitcher are some mandatory things that you need at the deadline.
Yeah, I'm with you. I forgot about Brebbia coming back. They really do need him. He was really good for them this year. You've referenced some of your stops along the way. 2012, you come to the Giants, and Crawford was young. And I feel like we've kind of forgotten what it was like at the beginning of the Crawford era defensively and offensively when he was there. Take me behind the scenes when he was struggling, because he didn't hit very well that first year. What was Boch's approach with him? What was the team's approach with Brandon Crawford? Because I'm seeing Casey Schmidt right now. The glove is MLB ready. And the bat has been struggling, and that's a real thing to navigate right now. How did you guys deal with that as a team when Crawford was there early on and you guys were trying to win the division?
Well, I'll tell you what, Crawford's defense has always been elite, and even when I mean, guy, four Gold Gloves speaks for itself. I mean, there's nothing that you can say about it. And even though he's 35 years old now, maybe he's lost a step or half a step or whatever, but you still see him make those plays that he's made his whole career, and it makes him look so easy. The way the guy moves is just impressive and fun to watch. And early in Brandon's career, even his struggles, he always put together quality at bat. And he's a professional baseball player in that his approach is he's never going to get down on himself. He's going to put the work in. You can tell that his attitude was always just like, I'm going to get through this. I'm going to get through this. And Brandon's been kind of his years outside of 2021 when we were hearing rumblings of, MVP talk for him. He was a 250 to 260 guy. He'd have his, 15 to 20 homers. But he always put quality at bats together. And when Brandon is hitting the ball well, he lets the ball travel well, and he can backspin it and hit it to left field the other way really, really well. That bat stays in the zone really long. And I think that when he starts struggling, you really try to focus on that approach, because whenever things are not going the way that you want them to go, you try and start doing too much, and you want to get jumpy and you want to pull the ball. But if you can kind of just slow down and take a deep breath and let the ball travel and get back to going the other way, that starts getting you back on track. And Brandon's always been really good at doing that.
So do you think, should Casey Schmidt try to employ something similar to that? Because it just feels like the fervor of fans is, he's not hitting. And I'm like, dude, he's playing great defensively. Like, the bat's going to come around. Everyone's got to kind of relax a little. The at-bats have looked better. He just doesn't have the results right now. So what do you do with Casey?
Well, I think right now Casey's your shortstop. I mean, who else are you going to put there at the moment, right? I mean, Brandon's on the IL, and you have Luciano at AAA, who just got promoted there, and I know he's hitting well over his last 3 weeks or 3.5 weeks, but I don't know if he's quite ready yet for the major league, which is why I think Farhan and company feels like they need to address the lack of depth in the middle infield side of it. But Casey Schmidt plays great defense. We know that. You need to hit, though. That's part of it as well. And he came up with such a tear. The league started to kind of get a look at him and see that he was chasing a lot. If he can just not be so, he wants to hit the ball. He gets in the batter's box, and the first pitch he sees, if it's in the zone, he wants to attack, which is a great quality to have. But you have to show a little bit more discipline, and the more he learns to do that, the better he's going to continue to be. And there's obviously no doubt that he can handle himself at the major league level, because we've seen it. But it's just how you make the adjustment to when the league adjusts to you initially, and that's what he's going through right now.
George Contos joining us here on the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. And George, we appreciate the time. We got one more for you. We got the trade deadline approaching here, August 1st. And I want to get into the psyche of a player and get your perspective on this. Being a bullpen guy too, it feels like even on a lot of winning teams, during the deadline, weird stuff happens. Like you don't expect to get traded. Hey, I've been contributing. I've been winning on this team. Why did you want to get rid of me? There's this anxiety, if you will. Did you feel that at all as a trade deadline approaches, or how did you block out the noise, or just didn't even pay attention to it as this August 1st deadline approaches, and players might be feeling like, hey, I may get an opportunity somewhere else, or to win, or hell, to be on a losing team?
Well, the one thing that I can say is that you never want to leave the organization that you are with, because you have your friends there, and everyone always talks about that family environment, and you learn how quickly the game becomes business when you're trying to upgrade a roster, right? And the only time that I ever felt that there could be a move made were a couple of the years where we were looking to be sellers, where we weren't doing very well that year. 13 and 15. And 17, I ended up leaving because the team was scuffling a little bit. But on the years where you are looking to add, the typical thought process is you never want to take away or subtract from your major league roster, from the guys that have been there. You usually add to your team through prospects or fringy guys. Maybe guys who are up and down, but guys who have been on this team and who have contributed this far throughout the whole season, I wouldn't expect any of them to be worried. I mean, bottom line is, if something happens, it happens. There's no point in looking towards the future until something does happen. And these guys are showing up every day looking to do business as usual and win whatever game that they're playing that day. So I think the psyche in the clubhouse, everyone's probably coming in and just being business as usual. I would expect them to add and not subtract anything from the major league roster, other than maybe somebody getting optioned whenever an addition does come. But, that's just a matter of time before a guy like that comes back. So I think it's probably business as usual in this year when I think it's pretty dead set that we're going to be looking to add.
George, appreciate the time, man. Go enjoy the range and go enjoy Oppenheimer this week. Give us your review next time you're on, all right?
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, George.
Appreciate it. George Kontos, World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants twice over and current analyst for NBC Sports Bay Area. Good stuff there. George, he is swaggy. I see his shoes on the set all the time. He knows his stuff. He's good. Bullpen guys specifically, I always love their perspectives because they're just a little bit quirky. Because you have to be. Like thinking about positions in sports that you get crushed and you never get the thanks. Bullpen's one of them, right? Like you don't get credit for the hold, but if you give up the lead, you're getting crushed the next day. Closers specifically, but a lot of the setup guys too.
There's a running joke amongst position players when it comes to pitchers. Pitchers aren't baseball players.
You say that to our Evan Giddings who pitched
and they lose their minds.
Oh, they don't like that.
Look, there are guys that are great baseball players who also happen to just pitch, right? But there are a lot of guys that are just great throwers.
Yeah.
They've got a great electric arm, and they're just quirky wackadoodles.
Jeff Samardzija, as a thrower of the baseball, he was a very interesting guy. Get out of here. Thrower of the baseball, you like that?
No, I don't.
888-957-9570.
But that's my running joke, and that's an inside thing for me and us. How do you view the Giants right now? Like, wait. You're unemotional about these things. When you watch the Giants from afar, what do you average team, playoff level team?
They're going to the playoffs.
In the mix.
They're in the mix. I think if they continue this stretch, they're going to go into the playoffs. I look at a team like below them, and now Miami, man, they've lost 6 in a row. They're streaking down. I'm looking at the top of the NL wildcard standings as it stands today. You got the D-backs and Giants, same record, 54-43, and then you got the Phillies, who are red hot, but they're scuffling a little bit late as of late, 5-5 in their last 10 at 52-44. Then you got the Marlins, you got the Reds. Are the Padres going to do anything? Padres sneakily are hanging around a bit. They're 6.5 back. Are they going to do something at the deadline to try and jumpstart this team? Because it feels like they're going all in. I'm not convinced just yet, Joe Shasky. The San Diego Padres are quite sellers. I do expect the Giants, as we're talking about them, to be buyers at this deadline. What's it going to be? And you just heard from Kontos there. Middle of the order help. I think of pitching more than I think of batting with this team. Maybe that's just me. And let me know your thoughts at 888-957-9570. They're a third guy away from saying, okay, I can believe in this team making at least a run now in the playoffs. 2, with Cobb and Webb, no. Adding a third, I can start getting a little more serious about this squad. Because right now I'm just, the Striplings, the Woods, the DeSclafanis, the Manias, how can I take that seriously? Because they haven't been playing very well. I know Stripling, again, he had a good start the other day, but really? Alex Wood, Joe?
I mean, Kontos said it pretty succinctly. He's earned another start. That doesn't mean
great.
That doesn't feel very confident.
And another hosting gig next Friday. Awesome.
You've earned another slot. Everybody wants starting pitching in baseball right now. It's become even more scarce than it has in years past. I think there's a very valid argument that if Estrada doesn't come back soon, you absolutely need a middle infielder more than you need a starting pitcher. And that might sound crazy, but think about it. Like right now, Casey Schmidt is like basically 9 for his last 80.
Not good. No.
Okay, so he's under 200. He's not barreling the ball up very well. Brett Wisely has been admirable, trying to fill in.
Sam Lundman's twin, yes.
He's doing the best he can, but I don't see him as a big leaguer, and I don't mean that as disrespect or slander. I think it's more being realistic. Yeah. They need another infielder, and they need Estrada to get back quickly, and I don't know where he's going to be at.
Yeah, man, that injury he had to his wrist, it was interesting, too, because he was scuffling towards the end there, and he was playing like an all-star all year long. He was a baller. And man, that
table setter
was. And then obviously the emergence of Patrick Bailey helped a lot because where would this team be without him? Patrick Bailey, they would be scuffling with him and Estrada. Like, come on, man.
Patrick Bailey has, in many ways, righted the ship for the season because as good as Blake Sable has been defensively, he's just nowhere near as good as what Patrick Bailey has been. And obviously seeing the back and forth between Ellie De La Cruz, one of the most dynamic base runners in baseball,
out yesterday. How cool is that?
Against Patrick Bailey. How fun is that?
It's pretty
when
cool.
The whole stadium knows you're going to steal, and you got a guy on the mound who doesn't necessarily have the fastest delivery time, and you, the catcher, know that you have to gun that guy down.
It's pretty cool.
I love the cat and mouse game. I love the good, bad, the ugly, kind of the spaghetti westerning of a guy trying to steal on you, knowing he's going to steal, and you having to throw him out.
Underrated end of a game moment and how a game could end, throwing out a guy on second base to end it all. Like at the bottom of the ninth situation, they're trying to tie it up. They got one runner at 2 outs.
That's a fun way.
It rarely happens. Like I can't even think of the last time that has happened when guys are because usually in today's game,
I would say
they're not doing that.
Yes.
But if you have a legit, let's say you have and he's hurt right now, but Uri Ruiz for the A's, who was leading the league until he got hurt, and now it's Ronald Acuna Jr. You have a guy like that. And they're the A's. It's like whatever. They had that sort of situation. You're going up against Patrick. Man, I wish he was healthy because we could have had that scenario this next week. But man, it's pretty cool throwing him out. That's like a walk-off for a catcher, right?
Yes.
The one time you can.
One of the great moments in Giants history, a sad one, is Savon Rodriguez hanging onto the ball as JT Snow tries to plow him coming around, and that ended the series, ended the game. I mean, that's as exciting as you can get to end a game and end a series. Sid Bream, the opposite. Barry Bonds couldn't throw him out. It was one of the great moments in Pirate and Brave history. Sad one for the Pirates, but it's one that you remember. Those types of plays, bang bang plays on the base pass, those are what makes it. Matt Holliday sliding in for the Rockies as they qualify for their first World Series moment. Those things are amazing. Luis Gonzalez base hit over Derek Jeter as he gets like fisted by Mariano Rivera, and he's celebrating up the line. Yeah, we all remember those.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app, favorite 95.7 The Game for all of your sports coverage, Bay Area sports coverage, Warriors, Giants, 49ers, all of that. We got training camp coming up next week, Joe Shasky, Wednesday. And we've been talking all sports this morning. We've been talking Warriors. We've been talking Giants. We've been talking 49ers, talking A's, Sharks, people. Oh, we got Chargers calling in. Chargers, messing with that. Justin Herbert. Yeah, go blow more playoff leads, buddy. Come on. But we've been talking about sports ownership today, right? Because Dan Snyder sold. And he obviously now former owner of the Washington Commanders. Big deal. Feels like they just won a Super Bowl out in Washington. Happy for them. I hope some miracle happens with that, with John Fisher and the A's, because it feels like pretty comparable. Like there's been a relief now for that Washington fan base. So we posed the question, and it's on our YouTube chat right now. If you could own one Bay Area team, which would you want to own? Right now, the Warriors are winning at 46%. Got the Niners coming in at second, 27%. Giants, A's split at 13%. And Joe Shasky, earlier you said the Giants. Why?
I would want to own the Giants because to me, I think they've got the farthest to go. And I think you'd get the most amount of credit from the fan base. And just the whole running of a baseball team to me is so nuanced and it's such a day-to-day grind. Not that the NFL and the NBA aren't, but it's just something about it. Going to the ballpark every single day, that ballpark, inheriting that stadium would be really, really, really cool. And I do think that there's something about, where they're at right now. It feels like they need some change in terms of front office stuff. And boy, it'd be nice to have a swashbuckling guy get in there or a gal get in there and just like, hey, we're going to do bang, 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 bang. And be bold.
An AJ Preller type, like what he did with the Padres, right?
Exactly.
Whenever he came in and we gave him a lot of grief, a lot of credit. This guy should be fired immediately. I give him credit, man. The Padres were boring for most of my life. Post Tony Gwynn, please. Most boring uniforms. The ballpark was cool, but everyone's taking over. Hell, the A's were taking over Petco. They didn't have anyone going to those games that were Padre fans. They were bored. The whole fan base was bored. And then AJ Preller, you know what? Go get me Justin Upton. Give me his brother BJ Upton. Go get me Kimbrel. Go get me Matt Kemp. Let's do everything. Didn't work. I applaud him for trying at least. Now the skeptics would be like, oh, you gave up all that farm system. But then now you fast forward a little bit. They've had some success. They still got the Tatises of the world. And then the guy they ended up bringing in with AJ Preller initially, James Shield, trade them to the White Sox, end up getting that guy in Tatis. So I applaud Maverick types like that. May not always work, but go for it. That's all we want as fans, right?
Absolutely.
The owner being invested and going for it. Give me the owner that cares 100 times out of 100 than the guy that's just trying to make a buck.
Oh, yeah. Look
shout out John Fisher. Yeah. Shout out Joe Lacob.
Yeah,
there's the juxtaposition and all you need right there.
If you won with the Warrior, like let's say you become the Warrior owner today, right now, and you won this year, you get a lot of credit. You get a lot of credit for winning, but a lot of people be like, you inherited Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Even Bob Myers, for as great as he was the architect.
Yeah.
What do people say? Well, Larry Riley was the one who drafted Steph Curry.
We give Bob more credit for the Durant stuff, I would say, than yes. But he still gets credit because he was there. But no, he inherited a Hall of Famer in Stephen Curry. Didn't know it yet, but yes.
And if you did the same thing with the Niners and the exercise, you'd be like, well, you did finally get them over the top.
Yeah.
Right? And you'd get a lot of credit for that, but they'd be like, you'd inherited a really good situation. Inheriting the Giants, it feels like they got a long way to go. Even if you like their infrastructure, even if you believe in whatever their long-term plan is, you would admit, take a step back. They're much farther if this were a race than where the Niners and Giants Warriors are.
What's the number one priority for you, Joe Shasky? You're now the owner for the San Francisco Giants. What's the number one priority? Is it Shohei Ohtani? Getting that guy here?
For the San Francisco Giants?
Yes.
The number one priority, if I was running the Giants right now, the number one priority would be connecting with my fan base and bringing in a person that they could emotionally connect to and build a relationship with over a long period of time. That's the number one thing.
Okay.
So starting with someone like Matos is a good example, right? He hasn't even, I feel like a lot of the shine of Matos is kind of already worn off because he hasn't played real well. I would have Matos in a lot of different commercials. I would have Matos, plastered all around the stadium. I'd have some sort of a marketing campaign. Now, that's a lot for a 21-year-old who doesn't speak English as his primary language. It's really, really difficult. But I think building that rapport with someone that we love, there's a reason Clay and Dre and Steph are beloved. And yes, the championships baked into it are the key component, but they've been here for almost 15 years.
So it feels like
the familiarity is there.
And you're hoping that, obviously, with Patrick Bailey, the Matoses, the guys like that. And this is from Giants for Life on the YouTube chat. Are the Giants really that far away? It only takes one stud to build around. And I don't think you're talking about winning per se, because they've won. They had the 100-win season just a couple years ago. You're talking about blue bloods, young guys coming up and establishing themselves to this younger fan base in this next generation. You need someone that you can connect with. You're not connecting, and God bless him, like the Michael Confortos of the world. And he's been good, but that's not doing it for you.
Let's say hypothetically they won a championship this year. Okay? Let's say they won a championship. Who's the number one character on the team?
How does it play out? That's the thing.
No, I'm asking you. From as a casual observer of the Giants, who's the guy? When they won it all in 2010, Timmy was a phenomenon.
Him and Brian Wilson.
Brian Wilson was a phenomenon. All right. Pablo Sandoval, though he got benched, was a fan favorite. The Panda. You know what I mean? Uribe and all these other randoms, they weren't as popular. Pat Burrell had popularity because he was a local guy.
Well, I was going to say, but wouldn't you think these guys become popular right when they win?
Lincecum was popular before they won.
Yes.
Because he won 2 Cy Youngs.
How popular is Freddie Sanchez?
Not that popular.
Yeah, but then he became popular.
I agree.
Yes.
But I'm saying rock star status.
Yeah.
Timmy was as popular. Whatever you think of Klay Thompson right now, Timmy was on that level.
Yes.
Right? And I don't even want to go Steph because comparing anyone to Steph feels unfair. I'm just talking about let's say Klay and Dre.
Beloved. Yes.
Timmy was he was a rock star.
Yes.
He was a rock star.
He was the freak. He was
now,
must-see
Panda
TV.
I wouldn't put on that same level, but Panda was very popular.
He was.
Very, very
Panda
popular.
hats, yep.
The beard.
Brandon Belt.
That was 2011, but
I know. We're going to 2012. You know what I'm saying?
They had
I was just trying to rib you there, Joe. Come on.
Even Matt Cain, for as boring as Matt Cain might have been in an interview, I do believe people loved Matt Cain.
Cainer. He was a grinder, man. He had the perfect game, too. I know, obviously, a little after. We're just going to 2010.
Well, Cain had more Kevon Looney vibes.
Well, Cain also had that really big underdog story, too.
Yes.
And just how screwed he got by the offense in the early part of his career. And I think
Cain games.
With me as a Giants fan, because Matt Cain was always one of my favorite Giants, I wanted him to win the most because I felt he deserved it the most after the buzzard luck he had at the start of his career. So that's kind of where I think the rock star status for Matt Cain came from, where it's just
he was not a rock star, though.
Well, I mean, I'm being liberal with the rock star. The fan favorite status.
Indie band.
Maybe I'm being liberal with the rock star status, but he's the fan favorite status came from the fact
that
he was, he deserved more, and when he finally got it, you felt so happy for him when he finally did get it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our Twitch and YouTube streams.
And then Buster Posey, who we haven't referenced from that 2010 team, he was the Golden Spikes Award winner, and he was the highest draft pick since Will Clark. So Buster represented hope. And this is at the beginning of the internet era for Giants fans, where it felt like You had started to hear and see him on the internet because of the prospect stuff, and they had one in San Jose, which doesn't mean much because nobody cares about what the San Jose Giants are doing. But we had heard about Buster Posey, and he replaced a fan favorite in Benji Molina. I know it's hard to remember now, but Benji was the number 1 jersey in like 08 and outside of Zito in like 08, 09.
Yeah.
He was very, very popular.
He was.
Benji Molina was very
very
popular.
good, too. Yes.
So Buster replaces him and wins Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Wins Rookie of the Year over Jason Hayward.
Who's still doing it for the Dodgers, by the way. He's still hitting bombs. You see that old man, Jason Hayward, still getting after it. Dodgers get all these guys. But can Patrick Bailey be that guy?
Well,
and
maybe that's
we'll unfair of me to put that on him. But
it is unfair.
Is he the Rookie of the Year right now?
No, because it's going to be.
Is it going to be Carroll automatically?
Yeah, even though he had like a month and a half last year.
He's in the conversation, though, right? Like, Bailey's got to be like, not obvious. Okay, like 2, 3. Okay.
I mean, you're talking about 2 guys that are having like unprecedented
seasons. But I'm not
seasons.
putting Ellie De La Cruz over Bailey right now. He hasn't done enough.
Well, and the Reds aren't winning at the clip that the Giants are winning at currently.
He's in the conversation.
Absolutely.
He's in the conversation. Yes.
And I would say that what he's doing...
Those guys aren't... See, catchers does get a bad rap here because he is asked to do a lot more than those guys, I would say.
Similar to the way offensive linemen don't get the credit that they deserve, the catcher here, like what he's done for the staff is almost unquantifiable.
Yes. And that's what made Buster Posey so special. And what's going to be interesting to find out, man, it's going to be the first, if they make the playoffs, the first time you don't have Buster Posey, right? How huge was he, if they do make the playoffs, in those situations where you can lean on a guy with postseason experience?
Yeah.
I don't know if Patrick, and listen, he's been nailed so far. It's another animal if and when they get there, and that's a conversation for a later day maybe, but that's an underrated part that we look back on. We like to give Bochy all the credit, pushing all the right buttons, all that sort of stuff. Dave Righetti, yeah. Ultimately, it comes down to the players. Coaches coach, players play. And Buster Posey, God, he was masterful.
Oh, come on.
Every single time, every single run. I was like, why do these guys just keep winning? Oh, yeah, Buster Posey's calling the right pitch every single time. Affel, Lopez, anyone, doesn't matter.
If you say, I'm just curious on this because we do this like Otto Porter Jr. If you say some Otto Porter Jr. to a random Bay Area sports fan, they start like, they smile. They're like, yeah, Otto Porter Jr. Won a championship here.
Yeah, cool guy.
Not that he was the reason, but like, yeah, you know.
Bielitsa, yeah, cool.
Right?
Yeah.
And like if I say Cody Ross, 14 years later.
Legend.
Right?
Legend. Steve, legend
Now,
status.
he probably did more in that singular moment, right, to win that game than Porter did maybe at any point. But Porter was very important. I'm not trying to diminish Porter. But like you think of
Porter,
when I say Cody Ross, instantly you're like
home run
off of the best pitcher in baseball at the time, Roy Halladay.
Doc, R.I.P. man. Yes, that's to your point. That's true.
So what you're saying is like if this team wins it, like, and they're not going to, but if let's say they win it all, could guys become cult heroes? Absolutely. But I look back at that 2010 team, and I think we've underrated how popular those guys were heading into that playoff run.
It's fascinating now that I'm juxtaposing it because you brought in the Warriors into this, because the way we view those teams, it is mythical, and maybe it was because it was so early.
I've got another point too on that.
Jordan Poole, we've been talking about him a bunch. He won a title with this team.
I know.
And he was beloved.
I know.
Now it seems like kick rocks, dude.
Couldn't wait to get rid of him.
Couldn't wait.
Who did we turn on quicker, him or Aubrey Huff?
Wow. And Aubrey Huff, personality-wise, horrible. What is Jordan Poole got punched and we're just running this kid off.
Is the Brian Wilson one more applicable? Because Brian felt like he gave his arm to the team, which I understand, and he felt like maybe the team let him down. Like that felt very personal. Brian Wilson and Larry Bear.
I think that's closer to the Aubrey Huff thing. Yes, because
Aubrey was more like off the field and everything since playing. Although he did quit on the team, and I think at the time he was signing it under mental health and stuff, and people questioned that. I don't know.
Yeah. Right now we're discussing what Bay Area team would you like to buy given the opportunity. Obviously, Dan Snyder, big deal in the NFL yesterday, sold the Washington Commanders to Josh Harris and that group. For $6 billion, Joe Shasky. Giants, Warriors, 49ers, A's. Who do you want to own? 888-957-957.
I know you're going to go out to the lines here, but the other thing that made that Giants team in 2010 so popular was that you have to remember it was 3 years removed from We Believe.
Yeah.
And the Niners hadn't been to the playoffs since 2003.
There is that aspect to it.
So there was a gap for a San Francisco fan. There was a gap where they hadn't been in the playoffs in a long, long, long time in a lot of these sports. And We Believe was amazing. We thought that was the height of Warrior basketball. But like You had lost Baron Davis. You didn't really know where that was going. And so I think the timing of the rise of the Giants played into those guys even being more mythical than they were.
And maybe the apt comparison is comparing that team with the Warriors, right? With the Bogut's of the world, the Leandro Barbosas, if you will. Guys like that is more apt than winning their 4th title and Jordan Poole being a part of that. Although, you did hear Stephen Curry and a lot of Warriors fans say this one may be the sweetest that they just won most recently. JJ's out in San Jose. He wants to weigh in on the Bay Area ownership, if you will. What Bay Area team would you like to buy given the chance? JJ, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Freestyle Friday.
Oh, yes.
I like that.
You know what? I was, we're very spoiled because for the most part, every team that we've had in the Bay has had some success.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like we're Detroit or a city like that where they have teams and they don't have any success. Cleveland, whatever. But I think I would buy the Warriors for number one because they're the only team in the Bay Area, and I think they've taken advantage of that opportunity to market the entire Bay Area.
Good call.
From Oakland, San Jose, obviously the city. You know, even making some fans of those that live even closer to Sacramento and stuff like that. And obviously basketball players, in my opinion, are the most marketable.
Agreed.
They're allowed to have some flash and they're allowed to have some riz, like how the kids say nowadays. And, you know, if you can get a one guy or even two guys, that's really all you need to try to be on top of that particular market. And we have the guy, so I get with the Warriors.
Okay.
All right. That's JJ in San Jose
I like
chiming
that.
in 888-957-9570. Real quick, the missus, Jade, she's listening. Love you, Jade.
Okay.
Love you. Text me. I would buy the Raiders. Then I would shut them down so I could have my Sundays back. That's not very nice.
I love that
Come
answer.
on.
I love that answer.
I'm not that bad on Sundays, sweetheart. Am I? I'm pretty bad.
You know, it's very.
I hate being that bad.
You kind of put me up against the wall here, asking me like, "Hey, if you bought the Giants, what's the number one move that you make?"
I did. Sorry.
But no. I think it's actually a great question because like we've talked a lot about like Dunleavy's taking over for Bob Myers. What's the one move he should make? Can we all agree when you're running these teams, no one's ever one move away.
No, you're never just one move away.
But
you're one move away from being one move away.
One move can propel a series of moves that can turn you in the right direction. But like you're always a variety of moves away. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So like answering like one move away, what's one position? You know, at the deadline, Forehand's got to get this one guy and Dunleavy has to make this trade. It's never that simple.
It's never that simple. No, it's not. It absolutely is not. 888-957-9570. No, all the people in the chat, she wasn't dogging the Raiders. She was dogging me because I obsess about them on Sundays. Relax. Still love you. Cole in Pleasant Hill wants to join the conversation.
Hey,
What's going on, Cole? You're on
Cole.
With Spadoni and Chasky.
Happy Friday, guys. It's going to be a hot one, at least not in San Francisco, but everywhere else. So hope we all enjoy. I would take the Warriors, although I'm a big Giants fan. Baseball is my favorite sport. There are way too many players in baseball, too much to handle there. Football, I hate seeing the injuries all the time. I do think everybody should be playing on grass fields, but it's a whole different conversation. Basketball, there's a whole culture behind it. It's everyone seems to enjoy it a lot. There's not so much controversy, we'll say, and players can hang around for a bit longer. I feel they have longer careers, and I mean, the culture alone is just a reason to stick with that team. So go Dubs, but go Niners, go Giants. Let's go.
Appreciate you, Cole, chiming in.
I'm visualizing me hoisting a Lombardi. I'm visualizing me hoisting a Larry O'Brien. And now I'm visualizing me hoisting the World Series trophy.
What's the best trophy out of all of them?
Those three?
Lombardi looks the best. Not even close.
It might look the best. That World Series one is pretty badass.
But the Lombardi, there is something about just special. All the moments they're holding them up.
I've done that so many times in Madden. It's
the same thing in Madden. Yeah, it's the same
Honestly,
thing.
if we're going to talk best trophy, I mean, I kind of agree with you, Shasky. I would take the
Stanley
World
Cup's
Series
the GOAT.
trophy. No, it is. It is the Stanley Cup.
the
There
GOAT,
is
yes.
some, a couple years ago, I went to the NHL All-Star game. You got to take a picture with let's call it the Stanley Cup. I don't think it was the actual Stanley Cup. I think it was a replica. But even just like being with, they let you touch it and all that stuff, which is why they think that, which makes me think it wasn't the real one. But when you're in its presence, it's just, it has an aura about it.
Like it's a lightsaber. When you're in its presence, you can feel the force.
You really can. There's some about that cup that just the other trophies don't have. This is a guy who, you see how much time I spent around the World Series trophy.
World Series trophy.
Exactly.
And then you post it on Instagram and say, I'm with my girlfriends.
Yeah, basically that.
What is that ringer?
That was my guru needs to film a soda video.
We're going to talk about that on the other side.
Oh my God!
But no, I like the Stanley Cup. That's my top.
Thank
trophy.
you, Sam Lovin, chiming in there. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky California. More championship talk here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni, Shasky, one more. Let's go.
What's going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome in. It is the Morning Roast. Thank you, Chewy. Spadonian for Bonte. One more segment here for you, alongside Joe Shasky. Chewy's always good people. When I did promotions here at our little cluster here at Odyssey from an older station, now it's 102 Jams, but it used to be Q102, and Chewy worked there then and treated us well, very well, and the promotional staff treated us to lunch and stuff like that. We were out in the hot in Concord doing the live events for tickets and stuff. Have much love for Chewy Gomez, 888-957-9570. I have much love for the sport of golf as well. You want to golf at one of the shows here at 95.7 The Game?
I do.
A few more spots opened up. Berkeley Country Club next Tuesday, July 25th. Please only enter if A, you like to golf, and B, are able to play next Tuesday, July 25th. Go to the contest page on our website to enter 957thegame.com for your chance to win. Got a music quiz coming up here in about 20 minutes. We've been talking about if you could own one Bay Area franchise here, who would you want to buy? Who would you want to own? Giants, Warriors, 49ers, A's. That's the question up on our YouTube poll. Warriors winning 46%, 27% to the 49ers. A's slightly edging out the Giants 14% to 13%. Got over 400 votes in there, Joe Shasky. How you doing this morning, buddy? Payday Friday, one more to go. It's been a fun week, man. I got to be honest. Had a lot of fun this week. No, seriously, it's been a dream come true for me. We started out at the butcher shop. I was just on the board. Me, you, Lucas Alexander, Covey. It's been really fun this week. I appreciate all the roasters welcoming me in. I know I'm that guy, the irritant at times. I'd like to chime in during the Laker games, all that sort of stuff. But for real, thank you all the guys. I appreciate you.
When are we going to announce those winners for that round of golf? Do we know?
Great question. Sam, do we know? I don't know.
Oops, sorry, I was doing something else again.
Do we know when the announcements for the contest is for the golf spots?
For the golf spot, no, I don't, but let me see if I can find someone who does.
Sam, what was that ring that we heard from your phone? What ringtone do you have for your phone?
That was my alarm to remind myself to go shoot the soda video with Guru and whichever Morning Roast host is available to do so.
I think I looked awkward in that video. I did it today, by the way.
What kind of music is that? Because it was ridiculous.
I don't know, it's one of the alarms that the iPhones have. You know, there's lots of different alarms, and so I like to choose different beats without seeing what they sound like, and whatever they sound like, that's what they sound like.
Yeah, Beats by Lubman. I like that. John in Oakland, real quick, we'll get to you in a second.
Beats by Lubman. I don't know why that got me.
Golden State Lakota on the chat. A's got to move to Golden Gate Fields. Yeah, Golden Gate Fields, Shasky. Closing down, man. You ever bet on the ponies out there?
Of course.
Man.
It's a tough stretch of freeway right there.
It is very tough stretch, but man,
it always backs up right there.
Oh, it's bad.
It's so windy.
Emeryville's right there. It's always so windy. Yeah, I used to live right over near there off of Ashby over in Berkeley, Jade and I. And man, that sucks. I grew up in horse racing around it because my dad has worked at seriously. My dad has worked at an off-track betting location. Shout out Monterey Race Place. Monterey.
Really?
Yeah, so I you work 2 jobs a lot because you had 10 kids. You got to work a lot of jobs. Got 10 kids to feed. But yeah, I worked at an off-track betting place, so I would go there after golf practice was on at Old Del Monte Golf Course, go right there. And that was the widest thing I ever just said right there, but it's all right. But I would go over from there, and I would go sit with my dad, do my homework. You're like, hey Joey, bet on one pony. Who do you like? And so-and-so. And he would just put it on it for me, like, hey, you won so-and-so, it'd be great. So a lot of betting in my family.
Interesting.
So it's sad looking at a place in an establishment like a Golden Gate Fields closing up, man. A lot of good memories there.
Sam, you have an update on the golf?
Yeah, so
it's all about the you.
What was that?
That was my text tone. We're learning way too much about my... No. Stop. Time out. According to, look, registration ends at 10 o'clock today. We will be picking a winner this afternoon.
Okay. And what? It's all about the you.
Yes.
What? That was your text tone.
Correct.
Someone send him a text so I can hear it right now. I'm going to send you a text right now. Turn the mic on. I want to hear it one more time. 1 second, Lubman. 1 sec.
Filibuster. Real quick, 650 on the Comcast Business X line. Spadoni's thank you to listeners sounded like he was saying goodbye forever. I'm not saying goodbye forever.
My God.
It's all about the you. You guys hear that in the background? It's all about the you.
Oh, my God.
Things are percolating indeed, Stephen A. John's in Oakland. Who do you want to buy out of the Bay Area franchises? John in Oakland. You're on the Morning Road to Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, morning, fellas. Happy Friday. We made it.
Yes.
Just want to say, you guys remember the $1 Sundays at Golden Gate Fields? Man, those were the times.
I do remember those.
Dollar hot dogs, baby.
Love the dollars. I mean, dollar beers, dollar hot dogs, unlimited. But going back to the question, love the question this morning. Being born and raised in Oakland, I think I would snatch the A's up. Just thinking businessman-wise, get it for low. The ceiling's really high. You look at the Niners, you look at the Warriors. They're worth so much right now. Like, how much more can it go up? Who knows? But the A's are, like, at bottom tier. You get a new stadium. You revitalize the team. You can 10 extra money like Lakeup did with the Warriors. That's where I'm at. Take care, guys.
Thanks, John in Oakland. And to his point, best bang for your buck probably with Oakland now.
But you have to invest a lot of money.
You do have to invest. But you were talking about a challenge with the Giants. Be a big challenge with the A's. It would be fascinating to see. That's why we keep talking about a guy like Joe Lacob, and he's talking about it a bunch. He's like, hey, listen, it's not for sale. If it was, I would be interested. He kept saying that. Obviously, he was sniffing around Artie Moreno and the Angels down there. Artie's not selling right now. We'll see what happens there with Shohei Ohtani this offseason. But a guy like a Joe Lacob owning the A's, I would bet on him making them a competitor in this market.
Can we have a realistic conversation?
We can have a realistic conversation.
So
he'd have to buy it. Let's go through this. He'd buy the team.
So right now he's got a very big bill in paying off Chase Center and maintaining the payroll that he currently has on that team.
He'd have to have some partners in this probably if he was going to buy the A's. You would assume.
And a lot of money.
Yes.
There's a reason why the Saudi people are being sought after as investors across sports, especially by the guy who's going to buy the Washington football team right now, is because it's physically almost impossible to have that much money spread out amongst that many teams.
The Saudi money's like unlimited almost, too.
No, I know. That's why he's going to them,
crazy.
because it's basically like trying to get a refinance. So I think it's very easy to say, oh, Lacob would do it. I think it's a lot harder to actually execute a double financial strategy across two different teams in two different leagues where you're trying to finance and pay for the stadium you already built and then do it all again on another side. That's a lot to ask, I guess, is what I'm saying.
It is. But and listen, Joe Lacob, if he does it or not, I don't know. John Fisher, maybe this is all a moot point. Probably is. But at the end of the day, I'm still betting on that man, Joe Lacob, if he does indeed.
That I agree with.
Buy the team, that he's going to make them successful. Because that's all he's done in his life is be successful. And that would be one hell of a challenge because not only are you competing with the team right across the bay, you got the Niners in here, and you also got the defending champion Golden State Warriors, or was defending champion Golden State Warriors. So you got a lot of different competing brands. You have Curry. You have McCaffrey. The Giants get Ohtani. Maybe you got a guy like that. You have all those. So you got to do something big to make that a big splash in location. Stadium will help. Brand new stuff. We love shiny objects like people, like a baby. I have a 9-month-old. She loves shiny objects, crawling around on the table, got stuff in their mouth she's not supposed to. Please don't choke on that, honey. It's a little Mario figurine. Please don't do that. But you love a new stadium. Fans are going to come do that. How long is that going to last? Right? Until they're tired of it. That's when the next thing is going to start. Because you can, and I'm seeing this here from the 913 on the Comcast Business Text line. Love the show, fellas. I'd buy the A's, keep them in Oakland, get the stadium, then go full Steinbrenner, bring in as much stars as possible.
But that's if you have unlimited money.
Yes.
Right? And
baseball,
most
and
people
even then,
don't.
And even then, it doesn't work.
I
just mentioned A.J. Preller with the Padres. Didn't work.
There's a reason Kroenke owns multiple teams across multiple sports. The amount of people that have this kind of money is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
He's had a hell of a run, by the way, Stan Kroenke.
I know he is.
Oh, my. Nuggets, Rams, Avalanche.
But you know what family he married into. I mean, he's in one of the big
Walmart,
corporations in
correct?
America. Yeah. And so what ends up happening is right now, like you're seeing it, these leagues want to partner with the other big businesses.
I don't want to raising my hand like I'm a teacher and you're Professor Shasky. I thought the Denver Broncos people, are they also Walmart?
Walmart's different side of the family.
Different side of the okay, yes. Is that what it is? So I was like, but was there like I don't want to say collusion, but that's kind of tiptoeing a little, no?
I mean, we
two
shall
owners
see.
with the same
just two owners at the same time?
Man, hey Peter, man, turn to channel 9.
No, but
Office Space.
The thing that I keep coming back to when it comes to like talking about the A's situation, when the Giants did it, okay, and the Giants got a sweetheart deal at a time when the city was undervalued before the tech boom and the real estate boom. And I don't know if they could pull off that exact same plan that they did to this degree. They also had Barry Bonds in his prime, and that really helped.
It's true.
So even when the team wasn't good, because they were good the first couple of years, and then they plateaued, they were selling you on the Bonds experience.
No,
okay,
that's a good point.
When the Warriors opened Chase Center, they had Steph. Okay, and even the first year, Steph got hurt. First year of Chase Center, coming off of 3 championships in 4 years, 5 years, they were still having a tough time. People were giving out tickets to those games.
No, it's a good point.
So when you inherit certain superstars and you carry that over as you're building a stadium, as we talk about like the A's stadium, having the stadium is a crucial component, but there are other elements they absolutely have to nail before they can get going. And so saying, hey, we're going to, go out and get this guy and get that guy. Boy, it'd be really nice if they had that superstar to be able to put into the center of that business model when you open that stadium. And that's just really hard.
It is. 888-957-9570.
I'm not saying you can't do it.
No, absolutely. What Bay Area team would you like to buy right now if given the opportunity? Paul is down in SoCal, wants to join in on the conversation. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
You're on 95.7 The Game with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, now you guys bring up a good point with having endless money and tapping into the Saudis, right? But here's the controversy with that. Would you guys be good with that? Because I know the whole PGA listing is going through their debacle with sports washing.
Yeah, it's going through.
That whole element. Yeah. So, I mean, would you guys still be down with that happening if that happened with the A's?
Look, I make contradictions in my life every second of the day. I have this thing right now in my hand, and I'm not here to play moral police. I'm going to tell you that on the front end. But I have this thing in my hand. It is an iPhone, and I know where this is built. In China, okay? Yeah. I'm wearing shoes from Indonesia. I'm wearing shoes that were built from somewhere else. And I don't necessarily love that aspect. I choose to ignore it. I don't get holier than thou when it comes to the whole Saudi thing, because I know that our American government has been dealing with the Saudis for many, many, many years.
It's a very interesting question. I appreciate it.
I think it's a fair point.
It's a fair point. And when it comes to ownership in sports, and I'm seeing it now, I haven't really supported I haven't paid for any A's games this year. I've gotten them gifted to me at times, and I've taken my family to them. There's part of me that does not want to just support anything there, buy anything there, food. Don't want to put money in John Fisher pockets. That's John Fisher. That's just because of what he's doing. I don't personally, Republican Party, I don't think there's anything like other than what he's done business handling in the business of Oakland. That's slimy. As an individual person, I don't know his personality. The Saudis, I know what goes on, all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff attached to that. I know it's easy for us to say, if they're winning, we'll get over it. Some fans, it's not as easy. So I appreciate, I don't want to do the Steiny, but I appreciate both sides of that argument. If someone was to say to me, yeah, I'm not rooting for them anymore, sure, you know what, that's on you. But if someone else, like you just said, Joe Chasky, I'm going to continue to root for the team, I understand that too. There's levels to this. People go to sports to get away, and if they don't have that escape, it leads them down to a dark, dark place. I think for most of the people here at the station, that could be true too.
Think about it. The quarterback of the Niners, infuriated some people. I'm talking going back to Kaepernick. I'll never be a Niner fan again. That's what you hear a lot of people say, and I'm sure they came around. And maybe there's a small segment of people that didn't root for the Niners anymore. Fine. That's their belief. They can believe whatever they want, and they can choose to root or not root however they want. I don't love all of the things that the owner of the Giants, the primary owner of the Giants, has supported financially over the years. Yeah. Nor do I have a piece of paper documenting the algorithms of every single investment and support group and donation and charitable entity that all my owners have supported to or been with. Otherwise, I would never be able to enjoy Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out Burger, which are things that I do enjoy eating. And I know that sometimes they represent or stand for things that I don't necessarily agree with. So I admit that I don't have the time, the bandwidth, or the wherewithal to fight every crusade. No. I pick and choose my battles, and some I'm going to contradict myself.
Yeah, shout out Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade. Rocky's in SF. He wants to join in on the conversation about buying a Bay Area franchise. If you had the opportunity to do so, which one would you do? Obviously, Dan Snyder selling yesterday for $6 billion to Josh Harris and co. Magic Johnson also being a part of that group. Rocky, what's going on?
Good morning, fellas. I got to start, Spadoni. I turned on Twitch, dude. With the 3 buttons open, you're just.
Oh my goodness! I didn't even realize that was happening. Oh boy, we're
full on Guido, brother.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about the A's and the Giants because I grew up an A's fan. I grew up out in the Nut, Walnut Creek, and it was a lot easier to take part.
Hold on, real quick, Rocky. Do you guys call it that? You guys call it the Nut? You guys really do that?
My buddy coined it that.
I like that. I kind of like that.
sounds better than the Creek, you know?
Oh, that's good.
I like it.
that.
Keep going.
And it's that, suburban gangsters, bro. It sounds hard. I'm from the Nets.
Suburban gangsters.
Yeah, so I grew up an A's fan because it was a 3-hour tour to get home from Candlestick to Walnut Creek growing up. I mean, it was murder to get out of that place. So BART to the Oakland Coliseum was a lot easier. And back then, those teams in the late 80s were killing it, and there were a lot of really good fans in the ballpark at Oakland Coliseum. And then in '89, I got introduced to National League Baseball properly by my uncle, and learned the nuance of having a pitcher in the lineup and stuff. And that's when I became a Giants fan. Now we know how '89 ended up, but I mean, as far as what franchise I'd want to run, I think it'd be the Giants. And the first thing I do would be to put cash back in the stadium, so it doesn't take 2.5 innings to get a beer.
Dude,
I think all of us fans would appreciate that.
So true.
But, with respect to the A's, I think I'd teach them how to cheer properly, because the last A's game I went to was when Verlander pitched that 4-hitter in Game 5 of the 2012 ALDS. And, the whole stadium was, on their feet cheering when he had 2 strikes, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth against the A's. And I'm like, yeah, what are you doing? You don't cheer for the opposing pitcher to get the last out.
Real quick, Ron, I don't think they were rooting for Verlander there. They were cheering that they knew their season was coming to an end, and they were cheering on their own team. But I appreciate I get it. Thanks, Rocky, for chiming in there. But I remember that was a cool moment, and Verlander said after the game, he's like, listen, man, that is one of the most diehard fan bases I've ever seen, and good on them. That was really freaking cool that they stayed and supported their team that way.
Regarding his comment about concessions, I know the Giants don't run the concessions because I've had the same talk with people with the Niners and the concessions and stuff. And look, it's hard. It's hard running a food retail outfit, food service outfit in a stadium. We all admit that.
Yeah.
But with the pitch clock being as fast as it is and the games moving by as fast as they are, there is a real element of I could miss multiple innings grabbing nachos.
Yeah, no, it's true. And I'm just going to start bringing food. That's what I do with my family. Hey, young Benjamin, I'm just going to bring you a PB&J. There you go. And they're losing money off that. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
And
Shout out pitch clock.
Shout out to again, still saving the sport of baseball.
Sam, you're hooked already.
I'm going to go BPA.
Already watching.
BPA. I'm going to go BPA on you. Sam, can't die on this hill, man.
I'm absolutely going to die on this hill.
You can't die on this hill, man.
I am gonna die on this hill. I'm gonna dig my grave on this hill. I'm gonna bury myself on this hill. They're gonna rename this hill Sam's Hill because he died on that hill.
I'd rather be cremated.
Cousin. There you go.
I'll get cremated on that hill.
Cremate me.
I'm just realizing the double entendre there that Brian said Bonte can't die on this hill. That was very clever.
That definitely was not intentional.
Well, that wasn't intentional. Someone who created King of the Hill.
It's a great show. I've appreciated, speaking of things you appreciate as you get older, King of the Hill, man. All-timer.
Yes.
Bobby, one of the greatest characters, if not Hank Hill, all-time. Michael Bolton.
No,
not the Michael Bolton. I've celebrated the guy's entire catalog. Michael Bolton in Oakland. What's going on?
Hey, Michael.
No, it's not Michael Bolton, but my parents named me after the guy. I listen to his music sometimes, but I was just throwing an Office Space reference to you because I know you're an Office Space fan.
Yes,
I love it.
Thank you.
I couldn't resist. I had to. I'm like, once I heard you said Office Space, I'm like, all right, I got to throw this in. Hopefully it'll get through and you'll get it.
Yes, I get it. Thank you, Mike. What do you want to talk about now?
In honor of a Bay Area team to keep in the Bay Area, if I could buy one, it would be the A's. And then I would do whatever I can to revamp that Coliseum area that they've tried to do for years to try to make it much nicer and more, available for people, which means hiring a bunch of extra stuff to help make it safe. But I would try to buy the A's and keep them. If I could do a different team somewhere else altogether, I would try to buy a basketball team and bring them back to Seattle.
I like that. I like that a lot. I hope they get their franchise. Thanks, Michael Bolton, for chiming in there.
Expansion's coming.
I would like. Well, it's interesting too. Will they go back to Supersonics? Because I think a lot of people would love that. Just go back to all of those. Well, that's the thing, though. The person that got Oklahoma City, do they have the rights to that?
No, you strip the history of that completely.
But they own that, though,
I know.
don't
It's
they?
just like the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
I would strip it. Yeah, come on, man. The Supersonics is an iconic name.
Yeah, it is.
Iconic jerseys.
Dude, the Lakers beat the Supersonics. Come on. Doesn't everyone think about that?
Exactly.
Ice Cube. Let's go. Music quiz here in a couple minutes. 888-957-9570. It's been a fun question. What Bay Area sports team would you buy if given the opportunity? Sam, I want to get you on this because you were diehard about that Sharks thing off air. What team would you buy, man?
Oh, no, it would absolutely be the Giants, and it's purely for emotional reasons.
So you could sit on Farhan's lap?
You'd be sitting on mine. No, I would be Billy. I would buy really because I just don't trust the current Giants ownership right now. I don't think they prioritize winning. I think they prioritize money above all else, which, okay, fine, I get that. But I personally believe that when you own a sports franchise, when you own something that people emotionally invest their time and money and lives into, then you have a duty you need to come through and provide them with joy because you own something that gives other people joy. And if your number one goal is, well, I'm going to buy this team and just make money and whatever else happens, get out of this business. Like, that's not what you're here to do.
Do you think that's what the Giants are doing currently?
I think the Giants' current ownership is we want to make money, and if winning helps us make money, then we'll do that. But it's about making the money first.
They're saying, Sam, sit on my lap, man. There you go.
Anyway, so yeah, I would just buy the Giants, and I would just reinforce the fact that no matter what, winning is the number one priority. If we are not winning right now, then we are doing everything we can to keep winning. I want people to walk up to the ballpark thinking, you know what? I could see a Giants win today. That's what I'm jazzed about. I'm going to see the Giants win today. And yeah, that would be the culture I want to set within the Giants is we are doing everything we can to win or get back to winning. Nothing else
Fair
matters.
enough. No, that's a great point. And go back to the concessions real quick because
I can't get over Sam. Sam, I love you so much.
I appreciate you, Sam. Listen, no, but seriously, Sam's been awesome this week, dude. He's had to pull double duty a lot. Shout out Cam for being in here, helping as well. He's been doing a lot. Guys behind the glass been crushing it this week.
Straw that stirs the drink.
Well, this is my first time I've ever done
First time
I've ever done a 4-hour show, humble brag here, all week long. And Sam's made it very, very easy with all the reads, all this stuff.
Yeah, wait till
it's
week
a lot
2.
of paper. Wait till week 2. It's a lot. But I appreciate you.
Well,
Sammy,
we wonder
for
why
helping out.
Bonte Hill, we call him the king of all media, but the reason he's the king is because he got a good hand behind him. That's what it is. Half of Bonte's career is built on my excellence.
There's so many
Robert
jokes.
Baratheon, Ned Stark, who's Joe Shasky and all this. Oh, Jamie Lannister.
Hey,
No?
you know what?
Got the
In
blonde.
honor of your ringtone, Lub, you're right. It's all about the you.
It's all
As
about
in you, Sam Lubman.
YOU. Man. Tyler Miller. Shasky hasn't done a turnaround all week after a joke.
Yeah, I haven't.
You
hit
haven't
many
had any
jokes.
walk-offs this week? No.
Well, I need to see your smile and I need to hear your laugh.
So you just have to look at me.
Exactly.
So it's all from me. There you go. I appreciate it. City Loke, Sam's in the building and he's feeling himself. Thank you. Shout out Mac Dre.
Or others.
Do we have music quiz coming up here?
Yeah.
We up against it? We got music
And
quiz?
we play music quiz. Basically, it's a game where, your smart speaker will play some music and you and the family have to guess the artist or the name of the song. And you have to do it quickly. And it's a fun game. It bounces around. So this week on Music Quiz, we're going to play it here, but it's going to be kind of the state of something Bay Area sports related.
Okay. So what do we got to do there?
Well, let's play Music Quiz.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I didn't know if I had to read there.
AKA Cam, behind the glass. Play Music Quiz.
Oh.
So really quick, the theme that we're going with this week is closer song. So I need either the song or the closer.
I know
Is
exactly.
this Hell's Bells?
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah. But do you know which closer this is? I know exactly who it is.
Oh, this is
500 saves.
Yeah.
Played shortstop for the Arizona Wildcats.
Yeah.
With JT Snow.
Yeah.
Kenny Lofton.
Beck?
No.
No. Other one. Nen.
Starts with a T.
No.
Trevor.
Oh, Hoffman.
This is Trevor Hoffman.
Oh,
correct.
there we go. Trevor Hoffman.
Yep.
There we go.
Do we have any more? Alexa, do we have any more? Next one. These are closers. All right. AC/DC.
Okay.
Okay, what's this one? Give it to me.
See. Let's go. Let's keep going.
Oh, Wild Thing.
No. This is Bad to the Bone.
I know, but I'm thinking a Wild Thing. Major League.
No, but his was, this wasn't his, though, Ricky Vaughn's. Was it?
Wasn't?
I don't think so. No, his was Wild Thing. That's a different song than this.
Bad to the Bone.
Who did this? Closers. Hold on. Let me think. Wasn't Mariano.
It's not a current closer,
It's
so
not-
at least say that.
Eckersley?
Bad to the Bone.
Eckersley?
Was it
Yes.
Heath Bell?
Yes. Yeah, I got
This
it.
was Eck?
Let's go.
I didn't know Eck did Bad to the Bone.
You know what?
I didn't know that.
You know what? That just seems like Dennis Eckersley. Shout out Fremont, California's own Dennis Eckersley.
If
Gets lost, by the
1970s
way, in Bay Area, these all-timers, Dennis Eckersley. All-time.
If the 1970s could be encapsulated in one photo, it would be a photo of 1987 Dennis Eckersley.
Mustache, dude.
He
He still has it to this day.
all time.
And that perpetual red tan that he always has on. Part of me was always a little bothered because he always does the Red Sox stuff because I view him as an A. But I get it. He was a Red Sox for a long time too. Any more, Sammy? Or is that it? We got it? We got one more? All right.
One more.
I'm crushing it. Ooh, welcome to the jungle. Okay. All right. See how I'm getting these really quickly as Bonte would not know any of these?
Line them up.
Ridiculous.
This is Red Hot Chili Peppers, right?
Michael Jordan spends more time in the sand than David Hasselhoff. Clones.
Welcome to the jungle.
Well, I know
Was this Billy Wagner? No.
No, it is not.
It wasn't Brian Wilson.
No. Brian Wilson was Jump Around, House of Pain.
Yes. Not Sergio Romo. He was
Papelbon was shipping out to Boston.
Yes. Correct. Who else was? Who was a big closers in the last 20 years? I'm thinking.
His closer was definitely big, if you kind of know what I mean.
Oh, Gagne. Yeah,
This
let's
was
go.
Gagne? Gagne did Welcome to the Jungle. I didn't know that.
Dude, look at me.
I didn't know that. Good for you.
Let's
wow.
go.
You got 2 out of them. Wow.
Let's go. Gagne. I was talking with Evan Giddings yesterday. There was nothing, and I don't care. When Gagne faced Bonds, that was baseball. That was baseball. That was baseball at its peak. Oh, what did you see?
I saw a text that said, "This is snitching music's greatest hits."
Hey, these are the closers. These aren't mine. I could do R&B. I could do some Diana Ross. I can do everything, man.
We got fun and games.
Come on. All time. Guns N' Roses.
No
Axl
wonder
Rose.
those guys lost their vocal cords. Just the way you had to scream.
You have a good scream voice. I was actually very impressed.
You like that?
I like that. TC in Sacramento.
Are you ready to rock?
That was Music Quiz. Do we have a closing liner there? I don't even know.
That's Music Quiz. You could do that at home. You could play at home. You don't have to be themed like we were, but you literally just tell your smart speaker, "Hey, Alexa, let's play Music Quiz."
There you go. That's that. TC is in Sacramento. Wants to weigh in on what Bay Area sports franchise he would like to purchase.
Who do you like?
TC, you're on the morning roast.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
That was a good one.
What's up?
What's up? Now, you know what? You know what, Shasky? Look, you know how I feel, man. Look, I'll buy the Niners if I was to buy a Bay Area team, man, and get everybody out there that don't know what they're doing, starting with Shanahan and Lynch, and bring in a GM and a head coach that can find a quarterback, stick with a quarterback, and build the franchise instead of having miscommunication about which quarterback they want and playing this quarterback carousel. In my opinion, it's probably an unpopular opinion, but that's how I feel.
Interesting.
Okay. Appreciate it. That's TC in Sacramento.
I think most
there.
people would say that John Lynch has done a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
But I understand his point of view. I just disagree.
That's fine. John Lynch saying that he opening up that he could have had Patrick Mahomes and talking about it. Maybe we have to throw out our whole draft and get this guy. Please don't say that ever again. Don't do that. Like GMs,
But
like
after watching the doc,
yeah, it makes you mad, doesn't it?
Who's the guy that it's Mahomes, right? But like even then, do you think that Shanahan's watching the quarterback doc like, oh, I love Kirk so much?
He's probably watching those Buffalo Bills games, right?
Oh man, Buffalo Bills. I'm missing it. What is that?
Because of the running.
He said after Trey Lance got hurt,
you're right. Josh
he
Allen.
was like, "Yeah,
you don't
go watch
like Shanahan, Loveman."
I'm just not super sold on him.
Why? I want to hear this.
I think
what
he's
is
just
it? What does Shanahan do to you?
Because I think we've seen what he does when he gets to the biggest stage. He gacks it away, and it's never going to happen. I just don't think he's going to be able to. I know you hate the whole he can't win the big one, but I think that's just kind of it. Like he's yet to show that he could really kind of put together a full complete game in the quarterback.
Well, let me ask this question.
Like Andy Reid didn't win one until he had the quarterback. Till Mahomes game, he wasn't winning without.
The players have to make plays too.
Yes.
But at the same time, you're Kyle Shanahan. You're supposed to be a QB guru, and yet again, it's 7 years. We're still asking the same question.
Okay, so John Madden losing in the AFC Championship game, 3-4 times in a row?
Yes.
Right? Like he can't win the big one until he did. Okay, what about all the big games they won leading up to that? Like, I find the whole... the margins are so razor thin. So you're telling me Eric Wright doesn't horse collar tackle Drew Pearson in the 81 championship game, and they don't win that game, and they don't go on to win the Super Bowl because they lose to the Cowboys. Walsh can't win the big one.
Yeah, seriously.
It's an absurd preface. Can we at least?
But he also found his quarterback by then.
He tried to trade the quarterback away in the '83 draft for John Elway. There's a document. I can always screw this up. There's a
documentary.
A documentary about this. He admits I was going to trade him away.
There you go, Mike Santa Rosa. Who you buying, Mike, in the Bay Area?
Can't win the big one.
I'm buying the 49ers.
Why?
Well, there's a cream of the crop, I believe, in the Bay Area. Love the Warriors, love the A's, of course, love the Giants. And, I go back to 12 years old, watching the Warriors win a championship. And I believe it was Rick Barry, Nate Thurman, I was by myself in our den watching the TV. It was great.
All by myself?
But, I go back to the 70s, John Brody, Ken Willard, Gene Washington, having to listen to the championship game on the radio because I was within the blackout zone and still love those games. And, and you said it well, without Eric Wright making that tackle, man, we weren't celebrating. But, I would buy the Niners because, they're the cream of the crop of the Bay Area. But one thing I would really love to see is put a team back in St. Louis, threaten with bodily harm anybody in Arizona that we're going to take the name Cardinals and put it back in St. Louis. Phoenix could name themselves the Coyotes. You'd have two cities with the same two teams with the same name. It's awesome. You can name Phoenix anything. The Coyotes, the Roadrunners, hell, the Dirt Rocks. That's all it's there.
The Dirt Rocks.
There you go. Mike, Santa Rosa, Austin and San Jose on the YouTube chat. This guy's like Shasky. He loves everybody. That's fine. I like that, though. Love it. Austin mad at me, though, because I said I could do some R&B. He's like, Tony, you can't do R&B. Shut up.
You ready for story time?
Love you, Austin.
You ready for story time?
Sure. We got a few minutes here. Let's do some story time.
All right. So my dad has a saying that we never leave games early. How about you?
Opposite. I've left many games early when there's been amazing comebacks. My dad is Mr. Pessimistic. We're going to lose. Let's leave. Just like me.
Okay. 1972. All right. Niners versus the Cowboys. My dad and John Bologna, he's told the story to me so many times, I feel like I know it. Went to the game. They were two kids. All right. They were, 16 years old or whatever it was in 72. The Niners are up in that game pretty much the entire time. They're up 21-13 at halftime. And I believe it was either 28-13 or 28-16. And there's like 10 minutes to go in the game. And my dad says, you know what? We got to take the bus all the way home. We should leave now. So him and John Bologna hop on the bus. And this is obviously no cell phones. This is the 70s.
No, totally.
And the Niners gag away one of the worst losses in the history of the franchise.
Oh, no.
Being down double digits and just minutes to go. There was an onside kick that the Cowboys recovered, and the Niners blew. So to this day, my dad always says to me, you never leave the game early because it's never over.
It's never.
And it's because of the 1972 loss to the Cowboys in the playoffs that him and John Bologna left early.
Man. That's it. Well, that sticks
That's
with
a
you.
great story, isn't it?
That sticks with you, though, man.
Exactly.
When that sort of stuff kind of happens, I think I left an A's game a little early a few years ago. Who was it against? Maybe it was against Tampa. Maybe it was against the Astros. They were getting their teeth knocked in. They were down like 7. I was like, it's 6th inning. I don't know. Like, I'll work in the morning. All right, we can head out, Jane. She's like, really? You want to? I was like, yeah, it's fine. Get home, turn TV on. Matt Chapman hit a 3-run walk-off, and it's like, oh, my God. You heard all, and I live far enough or close enough to where I can hear all like the sounds, the fireworks, and all that stuff. I was like, okay, well, maybe I should have stayed there. Now I have some children, though. If you got children, I got the excuse card my whole life. Up until they're probably about their teenage years, we can go a little early. And because I got bedtime, we got some other stuff. Maybe when they hit like 8, 9, 10, they can stay up a little later. But yeah, right now, I got a 3-year-old, I got a 9-month-old. I got to go home because bedtime. If they don't get into sleep, I don't get to sleep.
Well, and I would say this.
And waking up at 3:30 every day is tough, so I need some sleep.
Yeah, you feel me?
Yeah.
And I got the 408 coming down my road right now. Chiming in from section 327 at Levi's. Shasky definitely leaves early. Yeah. Do you see the amount of people I'm carpooling back and forth? And do you know how long my commute is?
Yeah.
And do you know what time I got to wake up? Yeah. And actually, I started leaving games early for the Niner games. I never used to. When we were doing post-game shows.
You literally had to do it. I remember having to
I ran, physically sprinting.
You and Bonte, my first time ever on these airways is actually in that chair you're in. Bobby Spang, and Ryan Mauser had us in, former producers here at the station. We were all sitting here, and he can call us up. We need voices on the station right now. You go on. Mauser, Spang. All you guys get on.
So who was doing it? It was you and who?
It was me, Spang, and Ryan Mauser. And we were all just talking about the Vikings game, right? They had just destroyed Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. And you guys were trying to get to the Hilton. Yeah. And you guys are going to be there all next week, or not all next week, but Wednesday and Thursday next week. Come see them there. Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru. But yeah, man, we got on. We were talking about it for 30 minutes because you guys literally, physically could not make it in time to get there because it was just a madhouse. And I think that was the day you were crushing Jimmy because they didn't even throw the ball.
Well, I got a call from Look at a break, and he was like, why are you ruining postgame? I'm like, he's never going to win a Super Bowl. Like, this is, I mean, I was like, I literally said,
Hey,
I'll never
right.
forget. Bonte turned to me. Bonte was ready to have the biggest celebration ever. Let's go to final thoughts. Let's go final thoughts and I'll finish it.
Xfinity Fast 5. Let's go. It is time for the Xfinity Fast 5 here on the Morning Roast, where the four of us and one listener give our final thoughts on the show. Text us your final thought for the show now, and you might just be featured on the Xfinity Fast 5, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And I'll just be quick with mine. My final thoughts, thank you to Sam Lubman. Thank you to Cam. Thank you to Shasky. Thank you guys, the Roasters, all week. Those are my final thoughts. I have a hell of a time. Bonte's back on Monday. Thank you so much, B, for letting me put in a good word in with the boss. Thank you to the boss for giving me the opportunity. I've had a blast. I've probably made some people annoyed. I've probably made them laugh. I've probably done everything. That's as much as I could do. I'd probably do the same thing with my wife and Jade. She's been listening. I appreciate you, Benny, everyone. Love you guys. Those are my final thoughts. Appreciate it.
My final thoughts are this. Pray for your boy. I'm crossing the Golden Gate Bridge and going up north, and I know that there's going to be a lot of traffic.
It's going to be a lot of
And look is going to want to talk to me right after this show, and I'm going to be like, look, I got to get going.
Have fun at the wedding. Hey, what's your go-to at the wedding? What's the go-to? We doing the food? We doing the dancing? What's your
first
favorite
off,
aspect?
Have you ever seen me at a party?
I don't think I have,
I'm the first person in
actually.
line at food.
Okay.
I'm always hungry. That's number one. Number two,
we go.
I'm going to be dancing like crazy because you're going to go, yeah, and you know Usher's going to come on, and I'm going to be like, hell yeah, and I'm going to be dancing like crazy. Can't wait.
Sam,
Michelle, pick a dress out for crying out loud.
There you go.
So we were talking about, leaving games early and regretting it. There's no Giants game that comes to mind because I'm usually pretty thorough at staying to the end of those.
Yeah, you love them.
One
5-hour
story I do
marathons.
have is this going back to 2017. I went up to Portland for it was Thanksgiving. I was visiting my friend and his then girlfriend. Now they're married. But we went to the Phil Knight Invitational at Moda Center, and we got a double header. The first game was Duke, Texas, which is kind of a ho hum. Yeah, Duke won. Whoop-de-doo. No one likes Duke. The second game was Florida versus Gonzaga, and we were pretty tired. We were kind of hungry. We wanted to kind of go out and do other stuff in Portland. So about 5-ish minutes into that game,
Can we pitch clock this story or what?
Oh, I mean, I just listened to your whole wedding story that Michelle's going to yell at you for later because you're getting on her for the dress.
Sorry.
So
I went for the joke.
Now you're in timeout. Now both of us are putting you in timeout. You're getting double couched here.
Real quick, Cam, your final thoughts. Sorry,
Well, I wasn't done with my story.
Sorry, but we are up against it. I don't want to get. Hey, the glare from Evan when we are super late is scary.
You know, let him
Worse
glare
than
at me because I'm going to tell
Heat
my
game.
final thought story here. Basically, we left this Florida Gonzaga game about 5 minutes in, and it ended up being like a double, triple overtime thriller, 111, 105, like one of the best games of the college season that year. And that's how you learn a lesson. Don't leave early.
Cam, real quick, what do you got?
The Warriors. If I were to own a team, it'd be the Warriors so they can get the mascot back, get Thunder back. They sent it off to the Thunder, and they don't even use them. But the Warriors, I'll own them.
There you go. Don't forget the
Cam, you
closing
got a great
read.
voice.
That was the Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Steiny and Goo next.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh my, are you okay?
My baby boy is going off to college, and move-in day is almost here.
Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester. Plus, join us in-store on the 22nd and 23rd for giveaways, workshops, and more.
Did you say savings?
Yep. Come in-store or go to IKEA-USA.com/ready for college to save on the semester. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now during the
is whack.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, baby? Yeah.
Are you really gonna do it?
Come on, you
the
had
whole show.
Come on,
the whole
you
show.
from the town now? Stunner shades.
We were wearing shades indoors. I just tough start to the day for me. Leaving the house, a little turmoil, and I come in.
Little turmoil.
On.
Well, ask me why I got him on this Payday Friday.
Okay, why do you got him on?
Because I work with guys like Bonte Hill, that was mentioned in the Steph Curry doc, Joe Shasky, the Butcher Boy, Mr. Community, Willard, giving classes to the kids, Dibs, a new daddy, goo, Evan and Grandy, play-by-play greats in the making. The station is healthy, so the future is bright, Jack. And we're going to be out at Niner Camp Wednesday and Thursday. Let's go.
Yeah.
Jesus.
All right, we're off and running. Yeah, no, next, I was just thinking about this, Goo. Next week, Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to be down at the Hilton in Santa Clara for 49ers training camp. So I was thinking about this. So on Wednesday, we'll be done at 2 o'clock.
Oh, what? Yeah.
Should we make, we're going to be close to San Jose.
Let's do it.
Should we make a little happy hour?
Yeah,
it's
San
done.
Jose
For our South Bay listeners?
You are special. Let's do it. If we don't do it, then we'll never do it.
I think you're right. San Pedro Square.
E-Dog.
Maybe
Let's
a little,
go.
Maybe a little Santana Row.
That's it.
I think we want to go San Pedro Square.
All right. Well, we got to hit the road too.
I think that's
shout out Death Row.
I think Santana Row is a little too. It's like
ritzy.
Yeah, it's too nice for guys like you and me.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean? We're blue collar,
right.
and that's kind of Silicon Valley area crowd. You know, big boys and big girls, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a Payday Friday.
Somebody said I look like Hamburger. The dude from McDonald's with the stripes on the shirt. Remember, he had the cape in the mask.
Shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you want to check out Guru's attire and his sunglasses.
Hamburger.
And, you can always go to the YouTube chat to do so.
Just chew it and do it.
But Satellite's Dining at the bounce. That's right. I got into work early this morning.
Right.
Tease 510.
What happened? You want to share with us?
I don't.
I'm here for you if you ever need air.
I don't.
Anything but money, Goo got you.
I don't.
All right.
Yeah, you think you
know your family.
You think you make strides. You think you progress.
I want to know.
You think you're working on things, and you think that things are going in a positive direction.
Well, I actually know. I just want you to. Group therapy is always the best therapy, Snotty. Yeah. What you got today? What we got?
Well, here's what we got. We've got Kyle Shanahan talking about the quarterback situation.
I love this,
which is very interesting. We have been talking about Ohtani. You got a lot of thoughts on. Oh, we got a gripe. You got Guru's gripes
I got
today?
a gripe today, man. I cannot wait to hear you, the listeners, and Evan's opinion on this one.
And here's one I got for fans. How into the Women's World Cup are you? Because we have a guy who works here, Joe Spadoni. And he's a great guy. He's young. He's a kid like all the other guys here. He's a kid.
I hate him because he's young.
So
as you get older, you hate the youngsters.
No, I don't.
It's a natural hate, not personal.
I like youngsters now more than I liked them 15 years ago. And I'll tell you why. Because 15 years ago, I still was super competitive about my job and my profession.
That's where I'm at now.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not there.
You're past there?
Yeah, now I'm at the point where I'm old enough to start helping people in this business who are young. Anyway, Spadoni said something that I know he just threw it off the cuff, and then he does that a lot without thinking. But he said, I'll tell you what, soccer is going to replace hockey. As the fourth biggest sport, or MLS, he might have stipulated.
Yeah.
You know how long I've been hearing that?
Tell me, man.
These kids don't realize that I was hearing that 35 years ago. It's 25 years since Chastain threw her jersey.
Yep. I'll never forget that.
In Los Angeles, I believe it was. And I get it's women's soccer, but women's soccer and men's soccer to me.
I'm watching tonight.
I'm watching tonight too. But the question is,
American soccer.
I just don't.
Why is it not?
Because
it's a staple of our community when the kids are growing up, the family comes out. When do they fumble? Fumble-lie. Yeah. How come we can't? Well, we got Messi coming, right?
Yeah, let's save that kind of talk for Spadoni and Dibley. Because I can't.
But it's a fact.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I can't speak intelligently about that. Go ahead and cut that, Evan. And then people can say that's what you said about your basketball and baseball and football takes. There you go. All right, so 49ers training camp is on right now for the rookies. You want to just do it? Okay, so rookies have reported, and next week the veterans report, and that includes the 95-7 the game. We'll be reporting next week to camp. And
I respect
there's a quarterback situation for the 49ers. And Stevie Weish from the NFL Network, my man, he interviewed Kyle Shanahan and talked to him about the quarterback position. And I want 49er fans to listen to this and then tell me what you really hear him say. Go ahead, E.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got three guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got three guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And as last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do. And he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff. And Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those three, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
888-957-9570.
I love that.
Okay.
And I believe him.
What is he? Hey, what's he saying? What's he trying to say? What's he getting at? And how do you read into this? Go ahead.
Okay.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into this conversation.
Two things.
I'll tell you what I heard then after you.
All right. Two things. And the great E-Dog has a sound from Steve Young that I heard on Mayoko's podcast to speak to this. That sounds like a man that doesn't know who his starter is. But let me give you the caveat. It's because he knows Brock Purdy won't be there week one. So now you default to Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. And for the greater good of the team, the draft a couple years ago and the picks that were exhausted in getting Trey Lance, Steiny, it's up for grabs. So there is a competition. And if I'm Trey Lance, see, people think I'm just, Goo, you're pro Trey Lance and you don't like Brock. I love Brock. I just know that was a hell of an injury he suffered, so I'm a slow play that. But I need to find out what's behind door number 5. And door number 5, that's Trey Lance's number, is I want to see, can he play? And for the naysayers to say, he started by default, I want to win the lotto by default. My point is, who cares? Trey Lance was the starter last year, and I don't think that's evaporated like the Willards, the Steinmetz, my buddies that have told me, you know what? There is no competition. This sounds like it's on and popping, and that's all you can ask for all three in a sense.
Wait, there is a competition.
Yes, sir.
Or there isn't a competition.
There is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Extenuating circumstances because Brock Purdy is not healthy, or maybe he isn't. I just don't think Brock will be, when we hear this sound, Stanley, I don't think he'll be there week one just because you want to slow play.
Yeah, and what I heard from Kyle Shanahan there was, I don't know.
Which is better than Brock's the starter, though, if you're Lance.
Well, if you're Lance.
Yeah,
if you're a 49er fan, I think wouldn't you rather have him say, Purdy's going to start opening week, and he's going to be ready.
Well, there's a section of fans that are Brock Purdy. They've seen enough. I like what I've seen, but I haven't seen enough. But Donnie, don't you owe it to the organization to see what you got in Trey Lance, too? He didn't say that, but maybe he's telling you he's not sold, or he knows he's so good at devising and drawing up plays and what they have at their disposal offensively that he knows That's 80% of the job.
Veggie Delight on the YouTube chat saying, I love that answer, and it's a good problem to have. Here's the thing I want you to listen to one more time, and I'm just going to ask you a direct question.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got 3 guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got 3 guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And as last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do, and he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff, and Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those 3, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
My question to 49er fans is the 49er quarterback situation cool? Is it cool?
Nah, because this organization has a rich history of that's our guy. It's Steiny, it's Evan, it's Spadoni. You know what I mean? So,
you know what?
John Madden, the great John Madden, said if you have 3 of one thing, Steiny, you don't have any. And in this case, because they're both young and relatively unknown, Lance less known than Brock Purdy, don't you kind of, as a fan, don't you want to have that guy?
You are going to wear those the whole show?
Yeah.
Is that my understanding?
Yeah, right.
It's going to hamper the show.
No, I think we're off to a great start.
No, but every time, but
let me be me.
No, you can be you, but not at my expense.
Wow.
Now just because you can wear sunglasses inside.
But I do it at the cafeteria. You're fine when we're drinking.
That's off hours. We're working now.
I was dangerous. What's your real problem with me?
It's just the sunglasses. Inside.
Dude, I just got my golf shoes last night and the outfit's complete. I come in here and you're like, Guru, you didn't need them. Prop me up sometimes.
Is it the haircut? You're having a problem with how slick Goo's looking right now?
No.
I didn't put the secret sauce in it. So wait till Monday.
It didn't look like you got much of a haircut, come to think of it.
Well, the sides. You guys said you wanted
look
me
at
to
those waves. Good night.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna give you one. Where is he? But anyway.
Guru, man, love them waves. Man.
How did Evan know to hit that right there?
Evan's the man.
But let me rock him, Stoney. Go ahead.
For 4 hours?
Well, I'll probably take him off at 3.
1, 2, 2.
Because of sweat.
Because see what happens is I'm looking at some paper.
People love it.
Nobody loves it.
The YouTube chat saying I'm fresh. I want you to come in with some stunner shades, Tiny. So, when we go to San Jose, that's when you break him out.
Yeah, I'll get dressed up in San Jose.
Well, not dressed up.
No,
I want to be casual.
I'll look nice. Yeah. When you were talking about the 49er quarterback situation, the one thing I can't stand is
you're
when
smiling.
I always smile.
Well,
People say if you watch the YouTube, you'll realize that we don't get mad.
Well, yeah, you understand the dynamic more.
Yeah, because I've done TV. I've had a successful. I won an Emmy on television.
For what?
Sideline reporting.
I didn't see that at the house when I went over.
I don't display things.
And that's your problem. You got into the Basketball Hall of Fame. You owe it to the up-and-coming Reading, PA Hoopers, and your ass didn't even go. Nah. That's the stuff you need to IG Live. That's the stuff people want to see. Stoney ain't bragging.
Let me tell you what people love. They love low-key.
No, that's old.
That's what they love. They love low-key.
Oh, you're going to watch Underrated, Steph Curry's doc? I got my notes. That's what they love.
Did you watch it?
Oh, it was incredible. I went to bed with it. Yep.
Nope.
I went to Evan. That hurt. I saw all of it.
Oh, so you watched the Steph Curry doc last night?
Yeah, about 10:30 when I said it might come out at 12. I watched it all. Me and Norm had a little popcorn, cheated on the diet a little bit.
How was it?
I could watch Steph Curry shop, get produce, drink water. I sound like a groupie. So it was great because it was.
Oh my God!
It was Steph
Where's
Curry,
the nope?
And he, the dad skills.
You know what? You know what's happening right now?
You ask me a question.
You know what? He gets the little T.
For
you get
what?
a little T. Disingenuousness.
Do we get around to you calling me a liar?
No, my God,
but
no.
disingenuous.
So you're saying it was great. It was incredible.
Yes.
How much? Like, give me about 4 things you learned about Steph that you didn't know.
That he one time had the thought that he wasn't strong enough in high school to accomplish his dream, which was getting stronger and playing in the NBA. 2, when he told his dad and Sonia, his mother, that he wanted to, I don't want to ruin it, he wanted to go pro and play in college. Dale had a real conversation with him and said, hey, you're making your shot, but you got to shoot your shot higher. You got to forget your form as you know it now. And Steph had problems. I wanted to quit. And Sonia, she was like, dude, you got to get on the pot. Get up off the pot if you. And
what a he story
changed his
overcoming
shot.
adversity. Go ahead. No, I'm listening.
And then the just how much he's a great dad.
No doubt.
Kirk Cousins got me in quarterback. I love good dads. I just got to put that out there.
Kirk Cousins is a good dad?
Oh, phenomenal. You didn't see No, you didn't.
No.
I don't want to ruin it.
Is it a sports documentary?
It's on Netflix, Donnie.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
You like that?
So Kirk
I'm
Cousins
giving you.
is
Kirk
a great
Cousins.
family man?
Dude.
You got to get him into the Bay. We got to get Kirk here.
What are you talking
Get rid of these 3 schleps, and let's get a real quarterback in here.
You are special.
Come on.
Yeah. But it was great. You got to watch it. You said you would. Now you said, Guru, what are you going to learn? You ruined all docs for me now because it's like, what do I know? What did I learn that I didn't know? But those are 2 quick ones. He had to change his shot. He doubted himself.
Oh, no, he doubted himself.
Dude, you are just... This is like Otani
That's
and
worth
Walgreens.
about 3 hours.
I wanted to fight you yesterday. Like, dude, what did you accomplish at the lab yesterday?
Like the adversity.
Otani and Walgreens, the way you just break it down.
The adversity that Steph Curry fought through from that 8-bedroom house in the suburbs of Charlotte.
It's a nice house. And how he just made his mom's, I don't want to say day, but going back to get his degree, that was that for him, but for his mother too, to see that emotional. Man.
Yeah, you know what? You're random. I can be random. You just thought, it's always. You know what? That's all. I hope they spent. Let me ask you a serious question about the doc.
2 hours 50.
How much did they spend as much time on Sonia as Del Curry?
I'm going to say equal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that bothers me.
Oh wow.
In a big, big way, huge.
This is all ears.
Is when the son, particularly, just because I can't think of a woman athlete, the son of a father who's a pro.
Wow.
And everyone goes, oh my God, look at Steph Curry's dad, Del, NBA play. Well, Sonia was a great athlete.
And they were Virginia Tech. That's where they both went.
Was a great athlete.
No doubt. Man.
Did I ever tell you who I talked to about this?
No, she's still in good shape.
Did I tell you who I talked to about that very subject?
Pay it off.
Scooter Barry.
Come on.
I did.
And what did he know?
Well, Scooter and Brent Barry and John Barry.
God, oh my gosh.
Oh, they're daughter of Rick Barry, pro player, great genes, great. The mother was an unbelievable athlete.
I didn't know this.
Tremendous athlete. By the way, I'm pretty sure so was LeVar Ball's wife.
Okay. I didn't know.
My point is I always
they don't get enough run.
Never.
That's interesting.
They don't get enough run.
Yeah, but it was equal last night.
Okay.
Well, Dale being in the NBA, obviously, she didn't go pro.
Because she couldn't.
Well,
if they had the pros, maybe she could have played.
No, you're right.
That's why they can't be slighted.
No.
Like me, for example. Now, I obviously had a very successful career in sports, and everyone said, "Oh, well, look, Steiny's dad played Division II basketball." And
where?
Kutztown State University.
So you came in right after Pops. He played D2.
He did, yeah. But
you're not a disappointment to Pops, but
no, I was a better player than him.
Well, if you were, you would have went D1.
No. I had listen,
dude. I'm just being real. You were in a great mood. I am not trying to change that.
We beat a lot of Division II schools when I was at my Division III school.
Right.
My dad was not a better player than me. And let me tell you something. Right now, he's got one leg. I'm better than him, even though I've retired.
Oh, Snotty, you never told me Pops was D2.
Yeah, he played Kutztown. Anyway, my mom's a heck of an athlete, too. Great tennis player, great golf player, great hand-eye. Takes two. Little Daryl?
No, I blame my wife. She don't have an athletic bone. And if she did, we would be watching our kid in the pros.
Yeah,
because it ain't me.
I doubt that.
What?
You need two.
Right, and I got one.
Well, you got about...
If I was to do it over again,
3/10.
I would be like on what are these dating apps? Athletic. What is your athletic prowess?
Well, that's what Julius Erving did.
Oh.
Yeah. He's got a daughter, I think, Stevenson, wasn't that her name? She played tennis.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh,
yeah,
not Sloan. No, hell no.
I'll get the details.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. 310. Christian McCaffrey's mother is a great athlete, too.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're right.
I was just
Give him
playing
credit.
about the wife. Come on, guys, take a joke.
Well,
then I would
the guys
do it
can
again.
take a joke. It's the women that you probably want to answer
You know
to.
I'm playing.
Answer to on this one.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to get to this other sound because this is the one you're hot on, but we'll do it on the other side. We got gripe. You got a gripe.
Yeah,
huh?
dude. It's
I kind of
going
want
to
to get that
shock
out
you
of the way.
whenever.
I kind of want to get it out.
I'm
of the
ready
way.
to fire.
Let me ask you this: is there any way that after you do your gripe, it'll spark a conversation?
Oh, there's no doubt. If you're ready. Because if you're in the mood, things happen at
We're
break.
doing it.
Yeah.
We're teasing it.
All right.
We're gonna
You do your part. I'm gonna do mine.
Yeah, remember we just met with the boss about out times yesterday, so we're gonna start hitting all the out times.
But it was directed at at the quarterback. Like if I'm the receiver and this ball ain't being thrown like a spiral.
Actually, what it is
he's talking to the QB.
It's one of those things where here and this is a sign of a great boss. Great boss. He calls us there's 3 shows here. So we're having our meeting yesterday, and he goes, "Yeah,
this is good
hitting breaks is really important. Let's try to get out at 27." And there's a silence, and I go, "Well, I get out at 27, all the time. That's why we go, hey, gotta go. And he knows we're not the problem, but he has to tell everybody so that he can't really come down one guy's individual road. So I walk out of there saying, wait a minute, we hit breaks.
Yeah. Well, you got to ask Evan if we hit him.
Bonte.
Yeah.
But he's telling everybody so that he doesn't have to single out Bonte.
Bonte, who was in the doc, by the way, his voice. Couple times, and that ruined it because now I'm listening to see if we got in there and we didn't get in
so
there.
So pathetic.
I keep it real.
You're not, by the way.
We made the Draymond doc.
Was he in the credits?
Oh, no.
He was not in the movie. Right. You have to be in the credits to say you're in the movie. Now, I'll bet something at the end said courtesy of 95.7 The Game, but that's not quite being in the movie.
Don't do that, Goo.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, training camp opens up on Wednesday, and we are going to be live from the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. So if you're going to be there, make sure you see the morning roast and our show. This is the Hilton Santa Clara. And every single home game this season, they have a public tailgate. Why sit in traffic when you can enjoy refreshing beverages, delicious eats from their very own food trucks, open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame, always free admission. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram, get the sneak peek on upcoming events, and fan-inspired menus. Let's get a big crowd out there next week at the Santa Clara Hilton on Wednesday and Thursday. 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm going to set it up this way. Guru's got a gripe on the other side. And I also know there's something else he's very, very worried about. And we'll get into that.
To make more of every juicy, delicious...
you're like, Guru, you didn't need them. Prop me up sometime.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson with you. You know, Goo, that's funny that he played that. I may need you to help prop me up a little bit today.
Well, I got to say this. The first time in our career on a Payday Friday, the first block goes by, and you don't mention it. You didn't mention Payday. Yeah. And I ain't talking candy bar. Let's go, baby.
Yeah. Let's take a call, and then we'll get to Guru's gripes. Greg's in Walnut Creek. Okay. Well, all right, Greg, go for it. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. I've been listening to you since you came on, and it just clicked for me. I figured out Steinmetz.
Oh.
Yeah. At least the Steinmetz radio shtick, because Guru's always the upbeat, optimistic guy, and you always, slam all his ideas, and you do it with, a straight face and such sincerity. And listening to you guys talk about the Steph Curry show, and then you talking with the Berry boys, and you talk about these great families, and then in the same breath, you compare yourself in a D2 athlete, and you talk about it with such authenticity. Yeah. It's just mind-blowing. It's just the amount of hubris that's involved.
Yes.
But it's so clean and smooth. It clicked for me. I was like, oh, this guy really, really is amazing, because he compared himself in the same breath to two Hall of Famers, two legacy families, and not even blink. Was amazing. So I got mad.
It's a skill, man. You got it down.
It all clicked. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, have a good one.
No, thank you, Greg.
Wow.
Thank you.
He's learned the
Steiner.
Man, it's a skill, man.
I mean,
there it is. That's all that needs to be said, brother.
I'll tell you what. Anybody got a pair of sunglasses? I'll go that route.
Okay, there we go.
Anybody get a pair of shades? I'll wear a pair of shades rather than get on Guru. All right. He said he's got. Do I see Lubman running in here?
Oh.
With a pair of Varnays.
Oh, look at him, Steiny. There it is.
All right. Let's see if we
Nice hands, feet.
Yeah, there. Look at my man, dude. You do look fly. Those Lubmans.
I think they might be Lucas.
Okay, yeah.
Right. All right, so hit the YouTube chat and watch us both act like fools. You have a gripe? Let's go to it.
It's time for Guru's gripes.
The chef.
Fire away, Guru.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
You're starting to piss me off.
It makes me so mad! Oh, please don't make me angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
King Kong ain't got on me!
It's time for Guru's gripes.
Mother sucker!
All right, here I go, Stouty. I'm going to give you some names. I'm going to give you guys some names. Walter Payton, Gale Sayers, the great Roger Craig, Marcus Allen, San Francisco's own O.J. Simpson, Emmitt Smith, Eric Dickerson.
Oh, I know where you're going.
How have we just devalued the running back position in sports when we know it's one of the most, you have to be talented to survive and even strive at that position? How have we let what I deem analytics, money, how have we done what we've done to the Dalvin Cooks of the world? How have we just said, you know what? What you do is no longer, we're not even going to reward you and give you the chicken that you deserve, because you're putting your body on the line damn near every play, and the touches that you get, not just running up the middle trying to escape these goons, getting the ball in the flat. How have we allowed the NFL to treat the current running backs the way that they're being treated? And I feel dirty. I feel like I need a shower, and I don't have the answer. But my question to the people, you and Evan, is when did this start and why?
Well, I think we know
because it's shameful what's going on now to the running back position in the NFL.
When did we start going from an NFL, conservative running offense to teams starting to open it up more? Because whenever that started, that was the start of it, I think. And you know what? I don't think the NFL is doing anything. I think the nature of the league.
Oh, they are. they're running these guys in the ground.
That's right.
And then when it's payday,
they're not paying them. You know why? Because running backs are a dime a dozen.
See that?
Sorry.
When did that come into your mindset?
Hey, there are a lot of good running backs
Christian
out there.
McCaffrey's not a dime a dozen, even though he can do it all. He's a hybrid. Come on, Steiny. That's what I want to get to. I don't have the answer.
What's McCaffrey make? 14? I could find a running back at $3 million who's half as good. You know what I mean? And then that would make sense.
But my question is, Steiny, what are you doing with that other 11 you're saving? McCaffrey goes down. This Niner offense is changed. I mean, come on. Dalvin Cook, how is he on the... It's almost like he's just chopped liver. That dude's a badass.
Most running backs are not worth $12, $15 million.
I don't buy that, Steiny. I just don't.
The most important position on the football field is a quarterback. The second most important position on a football field, I'll bet you could get people to say, is a wide receiver. The third most important position is Trent Williams' position, right? That's more important than a running back. And you know what? Tight ends are probably more important than running backs in this day and age, especially when they block like George Kittle.
So you got the just hearing you talk, Steiny.
A great is Nick Bosa more important than forget Christian McCaffrey, just like a good running back.
Now, why would you say forget C-Mac?
Because he's elite.
And that's what we're talking about.
Okay, would you rather have Nick Bosa or your guy from Dallas, Pollard?
Oh, Nick Bosa.
Okay.
Oh, he's that great, though, Steiny, so there would be no loser in it.
But teams have priorities. And the running back as a priority.
All of a sudden now, here in the last umpteen years, Steiny, it's changed.
Been the last decade, more, I would think. I mean, it's been slowly building. Look what happened to it happened with Le'Veon Bell with Pittsburgh.
Dude, that's interesting you bring that up. I got a list right now in the last 15 years. These are the most touches by running backs in the last 15 years, okay, in the NFL. Okay. Your guy's Le'Veon Bell. You hit that. Bam. Yep. Remember, he was Mr. Everything. Yes. He was coveted. He got paid. Then he got hurt. And he fell off. But nobody can say Le'Veon Bell wasn't that dude. That's one. DeMarco Murray. The Dallas Cowboys in a contract year ran him in the ground, Steiny. And you know what they did the year when it was time to get paid? Night-night, bye-bye. He didn't get his pay, but they used him like a mule. Yep. Derrick Henry. Now, he's the one I'm going to call him the last of the Mohicans, to where I feel like what he does and brings to the table has not been tainted. But Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey, Steiny. I mean, those are five guys. And Chris Johnson, C2K, I can't forget about him. But we know his impact he made, and everybody wanted to have a Chris Johnson. And then all of a sudden, I just see this shift, and I feel like the shift is because the teams don't want to pay him. But that's what I'm saying. Why don't you want to pay him? And for you to say they're a dime a dozen, Steiny, they can't be.
They are, though, and I'll prove it.
McCaffrey is exhibit
I'll prove
A.
it. You ready for me to prove it?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
2017, Carlos Hyde. 2018, Matt Breida. 2019, Raheem Mostert. 2020, Chef Wilson Jr.
Okay.
2021, Elijah Mitchell. 2022, Christian McCaffrey. The 49ers have utilized 6 running backs that have led their team in rushing. They've had a different leading rusher for 6 straight years. How successful have they been?
Okay.
Pretty damn successful.
Hey, right.
And you know what?
Go ahead.
McCaffrey's different, but...
Yeah, because I was going to say...
Oh, Raheem Mostert leaves. We're in trouble. No, Elijah Mitchell's fine.
You know what? He is fine.
On trees.
But the guys that you mentioned, not named McCaffrey, are not elite. No shade at those guys. So you do wonder, and it's not the Niners' fault. They've been trying to maximize that position. Elijah Mitchell's
there's not enough of a difference between an elite running back and a good one.
Oh, Steiny,
there isn't.
Explain McCaffrey to me if you're just going to tell me he's a unicorn.
First of all, he's great. He is. He's one of the best.
So is Dalvin Cook.
That's great.
And he's jobless, EDD right now.
Okay. You know why? Because he wants too much money. And they can find somebody who's a fraction of the price, who's not just a fraction of the player.
Wow,
man. The rule is what, I mean, not the rule, but
it has something to do with it.
What's up, Matt? How you doing? Matt's in Napa.
Good, man. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Yeah.
I think this all started, like you said, with Chris Johnson. You look after he signed that huge contract. He had 1 year that he went above what he did in the previous 4 years of his contract, and never was that same player again. Not saying that these guys don't deserve money. I'm a Lions fan. They drafted a running back in the first round this year. They're going to do the same thing. He'll last 4 years, won't get re-signed because they're going to want too much money, and it's all about offensive line and tight ends, like you just said. Wow. So thank you very much, guys, for taking my call, and I'll take anything you want to say off the air, man.
You're right.
Thank you very much, and enjoy your Friday.
Thank you, man.
So they drafted him number one guy.
Visitors?
No, I didn't.
Visitors have been very distracting.
No, it's not. It's like we're performing.
Well, you have your back to them. I get people taking pictures
I didn't,
through a cracked door.
Yeah, Evan
waving
put one
at
up at me, not my finest hour. Yeah, but
here's the strategy.
Detroit draft a running back with their first pick.
Draft a running back.
Use them up. And
franchise tag him. And then kick him to the curb and draft another one.
That's dirty.
I guess, but
you're saying
the NFL's dirty. The NFL's dirty. This is just the latest example of how you can chew somebody up, spit them out, and
you know
get
what
somebody in here cheaper.
I'm gonna share with you. I think it's Timmy Stamp on YouTube that said McCaffrey
timestamp.
I need the other glasses. Yes. Hey, anyways,
Timmy,
right?
Timmy Stamp.
He goes. He made McCaffrey made Brock Purdy look like an All-Pro.
Right
now, Brock Purdy balled out. My thing is why I'm excited about Lance is you got that hybrid. You got that Ferrari and McCaffrey, which could make you, Evan, and I look good behind center. So I want to print up a T-shirt. My whole premise of the gripe. Running backs do matter.
No, they don't.
And I could look at you and say, had the Niners had McCaffrey, those years you mentioned, Jeff Wilson Jr., Breida, and
they wouldn't.
They might have a chip.
Okay.
So don't hate on. Don't let that sway your.
Give me your list again.
Derrick Henry,
no Super Bowl win.
Wow. Chris Johnson.
I don't think he ever won a Super Bowl.
DeMarco Murray.
No.
Le'Veon Bell.
He did.
And Christian McCaffrey.
No.
Yeah. So 4 out of 5.
How about your guy Ezekiel Elliott?
Nothing.
Yeah. So you don't need him. That's the other thing. You don't need a top 2 running back.
Steiny, you were there. Other components of your team is why you. I tell you, McCaffrey is he's God right now.
Quick correction: Le'Veon Bell did not win a Super Bowl.
I was like, when did he get it? Help us.
Oh, that's right. I thought he.
Yeah, they won both before him.
Thank you, Evan.
Yeah. Well,
I'll tell you what. How about this? Having a great running back's a curse.
Except right now here in San Francisco. Because I think Carolina, they got problems. I think they gave up on McCaffrey too soon. But with that said, Steiny, to me, he is Exhibit A. When we're talking about top of the Hall of Famer future, he can change everything, and he has for this offense and whoever is under center for the Niners. Please. That we saw last year. When he came, everything was different. Kittle was Kelsey.
You're talking about one running back. One running back.
Well, those guys I just mentioned in their prime were where McCaffrey's at. I think we could say that.
The position is not very important.
Oh, man, that's hurting me.
Well, you know what? Something happened yesterday that I couldn't believe either.
Oh, whoa.
And you said, that's hurting me. We're watching a game. It was during a break. There was a baseball game.
Okay, go ahead.
And it was the Reds and the Giants, and there was a Red who batted.
Okay.
And the pitch came in, and the Red righty hit a ground ball to shortstop. And the Giants shortstop fielded it and threw him out at first. And you know what you said?
What?
Wow, Steiny. And I said, what? Wow. What? The guy just grounded out to short. That's not a wow.
Oh, the wow was the throw, and it was third. It was our guy, De La Cruz. It was his arm. Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is this is the way it's going. It's just another ground ball to short.
I think it's disrespectful to the sport and the guys that have come and gone. And when you watch a football game, dude, I'm asking because I don't have the answer. The shift.
Yes, you do.
When did it shift to where, Steiny,
you have the answer.
All right.
You have it.
No, Evan, I would love for you to crack the mic and just let me know if you think the running back position is not him. So, if you're building a team.
Today you came in and said, where are all the Tony Dorsetts?
And the Christian.
Where are all the Earl
No,
cameras?
why are people like Matt Steinmetz all of a sudden saying they don't matter and they're a dime a dozen?
Like you're acting as though it happened yesterday. It's been happening. You don't.
Derrick Henry's not why the Titans aren't winning.
Maybe he is.
Derrick Henry's a problem.
How much does he get paid? A lot of money?
Yes.
Okay, so that's coming out of some other position.
Well,
Dude, it's like the old thing with JaVale McGee. It's like the old thing with JaVale McGee.
I'm all ears.
Like DeAndre Ayton makes $25 million. Well, guess what? I'd rather have JaVale McGee, who makes $3 million, because we can still win with JaVale, and that's the way the running back position is.
But if you give me another center that's
can you find one?
Well, yes, my only problem.
Bert's in Benicia. Yeah. What's up, Bert?
Hey, man, usually I got your back, man, but not today. You go look at every single running back that won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady and tell me how many of those running backs were great running backs. 0. LeGarrette Blount, James White, Corey Dillon. They just take dudes off the street. This is a game, man. You got to play the game the right way. Right now, the running backs get the short end of the stick, and that's just the way it goes. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's a salary cap league, and running back right now is just a plug-and-play position. And you can go draft. Man. How many great running backs come out of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round?
A lot.
More so than come out of the 1st round. Exactly. So you can go get a guy later, pay him less, use him up, and when he gets ready to get that payday, say, have a nice day. I'm going to go.
And that's my whole point. That's the dirt, like you said, the business. Yeah. But not at wide receiver, not at quarterback, not at O-lineman. My whole thought process behind this is like, that stinks. Important. That stinks. McCaffrey is telling you, when we talk about elite, it is important because it can affect your whole offense.
Who was the Chiefs running back last year? I think he was
Isaiah
a 7th
Pacheco.
round. Yeah. This is like a 7th rounder, wasn't he? It's all right there for you.
But when you go Chiefs and Tom Brady, those are systems. Those are like, okay, yeah, I get that.
Okay, well,
come on, man.
You don't need a great running back.
So are you telling me Dalvin Cook is
high-paid
can't help you win football games?
Of course you can, but you don't need a high-paid running back.
So why did the Niners go trade for McCaffrey? I'll rest my case there. If that's my only example, I'll rest it there. That's how impactful the running backs can be. They can they can do multiple things like him. Catch it out the backfield, line up outside.
Well, let me ask you a question.
And tote the rock.
Let me ask you a question. Did Derrick Henry, could he catch like McCaffrey? Isn't McCaffrey the best or one of the best receiving?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. You got to be able to catch and run.
Dalvin Cook can do both, and he's done both, but he's been with a chopped liver at quarterback. Look at
the guy who could walk down to Santa Clara right now, step on that field, and the minute Kirk Cousins put one freaking cleat onto that football field, he'd be the best quarterback on the Niners.
I won't rob him of that. I won't rob him of that.
You guys in this...
But where would it go, though? Would they get it done with Kirk?
Kyle likes Kirk Cousins. It's funny how Kyle's a god, except when he wants a guy that you don't like. And I mean you, plural.
Yeah, because they just me.
Gabriel in Sacramento. What's up, Gabe? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? I usually agree with some of the stuff you say, but today I'm riding with Guru.
There you go.
Because you just said that running backs is a dime a dozen. And all the running backs that you named for San Francisco, why did they give up all that draft capital to bring McCaffrey in the building if they just a dime a dozen?
Well, McCaffrey's not a dime a dozen because he can run and catch.
Right.
But if you look at the guys who led the 49ers in rushing before McCaffrey, were any of them good receivers? Elijah Mitchell, I don't think he's considered.
Could catch it out the backfield, Breida, but they weren't elite, Stoney. They were good.
And the 49ers had success. The 49ers, I know there's extenuating circumstances, but the 49ers have had no more success with McCaffrey last year than they've had the previous 3 or 4 years.
You see the impact of McCaffrey, though, now, Steiny. Had McCaffrey been Mostert or Jeff Wilson Jr. last year, I don't think everything opens up. We know that the way that it did with this guy coming to town.
Okay. Well, you don't need to do it that way. That's been proven. You don't need to. If it's been proven that you don't need a running back like you're talking about to win a Super Bowl, why would you spend all that money at that position?
And you're saying the other part that bothers me is that's just the business when they use your ass
But
up.
it's the business of football.
Yeah, Stoney.
There's no guaranteed contracts at any position.
But there was the running backs had respect before the Franco Harris days, the Roger Craig, the Marcus Allen. That was almost, they were all up there with the quarterback.
Get into a time machine and get back to 1978 if you want.
Yeah. Somebody just help me when it started this shift.
Thank you, Connor. Connor and San Leandro, this is the biggest point. Go ahead, Connor. I agree with you 100%.
Connor.
I love you guys. Yeah, what's up, Goo? Listen, man, the thing that I wanted to say, Goo, you said that you're kind of resting your case on Christian McCaffrey as this incredible running back, but Christian McCaffrey is the exception that proves the rule. And I think that what all of us need to use this opportunity to do right now is praise our front office. We talk about quarterbacks and drafting. Everyone's like, oh, Trey Lance, and Kyle messed that up. Oh, the front office messed that up. No, we have a unique front office. We have an incredible play caller as our coach. We have an incredible general manager in John Lynch. And they went and they got a great asset to build on top of a series of other great assets. Christian McCaffrey is not what the rest of the league sees. And the rest of the league couldn't use Christian McCaffrey the way that we can because we are so privileged to have Kyle Shanahan, to have John Lynch. Anyway, you guys do a great job. Love your station. Love your show. Thanks for listening to me.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, like Marshawn Lynch. You can't tell me Seattle should have 2 Super Bowls. They got 1. I mean, Marshawn Lynch, Stoney, he was a difference maker for that Seattle team. He was their bell cow.
That's a decade ago, right?
Okay.
You don't need to do it that way anymore, Goo. You just don't.
Wow. But when you...
So what? It's like things happen.
So we're going to watch the college football season this year.
20 years ago, wide receivers didn't touch the ball. Nobody cared because everybody ran 38 times a game.
Look at Eckler in San Diego. What they're doing to Evans. He's everything about that offense, and they're treating him like chopped liver. See, but
were they 9-8?
Why are you blaming him?
I'm not blaming him.
The breakdowns of the
I'm
team.
not blaming him.
He's incredible. That's another guy that does it all.
Not blaming
Exhibit
him.
B on how can he not get his chicken? When did this become
be a difference maker?
He is a difference maker.
9-8. What'd they go, Evan?
Oh, Stoney, that's like saying.
But Goo,
I don't appreciate it.
Too bad. You know what? You know what, Goo? Too bad. Wake up and grow up.
Too bad. I am growing up
and grow up.
I'm standing up for running backs. That's what I'm doing.
I'm
a man of the running backs.
Even running backs know how worthless they're becoming.
No, see, and you should be ashamed.
Sorry.
You're sitting up there.
Let's do it by committee.
Took a hit in umpteen years, and you just telling these dudes laying it on the line. Yeah. Hey, it's a sign, Prince. Yeah. Sign of the times. Deal with it.
Yeah, go pay a running back. Go pay a running back $20 million. Yeah, you're the kind of guy. Oh, you're sentimental. Oh, hey, let's try to turn back the clock and find Earl Campbell. That's all. Huh? Yeah, we got to go. I know. It's all sponsored by Lucky California.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com.
come through a lot in my career.
The days I think you complete me. Today's not one of them.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This segment coming up is brought to you by Cars.com. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. And we're talking a little bit about running backs right now. And sometimes I use a touch of hyperbole. Of course, running backs don't grow on trees. But to me, you don't. To me, if you have a really good quarterback, you don't need an elite running back. Like, Evan said something to me during the break that I kind of believe. If the 49ers had a really good quarterback, I don't know if they ever would have traded for McCaffrey.
But wow.
What?
Because what if you go up against a stellar defense that's as good as your passing game?
I'd rather have a great quarterback.
You want to put stress on the defensive coordinator and oh my God, Barry Sanders. Here comes Roger. Like, that will never
Barry
go out
Sanders
of style,
played
Stoney.
20 years ago.
But you're saying, I'm just going to your point about if you have a good quarterback, forget the tight end. A quarterback's best friend is a running back, a damn good running back.
You can't pay everybody. And the way the league's going, the running back position, these guys have become more replaceable.
If I'm the New York Football Giants, Daniel Jones would have been on a damn what am I talking about?
I have no idea. Milk poster?
No.
Milk carton?
The 1 year. Come on.
Franchise tag.
Franchise tag. And Barkley would have got his chicken. They did it the other way around, and now my boy may hold out.
Why did they do it?
I'm asking.
Because quarterback is significantly more important than running back.
Now, I'm not going to sit there and fight you on that.
There's nothing to fight.
But do you understand the fight that I'm bringing up, that it's sad that the running backs are going through what they're going through right now?
It's sad.
And you mentioned the cap and all that.
Sure, it's sad.
Our guy Willard texted us. He don't agree with me. He said 145, but he's liking the show thus far. Shout out Willard. That's teammates. But Steiny, don't tell me.
Do you want to do a show on what makes us sad about sports?
No.
We can.
Don't sit on the hill that says, hey, guys. Hey, I'm at the time. It's running BA D2, Pops was D3. Yeah. Pops was D2. If you got a good quarterback, you don't need a good running back.
D3.
No.
Well, first of all, good is you don't need an elite running back. I don't think.
Look at our guy.
Look, it's been hasn't it been proven that this way, as harsh as it is, it's the way to go?
Look at Chubb in Cleveland, Stoney. He's a big part of what they're trying to do. Now, some are going to say,
what are they?
I got you. Jonathan Taylor. Come on, man. Those guys are going to get paid. They're going to get re-upped.
No, they're not. That's the point. Because you can find somebody to replace them. Because running backs get old in a hurry, too. That's the other problem. Sean's in Oakland. Hey, Sean, how you doing, man?
Doing well.
Thanks for calling.
I think it's no problem. I think it's a supply and demand thing. I think it's a huge supply of running backs coming through college, these young 21, 22-year-olds. And the demand is low to pay a running back over a certain amount of money. Compared to quarterback, there's a huge demand just to find an average quarterback, but the supply is so low. So, teams are willing to dish out $40, $50 million a year for these quarterbacks.
Yep.
And also, McCaffrey, he's a great running back, but prior to last year, he played 6 games in 2 years. Well, he wasn't living up to that money.
Yeah,
those are facts.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Appreciate it. The other thing is they get hurt too much. Why would you pay a guy? Why would you pay a lot for the position that gets hurt a ton?
Yeah, but we could bring up Derrick Henry's numbers. He ain't missed.
But you're using you're picking the great ones. I'm not taking anything.
Cook is not great. He's a damn good running back, and he's on the open market.
Why?
Because now they devalued the position.
Who's they?
The NFL.
Okay. Well, it's called a cycle. Sports go through cycles. Somebody told me the other day, Steiny, the game of basketball's passed you by.
You didn't hear that.
Yeah. And I was like,
your response?
Okay. I think I said F you.
And how would it have passed you by?
The game that I am familiar with is not the game that's played today.
Well, that's across the board for everybody.
Right. So deal with it, Goo. Deal with it.
It still don't make it right. No, my point is,
wants to go back.
What NBA position is not getting their chicken that they deserve?
Center. That's one guy again.
Well, there's not many good ones.
Thank you.
So this is about you're good, and you're all of a sudden you're not getting that second contract. Look at our guy Antioch's own Harris in Pittsburgh.
Hey, what do you like? What do you want?
I want the respect to come back on the position, and the respect is the Benjamins. That's what I want. And you're going to tell me Derrick Henry's not up there? Is he McCaffrey? No, but he's in that category, and they need to start getting paid like back in the day.
You know
they
what,
were getting paid. It's one of the most Steiny, talent-wise, you got to be a baller to be a all-pro running back. That's all of a sudden don't matter, huh? Ernie Chavez, all you got to do is get 4 yards. I know math, but at the end of the day, if you're quarterback, you're going up a good defense, there's nothing like having that ground game and being able to McCaffrey on line one. That's all.
The 49ers have had the best running game in football for the past 5 years, essentially, and they've never had the same running back twice who led the team. So the 49ers are a great rushing team. They were a great rushing team before McCaffrey got here.
By committee, and every one of them. So I'm about to tell you, your heart got broken because every one of them got hurt, and we don't know why.
And Christian McCaffrey
What if that were Derrick Henry? What if they had Derrick Henry running in a Niners system?
They wouldn't have won.
What if they had stop.
Guru?
The bottom line is McCaffrey coming to the 49ers, I win. For the win.
Well, I don't know what that means.
The running back has changed everything for the Niners.
The 49ers went out and got McCaffrey because their quarterback situation wasn't very stable. And they needed a guy to swing the ball out to.
Everything you just mentioned about their offense.
Guru, strategy-wise, you want to pay a running back? I mean, honestly, you're stupid now in the NFL. Very few teams are doing it that way because they found that if you have multiple running backs and you're not paying them big money, that way to go is more reliable and more structurally and financially sound than paying one guy $15 million who, what if he gets hurt?
Well,
which we know they always do.
So explain to me the mindset that the Niners shown when they went and got McCaffrey.
I just told you.
McCaffrey's not cheap, Stein.
I just told you. They wouldn't have gotten McCaffrey if they felt great about their quarterback situation. But they needed a guy who could catch out of the backfield because they don't have quarterbacks who can throw downfield.
Yeah, but that's still unfair. You're saying they brought so it's unfair to running backs again because now the Niners went to get the great running back because the quarterback went up to par.
What's unfair in sports, we can talk about that. No. But the strategy is sound that's being used by the teams. That's been proven. Chris. San Jose. Take those glasses off. You might be more convincing.
Go ahead, Chris.
Put your glasses down.
Don't do it. See that? We do that. We'll be off the air too much.
That was too much. Hey, go ahead, Chris.
So, with McCaffrey, the running back position lost its respect when they stopped giving the ball to them at the goal line. We'll bring it back to the Seattles with Marshawn Lynch, right?
That was a bad decision.
You're at the 3. And what about Frank Gore when he busted off that run against, I think, the Saints, and they didn't even give it to him at the goal line right there, too.
That was the Super Bowl.
I think one thing is, it's like Steiny said, they paid McCaffrey because of the quarterback situation. But, the quarterback situation is, horrible. But that running back is a quarterback's best friend. So if you want to take off all the pressure, you give it to the running back. And if you want to say that their running back committee was good, before even McCaffrey got there, they were running 2-3 running backs before. You know what I mean?
Okay, so let me just throw this to you. I'm watching a Raider game. Forget their record. Josh Jacobs is everything. He can catch it, he can run it, and they put him on the franchise. Is that for Stein? Okay, it goes back to what you said.
Yes, it's fair.
No, but
under the rules of the game, it's fair. I'm gonna pick that side right now.
That's
under the rules that are currently employed in the NBA. It's fair. It's fair. Okay, Steiny. If Shanahan can plug and play, why did the First of all, Christian McCaffrey is a great running back.
Right.
He's great.
Yeah. So was Josh Jacobs.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's on the franchise.
Right. And McCaffrey got paid. But what I'm saying is, I think the 49ers got McCaffrey because of their shortcomings at quarterback. I think if they had a quarterback that they loved and they thought was a franchise quarterback, obviously, if the 49ers had a franchise, could the 49ers even afford McCaffrey if their quarterback were making any money?
Okay. I see where you're going, but the bottom line is, bigger than the Niners, you say, Goo, it's the way the NFL is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not fair. That's just what it is. But to the guys themselves that play that position, this is. Oh my God!
I don't think it's fair.
Yeah,
I don't think
I'm
it's
building
fair.
a team. I want a stellar running back of like McCaffrey. I would hope to get one.
I'm a radio.
All right.
I'm a radio host, and I'm so mad.
Jonathan Taylor.
I'm so mad
that's
that
what I
Dalvin
want.
Ham won't make $10 million. I feel so sorry.
Joe Mixon.
What about
those guys run, man? I'm building my team with guys that the running back position has not changed for
you'll overpay a running back.
No, stop. See,
you would.
You're incredible.
You would. Scotty's in Hayward.
We can switch it.
No, we don't need to switch it. Hey, Ryan. Hey, Scott. Hey,
Scotty.
we do what listeners have input.
Yeah.
Here.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey guys, Guru, I'm sorry, man. You are way in the Wayback Machine on this one. The modern NFL is all about that committee, and the Niners ran a committee before they got McCaffrey. I'm convinced they got him, as Steiny said, because they didn't have a great quarterback. They didn't just get a great running back; they brought in a great player, because that's what they needed to get a push, was another great player. I mean, look at Kansas City. They just won a Super Bowl with a 7th-round running back in Pacheco. And guess what? A 30-something-year-old Methuselah and Jerick McKinnon as the receiving back, and they just drafted.
Okay, no. My question about
the only thing missing
Pacheco
there
is
was the exclamation point.
No, is shame on everybody else in their scouting department. What if Pacheco ends up being a baller, Steiny? We don't know if the Chiefs are going to say night night.
No, if he's a baller, they will say night night. That's the point.
Yeah. And I don't like it.
You know why?
I don't like it.
You know why? Because when Pacheco, is that his name?
Yeah.
Pacheco?
Pacheco.
The 7th rounder, they'll go get another guy in the 7th round who'll be almost as good.
Well,
maybe even better
You'll
because that guy will have worn down for 4 years. Actually, I'm starting to like this template. I like it.
But you're a guy from Reading, PA that when a guy or gal does something, it's time for them to get paid.
One of the greatest running backs in the history of Syracuse. Played with Jim Brown. I know running backs. That's Reading, Pennsylvania's finest. He's
godless.
Lenny Moore played in the NFL.
Oh, okay.
And you know what?
What?
He carried a lot. But you know what? That was 1959.
Hey,
that's all I'm saying, Goo.
I just read the list.
Hey, Goo,
just because you can do something, Steiny, where'd I learn that from?
Goo.
Doesn't mean you have to. I know you as a man in your character.
Talk about the 70s.
But you've already gave me the win in the sense that, Goo, I ain't telling you it's right. It's just how they're doing it. Quit crying.
Yes, quit
but
crying.
If you were at the cafeteria and Dalvin Cook was right next to you, I believe you.
I got to say
Dalvin,
this. 510.
you're getting screwed.
I got to read you a text.
Yeah.
Damn it, Guru. Dalvin Cook is available because no one wants a guy that hit his girlfriend. That's Miko in Richmond. Dalvin Cook's got some issues.
Oh, I got nothing for you there.
Yeah,
but
so
I
use
can bring
somebody
up a
else,
running back in
please.
Cincinnati. Yeah,
Careful there too.
No, I got a daughter.
That's true, but that's also not why they got rid of him.
Yeah, my whole. But Evan, help me out. Evan, you get what I'm saying. Steiny gets it, but I just hate that you're okay with it.
No, I love it. I love it. I love guys.
So for a
who don't get
sector of
paid as
men
much
that
as they're
risk
worth,
their neck and chest and
I have
CTE,
something in common with running backs. We're both devalued. Okay, so that's why I like it. When I see other people devalued, like I'm devalued, I have something in common with them, and I tend to support that, that style. So
I know who you really are, but I get it.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz.
I do. I know Steiny.
Yeah. I'll tell you what you don't know, apparently.
Uh-oh.
is modern day football.
My point is, I'm going Aikman. I don't like any of it.
Well, you shouldn't have liked it 8 years ago because we saw this coming.
Josh Jacobs, that guy. Run. I mean, he's come on, man. That dude is everything.
Raiders, man. How many games did they win?
Oh, blame it on Josh. He did everything I could.
Oh, really? I don't like so, in other words, he did everything he could, and he still couldn't elevate a team a little bit.
It's nuanced.
What was the Raiders' record last year?
It's nuanced. Stoney, they blew every close game.
Can you answer the question or not? What was the Raiders?
It was doo-doo.
I don't care. 6-11? 6-11. Yeah. Tell me.
Like 7-9.
Okay. Well, that's not what their record was, no matter what. Yeah. Let's say it was 7-10.
Your point.
My point is, the Raiders were 7-10 with Josh Jacobs. Let's say they had Elijah Mitchell. They'd be 6-11.
6-11.
Yes.
Okay, they'd be 5-12. 5-12.
You are so wrong, mister.
No, I'm not.
They would have.
I'm not wrong.
They would have been blown out
NFL
eight more games without Jacobs. Quit blaming a guy that's doing his job for what the group is not doing. That's all. Did they have a great quarterback last year?
Yeah, Derek Carr.
Yeah, stop.
You know.
I just wish. I just hate when people get screwed over.
Oh, you don't give a damn about me.
That's
how about that? I wish your gripe today would have been like,
Evan, what do I do with that?
How can you be the radio host of the year and get paid what Steinmetz's get paid?
Boy,
I've been franchise tagged 6 years in a row.
Who nominated you that, dude?
Phil's in Tamalpais. Oh, what a beautiful.
Where is that?
It's in Marin. Get to know the Bay. Hi, Phil.
Oh, hello.
It's
pretty. I think it's pretty simple. Isn't it about shelf life? Like, you know, how long they last versus the money it makes. The money they make. It's not as complicated as you guys. These are like, I'm sure, crunched analytic business decisions.
Yeah.
The time when they get their second contract after they get the draft, and it's about 3 or 4 years. By that time, they're beat up.
But is that fair, sir? Is that fair?
What do you, maybe
Phil,
the running backs.
Phil, let me ask Phil.
We'll stop tackling the running backs.
I get the gist.
Put flags on
I agree with you. My point is, Phil, is that fair? That's all I'm at. Is that fair?
Yes.
Oh, well, you know, hey, we look at everybody's got grievances. This life is so unfair. I mean,
oh, my goodness.
Right?
Phil,
like,
you're
look around. Jeez.
Okay.
Fair? Well, what does that have to do with it? It's like a free market. No, we don't live in, like, the land of...
So
I love your attitude, though, Guru. I wish.
No, you know what, Phil? I appreciate it, but what I don't like is Niner fans. If Niner fans call this station and are like Steiny, the only reason we brought in a good running back is because our quarterbacks weren't up to par.
Right.
That's cooking the books.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah.
I just think it's strictly business. You know, and some of these running backs are pretty good. They can catch out of the backfield, but even those guys, think about it, man. They're getting beat up.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just telling you, on my team, I want a good
Anderson, Todd Gurley. There's all these guys. Man. Look at Todd Gurley. He flamed out. You know, everyone talks about Jared Goff, but Todd Gurley flamed out in the postseason.
His knees betrayed him.
Exactly.
Just gone.
Stay healthy. Get your money.
There was no running game. So
I love you guys.
Thanks,
though.
Phil.
Not
Appreciate
everybody.
it.
Some agree with me, but
nobody agrees with you.
The Ice Cubes of the world are the game. Life's not fair. Go deal with it. But if that was your kid or you were in the position, you wouldn't be looking at it that way. Does anybody have perspective?
Yes, me.
Oh, life's not fair.
That is perspective.
Yeah. I'm just telling you what I'm watching. I don't like it. Now all of a sudden,
you know what?
So you know what? If
you don't like it, you don't like tackle football, and that's a fact. If you want running backs paid more, okay, you want them paid more?
Yeah.
Then
just pay me what I'm worth.
They are, and that's what you can't handle. Running backs, the market figures itself out, and the running back position is not as important as other positions on the football field.
I would never sign off on that, Steiny. Never.
This isn't 1978. It's not Woody Hayes, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Funny. That's not the NFL.
Yeah, but I got examples that are sooner.
The running back is not the most important position on the field. There are how many other seriously? How many positions on the field, all things being equal, are more important than running back? I mean, to me,
quarterback.
I mean, you're going to think I'm crazy.
Right. Where are you going?
I think I might take kicker over running back.
You'd be on an island by yourself.
Who's the best kicker in football? The best.
Justin Tucker.
Justin Tucker. I'm just saying.
But in order for Tucker to do his job, you got to be in. You got to be in the red zone.
What
or you
I'm saying
be in field
is,
goal range,
if you gave me Justin Tucker,
okay,
then like I'll take Elijah Mitchell. Just give me a guy in the backfield.
I totally disagree.
You got to pay everybody
but listen,
too.
Stoney, everybody doesn't have a great offensive line. We understand why. It's hard. So when you got a stellar running back, Barry Sanders, can I interest you in him that can make up for your lack of offensive line depth? They're going to get those 3 and 4 yards.
I can't stand when you do this. Stoney, I want a Barry Sanders. You're using a guy who might be the greatest running back in football.
But you just did it with Justin Tucker to make your point.
What do you mean?
You took the best person at that position.
Right now,
so it's okay.
You're taking one of the best running backs in football history.
But it ain't about. You took the best to help your argument, but when I do it, it's a problem. I'm cherry picking.
But there aren't Barry Sanders out there. Like, he's one of the greatest of all time.
And that's what Josh Jacobs is a top 5 running back in the NFL, I believe.
Okay.
Dalvin Cook is a top 7 running back.
Okay.
So I'm using those guys.
But the position is not important.
Oh, never will I sign off on that.
Well,
never.
You don't have to.
And I don't think too many people are saying it's not important.
I'm saying not important to make a point.
Right.
But the point is running back's not as important as other.
When did that start?
A while ago. A while ago.
But it's never gotten as janky as it's got now to where
I want somebody to feel sorry for me. This guy feels sorry for Dalvin Ham or Cook. I keep saying Dalvin.
Oh, boy. But hey, I hear your points, Donnie, but
just
you're cooking the books with the Niners got McCaffrey, who's changed their world.
Really?
Because their quarterback was less.
They were the best rushing team without him.
Yeah.
They might be more dynamic. I'll give you that.
Had they had him in that Super Bowl in 19, they might have that ring.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
If they had him when they were up 10 in LA in the fourth quarter, they might have had that ring. I would never disrespect the running back position.
That's the most useless conversation we could have right now.
That's my whole point. I'll never disrespect. Running backs matter for me.
Don't.
Yep.
Yeah, for you.
I'm going to bring you a
T-shirt. You guys are 3 and 14, but you got a 2,000-yard rusher. Yeah. That is just your style.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I don't care if I got an NBA team. I don't care if we win, but we got to have the leading scorer in the NBA.
Oh, no,
we must.
That is not what this is.
Oh, it's totally. No, I do want to ask football fans that if you have to rank the positions in the NFL in order of importance.
Yeah.
Give me your top 5 positions. I think we'll all agree quarterback's 1.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, give me the next 4 after that on 95.7 The Game. Because I'll make mine up. And let me tell you what position ain't being on. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Don't forget, we're going to be at the Hilton Santa Clara next Wednesday and Thursday for 49ers training camp. Guru and I are going to be doing our show out there from 10 to 2. Come on, stop by. Say hello. Tell you what, you guys make an effort to come say hello to us at the Hilton Santa Clara. We may make a little San Jose run after the show. What else is going on? Why sit in traffic? Because we've got tailgates at the Hilton. We got food trucks. It's open 3 hours before the game, and it's open an hour after the game. Free admission. Follow them on Instagram. That's the Hilton Santa Clara to get the sneak peek on what's coming up.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now. During the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit ram.com.
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, speaking of football, got the Bay Area Panthers playoff game coming up on Sunday at SAP Center in San Jose, and our own Evan Giddings and the Grandy man on the call. What's up, Evan?
Well, you can go to BayAreaPanthers.com to get your tickets for the first ever playoff game in Panthers franchise history. For those kind of wondering what's been going on with the season, they're 10-5. It's the IFL, kind of the new version of the Arena Football League. For those familiar with the San Jose SaberCats, it's their second season, complete 180, 1 win to 10 wins in a single year, and now they got their first ever playoff game at home. That's July 23rd, this Sunday, 3:05 p.m. at SAP Center, and you can go to BayAreaPanthers.com to get your tickets.
Goo, I don't know if you know this, but one of the reasons the Panthers this year have turned it around is they're using the no running back system.
Oh, boy.
They don't even have a running back, and they've never had as much success as they've had.
I'm going to give you a 1 for that. Evan on the call, baby. Him and Grandy.
All right. I don't know when I would get to running backs, but I'll take quarterback, wide receiver, and we know how important the left tackle is, especially here in San Francisco.
Okay, look at you.
I mean, we got the best one out here.
Yes, yeah.
I think a defensive end is more important than a running back.
So that's 4.
I think a tight end is now more important than a running back. I think a cornerback is now more important than a running back.
Wow.
I blame
I'm not
the
even
coaches.
mad no, or the league.
It's pretty, like, to me, it's very simple. I'll bet you that 20 years ago, teams passed 50% of the time and they ran 50% of the time. And now it's probably like they pass 62% of the time and they run 38. So if you're running the football less, then the running backs mean less, and they're worth less.
And
they're worth less.
This is the worst. But this
and
is,
it's not dissimilar to basketball. The last 10 years, teams are going small. The center position has been devalued. Now, the only difference to me is there aren't a lot of great centers.
Well, maybe because the league has changed, and maybe how many great centers are trying to do what the league is not focused on, paint game. Like
exactly. So you want somebody like you want Patrick Ewing to come back. But they won't use Patrick Ewing like they used him in 1985.
No, Steiny, and you're so off the mark. You got some running backs that are their top 1 or 2 receivers on the team as well. So Josh Jacobs is supposed to play on this franchise tag. Let's just say he gets 440 carries. Steiny, that equates to me they're running him in the ground. What I don't like is they're going to run you in the ground and say, night-night.
Goo! You act as though that's some new concept in the NFL.
But you shouldn't have to be subject to that, Steiny. Well, they're not doing that to any other position, and that's why we're talking about this is not fair.
This is as fair as any other position.
I would be like, you better put me on a touch count because I know what y'all doing.
Here's the analogy I would use. It would be as if analytics started to prove in football, and we're already seeing it. We're already seeing it is, you know what? Forget punting. We're going for it on 4th down. Guess what? Punters are going to get paid less because they're not as important anymore because nobody's punting. Nobody's punting. Nobody's running.
No, they're running, man.
No, they're not. Yeah. Not like they used to, and that's why they're not getting paid like they used to.
Let me give you my 5.
Seriously, it's like the game dictates how important the position is. And we're in a period of time right now where the running back position is not valued like it used to. It just isn't.
So when you say that,
wide receivers are valued more than they were. So they're getting paid more.
So if I
it's just a constant up and down of what you think.
So if I give you the 5 top running backs in the NFL, that would just blow through what you're saying about they're not being utilized as much. McCaffrey is everything. He's catching the ball and running. But you know what his check's clearing? He's getting paid for those services. So why is Josh Jacobs have to come back after I've proven to you how good I am? I got to play on a franchise tag.
Because
Barkley, I understand.
I feel like we're going in circles.
Yeah. Well, the circle is you think you.
I don't think anything. I'm just using the.
Yeah, but you use the wrong example. The center position. We understand what's happening. No, the league has gone away from that. Steiny, I don't know what football you're watching or a fantasy football draft. You know who's going first? I'll let you answer.
Wide receiver?
No, running backs.
Okay, that's fantasy football. But get your head out of fantasy football.
Stoney, these dudes are still being utilized. You're acting like you're watching football where they're getting down the field without the running back. That's not the case.
You can get down the field with
I didn't say you
running back.
Yeah, but you can. But
exactly.
I'm just saying, when you got a top-tier one, like I'm talking about fine wine, that's a difference maker.
No, it isn't. It's not as much of a difference maker as it used to be. And the reason it's not a big difference maker is because nobody's running like they used to run. Like if a team ran 15 years ago, they averaged 37 rushes a game. Now, 15 years later, this same team's averaging 23 rushes a game. So they're down by 35, 40%. You're not going to get paid then like a running back did 15 years ago because there are no bell cows. And the bell cows they do have, you're going to run them into the ground for 4 years, and then you're not paying them.
That is so, man. So you don't think our guy from Antioch, Harris, is going to get a second contract from the Steelers if he balls out?
I'm sure they'll try to do the same thing with him that they did with Le'Veon Bell. That's just the way it is. Chris, Danville. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's going on, guys? You know, Steiny, I almost never agree with you, but Goo, this is the case when keeping it real goes wrong. You know, it's one of them things, like Dave Chappelle said, you know, you get nowadays the running back positions, you just put the ball in their belly and you let them go. If they see the field, great, but almost everyone can do it now. And now they're putting them out at wide receiver. You got receivers playing running back, especially right here in the Bay. So the position, and I'm a running back. I grew up on Terrell Davis, the Dirty Bird, Jamal Anderson, all that good stuff. I love them, you know, but it's just like Steiny said, it's the time of the year where we're just not using them like we used to, and you can almost throw anybody back there. And like you said, there's about 5 guys in the league that could really make that difference. But when you're talking 5 guys versus, 30 teams with 4 running backs on each team, I mean, that's not that
so
many
let me
guys.
ask
But,
you this. If you're telling, let me ask you this. So if you're telling me you got a running back that's being a decoy in the backfield, and he has the skill set like a Marshall Faulk or a McCaffrey and could come out of the backfield and catch the rock, I don't care if he's catching it. That's still him bringing something to the table because he's multidimensional. How is that not carry any more weight? I need that guy on the field more, not less.
Well, he'll get hurt then.
I feel you, but they just don't do it like that no more. I mean, you got Christian McCaffrey that can really catch the ball out the backfield. Outside of him, I mean, really, who's the difference maker at catching the ball out the backfield outside of Christian McCaffrey? I mean, and that's what they're asking for. More important than that nowadays is that pass blocking. You got to be able to pass block too.
Yeah. It would, you know what?
And I'm not
Here
saying,
it is.
Go ahead.
This is
because I'm not diminishing any other position.
Let me try to help you. Let me try to help you.
All positions matter.
Let me try to help you. It's like playing time in the NBA. You know what the running backs are right now? They're like a 6th man. You can't pay a 6th man like a starter because they're not a starter. And the bottom line is there's at least 5 positions on a football field that are more important than a running back. If you want to change this, then you have to make running backs more important.
Pay Jordan Poole.
He started a lot.
So you're saying I could start the game and hand the ball off to my starting running back. He could take it to the house 80 yards.
Okay.
We're up 7-0. What's 6-man about that? And that's normally how damn near every game starts.
What I'm saying is when a guy takes it 80 yards, there's 2 or 3 guys who take it 80 yards who nobody else could have taken it 80 yards.
Okay.
But there's a lot of guys that can take it 80 yards. Like if they get the right block. I mean, that's the point. That's the point. If you create the same, what I'm hearing is if you create a hole for a running back, if it's a great running back, he'll get 6 yards. A lesser running back will get 4. Okay.
So the other,
why would you pay a guy?
We're not paying. So the other 3 are just, it ain't worth us paying.
You can get it done with any running back.
Or Steiny, this is where I'm going.
I think you're losing part of the argument because your sunglasses.
It's over. I've won.
There's not a series.
I've won it.
You've won what?
Whatever football you're watching about, it don't matter. You've lost. Okay, running backs matter.
General managers agree with me.
No, please stop.
General managers and football fans agree with me.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to Atco Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Anybody can be Jonathan Taylor.
No, what's happening is the NFL these teams are getting over, and they're using these guys. They're using these guys,
everybody.
And they're not rewarding them.
Football uses everybody, and running backs are no different.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they're no different.
It's not all of a sudden. I told you, it's going back decade at least.
Except for McCaffrey. Except for Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor's a dime a dozen.
No, our guy Chubb, Harris, all these guys, man. Just pay them when they're supposed to get paid.
Why would I pay a running back who's really good when when he can't make a difference because we don't use running backs like that? And you know what? If we use running backs like you want them to be used, they're going to get
Have you heard of Frank Gore?
There he goes again. The most durable running back in the history of football. What about Christian McCaffrey?
I just brought him up. You said I couldn't use him.
Let's use McCaffrey.
I just did. You said I couldn't use him.
He's been hurt.
Okay, but not enough to where the Niners said we don't want to pay you. And he's changed everything.
The Niners didn't pay him.
He's changed everything. It ain't a Steiny. You know what they looked at him and said he still can change us, and he changed them.
Right, but he's Christian McCaffrey, and he's getting paid. There's only one Christian McCaffrey. No?
Oh, so I thought there's only one Frank Gore. Which, I mean, where do we stop? Josh Jacobs is a baller.
Josh Jacobs is not Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, but to the Raiders he is. He's their version of him.
But the Raiders aren't good.
Okay, so Dalvin Cook's done nothing in the league. He should be at the unemployment line right now.
I don't know what I'm arguing.
You're not.
What the NFL is doing makes total sense.
I made you come up with something you don't feel. So
what are you talking about?
Not wake up and say Evan and Goo, the running back position is extinct. You are reacting off of what I'm telling you is wrong, and these dudes are getting used. Don't try to Bill Belichick us and say running back position don't matter.
You don't get it.
That's what you sound like.
It doesn't matter as much as it used to.
What does that say? To who? I'm telling everybody knows it's wrong.
To coaches, to general managers.
Stop it.
Well, then what?
Christian McCaffrey on line 1.
Guru, I got to say it.
On line 1.
Guru.
That's it. Yeah, I got to give you 20 other names. He's changed everything.
No, he hasn't. They haven't won a Super Bowl with him.
They're damn close.
Are they?
They went and got him for a specific reason.
Right, because they didn't have a quarterback.
What?
Because they had a bad quarterback.
Yeah. Because
they had a bad quarterback.
You always find now you
always
got to kick somebody in the knee.
Okay.
Now they've got McCaffrey, so you can spray paint somebody and say they're not good enough. And this team's been in the Super Bowl, 2 NFC championships.
Yeah, they won the Super Bowl
without McCaffrey, and they still go get. Don't walk around and tell nobody running backs don't matter.
They don't. They don't matter like they used to.
Running backs don't matter.
So
You're the problem. He ain't never said that before until I brought it up in the gripe, and now it's end all be all running backs. You don't even believe that.
What I believe is what the league is telling me. That running. Okay, can I?
Yeah.
The league has spoken. The running back position is less important than 6 to 8 other positions. So don't think the quarterback's more important. Wide receivers are more important. Tight ends, cornerbacks, they're all more important than running backs. So why would you pay the running back position? Forget players. The position. If you can't get a Christian McCaffrey, why would you pay a lot of money for a running back that doesn't get utilized like other players? I'm not paying a guy who doesn't touch the ball a lot.
Josh Jacobs and Eckler touch the ball all the time.
Right.
That's the crime in this all.
What?
So what are you talking about? They don't get used, is what I'm asking.
What?
This ain't arena football. What are you talking about? The running backs don't touch the rock. I'm talking about the good ones that deserve to get paid. Some of the offenses, the Minnesota, their offense was built around Dalvin Cook.
Okay, and how far did it take them? And I'm not blaming him.
Right,
I'm not blaming Dalvin Cook. No, I'm not. You don't need one of those guys. That's been proven. Yeah. If you can get one of those guys, great. If you can't, you're not. Okay. It's not like the running back is not a number one starting pitcher. Again, Goo, the 49ers have led the league in rushing They've been the best rushing team in football for 6 years.
So why
They've
did
had
they go get McCaffrey?
Because he's special. He's special. I agree with you.
Dalvin Cook.
Not as. Come on, Goo. Come on. And here's the other thing that you got to understand.
Not being
Kirk
used,
Cousins is paid a boatload of money.
Yeah.
Because his position is more important than running back.
It's supposed to
be.
be.
The 49ers have a quarterback that they're not paying a lot of money to. So that makes Christian McCaffrey far more viable.
Who's gotten farther or closer to a chip? The Niners. So just because you pay your quarterback or pay the guy doesn't mean you're getting the dividends.
One of the reasons that Christian McCaffrey is a 49er is because in this day and age of the salary cap, if you're paying a quarterback a lot of money, chances are you can't pay the running back a lot of money.
That sounds a lot different, Steiny, and something I can process.
I've said it 7 times.
They're not touching the ball.
7 times
They
I've said it.
don't touch the ball. You said that 5 times. That's a flagrant foul.
The bottom line is
running backs don't touch the ball. And I just told you when your fantasy that's all the running backs touch the ball. Let's get Low Neal on the phone.
You're pissed.
I never get pissed.
Yeah, you are. You're mad at me because you know you're flailing.
I don't believe you believe it. That's why I'm mad. I don't believe you believe it. That's why I'm mad. I did the gripe because I'm a real one, and I don't like predominantly a lot of black running backs all of a sudden don't get paid, and out of nowhere, on this beautiful July day, all of a sudden running backs don't touch the ball and they don't matter to my partner.
They don't.
Okay.
They don't matter like they used to.
Let's get Low Neal on the phone.
They don't. Well, again,
says who?
Here we go. We're going to bring a guy. We're going to bring a guy back who played 20 years ago. Yeah, you'll get your answer.
We're talking about now. He still knows the game.
I know he does.
Yeah. And you can tell him, hey, Low, running back's not touching the ball. What?
Yeah, he touched the ball a lot.
Yeah, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about now. He watches now. He gets paid to watch now.
Gotcha. Take it up with the NFL.
They
stopped running the ball.
That's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. Goo, I understand it's unfair.
It's not unfair. It's not unfair. It's the cycle of the game right now.
Of a game that you're obviously not watching because you say running backs are not touching the rock.
How many?
That is fundamentally and insane. That's wrong.
Okay.
That's my own. Okay. That's all, Steiny.
Okay.
That's wrong.
Let's do this.
And just say sorry.
Okay.
I'm
not apologizing, but I'll say, okay, fine. Running backs touch the ball. Let's talk about the running back position.
Okay.
And this is why can't you understand this, Goo? The league doesn't think running back and running the football is the way you win with one guy.
I'll give you that. That's a whole lot different than other stuff. I'm not mad. I never get mad. I am not mad. What we got?
Marvin. What's up,
Hello?
Marvin?
The most important aspect of the subject you guys are talking about is the fact that there's a salary cap and teams have to decide what is more valuable.
Thank you.
Given the money they have to spend. And my guess is offensive linemen who both protect the most important asset, which is the quarterback, and block for running backs has to be more important than just a running back or even a wide receiver. I bet linemen are making a lot more money now than they ever did, and that's why, including depth linemen. So it's not that they aren't as important, it's that you can only pay so much given all of the things you need linemen to do now, which is protect the quarterback. They have to also be pass blockers as well as running blockers, and as we saw with the 49ers, you have to be smaller to do that. So the old offensive line that grounded out 3 yards in a cloud of dust doesn't exist anymore, and yet you cannot afford to be short offensive linemen. So they're paying those guys a lot more. That's where the money's going. And the subject about the running backs not having to be elite, I think, what did Jim Brown make when he was playing? And I look at these running backs today and I say, think about that. That's my point.
Appreciate it.
We can do that with the cost of gas.
Just admit this is what I was saying. Okay. Yeah, sure, running backs touch the ball. But outside of a special few, they're interchangeable and replaceable with low-cost options. That's why all this is happening.
And I can process that. But Steiner, we could say that about every position. Is every 32 quarterbacks great? No. Is every left tackle Trent Williams? No. So why is it now?
Because you've named 2 positions that are more important than running back. What's the least? Like, it's just the nature of sports. Like, the best pitcher on a baseball team is going to make the most money. Like the middle reliever is not going to make a lot of money. Why? Because the middle relievers, you can find them. There are a lot of them around. And I guess that's the way it is with running back right now.
Well, it's interesting because Robert Griffin III, obviously a successful quarterback, but he knows what he's talking about, weighed in on this and tweeted a couple days ago, Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, and Bo Jackson are some of the greatest talents the NFL has ever seen. But with how the NFL is treating the running back position now, the future greats of the position growing up right now will choose to change positions rather than be exploited by NFL decision makers.
Yeah.
It's true that the game has evolved and production for the running back position can be found in different ways, but running backs are still crucial to winning, and special ones make it a lot easier. Running backs do what wide receivers, tight ends, and offensive linemen do combined by running the rock, catching it, protecting the quarterback. That does have massive value, and backs have proven that they're special, earning guaranteed money they're seeking. NFL decision makers need to stop hosing them in negotiations just because they can.
They hose everybody.
That's
the cycle
financially
of the
not
sport.
true.
It's the cycle. What do you mean? It's
the only franchise
right
tag that's gone down in the last 10 years is running backs.
That's because they're not as important as they used to be. They're not utilized like
they are
used to.
for some teams. Like they are for teams that don't have quarterbacks.
Okay. But we're talking about the position as a whole. More teams do it. Like, nobody's saying, hey, we got Earl Campbell, but we're not going to really use him that much. Or we're gonna bring other guys in. Those guys don't really exist anymore.
But that's why you just heard that was the exploitation one hit. That word hit me.
Running backs are not exploited anymore than any other football player.
Call RG3. Those were his thoughts.
He's a quarterback.
And so what? He's a guy that watches the game. He's a fan of the game.
My point is, every player's exploited.
Okay.
Oh, you don't think so?
No.
You think running backs are...
I want to hear more about your cycle. Please.
It's a passing cycle, so guess what? Right. Receivers and quarterbacks are going to get paid more than running backs. If it were a running league, running backs would be paid more.
And we're not talking about
simple.
The bum running
simple.
backs. We're talking about the elite ones that deserve to get paid.
And I never put those in the category, my friend. I'm talking about the position as a whole. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. It's all sponsored by Lucky California. By the way, don't forget, we're going to be down at the Hilton Santa Clara. Training camp opens up on Wednesday. We're going to be live from the Hilton Santa Clara Wednesday and Thursday. So if you're going to be out there, make sure to stop by and see both the Morning Roast and Steiny and Guru. Also a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this year. Public tailgate. It starts 3 hours before every game, and then it goes an hour after the game is over. It's always free admission. Plus, you can follow everything on Instagram to get a sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items.
To make more of every juicy, delicious day of summer, make Lucky your one-stop shop for the freshest food at the greatest value. This week, 1 pound strawberries.
pet me. Please pet me. Please be my friend. Please don't ever leave me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Part of it's your freaking glasses.
Part of what?
It's disrespectful to me.
Well, make me take them off.
I can't do that.
Yeah, we know you can't.
I can't do that.
Your words.
But I'd like to see your eyes. I'd like to look into your eyes so we can have a man-to-man conversation. You backing down from that?
No, I'm not going to take them off. Anything to irritate you, buddy.
It doesn't.
Yeah. I've never been mad at you in 6 years.
That's not true. Stop it. Now, that's a lie.
We're in the toy department of life. Like, that tells me I know. That's why you give me those looks when I see you outside and I'm walking to my car and then I hear a car. I'm like, and then you had that look like I'm a bad neighbor. And I'm like, he was really mad at me today. We are having a blast.
I've got to strongly disagree.
And that might be the first 10.
Guru, I'm really sorry that the NFL is going to more of a passing emphasis. That's my fault, and you can be mad at me for it.
No, I'm not mad at you. Never am I mad. I'm just mad at the guys that are getting exploited, man.
Just acknowledge that that's not truthful, that you've never been mad at me. Come on, man.
Oh, Steiny.
To Goo?
I'm taking the glasses off. On my kids, I have never been mad at you.
Goo, you took a swing at me 4 months ago.
Swing at you how? What are you saying?
Did you hear Nick Young said that Draymond tried to punch him too?
That I did.
Boy, that's a tough fight to root for a winner.
So you're saying you're telling the people you've been mad at me?
Back years back.
Over a conversation.
It wasn't a conversation.
A
he got personal.
Oh,
see, I don't get personal.
You called me a liar and pointed at me.
You were.
And then you walked off.
Well, you're kind of lying
I'll never forget it.
You've been mad at me. It's okay. Goo. It's okay to have been mad at me.
But you agreed with me and then debated with me, which is fine. You said, Goo, it ain't right. Deal with it. Man up. That's the... So you saw what I saw. You understand the elites of... I'm not arguing for the bums.
I did before the show, but now during the show, I've changed my mind.
No, you did too. But
dude, look, it's nothing... Like, here's what I'd say. Nothing personal against the running back.
Okay.
Running back.
But you do take back, and you did. You said, Goo, I'll take back, they don't touch the ball, or they don't... Like, you made them sound like the center in the NBA, Stoney. And that got me going.
No.
It was like you just said you agreed that, hey... Tough cookie, deal with it.
I did that out of pressure.
No, stop. What pressure? But I've never been mad at you, dude.
Go get him, Steiny. Now Guru's argument is running backs touch the ball, not they are undervalued. Come on, Goo. Stop changing the goalpost.
That makes no sense.
Does that get you mad?
No, because that makes no
sense.
sense.
He's right, though.
He's right. Those are two different things.
Oh, no, he's right. No,
we said he's right. You run him in the ground and you don't pay him. Josh Jacobs, blah, blah, blah.
Welcome to football. Yeah. Any position, any year.
Pop said you could beat a dead horse. And
he's talking to me?
No, just in life. And we've done that with the quarterback.
I just wish we had to talk
Evan had some sound from Acho, our guy on...
we're not going to play that.
And it agreed with you.
That's why we're not playing it. Because you're going to think that I'm sticking it to you with Acho.
I want to hear it. I'm not that dude.
I'm going to pile on if he agrees with me.
He actually has kind of a solution.
Yeah, I want
to want solutions. Yeah, I want complaints.
Evan,
I want unsolvable problems.
Yeah, Guru Denial Johnson, stop. I'm not in denial. We've all admitted it's wrong.
650, nailing it. Guru, you're talking about fantasy football. I'm talking about. Okay, let's hear Acho.
Until a running back proves that you can be the catalyst for your team winning a Super Bowl, the running back market will continue to depreciate. In the Patrick Mahomes Super Bowl era, since Mahomes started winning Super Bowls, running backs haven't gotten paid. Why? Because you don't need to pay them. The Chiefs drafted a running back in the first round, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He did not pan out, and they still won a Super Bowl. With a 7th-round rookie in Isaiah Pacheco, not out of Bama, not out of Ohio State, not out of Michigan, out of Rutgers. The Rams won a Super Bowl with the 20th-ranked rushing offense. The Buccaneers won a Super Bowl with the 28th-ranked rushing offense. The Chiefs, you're looking at 2 Super Bowls with right around the 23rd-ranked rushing offense, respectively. Simply put, you just don't need a running back to win a Super Bowl. It helps to have a running back to get there, but to win, it just don't matter. So until a running back becomes the catalyst for winning a Super Bowl, they better be content with their value depreciating.
Okay. he made his point. Don't mean he's
For those
right.
on the radio, Steiny just dropped his mic muff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just mic drop.
Because I bring up Christian McCaffrey like I have, Exhibit A. I'll go to Josh Jacobs, Exhibit B. What the hell are you talking about, Acho? He can get you there, but you don't win the game.
Don't you dare.
I can get you there,
Guru.
but don't. Me getting you there is just as.
Guru.
Don't you understand
Don't you
why
dare
you're
take
playing in the
shots at
game?
Acho. He's my man.
Dude, we had him on the show.
I love him.
Yeah. You don't love him.
Well, I do now.
You called him Nacho. Listen.
I do that. Sometimes I do that. I called him Achu. But the point is the man knows football.
Yeah, stop. What does he know? He played, had a hamburger.
Let's take some calls.
I'm trying to call low.
Let's see.
I'm playing.
Chris in Millbrae says there's still some good running backs out there. We're not taking that call.
Oh, but you're dirty.
Let's go to Gus and Tracy. He agrees with me.
You're dirty.
I don't know if he does or not.
I bet he does.
Hey, Gus, what's up? Hey, Gus, you ever see the movie?
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Hey, running backs are like real estate. You know, it's supply and demand. You know, you get so many running backs coming out of college every year that they're just flooded with running backs. That's why they don't pay them. Because you could get a running back anytime, any place. Yeah. You know. Right. So and all the running backs that come out, like Guru, there's only a few that are going to be great.
Right,
you know?
right.
Not like every running back that comes out is going to be great.
And you know what? I could say the same about every position, but we're talking about the elite, the top of the tops, the Josh Jacobs, who I think is damn good at his job.
One-dimensional.
The Dalvin Cooks, the Eckler with the Chargers.
Brittle.
Yeah, see, that's
There's
all.
always a problem with him.
No, but Guru, you're talking about that they don't get paid. The reason why they don't get paid is because there's so many to come out. It's just like in real estate. If there's tons of houses out there, you know, the market's going to go down.
All right.
That's the reason why they don't get paid. There's so many of them out there. And why are you going to go? You know, oh, okay, I'm going to pay this guy, $20 million when I could get this guy for $1 million. You know, there's just so many running backs out there that.
Well, to his points.
Hey, you're not going to believe this.
Uh-oh.
You know who we got on the line?
Who?
Former NFL linebacker, Emmy award-winning NFL analyst for Fox Sports, Emmanuel Acho. Emmanuel, welcome.
What's up, family? Let me get on some of this.
My partner, Darryl the Guru Johnson, essentially just said, guy don't know football.
No, Acho, I didn't say that, man.
He said this guy doesn't know football.
I watch you every day, man. This is my point, Emmanuel. I came in today, and you made some points. My partner has. But I'm asking you, and I'm asking anybody that'll tell me, Emmanuel, it's not fair that you use these guys up and then don't pay them. And I go Exhibit A, Josh Jacobs, the Ecklers of the world, Dalvin Cook in the line at EDD. I'm talking about the guys that help you win. All of a sudden, I'm going to say analytics, the cap, have changed that. And I got DeMarco Murray in the back. That's way back. Dallas used him up and said, bye-bye, Emmanuel. I heard you, but it's still not fair.
I don't disagree with you at all, family. And pardon me, y'all listening, if I lose service. I just pulled into the Fox studio lot for my daily show. I don't disagree with you, but fair is for Ferris wheels, my brother.
Oh, wow.
Thank you.
It's for Ferris wheels. Now, I think you're right. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's just, but it's the nature of the beast. And that's what I think people need to understand is if I am a business owner, why would I willingly do what is not fiscally responsible for the sake of being quote-unquote fair? Why would I willingly do what is fiscally irresponsible for the sake of making somebody happy? Like, that's just not how the business of the NFL works. And I may sound curt, but again, you're talking to a person who was cut 5 times by the age of 25, told that he would be signed back on a Monday and never heard from that head coach again. So I personally know the NFL is not fair. The coaches and the owners are going to do what they deem is best for the team. And as it pertains to Saquon Barkley, if I could get him to play for $10 million instead of $16 million, why the heck wouldn't I do that?
Acho, I know you're about to get ready for your show. My partner's looking at me. I'm going to say it because it's in my heart. I'm a black man, and I feel like 85 to 90% of running backs are African-American, and you're telling me all of a sudden that's the position that is dried up when the guys are deserving. Can you just speak to that point?
So I think that is a correlation, but it is not causation. And I only care about things in life that are particularly racial and race-based if it is causation. There's just a correlation between the fact that the running backs are black and that is one of the positions that is depreciating. But punters, if we just haven't talked about that as much. If you look at percentage of the salary cap in 2023 compared to 2015, punters' percentage is also mildly decreasing as well. So I don't want to make something a race issue if I do not have to, because there are so many things that are genuine race issues in society that we can't bring up a race issue every time there's a correlation. If it was causation, big dog, I'm going to rock with you. You know what I'm saying? If it was causation, I'm here with you. I'll be the loudest person on the mic. But it's just a correlation. A good correlation, good observation, but it's not a cause.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game, former NFL linebacker, Emmy Award-winning NFL analyst for Fox Sports 1. Let me just ask you this about, they're doing the running back position wrong. The running back position's being done wrong by them. But isn't, running back's not a special position. It's the whole NFL, right? In terms of non-guaranteed contracts at every position. It just happens to be the cycle of the game now is more toward passing, and running backs are just at the bottom of that cycle now.
Bro, that bingo. Think about centers in the National Basketball Association. If you go back to the 1980s, centers played the top 5 minutes in basketball. The 5 highest playing minutes players in basketball in the 1980s were centers during the course of that decade. The last time we have a full decade is the 2010s. In the 2010s, the highest playing position was no longer center. The first center ranked in minutes per game was the 10th center in Marc Gasol, and he ranked 10th in minutes per game. I say that to say it just happens, y'all. It happens. Think about it. There are no more stacked backers. How many more Ray Lewises are there in the world? You know what I'm saying? There's no more 240-pound linebackers either. What you going to do? Complain about, my position. If I were to come out the league, I ran a 4.71. If I were to come out of college, that's extinct now. You better not run no 4.7 and think you're going to play in anybody's NFL. So it's not as though it's targeted. It's just what it is. It's the evolution of the game. And I'm sure it will come back in a circle maybe in the next 20 or 30 years.
Acho, I'm fighting for my life with the fans because I'm going to get a shirt after we're done with this show today that running backs matter. But what about the Christian McCaffrey effect? Because my partner made an astute I don't agree with him, but his opinion was, you know what? He works because they don't have a stellar quarterback. I'm like, well, when can I score by giving you a great running back that makes a difference? Can you speak to that? McCaffrey's effect.
If you want to talk about the Christian McCaffrey effect, let's talk about it positively and negatively. The Cowboys paid Ezekiel Elliott $95 million before they paid their quarterback. Ezekiel Elliott is a 27-year-old free agent. Christian McCaffrey was paid $16 million a year, and the team that paid him that money traded him. So if you want to talk about the Christian McCaffrey effect, let's talk about it both ways. Let's look at the glass from both sides. Because the Christian McCaffrey effect, while positive for the San Francisco 49ers, he is an absolute dude. It is also the fact that he got paid that big money and the Panthers saw no return that other teams are looking around like, wait a second, should we do the same thing? I'm going to give y'all one more, and then I really do have to jet.
Okay.
Sony Michel won a Super Bowl with both the Patriots and the Los Angeles Rams. This is for the listeners. Michel won a Super Bowl with the Patriots and the Rams. The Patriots drafted Sony Michel in the first round. He was their leading rusher when they won the Super Bowl in 2018. The Rams traded a 5th and 6th round pick for that same Sony Michel. And Sony Michel was the Rams' leading rusher when they won the Super Bowl in 2020. Who would you rather be, Coach? The team that drafted Sony Michel in the first round or the team that just traded a measly 5th and 6th round pick for the same Sony Michel? Do the math, America. That same first-round pick I got for a 5th and 6th rounder and got the exact same result. I just ain't have to pay him the bread.
Oh,
Emmanuel,
that's
you get
wrong.
it.
Yeah, right on, fam. Right on
me.
for pulling up. Man.
Emmanuel gets me. I appreciate it, man. Hey, thanks for joining us on the spur of the moment. Have a great show today, and really appreciate it, Emmanuel. Thank you.
For sure. Peace.
All right.
I thought you were playing. That was cool.
I tell you what, I'm having a hell of a year. I'm having a hell of a year.
I'm going Roxy Bernstein, our guy. God. Please explain.
Real quick, just want to also mention that Emmanuel Acho has a book out called Illogical, Saying Yes to a Life Without Limits. You can purchase it. It's a New York Times best-selling book.
And I watch his show daily.
Nice.
But go ahead. What's the best year? Oh, because he agreed with you. That's always about you. My bad.
What did he say? On the money, my brother.
No,
something like that.
No, he said there. I made some point. Agree with him.
How about here, I just thought of maybe an analogy.
How did we get him?
We got super producer Evan.
Evan, good job, boy.
It was all boss.
Dude, he's got a little Rolodex. Don't sleep. Stephen A.
Dan Rockenstein always leaves out the days he's wrong. Of course I leave out
and today is not a right day.
No, today
is not a right
is a
day.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Yeah.
So let me
He
continue.
knows what I was
Let me continue to have my hell of a year.
Yeah.
It would be like this. 20 years ago in the NBA, they weren't really shooting a lot of threes. So if you were a good three-point shooter, you probably didn't get paid as much as a center because it wasn't really part of the game. Fast forward 20 years, and now the three-pointer is shot more than half the time. Hence,
well, Jordan came in, the threes weren't going flying. He got paid. Mike, the great guards.
There he goes, Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, I got an exception for you. Yeah. The greatest player who's ever played.
And Steiny, if you heard Acho, he felt where I was coming from.
Oh, we all feel where you're coming from.
A lot of people just saying, "Get over it, Goo." That's just that's it. Running backs matter.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
we can win without a running back.
And Evan just came quietly with the Heat Rocks when he told you the only position that went down with the salary cap with the franchise tag was a running back position. That was
how about Acho, Emmanuel Acho, using the same example as me with punters, and I used it with punters. Oh man,
dude,
unbelievable! I mean, this is just you know what? I feel pretty proud of myself right now. Here's another thing, Goo. Like, let's just hypothetically, let's say the NFL wanted to increase scoring. You know, like the NBA put a 3-point shot in. Let's just say hypothetically they said, you know what? Let's make field goals 5 points. Field goal kickers are going to get paid more. They're going to get paid a lot more.
Right.
Because, like, that would become an emphasis of the game.
Right.
Right now, where we are, running's not.
See, that's where you're fundamental. You didn't say that to him. You did not say that because that is not true.
No,
you did not say that because nobody will agree with you, Steiny.
On what?
Running backs, the running game does not matter.
The running game is not as important as it used to be.
Oh, I can't wait for Dibbs and Willard. Because I can't bring in anybody else but Evan, and I think I know where he's at.
Yeah. I think you're going to have trouble finding somebody today.
Dude, I'm looking at the text line in the YouTube. Not that I need it. It's how I feel. I don't need validation.
Your feelings
I'm
are
having
wrong.
a great year because I got something right. I told Acho how I felt. Then I brought in the race element. That's another part of it.
I can't speak to that. I can't speak to that.
You can. Just because you ain't black, you can have an opinion.
But I'm scared.
I'm
scared, dog, that I could get fired.
Did you scare me when you said we got a word? I didn't know who we had. I was thinking,
thanks, 650.
That was great.
Thanks, 650. I appreciate that.
What'd they say?
Steiny, you really are having a great year.
See,
Guru's struggling.
Please. Excuse me. What I'm doing in the shield I have, like Captain America.
You deserve everything you get today with those sunglasses on.
Dude.
You deserve it.
I'm having a great show. What bothers me is the fact that you thought I was mad. And I'm winning.
Carlos Santana. You ever hear that song?
I thought you meant the first baseman.
One of his...
For the sorry-ass Pittsburgh Pirates.
Talking about the Bay Area icon. The music icon.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, boy.
707. He also used the center position. Oh, my God.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to FS1. Clearly, I have the credentials to go to FS1.
Skip's looking for a partner.
Yeah.
No, Rich in Fremont.
Yeah. Rich.
Hey, Rich, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
Something.
I was ready to jump on the go against Steinmetz, but after you had Acho on there, I was like, okay, you know what? He's made a point.
Night.
Well, talk to us of what you're going to say before pre-Acho.
Right.
Well, to go with us with pre-Acho.
It's irrelevant now.
I'll tell you something. What I was going to say before he got on was that I wanted Steinmetz to go up to Kyle Shanahan, okay, the head coach of a top 5 NFL team, and tell him your running back game plan doesn't matter. I want him to go do that because the reality of the matter is this. You're talking to a man who believes that the running back game and what he runs is extremely important. He's said it time and time again. It allows him to be able to control the clock. So I get the idea that the NFL has devalued the running backs. But like him and like Guru, I don't agree. I think it's unfair. I think that the running back brings a spiciness to the offense because it keeps the defense guessing.
There's no,
I'm not really sure what the offense is going to do. If let me tell you something. If the NFL, all they did was pass all the time, the defenses would have a field day.
Thank you,
okay,
Rich.
they'd be able to just cover the receivers, and they wouldn't have to worry about the running back.
Right.
But because you can send him in the backfield, throw a pass to him, or you can send him out for a 5-10 yard catch, the defense has to stay honest. And that's the reason why I don't agree with what the NFL is doing to the running backs. Thanks, guys.
Rich was on.
Still there, Rich?
Because the fundamental
Rich,
of the argument is running backs matter.
Oh, so you would want me to go up to Shanahan and say, hey, your running game. Well, I would I'm not sure what you really wanted me to do, but what I would say is, but how do you explain Kyle Shanahan having, I agree. Shanahan, the running game's important to Shanahan. Yeah. Okay, then why have we had 6 different leading rushers in the past 6 years if we're not valuing the position enough to find a guy?
Call. Oh, that sounds like a jail call. Listen, let me step in for Rich, Donnie. You've answered your question. Each running back that you mentioned that were good running backs for the Niners all got hurt. And
that's why you don't pay them.
But he didn't do that. He went and invested in something that had an injury history in McCaffrey, but the impact is greater than all the guys you mentioned. So that goes against that. To me signals he's investing in a dog. Acho ain't God. I love him. He ain't God. And the bottom line to this debate, because I know what you're doing, you're trying to weasel around a corner and take a win. The bottom line is
I made
you apologize when you said, Goo, I'm not saying
I didn't apologize.
Running backs don't matter.
I didn't apologize. I clarified. I did not apologize.
Well, still, I didn't want an apology.
Yes, you did.
I didn't need one.
No, you asked for one.
No. Well,
you asked for one, and I didn't give it to you.
No, you said I'll back.
I said I will not apologize, but yes, I will say, fine. I overstated that running backs aren't that important. But
we chopping it up.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Tell me what I'm doing.
Did we talk to Acho, baby?
Dude,
Payday Friday. Yeah. If we can do that every day, who can we get? Monday.
Well, we could try to get a guy who was a star when he played.
Well, right. I love him. No, dude, he's entertaining.
He's cool. He's totally cool. I've seen him around.
You remember we had the when the civil unrest was going on and all the marches during we were pandemic radio. Remember that? He came on to talk about his book, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. Remember that? And then he balled out. Google is home. It's insane.
Fair is for Ferris wheels.
He went E40 off me.
Oh, that's an E40 line?
No, that was a metaphor, a bar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we got Brian Geltzeiler.
Oh, I
Sirius
forgot.
XM Radio at 1 o'clock.
Get off this. I won this. Change it up.
You know.
Another time for your boy, Goo.
Good job, Goo.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
This poor guy.
Yeah, Evan with that.
Poor guy.
He mutilated you when he said the only position that has gone down in the side. I said, I almost teared up. Evan, help me, baby.
You know what's funny? And this is what I got today.
What
Guru's mad at me, yelling at me. You know nothing, biting the lower lip. And then Acho comes on, says everything I said. Good point. Good point, Emmanuel. Good point. You are, wow. You're right on point. On point.
You're Dave Chappelle right now.
And you know
that's
what?
A skit, but I didn't do any of that.
Don't get me started on maybe why you were so harsh against me. But everything was okay.
Because he agreed
No.
with everything he said. Big dog, I agree, but Then I brought up my race part of it. And he said, I see you working, but Ferris ain't
Basically,
for Ferris.
he gave you the old foghorn leghorn. He said to you, hey, Guru, listen, I like you. You're doing a lot of chopping, but no chips are flying. 888-957-9570. Sean in the East Bay says he's on Guru's team. We will not be taking that call on the other side. No, we will. All right, bye. Yeah, be right back.
Congrats to our Bay Area Panthers. The Bay Area Panthers are headed to the IFL playoffs on Sunday, July 23rd, 3 p.m. at SAP. Buy your Panthers playoff tickets at BayAreaPanthers.com.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Mom, Dad, you should shop Amazon for back to school and save some money. See, I'm currently obsessed with superheroes and need all the superhero stuff. Superhero lunchbox, superhero backpack. But next year, it'll be something else. Maybe dinosaurs? I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller. But I can tell you not to spend a fortune and shop low prices for school on Amazon. Okay, good chat. Amazon. Spend less, smile more.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver Sip Break.
But who needs that glue when you got great friends and that barbecue? Who needs that glue?
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Every business seeks an advantage, whether it's having the best location, hiring top talent, or spotting trends before they happen. And now, the United States Postal Service can give your business a new advantage. Introducing USPS Ground Advantage. Reliable and affordable 2 to 5 day shipping. It's the advantage you need at the price you want. Get the Ground Advantage at USPS.com/advantage. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Occupied!
Hurry up!
Go away, I'm enjoying my hot shower.
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hug.
That's it, family meeting.
We can all enjoy long, steaming hot showers.
even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead, have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So did I officially catch a body? You. Like
Please.
you caught a body.
How?
Last segment.
Steiny,
That's
stop.
okay.
The win is the gripe. And
You know
we
what?
got your
I'll
voice.
give- you know
this
what?
is not real quick. Let me finish. It's not artificial intelligence. Your voice, these words came out of your mouth. Guru, I agree. And the whole premise
With
of our
Acho.
conversation. Stop, pre-Acho. I do hate he brought up punter.
Brought up everything I brought up.
No, but still, don't mean it's right. I hear you, big dog. Play that, Evan. I agree with you. I see where you're going. But these people, you got them eating out your hand.
This year keeps getting better
Stop
for me.
it, dude.
Like, let's say
Acho's not God,
if I
Steiny.
were a baseball team,
You scored a run.
I'd be 71-29 this year.
Stop it.
After 100 games.
First round exit.
Yeah,
if I were
not
if I were the Golden State Warriors at the All-Star break, I'd be 42-11. And if I were the 49ers at more than halfway, I'd be like 8-1.
Yeah. Acho knew where I was coming from. You're the problem.
Well, he knew, I'll tell you what, the thing that makes Acho a pro is he knows how to let people down.
But please.
He's not a guy who piles on. He's a guy who builds up.
Hey, big dog, I
somebody.
see you working. I didn't like that. What is it again? The Ferris is for Ferris wheels, right?
Let's go to Sean. He's on Guru's
All
team.
right, Sean, baby.
Sean's not having a hell of a year. What's up, buddy? Hey, welcome.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm on Guru's team on the fact that
get him off.
Always talking about
I'm kidding.
The running backs are disposable. Like these receivers don't just grow on trees. I mean, you look at the top receivers nowadays. How many of those boys winning Super Bowl rings? I mean, you can't even name the top receiver from last year that the Chiefs had, aside from Travis Kelce. But there was a point you guys talked about Le'Veon Bell. You forget the highest paid player on that team was Antonio Brown. How many rings did that guy make? So I'm with Guru.
Yeah.
I mean, if you paying Debo Samuels $430 million a year, and how much better are the Niners paying him if we would have paid that same money to Christian McCaffrey? Same with Devontae Adams. I mean, they just signed that big free agent thinking that he was going to bring a Super Bowl ring. And were they better this year? No, I think they got worse this year with that man. So I'm with Guru. If they could pay a receiver $20 million, why not pay the running back?
Oh, thanks for the call because that's important.
Yeah. And they use them up
Because running backs are a dime a dozen.
That's
Acho said so.
Yeah.
Hey, that rhymes. TD says,
I'm done with YouTube today.
It's not YouTube. It's a caller.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Another one who's agreeing with you. So, hey, by the way,
what we got?
Brian Geltzeiler, our new favorite guest, coming up at 1:00.
Darryl.
What?
That's him.
What is
Like
that?
when I ask him a question, watch today, he'll be like, Darryl, Darryl.
He's not German.
Is that what that was?
I'm
just doing his voice.
Hey, let me tell you what I watched last night.
Go ahead.
I got.
Come on.
You know what? Usually, and this is why I always am open-minded to the young people.
I'll take a W on
You
this
will
one.
take a W. You can start taking a victory lap around Battery Street. Evan recommended a documentary to me, and it was phenomenal. And I'm still only the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, my God. I'll be back.
Arnold Schwarzenegger documentary.
You got it all
is
out, all 3 episodes?
I got 2 out of 3 done
and
last
you're
night.
already, you see that it's incredible.
It's really good.
I'm going to do it tonight. Well, maybe not tonight.
How was Attica?
I know you are not talking, Jack. The list of movies we still got Friday on a
I've seen
Friday.
that. It's funny. I like Debo. See, I've seen it.
Are you being real?
Yes.
So, what was Nia Long's role in the movie?
Well, she was the mother.
No, you didn't see it. Oh my! You tried to lie. She was the mother, Evan. Oh, my goodness. But tell us about
Arnold. Did I say mother? I said sister.
Yeah, but tell us about Arnold.
I'll tell you what, man. There's a lot to this guy. He's
a competitor.
He's more than that. He is a competitor.
They covered the steroids?
Yeah, everything.
Man.
He was actually, like, he's from Austria.
Yeah.
So the discipline is just unbelievable.
So people,
he said,
go ahead.
He said the reason when he took steroids, he took them like
there's a precision in doing that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's really good. It's broken up into 3 parts: bodybuilding, acting, and I guess the third part is political life.
So the episode that you got through about the bodybuilding, I thought the most fascinating part was his visualization, like talking about how being up on a stage in front of screaming people, winning the title, all of that was something that he had already had in his mind. So when it actually happened, like he wasn't even surprised talking about it. He's like, oh yeah, I've already been thinking about this for years. Just that mentality of athletes everywhere. It's pretty rare.
No doubt.
Wow, man. Leonis word.
He'd pay any price.
Guru got dunked on, mossed, knocked out in one segment. Is he listening to our station? I am getting love. Hey, Stoney, read that one from the 650 if you can, buddy.
No.
Second one down.
No.
Read that.
Which one? Third one down?
Second one down.
Steiny, Guru's by far the best. I said this already. Guru's by far the best host on 95.7 The Game, hands down. I don't play golf, but I'd love to get a drink with Guru. That's my guy.
Pull up 650. Make who? We need more of that.
Pull up with your wallet, though.
Oh,
don't pull up like Guru.
Today. I gave you that $100 back, Jack.
And that was mine anyway.
Well, you paid to be in the club. Speaking of which, I got my golf shoes, baby. Well, let me tell you the theme of the fit.
You called them cleats. They're not cleats. And let me ask you this. Do you know, seriously, do you know what kind they are?
Nike.
Are they replaceable?
Metal. The spikes. Like they're real. I had to, when I put them in the, I had to be careful.
I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. I'm not sure
Fluorescent
what you mean.
green Nike sign. I'm going to be styling.
Most golf shoes don't have metal anymore on the bottom, I don't think. It's a hard plastic? Is that maybe what you're thinking about?
Well,
and then you unscrew them when they wear out, and then you rescrew them in?
They have that feature.
You know, what they have now, and I love them.
Well, I borrowed them.
You borrowed shoes?
Yeah.
From who?
My boy.
Like,
you want to know? He don't want to.
You're going to give them back to him, and he'll wear them again?
Yeah.
That's
weird. Nah, he gave them to me.
That's weird.
Same guy that gave me the clubs.
You pay for anything?
Dude, don't hate. You just lied about Friday. I'm shocked.
I lied
because
about
she was the mother.
I thought she was. I must be thinking of Viola Davis. What's up, Evan?
Hey, and the Steph Curry doc was just as fascinating.
It wasn't.
When you're watching it,
I'm ready to get you mad now.
No, when you're watching it.
Do you want me to drop dime?
No, you can't drop. There is no dime. Dude,
let me ask you
fascinating.
Let me ask you at the next break if you will allow me to really tell the people what happened before the show.
It was.
Hey, Evan, were you going to say something?
Yeah, it was you being you. That's what happened. You can do it now.
Oh, no, I was going to say Stoney absolutely does lie.
There's no. He's about to lie now with whatever you think you're about to drop on me. I love the Curry doc.
And that's now become our most recent lie.
That's a fact.
What's the fact?
Rephrase that. What do you mean?
Thank you.
What words came out of my mouth?
What do you mean by that?
Liked it.
No, you asked me where did it pick up, what did it cover, and I told you I loved it.
All of it?
Let's just let you marinate in your lie on air. Oh, the mother.
Steiny caught a body today. That's the good one, right?
What
that's when you catch a body, that's when you dunk on somebody,
allegedly,
not get dunked on.
Please. The bottom line is the running back position is caught a body, dude. And you lost points with me when you said, but you fixed it.
What?
They're not using it. Running backs ain't a part of the plan.
Not really. Man, please. They're not important.
You tell them two dudes at 145 that.
I will.
Well, you won't have to. I'm letting
I will. Both those guys already spilled the beans. They're coming down your road.
Willard sent me a personal text. You want to read it? It's about you. Since you're talking,
go ahead
Jack,
now.
Since you're talking.
Well, go ahead.
No, I'm playing. He didn't say one. It was the same one address.
Willard is You know what I'll say is
another lie.
Well, yeah, with a liar.
Willard's the most diplomatic host at this show. Willard stuck it in me.
Now
I'm waiting for Evan to say that's another lie.
No.
Number 3.
Nope. Oh gosh, what a show!
Yeah,
this is so much fun.
This came out all off a gripe.
That's true. It did. Ernie Chavez, Steiny's right.
Dude, he's your number one fan.
Actually, said Steiny's wrong.
Did he say?
Nobody knows that.
I love
Another
Ernie.
lie.
Ernie, wow. Oh
49ers quarterback situation's beautiful.
Hey, you know what? I will do this.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious because you wanted me to play this.
Man,
we never got around to it.
Okay.
We all know how much Guru worries. This one has him shaking in his boots. Steve Young, he could quarterback a little bit. Take a listen.
We have this incredible, unique human being named Brock Purdy. And I'm just not going to limit him. I'm not going to say, oh, he's not bigger, he's not as strong, he's not as fast. I'm just not going to limit him. I think he's just an incredibly unique human made for quarterbacking, and I'm just let him cook. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to prejudge anything that he say he can't or can't do. I think it's all possible with Brock.
Here's the second part of that.
Thank you. But the problem is that he tore a ligament. And I was talking to one of the Dr. Elatraj, who does a lot of these, and we spent the weekend together a couple weekends ago, and we were just talking about all of that. And he said, first of all, he would have done it differently, but that's just another opinion. But one thing's for sure is that if it stays on track, there is a 6-month period to kind of get it full strength. And the thing that's unusual is that he does it for baseball all the time. He's done it 3 or 4 times for football, but not in the car wreck scenario, the way that he described, what happened to Brock. And so he says it's just not sure. And I think no one can know exactly how it's going to go. So if Brock is ready, game 1, it's not going to be 100%. Wow. Anyone who says he can rip a pass 6 months later, I don't think it belies reality. It doesn't mean he can't play 90%. So we'll see how that goes. But if he's ready, I'm sure they'll play him.
Wow. So
what was your wow for? What hit you like a bag of potatoes?
There you go. I always use skillet frying pan, Stoney. If he's not 100%, he won't be 100% by week 1. If I'm the Niners and this guy has shown us what he's shown us, and he's number 1,
right?
He can't be there week 1 if he's not 100%. You owe that to everybody involved. So now the default factor from that to me is, okay, Trey, hey, you got a chance.
Here's the problem.
But if you can't beat Darnold, you're done, like you said, if that's what it is. I mean, my goodness, Donnie, he said a car wreck, that elbow injury Reddick hit him with, that was real.
Here's what I heard.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy's 90%, that's better than Trey Lance at 100%. That's what I heard.
I did not hear that.
No, I didn't really either, but I'm just trying to be provocative. No, but I kind of did because he said
City.
I mean, if he's 90%,
why would you put him? He's fine. This guy could be what we've seen him for 8 weeks in the play.
See, here's what I think. You're going to call me crazy. If a guy's at 90%, okay, and you play him, people will say, "Oh man, he could get hurt again." Well, guess what? If he's 100%, he still could get hurt again.
But aren't we in an era in sports now, Stotty, where we load manage and you kind of slow play everything?
If you can.
If you
can.
You got 2 other quarterbacks, right? One with more experience than any of the other 2. In Darnold.
If you really believe that.
I'll tell you this. How about this? You're in the car with Trey Lance going to Woolworths. You hear that sound. Wouldn't you say, Trey, you got a chance to just show, forget Brock for this, you got a chance to show the team that what you've learned since you've been out. Because you might start a couple, if all the preseason games. They're not going to run Brock out there.
I'll probably play a lot in the preseason, Goo.
Man, Steiny, so you got to light it. You got to hit 400. You got to be on your A game.
I'm not good enough to hit 400.
Well, then and the world's going to see. But, Steiny, what if he could? And now can you play the Kyle sound, if you can, on all 3, how happy he is about his quarterback room?
Sure, I can do that. This is with Steve Weish, Kyle Shanahan.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got 3 guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got we got 3 guys who can play, and there's only 1 spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do, and he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff, and Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those 3, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
A couple things from the text line, just things that pertain to you. No more Woolworths.
Dude, I hate it. Why didn't I say Safeways? Hey. You can tell I'm a 70s baby.
Surprised you didn't say JCPenney. 408. Facts, Steiny. Purdy at 90 is better than Lance at 100. Guru might catch another body this. I love our listeners are funny.
That was your fake laugh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But I
tell the truth sometimes.
Oh, Steiny. You lost because you said. No,
everybody knows.
Knows what?
You can keep talking.
I hate that you're fanboying over Acho. Okay,
everybody knows.
He said, if you listen to the sound, Acho's like, "Goo, I see you working."
Oh, yeah, you're doing a lot of chopping, but no chips are flying. Your work is inefficient.
Shanahan sounds like he's in a good place, man. Yes, Steiny, what did you break that down? He said it's almost up for grabs.
Here's what I heard. 49er fans, please try not to be mad at me this year because I haven't found a quarterback in 7 years.
But I played in the Super Bowl, so you want to forget the facts.
And that's all that it's about. Getting there counts.
Oh, boy.
I'm kidding.
Oh. This is going to be crazy, Steiny. We're out there next week, man.
Well, that'll be fun.
Now, we won't be at the actual practice because we'll be on the show.
Better. We'll be at the Hilton.
Yeah.
We'll go to practice and then do the show.
Yeah. Little JD Dickinson.
Oh, he'll be down there. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Evan, you.
Matthew Natha. Nate. I see you working means I see what you're doing, but you're wrong. Wow, they're killing you today, the fans.
Dude, don't you understand? I'm gone. After I just went in on you, I dropped the mics, Donnie. We're doing the show, but the show's over. It was over when I told you to apologize about running back.
Anytime
don't
he
have
bites his
nothing to
lip,
do with the. Dude,
it's like my victory cigar. It's like Guru biting his lower lip is like me lighting a victory cigar.
You going Red Auerbach on me?
Hey, couple things. I'm dead serious here. How's soda coming? The boss is now doing soda.
He's on it.
The boss, that's Nahigian. Look.
Yeah, I said, how you doing? I peeked in. He goes, I'm hungry.
Day 2 today for
no
Nahigian.
Doubt. I'm day 26, Donnie. 24.
When's your next weigh-in?
Tomorrow.
All right.
I'm a little nervous. Because I hadn't got to the gym this week like I've been going.
Willie Mays.
Help us out, Evan.
Oh, 24.
Oh, my God. I'll go ahead. Finish the rest of the second.
Yeah, there was nothing to finish.
Dude, we got Acho. That was perfect.
I do have a little issue with you saying we. Because we really didn't do anything. It was Nahigian.
Yeah, no doubt.
It was Nahigian. Yeah. So, that's it.
Guru still shops at Mervin's. Guys, I get it. We'll work.
You can get good deals at Mervin's.
Do they still have them? I don't think Mervin's around.
Yeah, I think they're around. Nordstrom
Mervin's?
Nordstrom
No,
Rack.
that's still around. Yeah. But not Mervin's. That's where Dibs got in a fight at. Remember back in the day?
Is that when the guy threw a potato?
No, that was in the street.
Huh. Brian Geltzeiler coming up in 10 minutes, XM Series.
What you want to
Radio.
ask him, Steiny? What's on your mind?
Everything under the sun. Seriously, first thought when you heard Nick Young said that Draymond Green tried to punch him also.
Why didn't he get run?
Because he didn't snitch.
Because nobody was shocked.
And there was no video.
Leave my guys, Nick. Well, there you go.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who would you root for in a fight, Draymond Green or Nick Young?
Ow! I'm uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, so what? I'm
a lover, not a fighter.
Okay. You know what I'd like to see? Which was the Rocky at the very end where they both drilled each other and both fell to the floor?
No, oh my God, one of the most the greatest scenes in movie theater.
Was that the second one?
I want to say the second one. No. That means it was the third.
Carl Weathers.
Yeah. God, he was good. Running on the beach, Steiny. They're training.
TD's been hanging in there. I was hoping he'd hang up because it seems like he agrees with Guru, but he hung on for an hour.
Real ones agree with me.
What's up, TD? How you doing, buddy?
Man, that's the exact same thing I was thinking. If Steiny's changing all these things, I would hang up and not back up my boy Guru and JD from Union City, bro. Hey, so, not real quick, but if the position doesn't matter, when the backyard team right here, San Francisco 49ers, were getting dinged up at the running back position, they put their number one most explosive guy on the team in the backfield. That would be Debo. They didn't put the four-stringer. They didn't bring somebody off the waiver. They put the number one guy back there. And let's not forget, he didn't like it because he was getting banged up.
Right.
He even was almost going to hold out and, asking for more money because he experienced what the running backs are going through. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for agreeing with me. Appreciate it, TD. Thanks for hanging in there, too.
I am now the Cape Crusader for the running back position, Steiny.
Well, go find one of those, find Barry Sanders, and I'll agree with you. That's a guy I'd pay.
I wish we could get Low Neal on. Because he won't talk about his day. He'll talk about what we're seeing. But you know what, Steiny? The win for me is, and this is why I love you, you said, I understand what you're saying, but deal with it.
It's like, but that's what you kind of do to a puppy. After a puppy urinates, and you discipline him, but then you go, good puppy, you're a good puppy, you're a good puppy. Please pet me. Please pet me. Please be my friend.
I swear I do. A puppy.
Hey,
what you got?
I'll tell you what I got. You gonna stay in here till 2:27 today?
When did Evan snitch about it?
I was listening to the radio.
Oh, okay.
I went to the Odyssey app.
But I sent him a text and I said, Evan, you cool to stay? And he gave me the thumbs up emoji.
Yeah. What was I going to say? No.
Because he's a team player.
Right. So am I. Every day.
You like to bring attention to yourself. We talked about this already, and you acknowledged it. You knew you said I was right about that. You do like that. It's just the continuation of the hell of a year I'm having.
Dude, I just hate that you think it's something.
No,
it's
it
not.
is something.
If we had a radio sports center, you would not be on it for your year.
Oh, sure I would.
And you make me sound like a guy that wears shades inside. It's not about me. I don't like attention. Our future is just bright here, man.
Seek it out.
Oh, please. Are we going to do the Mount Rushmore seek out of attention here?
We don't have to. I just did it.
MatthewSteinmetz.com. And you got a 4-hour radio show?
I have a talent.
I didn't say you do.
But
you're T.O.
I'm a 3-star athlete.
Matt loves Matt.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
you have to start with yourself.
No, I tell my kids.
So you don't love yourself?
No,
good?
I tell my kids.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, I don't run from that.
I've got I'm a three-tool player.
I'm 5.
Newspaper, TV, radio.
And an Emmy.
That's TV.
Where's it at?
It's broken. If you want to know the gods,
Steiny,
I couldn't find that thing.
How is it broken?
I couldn't find that thing if somebody came in and.
So please tell me you were there when they presented it to you.
No.
Oh, Evan! Why weren't you there?
You know why?
Vern Glenn left and right picking up his hardware, puts the video on social, paying homage. I'm not too big not to show up. Oh, my goodness.
It's one of those things where you have to.
You don't like crowds.
No, you got to pay $75 to go to the event. And then you got to register to be.
You're Mr.
Well, I didn't register our company.
Mr. Tipper. You understand that part of it. You ain't a cheapsake.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Dude, people saying I got a lot of W's today.
He's the GMO.
Well,
510, you get it. Everyone knows Steiny's too cool for everything.
Wow.
Right. Hey, we got Brian Geltzeiler on the other side. We are going to have him a day or two ago, but we didn't want to squeeze him in. His schedule was very tight. Brian Geltzeiler, XM Radio. You know who he is. We have talked to him periodically over the last couple months about the NBA. And let me tell you something about Brian. He's got a perspective on the NBA that we love because it's a national one. We're going to get into Draymond Green. I was listening to him the other day. He's got some interesting things to say about Draymond Green. And you know what? Very few are as tapped in to the NBA as our main man, Brian Geltzeiler. We'll have him on the other side, and it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, Matt Steinmetz here, and I want to let you know that our friends at Buon Vino opened up their new location in downtown Walnut Creek. If you're looking for the perfect spot for...
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And let's head out to the phone line, talk to our main man, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio host. He's also a contributor at NBA TV. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing dynamite. And here's my first question. So the Golden State Warriors get rid of Jordan Poole. They trade him, and it's apparent that, there were issues in that locker room that have been acknowledged by the coach and some players. By getting rid of Jordan Poole, you think the locker room is going to be copacetic?
Yeah, it depends. So, okay. That's about a loaded question.
Yeah.
Way to start me off, dude. All right, so here's because if I had a lawyer, the lawyer would be like, objection, leading the witness. Because you're leading me into something here. Listen, I think that the Jordan Poole problems disappear. Are we guaranteed that the locker room is going to be a peaceful place? I assume you're going to ask me about this going forward, but as long as you ask the question about the locker room being a peaceful place, I'll go into it. If Chris Paul isn't on board with the role that is envisioned for him, the locker room might not be a peaceful place. Chris Paul is very used to walking into locker rooms and being the leader and taking things over and dictating the culture.
Yep.
You don't dictate the culture here. The culture runs through Steph Curry and, by extension, Klay Thompson, and especially Draymond Green. Those are the guys that dictate the culture. So you're coming in here to play a role on the backside of your career. Chris Paul is a Hall of Fame point guard. For my money, he's one of the top 10 to ever play the position. Not top 5, one of the top 10 to ever play the position. But you're not that guy anymore, and you still could be really, really helpful and really useful and a very effective player on this team in the role that they have envisioned for you. But you have to be willing to step into that role. That's part of how winning is done. And so, and the thing is for Chris Paul, you've gotten to one conference final in your storied career. You're walking into a place where these guys have made 6 finals in 9 years and have won 4 championships. There is something you can learn from these guys. So getting snippy with a reporter because they ask you about coming off the bench when that hasn't been determined yet is not exactly something that's a foreshadowing of peaceful things to come.
No, I agree with you, Brian. I got to give my partner credit. Before that trade was announced or he was coming to town, Chris Paul, I went off. I laughed. I said, stylistically, that to me is not a fit. And say what you want about Jordan Poole, Brian. I know when he needed to start and Klay and Steph were out, he could get you 25, sometimes 35. I just don't think Chris Paul is the antidote to replace the production that Jordan Poole would give you on a good day. So when you heard this trade announced, share with us what you thought, Brian, and do you think it can work?
I do think it can work, though. I do. And here's my feeling on it. And here's kind of where I'll put it back to you, pal. Would it kill the Warriors to run more pick and roll? I don't think it would. I think it would actually help, and I think it would unlock some things. And granted, we may see some offense that brings us back towards the Mark Jackson era. Things like Klay post-ups, mixing and matching with Paul and Curry in the same pick and roll, depending upon, think about Steph Curry as a screener with the ball in Chris Paul's hands. There's a lot you can do. The other thing is this. We've complained a lot over the years. I say we. I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about the two of you. Talking about many in the media and many fans with the Warriors about the lack of production out of Jonathan Kuminga, about the lack of production out of Moses Moody, and the lack of development with those two. There's no doubt playing on a second team with Chris Paul, these guys are going to see better shots. There's no doubt. And Paul, for my money, can still guard. He still can get out there and defend people, maybe not to the lockdown extent that he used to, but he still can do that. You talk about bringing in a guy like Dario Saric who can hit a jump shot, get a rebound, score a little bit inside. I feel like Chris Paul's a good guy for this team. Let me rephrase that, a good player for this team. I think if you morph the style a little bit into running more stuff that he's good at when he's out there, everybody else can kind of fall into place. So I look at this as saying, hey, this can be a net positive and a net plus. But again, it's going to require Chris Paul walking into this team and to this organization with a mindset of sacrifice, a mindset of the thought that this is, what does he have left to achieve in his legacy? Think about it. Listen, he's never going to be the best point guard that ever played. That ship sailed already. But winning a title would be a nice thing. Talk to Gary Payton with the Heat. Winning a title would be a nice thing, and you can still play a vital role. But the self-awareness of you're not that guy anymore is going to be very key to this team. If he can bring that self-awareness onto himself and play with that kind of attitude and that kind of selflessness with his team and realize that he's not the most important guy there, I think it can work. But again, basketball-wise, I think Steve Kerr will make some adjustments to make sure that Chris Paul's put in the spot to succeed.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM NBA radio host. He also is a contributor at NBA TV. You know, I want to just get a little further into the Chris Paul. Forget on the court stuff. I'm not assuming malice on anybody's part, but I am just thinking, boy, Chris Paul has been in this league 18 years, and now he's going into this particular locker room with guys who have 4 titles. Now, they respect him, but you're right. He's used to being the guy. And I'm just thinking, like, Draymond Green has to respect Chris Paul and vice versa. But Draymond can't talk to Chris Paul like he talks to other people, even though Chris Paul doesn't have a ring, if you know what I mean.
I agree. Listen, I think Matt, you bring something up that's really, really important here. Draymond Green, and I'm a fan. You guys know we've talked a ton about him. His outspoken nature is, to me, something that I think is a net plus in the end. The fire that he plays with, I love. You know, I'm a huge Draymond guy. But one thing that I think has been a problem with Draymond over the years, and I do blame the Warriors coaching staff and front office for some of the, specifically Bob Myers and Steve Kerr. Now, Bob's not there anymore, but that they really didn't hold Draymond accountable for a lot of the bad behavior. And I think this Jordan Poole incident is, and something that's still being talked about almost a year later, is still leading, NBA headlines. I think this is something where is Draymond going to actually realizing and acknowledging publicly that this was something that undercut this team? Is he going to learn from it? Because if he's going to learn from it, he'll know not to speak to Chris Paul that way. He'll know that there's going to have to be a mutual respect. And yes, words can go flying back and forth sometimes in the heat of the moment. I like to remind people of this when we say, hey, chemistry problems, guys fighting. That's a delicate line. It was a year ago March that Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler on our TV screens almost came to physical blows in a huddle for the Heat and had to be separated by Kyle Lowry and Udonis Haslem. But we forget that, and look where they ended up this year in the NBA Finals. So those types of things, and by the way, the year that happened, it wasn't Game 7 of the Conference Finals. So those types of things don't necessarily have to split a team apart. Sometimes those could be things that unite a team, passion and fire and all of that. Draymond has straddled that line for a long time. But Chris Paul's a guy that will snipe back at you. He will not take your crap, quite frankly. He won't. How's Draymond going to handle that? And I feel like if you learn from the Jordan Poole incident, he'll make sure he pays Chris Paul the appropriate respect when he addresses him verbally.
No doubt. Brian, I got to tell you, my partner's a basketball connoisseur. We can get nerdy, and this is random, so I'm going to warn you. Yesterday, Draymond, we heard the sound of him on the podcast with Pat Bev. He said he had another offer, about $10 million annually. And my guy, we thought about who could that team have been? Have you given that any thought? Have you heard anything that who could have been trying to get the services of Draymond Green?
Yeah, Sacramento. And notice I didn't stutter.
Okay. There it is. Yeah.
Well, all right. Listen, Sacramento went ahead and cleared all that space. Right? And then they turned around and they re-signed Harrison Barnes at the same money, and they brought in the kid from Slovenia, who could be a very good player. But my point about the Kings is they didn't do all of that and clear that space because that was the intention. They wanted Draymond Green, and it was out there. There was no doubt that it was out there. But all you guys had to do, if you're Sacramento and you thought you were getting Draymond Green, all you had to do was turn on TNT a few weeks back and watch the match and watch how Draymond was interacting with Steph and Clay like a day or two before free agency began and realize Draymond was going nowhere. So, And so do I believe Draymond that he had that offer? I 100% believe that he had that offer because that would have been a major impact signing for Sacramento. That would have been the type of bodyguard you need for Domantas Sabonis. It would have been the type of guy, and not that, listen, you can't recreate what Draymond and Steph have, but Draymond would have been a guy that worked well with De'Aaron Fox with the high screens and a lot of the pushing the ball together. Draymond's so good at pushing the ball in transition. So, yeah, I believe Draymond, and listen, I'm going to say this right now. I don't have this on good authority, obviously. Okay, I don't have it in terms of it being, a confirmed type of news, but I will say that I speculate, and I'm speculating in a highly educated and informed way to say that I believe Sacramento was that offer.
Yeah, I think so too. And I just to take it a little farther. So he said he had something for $10 million a year more annually. So that could be Sacramento offering him 1 year for 35, 2 for 70 still fits that, and 3 for 105 would make that statement true. So of course now I'm thinking, I wonder if they offered him a 3-year 105 contract and he didn't take it. Or was it only 2 for 70 I can understand not taking if I'm him, and 3 for 105 I could see him saying, I'll go back to the Warriors for that.
100%. And let's not underestimate how smart Draymond Green is.
Yeah.
He's got a really good thing going here. All right? He's got an organization that supports him unconditionally. That has been proven time and time and time again. All right? He has 2 guys that he's played with and spent a career with that have been wonderful partners for him. They've had a prolific history of winning. It's a great situation. The other thing that I think we have to kind of keep our eye on and realize with all this is, and again, when I say Draymond is smart, he's also intuitive and he's also selfless in a lot of ways. Andrew Wiggins did something for this organization that no one talks about and is vitally important, and it's something Jordan Poole didn't do. Andrew Wiggins last year, and I've said this to you guys a lot of times, this time last year, Andrew Wiggins took less money than what he would have gotten in the open market after the great performance he had in the Warriors title run, and less money than he made the year before to stay with the Warriors, okay, at $28 million, which is a bargain right now for what the contracts that guys like him are getting. Jordan Poole was paid $35 million, but Wiggins took less. So Draymond looks at that and says, you know what? Guys are taking less, and if we're going to keep this thing together, Clay's free agency year next year, we're going to need him to take less.
Wow.
So I think you'll see Clay take less. There is something that has happened here with the Warriors, a selflessness up and down the line of we're all going to have to take a little less money here if we want to keep this thing together. And this thing's too good and too fun. Fun. Think about that word, guys. The Warriors have fun playing basketball together. And that was the thing about the Road Woes this year. Didn't look like they were having fun. Yep. But they generally have fun playing together. So everybody takes a little less. It's more money than they're ever going to spend anyway. And they finish their careers the way they started it. And I think you'll see the same thing with Clay. Clay's not going to turn around and say, you got to give me 43. Clay may turn around and say, see what you gave Draymond? Give that to me and we're cool. And I think you'll see something like that. But I think that was a big part of Draymond Green walking away from a larger offer, saying, you know what, I'm part of something bigger here, and I'm enjoying that and having a lot of fun being a part of that.
Brian, I agree with you. I was watching Summer League, and every time I see Monty Williams, nothing against him. Popovich got his new deal. I think of Steve Kerr. Everything you just spoke of is almost euphoria. Do you expect Steve Kerr to get a contract before the season starts, a new one?
Yeah. I don't know about before the season starts, but I will say this, Darryl. I think he gets to write his own next contract. Realize this, and it's a very important element when you talk about all the money guys are making here. And yes, Popovich and Monty Williams got all that money, and Monty Williams and Popovich are solid in terms of getting the money he was able to get from Detroit. But there's no luxury tax for coaches. So what Kerr's money costs is just what Kerr's money costs. These numbers being reduced, Draymond's numbers not going over the top, taking less than market value, Wiggins taking less than market value, Clay taking less than market value, has exponential value to the Warriors financially because it's not dollar for dollar. At this point, the Warriors with repeater tax, they're paying like $4.50 a luxury tax on the dollar. So when Draymond Green takes $10 million a year less than what he could have gotten in the open market, if the Warriors match that deal, it's $45 million a year. Like, you start to do the math on it. If Klay Thompson goes from $43 million to, let's say, I don't know, 27, 16 at 450, do the math on that. That's $75 million less.
Yep.
Like, it's that. So when it comes to Kerr's money, I don't think Joe Lacob's going to quibble one bit. Again, everybody's got a good thing going. Kerr he's won 4 championships. So, like, if Popovich's money is going to be what keeps him to stay, it's dollar for dollar for Lacob. He pays that, and he's happy to do it.
Hey, Brian, thank you so much for joining us, as always. And, can't wait till the season starts.
Looking forward to it, guys. Listen, always have a lot of fun coming on. It's been a very fun season with you guys. Anytime you need me, please reach out. I'm always happy to do it.
Cool. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio host, contributor at NBA TV. And, I can't stop thinking about I just can't get off. I continue to have a hell of a year.
Yeah, that was a double.
I just continue to
Which one are you talking
Sacramento
about? Sacramento
for Draymond.
Did you say that on air or were we in the green room?
I did.
Yeah. I told you that. What are you talking about?
Oh, you know what, Evan? You might.
Nice try, guys.
Evan.
No, you guys
I'll take that one.
You guys are cute.
Evan
you won't
might
take a damn thing.
And that's why it hit me. I was like, it might be Evan.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be you.
It's funny.
He said Sacramento.
I am him.
No, that's funny. Oh, my goodness.
Seriously, Bay Area, you got to know. I'm having.
Could you imagine Dre on Sacramento and that team and that nastiness? We do so much talking. I do about the bad stuff Dre does. But you know what? Damn it. I'm about to say, and I've said it before, you put him on Boston. You put him on all the teams that are close. You put him with Mike Brown and Sacramento, Steiny. That's the dog that could put them over the top and maybe surpass. You take the king from the Warriors, and then you play him again. Yeah. Now this is Dre. I hope you're listening. This is how much I think of you on the court, Steiny. He would help. That would be the missing piece.
And are you factoring in at all that Draymond Green's got 4 titles, and he's going to play with some younger players, and they might not be at championship level, and he will grow frustrated because he will eventually determine, what if Fox and Sabonis aren't dogs?
Yeah, no, he would make them dogs.
No, he wouldn't.
And they're already,
Name me one player that Draymond has made a dog.
Looney.
Oh, get out of here.
Steiny, I give him Looney.
Oh, please.
I give him Looney. You don't give him Looney?
No.
Oh, hey, I'm going to tell you one more. Ask me one more, and you're going to probably go crazy on this one.
Go ahead.
Iguodala. I honestly, hey, you asked me a question, I just gave it to you.
What are you talking about?
I'll be there when I be there.
So Draymond Green
he rubbed off on
turned Kevon Looney and Andre Iguodala into dogs. That's what you said.
Okay, hold on.
You're going to nail me over words.
You're making it sound like I'm saying raised them. He gave them some edge.
Gave them nothing.
Oh, Steiny, I disagree.
Andre Iguodala was a 10-year veteran.
Yeah, but where was he at when he came here? In Denver, kind of. I mean, I'm just telling you, when you're around dogs and you're around one every day, you and Evan, I'm telling you, Steiny, not made him. We got to give Dre his just due on that.
No chance. I am not. No. Draymond Green is not responsible for making Andre Iguodala more competitive.
Okay, what about JaVale McGee?
What about him?
We got the good version of JaVale McGee. He was acting a fool till he got here.
Draymond Green helped turn somebody into a dog is such a slap in the face of a guy who you can't. Nobody can make anybody be a dog.
Okay, well, let me say, hey, now when you say that, but you can help. You've been in the street.
Please. No, I haven't.
You've been around me 5 years. You didn't got some edge to you. Nah. Listen, why would Mike Brown, who worked with Draymond Green, if the reports are true and Brian and Evan are correct, and it was Sacramento, they had to think about it, Steiny. They knew he would have a positive effect. Sabonis would be more nastier than he's ever been. Now, would it work? If it didn't, Sabonis will never get it.
Hey, did Kobe Bryant make Dwight Howard tougher?
You're going to laugh.
Oh, my God. That's why Kobe whispered, soft.
And I'm down on Dwight right now. But Dwight didn't have it. He didn't have it. But what about Bynum on a good day?
What about
the fear of the wrath of Kobe, that to me The good Bynum we saw was because of the
reason. No, I'm not giving you Bynum. I'll give you Gasol. I ain't giving you Bynum. I'll be willing to give in a little bit that Kobe Bryant helped Pau Gasol. I'm going to be honest here. That Kobe Bryant helped Pau Gasol get tougher.
What about Odom?
Okay, yeah. Okay. But what I'm saying, you know what, though? And this is, I don't care if this rubs people the wrong way. That's Kobe Bryant. One of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, no doubt.
Draymond's not him. He's not
but
him.
You're saying, Steiny, Dre can't have a positive impact on some of his teammates that he's played with.
Nobody can turn anybody into anything they don't want to be.
So Looney being what he is, Iron Man has nothing to do with Dre. I will never give
you Looney. And the reason I won't
bet if we asked Looney, he would say Dre had an effect on him, Steiny.
Looney came into the league. He was hurt. He rehabbed.
Facts.
He has it. No, Looney's got a competitive gene.
But Dre has that times 10.
Great.
We call him a junkyard dog.
I don't.
Well, I do. And he just got 4 for a hundo.
So what?
There's a reason for that, Steiny. Brian even told you.
Because the Warriors just made a mistake.
No. There's no mistake when you're down 1-4. But you said, because I looked at Gasol.
I'll follow up on that.
I think Gasol was a baller before he got with him.
There is no mistake because you won 4 titles. So, okay, well, that means this contract was terrific even if the Warriors never win another title. Like, I get it. They're 4-time champions. They deserve to be respected. But you give Draymond Green a 4-year contract for $100 million, it's like, we better not be done winning.
Well, I'm not saying they are, but I just, his impact on some players, Steiny, I think missing the boat. You're missing the boat.
And I think what you're missing the boat on is what about his impact on players that is negative?
And there's a list of that.
How did he do with Jordan Poole?
F.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
If I'll give you 3 guys, well, guess what? He alienated 33 guys.
The whole premise of this was what impact he would have on Sack. And if Mike Brown was interested, Mike knows what he is, Steiny. Mike knows what he would have been.
I don't think for 1 minute that
Sack needs some nasty. And you're telling me you could have interchanged Harrison Barnes for Draymond? Oh, my God. You already got shooting with my guy Murray. You got Fox fast as a cat. Sabonis, he needs some – when he goes up against the other versions of Draymond, Dre could give you the secrets.
I'm not saying the Kings don't need toughness, but what I'm saying is you put Draymond Green in the middle of the Kings locker room, I don't know that that'll work. I just don't know that it'll work.
Toughness is what they need.
Mike Brown is the guy who gives them their toughness. They don't need Draymond Green walking into their locker room saying, hey, kids, junior varsity team, I'm a champion, and I'm going to whip you all into shape.
But explain the interest then if it were there, because you even said it might have been Sack. They had to think about that and compute that.
I just said Sack needs toughness. I get that. But what I'm saying is that doesn't mean Draymond Green solves every problem they have. And not for 1 minute would I say, put Draymond Green in the middle of that locker room and everything's going to be great. That's all. Filmo Mike.
Mike is on it?
We'll see.
Yeah.
We got to take a break right now, Filmo. That's one thing we got to do. And then we got 10 minutes, crossover, and then we'll get out of here. Yep. What's up, man? Oh, break.
He's kind of mad you didn't give him his win for Sack. I got you.
You know what?
You got plenty more. It's fine.
What good is taking a win that you didn't earn?
Cut a break.
It's all sponsored by AC Transit.
Congrats, you are. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you might not know this, but there is a big football game on Sunday.
Yeah.
The Bay Area Panthers, the IFL. We're in the postseason, and our very own Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy on the call.
We will be at 3:05 Pacific time for the Panthers' first ever playoff game at SAP Center in San Jose, California. That is July 23rd, this Sunday. You can grab your tickets to be in attendance for the very first playoff game in franchise history at BayAreaPanthers.com, so don't miss it.
I'd like to ask you and Grandy, is your approach to that game like you doing a shift here at the radio? Are you nervous, Evan? Are you guys just like, just call another game?
Yeah, I always get nervous before a broadcast.
That's
no matter
always
if
good.
it's play-by-play, radio, anything, really.
They say if you ain't getting nervous before whatever you perform.
Until the mic comes on, and then we lock in.
Nervous is...
Because I do it before I hoop. I told you, number 2.
I don't know what
Excuse
number
me?
2 means.
The restroom?
1, 2, 2.
I told you every time before I hoop.
You're sick, dude.
You've never had... You ain't balling like I'm balling if you never get nervous.
Yeah, because those two have a correlation.
Nerves, bubble guts.
I don't get nerves. I get butterflies. Those are different.
I get
See,
bubble guts.
I've seen you nervous on a court. You're debilitated.
Oh, you would never know.
You're like Cindy Brady on Jeopardy. Remember when she just stared at the light and she was frozen?
Why don't I remember that? I thought I saw them all. Yeah. You sure it's Cindy Brady?
Yes, you question out of nowhere.
Yeah.
For you, what's the hardest part of this job? I actually don't.
Dude,
Never
I
mind.
was. I
Damn
said,
it.
is this a trick question? Candid camera. We ain't got enough time, Stoney.
No, just one thing. The hardest part.
Honestly, I don't have an answer.
You should.
That's how blessed I am. No, dealing with your ass.
Please.
Then your mood swings. Come on, man. Give me that. I told you I deserve hazard.
I have no mood
I have
swings.
mastered working with you. I could give a seminar better than any. What's the Robbins guy, Tony? I could do that on how to work with you. Don't talk to me.
I shouldn't have asked him that.
Where were you? What answer did you want?
I just wanted it as a way to tell you what my hardest part of the job.
Dude, you did. Boy, you a bad dude. Tell me.
Hardest part is like if you're having issues, outside issues, and you got a 4-hour show, and it's just tough to be.
Like the home stuff you had that you shared with us. Yeah. Oh, dude, nobody
no,
can tell.
No, but like I was thinking about this. Like, so if you work in let's say you got issues.
Yeah.
But if you work in a cubicle, I mean, okay,
my heart used to bleed in a cubicle. Nobody would know because I didn't have to talk to anybody.
Or when I was a sports writer, okay, issues, go to the game by myself, right? By myself,
That's great,
get home by myself.
Oh, you own it. So no, that is man. I already see where you're going.
Yeah,
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
650 said, "Goo, turn your mic off" when I said JaVale McGee. But JaVale was the best version of himself here. You don't think Dre's wrath had anything to do with it?
No.
McGee's available, by the way.
Go get him. Oh, go get him.
He's just like a running back.
Let's bring, you know what? Let's bring Dwight Howard in.
Dude, Dwight, I'm down on him, Stein.
Why don't you take Philmo Mike?
Philmo Mike, what's up, baby? It's Friday. Where's that?
Hey, man. It's a lot of places, man. I'm at Origin tomorrow night.
Origin.
Tonight, they got something at this club called Insomnia in Oakland. So, but look, man, I just want to say this because I've been trying to say this for the last 2 months. Nahegan, Fox Sports Radio is trash. I don't want to hear Ben Maurer. I don't want to hear Doug Gottlieb square ass. I don't want to hear none of them from Fox Sports Radio because they be talking out the side of their neck and they don't know what the hell they talking about. If we could get Grandy on, Alan Styles, some real Bay Area opinion, I would love it. I know the budget may not work out for it because trust me, Camille, we not even having a summer jam this year because the budget didn't work out correctly. So I understand what's going on.
Yeah. No summer jam? Oh, man.
Oh, Mike, you just hit Mike, and you're a real one. You've been listening since back in the day. You don't stop. You want the weekends, too.
I love it, man. You guys create great content. I love you guys. We don't even listen to the other station. People of my generation, we all on 95.7. My last point is, it's hella funny how 1 week ago, talking about Debo, he don't even want to talk about drama. This week, we switched the script to Draymond Green. Both dark-skinned, two different people, two different individuals, two different forms of, two age groups that are different. Draymond want to spill the beans.
Wow.
That's just super interesting to me, how 1 week is one way and another week is another way,
Mike,
man.
let me tell you something. Don't hang up, Mike, because every morning he wakes up and puts, thank the Lord for another day. I had 2 deaths in my family, and you had one too. So thoughts and prayers to you, because I follow you on IG, Mike.
Bad. I'm just...
No, I appreciate that. Thank God for another day. I lost somebody today, actually, as well.
Oh, no.
Today. My auntie Tina. That's why I say thank God for another day, because you never know when you feel me, check up out of here, Steiny. You be smooth, man. Work on that swing.
Man, thank you. Why'd you do that? That's called hanging a partner out to dry. That's what that was just called. I'm in joke mode, and you go serious mode as I'm in joke mode.
Wow, but I didn't.
It makes me look insensitive. It makes me look rude, and it makes me insincere, and it makes me, quite frankly, a horse's behind.
No, you're not. Well, damn, Evan, you're not that. But you were supposed to say, "Goo, that's why I love you," because you went there. It was. Sometimes it's bigger than you, as my wife tells me. Dude, when she says it, I'm like, "You're right. It ain't always about you."
Wait, there's stuff out there that's bigger than me?
Yeah, Steiny, it is, man.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Goo.
I thought he was going at Acho when he said Fox. I didn't know what was going on.
Summer Jam?
Remember the thing they used to have over at the
I don't know.
The amphitheater in
I just told him it stunk that it's not there
You're
anymore.
kidding me, right?
Tell me what it is.
Where all
Fort
the rappers
Mason?
and R&B singers go to the amphitheater over in
Hardly Strictly Bluegrass.
There you go.
I know.
Dude, budget. Shout out rental cars.
That's the Concord Pavilion.
No, the one I went back in my day, it was over at the Evan, little smart
the Shoreline?
Yeah, the Shoreline. Thank you.
No. Sorry, I was just trying to say the last one was.
No, that's Tiny got me. I'm a little I'm a little assistant, right? Yeah, I ain't going to the cafeteria. I got called. Dude, you look like I'm happy.
I don't care.
You are mad. I won that debate.
Crossover.
Yeah.
What about it?
Oh, yeah, we got it coming up. We got to get out.
Another crossover. Great. Willard gets to come in and say, when are you leaving now?
Stick it to me.
Oh, you can leave whenever you want. Okay, I'm going to leave. What a jerk you are, Steinmetz. I'm not happy.
Training camp beforehand.
What?
Training camp.
You know what? I've done it 4 times. Hey, next week we're going to be down at Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. 49ers training camp, and we're going to be broadcasting from the Hilton. If you're going to be out there, stop by. Say hello to us. Morning Roast's going to be out there. I'm going to be out there with the Goo. Also a reminder, every home game, they've got a public tailgate at the Hilton Santa Clara. Why sit in traffic when you can enjoy refreshing beverages and delicious eats from their very own food truck? This public tailgate opens 3 hours before kickoff and also an hour after postgame. Always free admission. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram to get the sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. I got 20 minutes left, and the Willard and the Dibs are in next.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years?
95.7 The Game.
Crossover time. Dibs
boys.
and Willard in the house. What's up, gents? How are you?
Better now, because Evan played it's my favorite drop. Now, every month I have, remember we did our drop tournament back when it was,
I felt like I
which
hosed,
was fun.
but go ahead.
I think you won he won the thing.
He had 9
Another thing you got wrong today.
And now my favorite drop is the one that Evan just played. It's just 1, 2, 2. I will walk around the streets and just saying to no one in particular.
It said? Do we remember the context?
I remember exactly the context.
It was a speech to Kuminga about how, the defense they're playing, and Jonathan, you want to play minutes, you got to understand what we're doing.
Right.
We're not playing man to man. We're playing a 1, 2, 2.
Oh boy!
And so,
remember you pep talk time.
Yeah.
You did yours, and then I did mine, and I said, "All right, let's get somebody go find Kuminga. We're having our pregame talk. We're Kuminga and Poole. Get him in here."
Right.
I can't get enough of 1, 2, 2 because it's just so ridiculous.
It's weird. My voice is totally. It's like Bob Dylan singing "Lay Lady Lay." It just doesn't sound like him.
You just ruined it.
Willard knows.
Bob Dylan doesn't sing. He just talks.
Dude.
From the Steph Curry.
I'm not diminishing him, Steiny. Don't punch me here in the middle of practice.
I would never punch anybody.
Okay.
I am diminishing him. Steph Curry's doc is underrated. Bob Dylan's would be overrated.
He's a great songwriter, but I had people drag me to a Bob Dylan concert. I've seen him in concert.
I'm all ears.
I'm just like, when's
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, when's this over?
I'm not a concert guy.
Like,
what about an album at the house having a cocktail or on a long drive? What does he say? That's when the artists are at their best.
He's got a
terrible voice.
Yeah,
he's a great writer.
He's a great writer. Like you have to be.
Jay-Z said, "I'm the rap Bob Dylan."
Oh,
well, yeah, because
to me that hit me.
It's a lyrical genius.
Oh, okay,
but,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because you give him that.
You have to be in a certain place. There have been moments in my life where I appreciated Bob on a certain drive. Because I'm I'm in that place right now.
I got those artists.
But if I'm just chilling, you know what I mean? We're folding laundry, and I want to turn the smart speaker on. I'm not gonna listen to Bob.
Wow.
I'm not trying to be serious right now. Along the Watchtower for crying out loud. Anyway, go ahead.
That's his original.
I know
not
it
Jimi
is.
Hendrix. Hey, a Marin question, or it might be Sonoma. But you guys, have any of you guys ever heard of the Hop Monk Tavern in Novato?
Yes.
I'm seeing a concert there tomorrow.
Okay.
I think you didn't even
Sounds like
tell
a really
us.
small, cool venue.
Yeah.
Who are you seeing? Is the
Anders
question.
Osborne.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it. He's
Incredible.
seen Anders Osborne probably 24 times.
No, like 8. But
Not
I'll tell you
Ozzy.
what. I'm with you on Dylan. About 18 years ago, I saw him and I said, you know what?
You never said this.
I'm overseeing. I love him, but I'm never going to pay for seeing a concert anymore. And you know what? Van Morrison, done.
Yeah, it's hard.
I'm done with him in concert.
Yeah.
Wow,
it's hard to give a good concert.
Those are 2 of your Rushmores.
Well,
How
Van,
can you do a concert?
But Van is because he's just he's so over the fans. Right?
He says he's over.
He's just like, I'm so amazing that I'm just going to be I'm going to do my music and please do not bother me with your fandom. That vibe, right? That vibe is like
one.
Come on, man.
Not one interaction with
there
the
you
crowd.
go. You're like Van. What'd you spend to be there?
Yeah,
what'd you spend?
I was at the Greek.
What'd you spend?
Probably 40. Oh no, it was more than that. It was like $75.
And what concert can you get into that for anymore?
Here's the other thing.
But
it says on the ticket started at 8:30. He started at like 8:15.
Oh gosh.
He was done at like 9:32. I'm like, what the hell?
He had somewhere to be.
Since when does the time on a concert actually mean the time of the concert starting?
Yeah, he had somewhere to be.
I'll have a shirt for you Monday, Dibs.
Okay.
Running backs matter. We had some fun today, but
Dibs.
Marcus Allen.
I'll wear it because I'm down for the cause, but
it's not fair. Is my whole point. And he agreed with that.
Well, and I will quote the late great Dwayne Dibley for the second straight crossover. Nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel, because I would always come to Dwayne and say, Dwayne, such and such is not fair, and he'd say, nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel, and I would look at him and say, but it's not fair. And it's the same thing with running backs because, yes, it's not fair. You spend your whole life playing football and you play Pop Warner and they're like, be a running back. And you're like, cool, I get to be the guy to run the ball all the time. And you go to high school and you're awesome. And you go to college and you get a scholarship and you go to the pros and it's like, We're going to give you 3 years in a rookie deal, and then you're out of here.
Because when you were Marcus Allen, Eric Dickerson, and Tony Dorsett, Roger Craig, you were getting what you were worth. When did it stop?
Are you familiar with the name Le'Veon Bell?
Well, he got some chicken.
Okay, and then what happened?
Not the chicken that he could have got.
And you know what? Le'Veon Bell, look at his stats. And Pittsburgh gave him...
He fell off.
No, but what they did, Goo, is they had him carry the ball like 400 times a year. They drove him into the ground, and Le'Veon's like, he's out of breath. Guys, okay, I'm ready for my contract. And Pittsburgh said, yeah, right. You've carried the ball 3,900 times since high school. You're out of here. So, and unfortunately, that's the new reality.
A couple things on this. Because first of all, your dad said, who said it has to be fair? The NFL takes that further. In fact, they say, no, we will firmly state that it will never be fair. They're never fair about anything. So why would they be fair about this? They don't do anything to be nice. The NFL never has. If they did, Colin Kaepernick would have a contract, and we could name about 47 other things.
Wow.
But here's something else that was bouncing around in my head as I was listening to you guys. It's a passing league now. When you bring up those guys you bring up, it's different now. The league is run by throwing the football, and so if you're a running back that doesn't catch the ball, you're lesser. And if you're a running back who does catch the ball, that's fine. If you're a running back who catches it at an elite level, the guy the Niners have, now maybe you're set aside. But remember, even McCaffrey's deal was considered a dumb one until the Niners got him, and he went off, and they went off. But when the Niners made that trade, people were like, oh, that was dumb for that money for a guy who's going to always be hurt. That's what people said less than a year ago. So it's not that from an emotional space you're wrong.
Right.
But the teams are right. They're simply going dollars, cents, production. Dollars, cents, production. Right. And if they can even get 80% of the production for 10% of the cost, they're going to do it.
And
they're going to do it.
Stein, I'll just say this. Everything you said, spot on, Dibs, I hear you. These dudes are risking CTE. We hear in sports, they just use you. The NFL, not for long.
They don't care.
I came in today and I said, you know what? This is not NASDAQ. These guys aren't stock. No position in the league should ever win. But it's the cat's off the bag now. The rat is on the table. Running backs, you ain't getting paid, and we're going to run you in the ground. To me, that's just Dibs. I know you're like, are you Martin Luther King now for the NFL? No, but that's wrong on every level because those are the guys taking the pounding.
Well, think about big men in the NBA. So you take a 7-footer who doesn't have guard skills, you're no longer useful because of the rule changes. They made it so that the big man, the old let me post you up guy, Kevin Willis, for example. If Kevin Willis was a college graduate right now, Kevin Willis is not an NBA player, unfortunately. And the NFL is showing you, and Mark and I did a kind of a lightweight statistical analysis of it. So you have a running back who can get you 4.6 yards per carry, and he's elite. And then you realize he wants $80 million, or you can go to a rookie who can get you 4.4 yards per carry. So you're costing yourself 0.2 yards per carry, but you're saving $75 million that you can spend somewhere else. Unfortunately, the running back, because of the rules and the way football is now, it's going the way of the dodo bird.
Well, the position's always going to need to be there, but you wonder, and this is what we talked about, okay, go to high school. If I'm a big time high school athlete,
now, no way.
Go be a cornerback. Go defend somebody.
That is so whack.
And coaches value that so much more. I've asked coaches, quarterback's the obvious answer, but after that, what would you take you want an elite guy at that position? What would you take? Pass rusher is going to be the next answer.
Tackle, left
cornerback's going to be the next answer after that. Left tackle. And you'll even get your receiver for it. The other thing I heard when I listened to you guys today is we the fans, and this is a fantasy thing, we value the running back more than the team values the running back because a running back is center stage in fantasy football.
Right.
But it's not in the NFL.
Okay, Mark, can I just
intervene?
Not
in the NFL. Not for winning.
Okay, and Steiny did this, and somebody said it, Steiny, and I want to leave you with this. We've been arguing about two different things because you said you agree, Mr. Dibley, shout out to rest in peace, Dwayne. deal with it. Life's not fair. Okay, Steiny knows what it is, but watch a Raider game and watch Josh Jacobs give everything that he has. He can catch. Is he McCaffrey? No, but he ain't that damn far. And now you're not going to pay him because
he doesn't play games in January.
He also doesn't catch the ball.
I mean,
he can't catch it.
Can.
Give me the top running backs in the game. Who comes to your mind?
Eckler.
Okay, no playoffs.
McCaffrey.
No playoffs till now.
Hey, Dalvin Cook.
No Super Bowls.
Derrick Henry.
No Super
Had he
Bowls.
had a quarterback,
Let me ask you
that got paid, mind you.
Maybe.
Guru, let me ask you this. But before you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, how'd Charlotte fall apart when they traded McCaffrey?
But they are ready to smithereens, though, Steiny.
Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, but
Did they
already
fall apart?
No, they are.
That's right. They didn't fall apart. They almost made the playoffs without him.
Well, they were kind of already falling apart on both sides of it, and that division was awful. So I don't want to overstate that either. But the point is,
they got better without McCaffrey.
Well, who are the top teams in the game?
Niners, Eagles. The Eagles got Sanders.
No, they don't. He's not even on the team anymore. Let him go. He's a Carolina Panther.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Not a Charlotte.
They signed DeAndre Swift. That's their running back.
Former Lion.
You haven't been doing your mock drafts, have you?
No.
Come on.
That's my guy Kerry.
I know it's only July. I know it's only July. I'm coming for you, Goose. So you better do your mock drafts. Yeah, he's not even on the team anymore. So,
it's not right, though.
You
guys are saying the real.
It's not right, but if you got an elite quarterback,
if you have an elite offensive line, look at the Niners.
How many do? Dibs?
Look at the Niners. Who led the Niners in rushing year over year, and you go every single year is a different guy because Kyle Shanahan, the 21 personnel, Kyle Juszczyk.
Love it.
If you have a good O-line and a good run scheme, it doesn't matter who your running back is.
Everybody's not as lucky as Shanahan or as smart to have that success that you speak of.
Okay.
But what made him go away from the variety and get him a bell cow, which is Christian McCaffrey?
The fact that Christian McCaffrey can be a two-way player.
Yeah,
he's more of a receiver than he is a running back for this team.
It's almost like he's not a bell cow. I know what you mean by that, and yes, he's an every down back, but he's doing 5 different things. They're never going to give him the ball 24 times. They're not going to do 24 handoffs. He might have 24 touches. You know what I mean? He might have 8 catches.
So Harris, Mr. Antioch's own, is not going to get his second contract in Pitt no matter how much he balls out.
It depends on how much he wants to get. Think about Derrick Henry right now, who's one of the best running backs in the past 10 years. He's about to be 30. He's about to be a free agent. He's most likely going the way of Ezekiel Elliott.
Oh, that's correct. Slow down, just to where you
slow down and not have a team, not have a gig.
The best teams, if you go last year, the best teams that have a big name running back.
Give it to me.
These are the division winners last year. 49ers, yes, they got McCaffrey.
I'll give you,
but that was halfway through, right? Buccaneers, nope. Minnesota, they cut him. Eagles don't have one, and their lead guy's gone. Chiefs, 7th round, nobody even knows what's going on there. And Clyde Edwards-Helaire, they tried in the first round. Nothing happened there. Jacksonville Jaguars, turn and burn. James Robinson, Travis Etienne. Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Mixon, made him take a pay cut. And Bills, turn and burn. Don't even know who their back is.
Give me my Colts, my guy Taylor.
Yeah, who disappointed the hell out of everyone, and they won 4 games.
Yeah.
Like, it's just...
You get it now, Goo.
It's just like, again, the whole time I'm like, you're right if we want to have feelings.
Damn.
But they don't. They just don't. They never do. So they're not going to be like, well, how about a thank you contract for a running back who's 28?
I'll leave you with this.
You don't need
the Three Musketeers, I hear you, and I don't disagree.
Hit the breaking news sounder.
But don't tell me, Dibs, the running back. What happened?
You're going to make an obvious statement.
We don't play around with the sound.
That's a flagrant. That's a flagrant one.
That's 2019. We don't play around with the sounder anymore.
Out there.
You want to talk about things
taking this smile off my face on a Friday.
That's a yellow card caution for you.
That's a flagrant.
Yeah, that's bad.
Penalty box in
Game's almost over. I think I'm going to make it.
It's time to give me this. Don't tell me. Okay, you're right about paying them. We figured the monopoly out. But don't tell me the football I watch, the running back has less of an impact on the game.
Oh, absolutely.
That is
then what?
Then what they've done when Earl Campbell was running the ball.
Oh, my God.
Or Roger Craig. Come on now.
Come on.
Come on. It's just Come on, you need a first down. Sometimes you play a stellar defense. The passing game is not working. You got that threat of a running back. Come on, play action pass.
It matters, but
can't
no,
do that in the NFL.
It's matter what?
Not as much as it did in the 80s and 90s.
Thank you.
It's a passing league.
The position matters, but the person doesn't anymore. Thank you. Honestly, the position matters maybe 3% less than it used to because you're right. Play action, you need a yard, etc. The position matters, but the player doesn't. Because what we've learned is that the player in beyond year 5
is done,
deteriorates, and the fresh-legged guy can be 93% as good as even the best running back. So the position matters, the player doesn't, unfortunately.
And what I don't like, real quick, Willard, is he won't. I can use the 1%, but that's what I'm talking about. The McCaffreys, or what I deem the Josh Jacobs, who's right, but he ain't him. But he's a best.
I think
he
it's
should
McCaffrey.
not be on no tag.
I think the list is McCaffrey. What you're trying to say, the list is McCaffrey, and then that's it.
Well, Eckler becomes an interesting case because he's a free agent, and he had 107 catches last year. Right. So I think he'll be a good test case because he's not Ezekiel Elliott, 320 carries a year.
They're not going to give
that franchise is not paying him a damn thing.
And as much as I love Herbert,
but will somebody is my point.
Probably not. How old is he now? How old's Eckler?
28. Yeah,
28.
After the number of touches he's had the last 4 years.
See, that's what they're
not going to pay him.
There's no reward for being a bell cow.
No.
There are no bell cows.
But you got it.
Is there a bell? Is there what?
Derrick Henry's a bell cow.
Okay. And how many carries do you think he averaged a game? 18 or more?
Probably more.
Okay.
Because they love to run it. Yeah. They love to pound the rock, and you got Tannehill as your quarterback, and now he's in his last year, and he's not getting a 5-year deal with $60 million guaranteed. He's probably not getting any contract.
What do you think Austin Eckler's career earnings are? Don't look.
Probably about $20 million.
I'm going to say 24.
I'll say 33.
Dibs, great job. Nailed it. $20 million.
$20 million, yeah.
$20.9 million.
Oh, do you feel sorry for him?
How many carries last year do you have?
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my bad.
He had 107 catches, I believe.
Oh, dude, he is a stud.
He ended up getting 26 cents a carry.
Last year, he played all 17 games. Okay?
26 cents a carry.
He had 107 catches.
As mentioned.
Look at my boy.
And wait a minute. This doesn't have carries. Oh, yeah. Rushing attempt, 204.
Mm-hmm. So 311 touches, and
the year before it was 276 touches.
That's less than 20 touches a game, right? 17 games, 20 would be 340 touches.
Correct.
And he had 310.
So that's about 18 or 19 touches a game. And
what do you get? Receiving, right?
What do you get for being healthy and being the team's best weapon? You get shown the door.
You get cut.
Right.
You get cut because we can find somebody who is 80% as good as you for 10%, as Mark said, 10% of the money.
Goo, here it is. You ready?
So
here it is.
Yeah. So Eckler in his carear will have not made what Herbert's going to make in half a season.
Exactly, during the bye week.
You know, it would be a great. Here's what I mean. If you can get McCaffrey, great, fine. But you know what? You know what'd be a great running back? Moses Moody. You know why? Because he's just a guy, but he's pretty good. But he'd be a good running back in terms of you can find guys.
You know who'd be a good running back? Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert, and Jeff Wilson Jr.
And they all got hurt.
And they all got, thank you
would
next.
Would you rather have
Ariana
paid
Grande.
them?
No, I'm just saying there was a reason that they went away from that model, I believe, when they had the chance. Kyle's telling you, I do like a Ferrari.
They would have kept that
I'll pay
model
high price
forever if they never would have had a shot at McCaffrey.
They had a guy pre-Shanahan who led the team in rushing 4 straight years by the name of Carlos Hyde.
Okay.
And then his contract was up, and it was adios pelota.
So the Frank Gore era is over, is what you guys are saying in the NFL.
Yes.
The Ezekiel Elliott era, he's done.
I mean, there'll be people every now and again who walk in. Derrick Henry is one of them. He's still playing, and he's still producing, but he is either 30 or about to be 30.
Yeah.
And he's going to get the Zeke treatment. There's no question. There's no question. And he has not been to a Super Bowl. They're good. But I think Tennessee realizes it's like we're paying a running back and we're sort of paying a quarterback. We're better off just paying all of the money into a quarterback.
We got 2 minutes now. Relax.
Yeah, but you jumped on me when I used that same argument. But, Willard,
his delivery.
Well, we all know.
He's got that bedside manner.
We all know. We all know both of you like me better than you like each other. This has been established. Not you. No, not
I
you.
really like. He thinks I really get mad when I leave here. I don't. I almost crashed the caddy yesterday. Because this dude
I don't know why I do that. I'm sorry.
He goes, Guru, he teased it to the people. You had an interesting point on Ohtani. Then when we get there, let me tell you, Guru, Ohtani, and Walgreens. Because of the video that went around with everything chained up. And my point was, do you think that affects like the Ohtanis or you trying to woo a free agent into your city? And Steiny, great point. Guru, he's in L.A. Stuff's happening out there, too.
Yeah.
But I thought about it, Willard, like the car break-ins. And I know it may sound silly, but where do we draw the line on? Is Ohtani looking at the city because I've always defended the city, but now there's some stuff going.
We had Kirkshin on, we had Verducci on. And so if you're talking about a free agent, I think it affects it, but not this guy. Because as they said to us, and Mark said it earlier this week, Ohtani cares about baseball, sleep, and training. Food.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't. Yeah. Ohtani's not, and we made a big thing about it yesterday.
About food, but,
like Pier 39, I can't wait to go to Coit Tower, and Ohtani's not that guy. Now, another free agent, maybe if you got a wife and kids and you're thinking about the city, it might be different, but this free agent in particular, I don't think he's about that life.
But even the non-Ohtani free agents, I do think we overrate a city, its living environment. I think it's really it's about the team. It's about the facilities. Can we win? And especially if you're going to get $600 million, I don't care what city you live in, you're going to find a good spot. You're going to find a nice, safe spot for $600 million.
Yeah.
So,
Steiny said if he came here, he probably wouldn't even live in the city. He'd be in Africa.
Of course not, although he is a single dude.
Oh, okay.
He is a single dude.
San Jose Jazz fan. This is a compliment that I'm so excited about. I'd love for Guru to be my owner. I don't want Steiny to be my owner.
That's true.
Because you'll pay everything.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
San Jose Jazz fan.
You'll see him next weekend.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy who comes down to the Hilton and acts as though he's our friend after he sticks it to us on the YouTube line.
Yeah.
That's part of the deal.
And Phil Mike was way out of his league yesterday, talking about like who the best coaches on 95.7 The Game would be.
Oh, did you hear the
I missed this.
Steiny's never coached in his life.
Yeah.
Steiny's
one game. At the top.
Steiny's not a coach. He said Steiny and Bonte. The correct answer is me and Shasky, and then maybe like Mark. This? People who've actually coached.
Have a great
this guy's never coached a day in his life.
So I don't get anything for Eddie Howe.
Steiny is too gutless to coach.
Wow,
that's the bottom line. And I say that with you in the room.
Tell me your pros. I got Eddie House, CYO, 3rd through 8th grade.
I've won 3 North Coast section championships as a high school coach. I mean, this guy's never coached a day in his life.
You asked Gibbs the wrong question.
I did feel bad.
I'm going to start getting names of everyone he coached.
This guy's got pennants on the wall. Steiny's too gutless to coach.
Where his parents work. What, I mean, my God, Steiny. That's the first walk-off from Steiny that I support. All right, let's do the show. Play the thing.
He left his muff.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Friday, people. Here we go. All right. Before we say anything else, Dibs, because Kyle Shanahan said something that we are going to need to dissect. But I want to say this, and if everybody could join me in this, I would appreciate everybody's vibes for just a second. It is happening at the great Redwood High School in Larkspur right now as we speak. It is the San Francisco Giants Fantasy Camp World Series, AAA age 9, and young Jude Willard's team is undefeated all week.
Okay.
This is the end of camp. They are on the field right now. My correspondent, the lovely Christy, says that they were out to a very large first-inning lead, and it included an Oppo Taco home run from my young man. But the game is ongoing, and so I'm sending the energy to Giants camp in Larkspur, California right now. See if my young man can bring home a ring.
That'd be big. Do they have rings at this thing?
I don't know if we
Like,
can find
maybe
out.
ring pops or something? Something low-key?
They've done an amazing job. They're not paying me to say this. Like, it's not the cheapest of camps.
No.
And it's one of those where once the money's been spent, you're like, oh, I see what you're doing with it. Like, good job. It's been an incredible experience for him. So he's having a blast, and so thanks to the Giants for, in any way that they've got their fingerprints on this whole thing.
I'm pulling for him.
Yeah,
I remember
big day.
my first ever title was at Pirate basketball camp at Drake High School, which Steve Lavin was my coach one year, but the year that we won the chip, Mike Fulton, the legendary Marin County coach, he's a Marin County Athletic Hall of Famer, he was my coach, and I remember, I got kicked out in the semis. I got teed
You
up.
get kicked out of a lot of stuff.
I slammed the basketball down on a terrible call. Your boy lost his cool.
Oh, well, I know how you hate
from
refs.
the semis, and then we ended up winning the title. Shout out to Sean McGuinn, who was unguardable.
Without you?
Well, I came back for the final the next day.
I was going to say, you're like Draymond, when everybody starts playing better once you get kicked out.
I was a bit player. I was coming off the bench. We actually, and this is 1980, so this was actually groundbreaking. We had a girl on our team.
Hey!
This was before there was a separate girls' camp. This is 1980. There wasn't really girls' basketball widespread. There were about 3 girls in the camp. We had a girl on our team. She started over me.
Damn right she did.
And she should have.
She could ball, too.
And I stunk, dude. Dan Dibley, you stink.
Just looking at your physical makeup. Basketball's not the first thing I think of.
Gamer. Kid played hard.
I think you should be a curler. That's what I think.
Yeah.
You kind of look like a curler.
The broom.
Yeah.
The broom guy.
Bring out the broom.
Not bad. Good luck, Jude, though. Camp titles, they count as titles.
That's all they got when you're 9 years old. So we're either going to be going home to a happy kid on a Friday night or not. We'll find out. Glad you're with us. What's going on, Twitch and YouTube? Thank you so much. Keep the comments coming. Let's roll. Comcast Business text line and the phone number, which you're going to want to use here shortly, 888-957-9570 for this specific reason. Call it a translation sensation.
That's a buck.
Kyle Shanahan. Everybody gather around the family fire on a Friday and let's have a discussion about what he's saying here. What is he saying here?
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got 3 guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got 3 guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do, and he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff, and Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those 3, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
Now, the other voice that you hear is Steve Weish, NFL Network.
Love him. And
we're probably going to play that again because I want to make sure everybody really has a chance to let what he's saying sink in.
And stuff.
Thank
you.
And then form an opinion and stuff. What do you think he just said there?
He said, Trey Lance is so good that I can't wait to trade him.
Huh.
What I heard him say, and I don't know, he said the 3 guys, and he only mentioned 2 guys. So are we assuming that Sam Darnold is the third guy?
Sam's the third guy.
So Brandon Allen is the odd man out.
Well,
and
Brandon Allen's the insurance guy.
Okay, the insurance in case Trey Lance is no longer on the team, I guess.
Or more injuries.
What I heard Kyle saying was, I'm going to build up and pump up Trey Lance as much as I can, knowing full well that Brock Purdy's my starter. Yeah, I got 3 guys in the room, but Brock's the starter. I've seen a lot from Trey in a year and a half, but he lost his job, and unfortunately that happens in football due to injury. Well, he lost his job, which means he doesn't have the job. It's a lost and found situation.
Oh, man. So
I heard him say, Trey lost the job, Brock's the starter, But we love Trey so much that we can't wait to trade him.
Okay, when you say he said Brock's the starter, you're translating that because he didn't say that.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm with you. He did not say what many seem to think he said. I think some people hear that. And Guru, I hope you made it to your car. And we love you so much. Your unbridled joy after listening to that earlier today was evident. And that unbridled joy, it sounded like, is because you and many others believe, and we'll play it again, that Kyle Shanahan just said right here on NFL Network that there is an open competition for the 49ers quarterback job. Did he say that?
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got three guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got three guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do. And he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff. And Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those three, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
Okay. There's one sentence I want to really, really hone in on here.
Him surviving the press conference?
No, that one's funny.
Yeah.
And he will and he won't, because the press conference, Kyle, it's going to annoy you. You can tell. The 49ers, have you noticed this? It's not just Kyle, it's the players too. It's not August yet, and they're already annoyed. They don't even have to talk to the media yet. They're doing this out of the goodness of their heart, and they're annoyed. George Kittle's jumping in on Juszczyk's interview on Rich Eisen. Deebo Samuel's hanging up on people on CBS. Kyle's on NFL Network, already telling you, I don't know if I'm going to be able to survive these press conferences. You won't. You're going to be unbelievably triggered and annoyed by the line of questioning that's going to come, because all of these questions around quarterback won't be answered anytime soon because Brock's not even going to be there playing. He's just going to be watching and doing stuff on the side and potentially might play in the last preseason game, which we can get to a little bit later. But hone in on the sentence where it's, I get that everybody wants something set in stone. Pause. But it's not set in stone. I think people are going to take that sentence and go, oh, it's not set in stone who the starting quarterback is. It is my belief that that sentence is 100% based on the fact that Brock Purdy is not currently healthy.
Absolutely.
Would anything that he just said there be different if Brock Purdy were a healthy quarterback right now on July 21st?
I think that he would be a lot more definitive about what actually is set in stone. And I think what is set in stone is Brock Purdy is the starter of the National Football League for the 49ers in week 1, if he's healthy. But we don't know if he's going to be healthy. And here we are, July 21st, and we've got about 8 weeks till the opener. I think somewhere in there. 8 or 9 weeks until the season actually starts.
Yeah, something like that.
It's less than 2 months, and we're closing in on it. So, of course, it's not set in stone. Camp hasn't even started yet. So you haven't had a chance to see where Brock is in terms of where a healthy quarterback would be in camp. So, of course, it's not set in stone. The other thing that he said that was interesting is he talked about Trey Lance losing the job due to injury, and unfortunately that happens in the NFL. He doesn't mention Brock Purdy losing the job due to injury. He doesn't say anything about that.
But
Brock
he didn't
Purdy's
use the word
injured.
job. He didn't use the word job. He talked about opportunity.
Right.
I mean,
but
theory,
Brock has not lost the opportunity.
Well, they didn't play any games since he got hurt. So, in theory, he hasn't lost any opportunity.
Right, but he doesn't even intimate that due to the injury, he might lose that opportunity. It sounds to me like Brock Purdy has not lost anything, even though he's been out for 5 months with this injury.
So, by the way, just look, it's 51 days, 7 weeks and 2 days until the 49ers play the Pittsburgh Steelers. 51 days. Here we go.
Coming right up, exactly.
Here we go. 50 days
You
tomorrow.
getting pumped?
Oh my gosh.
Have you done a fantasy draft yet, or
no? Well, who?
Not a real one.
Yeah.
Some people have done theirs already.
I've done mocks.
Yeah.
But but don't think I'm sick. I do that because the 16-year-old Abe, this is what we do. Like right before bedtime, he'll come out and go, "You want to do another mock?" And you know how it is with the kid. I'll do
anything to spend time with a teenager.
Anytime a teenager says, "Dad, do you want to?" The answer is yes, unless what's on the other side is money related. Do you want to give me $100? No, I don't.
Do you want to split a 12-pack?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If only I had a 12-pack.
Totally.
I got one Modelo in the fridge. And
Still.
no, Abe, you can't have any. Still. Yes, still.
From the Super Bowl.
I do. He is interested in the Trulies. I got Trulies in the fridge, and he is seemingly interested in trying one, which is, yeah. How do we handle that? 16. I mean, no. We'll start with no.
What'd you have? A Truly? Well, it's an interesting quick sidebar because some parents feel like it's okay if you go ahead and experiment at home with me.
Well, if we had a bottle of wine out for dinner, like, would I let them have a sip? Yeah, sure. Yeah, a little sip, a little taster.
Yeah.
Just a little thing.
It's always interesting.
Yeah.
As a parent, it's like
Trying to get a nice little buzz.
He's not a partier, so I'm not worried
Right.
about him, not yet, at least.
And some parents will even go so far as to have a party at their house where they're home and supervise
Believe me.
the teenagers. Yeah,
Believe
I
me.
know.
I had a good buddy who grew up in England and then came over to the United States, and his parents are like, the cooler is right there. Let's go.
Have at it.
Let's go. You want us to leave? We'll leave. The cooler is right there. Have a good time.
Man.
That's the way some parents are.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to Kyle. So this whole thing, when you look at it, to me, the question comes down to, what did he just say? Because I think some people are hearing that and feeling like this thing is an open competition. I believe that Kyle Shanahan is doing exactly what all 49er personnel are trying like crazy to do this offseason, which is close the door on nothing. Close the door on nothing. I get why you want it to be in stone. It's not in stone. Why would they put anything in stone? But if anybody thinks he just said there's an open competition, I would defer to all of the other statements that have been made by so many other people on the roster with regard to Brock Purdy being the starting quarterback of the football team.
Right, and I just don't know what benefit he would have in July of saying, yeah, it's Brock 1, and then it's Sam 2, and then maybe Trey 3, I don't know. Right now, the best thing they can do is keep Trey Lance's value as high as possible.
What do you think Kyle just said? We can get some calls on that, 888-957-9570. Also, we watched the Steph doc. Ryan Coogler, who is the producer of the doc, is joining us later on the show. I have zeroed in on a San Francisco Giants acquisition possibility, a certain player who I think is the guy they've got to go get. We're going to get to all of that, plus tell you some big news about Niners training camp next week. All that's coming up. This is Willard and Dibs.
Slowed down, held back, inhibited. What you get out depends on what you put in. Rejuvenate.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Grandy, boy, that ticked everybody off. I mean, it's just the nature of our world.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
You ought to walk into any room and just be like, so I'm here to teach you. And you're like, I'm not a student, so that's not going to go over well. But it's funny. Quote, unquote, it's a cool situation. We got 3 guys who can play, and there's only one spot. I see it as a cool situation. Normally in the NFL, that's called an absolute, unequivocal disaster if you don't know who your quarterback is.
But that's not what he's saying there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
What he's saying is we have 3 guys who can play the position, which is pretty cool. And what he's not saying that I believe he's thinking is because Lord knows I'm going to need 3 guys because my QBs always get hurt.
See, I don't think he's thinking that.
I think he's thinking that 6 of my 7 years here, I've had to go to more than one QB.
Right.
So the fact that history will tell me that I need to have more than one QB, and so it's pretty cool that I have 3 that I believe that I can go to.
Okay. Do you believe him, by the way? Do you think he thinks that he has 3 guys who can play?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yes, without a doubt.
I'm not convinced of that at all. And in fact, I think that's exactly opposite of something you told me 2 days ago that you think. You think that Kyle Shanahan privately does not think that Trey Lance can be his starter.
I didn't say that Trey Lance was one of the 3.
Oh.
I mean, are you going to just sit?
That's funny.
Do you want to put on your track shoes before you jump to conclusions over there, Bob Beeman?
I don't need them. You know what shoes I'm wearing.
You're with the same shoes I'm wearing.
Damn right.
Team shoes.
You know exactly. That's right. These are Willard and Dibs standbys.
I do believe that Kyle thinks that he has 3 quarterbacks that he can play.
Who are you?
Exactly. You're Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen.
That's not what he's saying. Come on. That's
not what he's not saying.
Don't be disrespectful.
And you know what, Mark? We're going to find out because actions speak louder than words. And when the official depth chart is released before the first game, we're going to know how he feels about his 3 quarterbacks and who they are. Because if Brandon Allen is not one of them and he gets released, he's not going to make it all the way through waivers, I don't think, and be on the practice squad.
Probably not.
So if you do think that you have 3 quarterbacks that you think it's pretty cool that you have, and Trey Lance is one of them, then we know that he's got more faith in Trey Lance than other people think that he does.
Maybe, but then again, you're keeping options open. So what does that mean? That can mean trade. Like, they're not releasing the guy. Trey Lance is not making the team.
Correct.
He's going to make the team, or a trade is possible, I guess. That's what's on the table with regard to Trey Lance. My question would be, is I guess twofold. One, does he actually believe what he's saying? But secondarily, and maybe more importantly, do people believe that he believes what he's saying? Because Kyle Shanahan could just as easily be saying, I've got 3 guys who can play, because that's what he wants everybody to think that's what he thinks.
Right.
It is.
No, of course it is. It's July.
The 49ers need, I don't know if it's now, I don't know if it's next year, they need the league to think that Trey Lance can play. They need that. It either needs to be A, true.
Which would be the best way.
And he's the quarterback of the 49ers someday. Or they need to get on the phone and have some interest. One of those 2 things is true, and both of them require the league to think Trey Lance is good. And I personally believe right now the league does not think that.
Well, I think that his actions will tell the league exactly what he thinks. And if he is as revered around the league as an offensive guru and a quarterback whisperer and all the rest of it, what his actions dictate will tell the league exactly what he thinks about Trey Lance. And this is where I'm talking about the depth chart and like preseason.
But you can mess with that, can't you? You know how sometimes it's like QB1 is Brock Purdy and QB2 is Darnold or Lance.
Well, let's get to the opener in Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And you're going to have 2 quarterbacks in uniform unless he decides, boy, I so badly want to dupe the league that I'm going to have 3 quarterbacks active. I'm not going to use my 3rd quarterback as the emergency, you don't count as a rostered player quarterback. I'm just going to activate 3 anyway. That way I can use subterfuge and say, well, I don't know who QB2 would be. Brock's my starter, and I've got 2 backups, and I'm not going to tell either of you or any of you who the real backup is because I want to protect their value.
I tell you what's a cool situation for Kyle Shanahan.
Having 3 quarterbacks.
No, is that in the month of August, he's never going to have to answer what we want him to answer. And that's, I think, what he means by I need to survive the press conference, because he knows that the questions every day are going to be all about the quarterback position. And so the danger would be, for example, let's say Brock Purdy had the surgery a month earlier than he had it. And Brock Purdy was ready, like right about now. Okay? Well, now you got to go actually practice. And then we're going to do the Brock Purdy went 6 of 9 with an interception against people wearing green, and he had a yellow shirt on. All of that stuff's going to be going on, and therefore people, as you know, will overreact to it. They'll overreact to what's going on based on practice reports. Well, we're not going to have any of those for Brock. So one of the reasons I think that fans are always so enamored with the Wisemans, Kumingas, and Lances of the world is because we fall in love with the unknown. We love it. You go buy your Powerball ticket, and you get to spend a couple hours going, maybe tonight is the night that my life changes. And in a smaller version, we do that with the athletes who get drafted. Maybe this is Mahomes. Maybe this is him. Well, we get to play maybe with Brock Purdy all month. And just assume if he's healthy, he's starting week 1, but you don't have to deal with, but he performed poorly in practice on Tuesday.
Right.
And now we got to answer questions about it. He can remain the unknown all month long.
Well, the unknown, but also the incumbent and the starter. It's not really unknown to the extent of will he or won't he. It's is he or isn't he healthy? Because if Brock Purdy's healthy, Brock Purdy's going to start. There's been no indication. Kyle Shanahan can say how cool it is to have 3 quarterbacks that he feels good about playing. That's all fine and good. But we know that if all 3 quarterbacks, whoever those 3 are, if they're all healthy and Brock Purdy's one of them, Brock Purdy's going to be the starter in week 1. So that, I think, is not so much of an unknown. But your point is a good one in that he doesn't have to go through August and answer questions about, well, Brock was 7 of 11 and Trey was 8 of 9. Has the competition gotten closer? Is Trey maybe going to supplant Brock?
The 49ers have a unique quarterback controversy. Normally, that phrase is reserved for, Doug Flutie, Rob Johnson. We don't know who our quarterback is. The 49ers have a quarterback controversy right now for their backup job. I don't know how often that has ever been the case before. Sure, people are competing. In theory, Purdy and Sudfeld were competing for actually QB3.
Yeah, exactly.
Last year, sort of.
But we didn't even know that was a thing until they cut Sudfeld, because we all thought Sudfeld's got guaranteed money. Sudfeld's your 3. When we found out that Jimmy G was signed, okay, Jimmy, insurance policy for Trey, just in case the kid's not ready or whatever. Sudsy's the 3. And, this Brock guy, maybe they'll put him on the practice squad and see what they have down the road. They'll kick that can down the road. And I think, Mark, the other interesting thing about this Niner camp is the backup quarterback controversy. The BQBC is maybe the most compelling thing in camp.
Well,
in terms of controversy or competition.
And like I'm saying, there have been battles for the backup job before in the NFL, but nobody cares.
Exactly.
Nobody cares in camp. This is the most cared about backup quarterback controversy in the history of the league. And in fact, the previous ones, you can't even use the word controversy because controversy presupposes that people care. When Sudfeld was battling Purdy, if your name wasn't Larry Krueger, you didn't care. You didn't care. I didn't care. Sudsy, Purdy, who? Whatever. Like all year long, hopefully, We don't get to that guy. Who knew one of them was going to become a sensation, a star, a big name, a big thing? That's not something anybody would have predicted. But this is absolutely the most cared about backup quarterback battle in the history of the league. So much so that I do think some people don't realize that that's what it is.
Well, when
that's
Kyle,
what it is.
And Kyle makes these comments.
Right. It's not three-headed monster, and then we'll see where the chips fall.
Right.
It's a battle for the backup, and they might need the backup week 1.
Right, which makes the battle for the backup even more interesting because the battle for the backup might be the battle for the week 1 starter if Brock Purdy's not ready. And also, the battle for the backup might mean if Trey Lance loses the battle for the backup, it might mean that he gets shown the door sooner rather than later because you're not going to have Trey Lance be QB3, I don't think. If it's clear that Sam Darnold is going to beat Trey Lance out, you've got to trade Trey Lance before that reality becomes something that all teams can see in week 1.
What if there's no market? I have an idea, by the way, but what would you say? What if nobody wants Trey Lance?
Then you just got to keep him. You got to keep him, and you got to find a way to play him at some point and show the league that he's actually better than they think.
You fake an injury.
For Trey Lance?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
If Sam's going to be the backup quarterback and Brock's healthy for week 1, I'm going to tell everybody that Trey broke a finger or something.
If I'm Trey Lance, no way. Because already the knock on Trey Lance is that...
Choice.
Oh, yeah, he does.
You think he's going to go public against the 49ers to the media?
And say, look at my fingers. I'll do jazz hands on camera.
Career suicide.
Well, career suicide is them having him have an injury when he's not hurt because he's already been hurt twice.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be one of those injuries. It's not a broken ankle. Like, we're not going to see. It's something that you wouldn't be able to see.
I don't think that's not happening to a young player.
Hamstring tightness. He had hamstring tightness.
It's just, there's no way.
Don't you, Trey?
If I'm Trey Lance, no way I play along
Look
with that.
at me, Trey. Yes, you do. Your hamstring is tight. It's tight.
That's something that veterans on guaranteed contracts do, not rookies who are looking to find a home somewhere else.
Well,
if that's the way this goes.
Again, in this scenario that we're painting, Trey would absolutely be incentivized to do that. Trey doesn't want the league knowing that he couldn't even win the backup gig. That's not good for him. Well,
it's also not good for him to be injured yet again. And then who would be your emergency QB3? Brandon Allen?
Sure.
So Trey Lance is just going to sit on IR with a broken finger for as long as you want?
No, you're not putting him on IR. This is real touchy. Kyle can say it's a cool situation and stuff. Sure, it is today. Is not going to be cool if this is where it sits on September 3rd. It's not cool. It is not cool in the NFL to be like, yeah, got a great deep quarterback room, and I don't know what we're going to do. That's not cool. Cool in the NFL is having Patrick Mahomes on your team. That's cool.
But they don't.
They don't.
And most teams don't.
No, but most teams do know who their guy is already. Like, it doesn't even have to be Patrick. It's cool to have Joe Burrow as your QB.
Right.
It's cool to have Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen or even Tua. I mean, hell, even the Denver Broncos know who their guy is. He may have been awful last year, but it's way cooler to be like, we got a dude, and that's our quarterback.
And the Niners have that. You think that the Niners don't know exactly what their depth chart is?
I know they do.
So then when Kyle says how cool it is to have 3 quarterbacks, basically what he's saying that I hear him say is we've got 3 quarterbacks, including a guy, Trey Lance, who we probably aren't going to use and don't really want, but I'm going to love on him. And I said this a month ago. What we're going to hear from Niners camp is unrequited, unmitigated Trey Lance love.
Of course.
Because it's either we love Trey, actually we really love Trey, and he's QB2, and Sam Darnold's the emergency, or it's we love Trey, P.S. we don't really love Trey, but we want to trade Trey, so we're going to love on him.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
Of course, they're keeping every option, every door open all the time, and that's certainly for now what they're going to do.
Yeah.
We'll go to the phones in a second, but a reminder here with training camp coming up. It opens Wednesday, okay? Next Wednesday, and we will be live from the Hilton Santa Clara on Wednesday and Thursday. When I say we, I don't mean you and me. I mean all the other shows here at the station, because everything's going to kind of be closed down by the afternoon. We're going. We'll be there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come here. But Steiny and Goo and the Morning Roast, make sure if you're planning to be at camp next Wednesday, come stop by and see the guys. And also a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this season for their public tailgate. Why sit in traffic when you can enjoy refreshing beverages, delicious food from their very own food truck? It's open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame for every game, and admission is always free. Plus, you can follow them on Instagram and get a sneak peek of upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. That all happens during the year. And again, the Roast and Steiny and Goo will be out there at the Hilton next Wednesday, broadcasting live.
I may actually be live at the Hilton. I may just bum rush the set and join the Morning Roast or the Steiny and Guru show.
Oh, you're going to join that, not during 2 to 6.
No, 2 to 6, I'm going to be
You'll
back
be
here.
Okay.
Because you and I were talking about going down and taking in the camp, and I thought that would be awesome to go see actual live practice again and see as many as we can. But while we're down there, I might just jump in at the Hilton and do a little 10-minute spot with the boys.
I'm going to be over there charting absolutely every throw that's made by every quarterback. I will be testing launch angle for each throw. I will have spreadsheets, graphs. I've hired Gabe Kapler to stand next to me for the whole thing. And at 2 o'clock, I will bring you the analytics on who can actually play quarterback, even though the 49er quarterback won't be there.
I'm still waiting for your Gabe Kapler tribute video when you eat a burger and you describe it. And I saw you shared something else from his IG today.
I had a burger for breakfast this morning.
For breakfast?
Yeah, I put a little burger patty with a fried egg over the top. Oh, my gosh, there's nothing more delicious than that.
You go bun or no bun?
No bun.
No bun.
No bun. No bun. I'll eat a bun like if I order a burger, not in the morning with an egg on it. Just
patty and egg.
Yeah, some blueberries, maybe a vegetable of some sort. My God, it's the best. I haven't made an IG story out of it. Yeah, Gabe was at some coffee house in Cincinnati.
I saw you shared the link, but I didn't get a chance to open it.
Elite vibes. Yeah, we can play it later.
Okay.
It's the best. Jerry in Walnut Creek. Hey, Jerry, what are you doing?
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
What I'm doing, I'm listening to all of this, and I'm thinking I didn't hear what Kyle said today, but directly. I came on after you.
Well, Jerry, do you want to hear it?
Pardon?
Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
All right, Jerry, stand by.
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got 3 guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got 3 guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, but we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do, and he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff, and Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those 3, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
Okay, Jerry, there it is. What do you think?
So what I think is, I think Kyle's best strategy would be to present Brock as still on the mend, making sure that we're not working too hard. Just going to let him kind of see what he needs to do, focus all his attention on the other 3 as good as he can. Maybe in practice, work Brock really hard, but as far as the preseason games and whatnot, you play Lance, you play Darnold, you let them either shine or screw up, and then toward the end of things, and now you bring Brock into the picture, and if Lance is doing fabulously, maybe he starts the first game.
Here's what I think, Jerry. Your phone's a little wonky there, so but I think we get your idea, and yeah, Kyle's not going to close the door on anything now. Why would he do that? Why would he do that to the players? Why would he do that to himself? Why would he do that to the 49er fan base? Why would he do that? He's not going to do that. But here's my belief in one sentence. If Brock Purdy were fully healthy, this would sound different. So Kyle Shanahan does not know, or at least cannot, I know the lovely Christy is listening, and her favorite phrase, under promise, over deliver. And that's what the 49ers are doing with Brock Purdy. They think he's going to be ready week 1. They're not going to promise it. They're not going to say it. If they do that, that puts Brock in a really crappy spot.
And they don't even know if we're going to make it 51 days from now.
Who knows who's going to be alive by then?
Exactly. He's made that point before.
But that's the only reason he's doing that. He's doing that because right now Brock continues to work his way back from a major injury. I think all things and all signs are good. But until they get a full green light on him, they are going to act like they have no idea what's going on.
And I think that there's no harm and there's only benefit in saying what he said about having 3 quarterbacks, because you probably will need at least 2 quarterbacks. You might need all 3. You're fresh off a year where you needed 4 quarterbacks and you probably needed a 5th, and you didn't have a 5th, and you ran out of quarterbacks. So there's no harm in talking about the fact that you've got 3 quarterbacks that you believe in, because you're probably going to need him, knowing that the starter right now is hurt and the guys you have behind him maybe aren't good enough to hold the job down if the starter, who is currently hurt, is unable to give it a go.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking your calls on this. We'll remind you what Steve Young had to say about it on the 49ers Talk podcast. But also, coming up next, I got the guy. Farhan, I got the guy. And I bet he's already way ahead of me. But I got the guy the Giants have got to go get. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck.
live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got action, and I'm not just talking about Women's World Cup. I did put just sprinkled a little bit of lettuce because everyone's telling me they're going to win by 14 goals tonight. So let's do that.
6.
I believe that we will win. That's it.
I believe that they will score 10 goals. I laid the 6. You don't often see a lot of.
I laid it too.
A lot of soccer matches where the spread is 6. It's. I was thinking about Little League baseball when I lay some action on the Little League, and you get some of those early round games. You might have Hawaii given 7.5. It's an Ottoman game.
Your morality knows no bounds.
You bet to win the game.
Betting on the Little League. I can't believe they even accept that.
It depends.
Come on, man.
Overseas.
Putting spreads on. How old are they? What are they? 10?
12.
Oh,
12 and 13.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, just from a morality standpoint. If there are women in the Women's World Cup who are under 18, or professional tennis players who are under 18, that's different because they're pros?
I don't know. First of all, yes.
Okay.
Second of all, there's a monstrous difference between 16 and 12. And third of all, I don't think I've ever laid a tennis bet in my life.
Oh, you're missing out, buddy.
Maybe.
Tennis betting is it's all the rage.
Yeah.
U.S. Open over under, those are good. Totals in tennis are fun. You're rooting for tiebreakers.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. No, what I was actually referring to, though, is the Bay Area Panthers.
Big.
The Indoor Football League playing in their first ever playoff game Sunday at 3. Grandy and E-Dog are going to be all over this thing. Grandy, did you win the toss or you lost the toss?
I let Evan decide which half he wanted to do. So he's doing play-by-play for the second half. I'll be on it for the first.
Yeah. Now, aren't they a big favorite?
They're a favorite. I wouldn't say big. They're the 2 seed in the West, playing the 3 seed. They get home field advantage. It's down at SAP in San Jose.
What's the spread?
I don't know the official line. I'd probably say 4.5 or 5.5.
I'm looking at the site where I'm known to wager occasionally, and I can't find a spread.
Huh?
I don't know if
do they do that for the Indoor Football League?
They do. Yeah, they do. Lucas is telling me in the background.
You fight on your own time in there, you two?
Do they really? I've looked for lines on the sport before.
They're only on a specific place. I don't know exactly where, but they come out the day of, and I've seen them. What I would suggest, if you are going to partake, bet the over. Last home game, Bay Area put up 75 points alone. So lean over on that.
Okay.
But if you want to go, again, SAP Center in San Jose, tickets at BayAreaPanthers.com. Sunday at 3.
Against the Tucson Sugar Skulls,
correct.
Right?
Oh,
I got him. I found a spread.
Sugar Skulls.
Best mascot in the league.
Virgin Bet. Not
what?
Virgin Bet, like Virgin, like the Airways.
Yeah, neither of you belong on that site ever again. But anyway, go ahead.
At Virgin Bet, Mark, which is the airline, I think it's the airline company. I got them favored by 7.
Talk about that. Favored by 7?
Arizona Rattlers.
Well, the reason I ask about the spread was not so that I can bet on it. It's wondering if Evan misplayed his hand by taking the second half. You know, what if they're up by 21 at the break?
Yeah.
Then all the dramatic stuff goes to you, Grandy.
Risk reward for sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then again, 21-point lead in the Indoor Football League ain't much, is it?
Oh yeah,
you can come right back.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo.
Let's do it.
Hey, Randy, what are you doing?
Hey, so thanks for taking my call. I'm actually on my way home from work. Hey, so I'm wondering who overrides Kyle Shanahan's personnel decisions, because I know that he actually wanted Mac Jones, and
no, you don't.
There was talk of Justin Fields, and then he wanted Tom Brady at one time. So, who actually overrides his personnel decisions? Do you know?
Okay. So first of all, let's pull this apart for a second. You know that he wanted Tom Brady at one point. I don't know that. Oh, he hung up. But how? Like, even if that were true, would there be something wrong with that?
Well, and we all know that he wanted Kirk Cousins for the past 7 years. And I love the way you responded to that caller. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Because we don't know anything. We think we know what we think we know, but ultimately we know nothing, Jon Snow.
I know that there are a number of reporters who are now in about a 2-year-long tiff over whether or not the 49ers were moving up to take Mac Jones and change their mind, or if it was an elaborate smokescreen and they wanted Trey, or they truly didn't know who they wanted. And you can go to any NFL insider,
right,
and they will have an answer for you, and they will be damn sure they're right. And you can find probably a few insiders to say any one of the three possibilities.
I do know this definitively. They had a chance to take Mac Jones if they wanted to draft Mac Jones. They couldn't have taken Trevor Lawrence. And they couldn't have taken Zach Wilson, but they could have taken Justin Fields. If they were so enamored with Justin Fields, they would have taken him.
Yep.
And if they really wanted Mac Jones, Mark, they would have drafted Mac Jones because they had the opportunity to draft Mac Jones.
Now, with that said, we can't answer the question. The question was, and he's mainly talking about quarterbacks, who overrides Kyle's personnel decisions? Ready for the answer? No one. No one.
Are you going Harbaugh, nobody?
If Kyle stands on a table about a QB, then that guy's a 49er. I don't think he necessarily does it that way.
Right.
And I've talked about this before. I think all teams, we love to be like, that guy, Bob Myers made the pick. He didn't make it by himself. There's a reason that there are a bunch of employees in the room, and they all respect one another, and they have conversations, and they may have disagreements, and they figure out what they think collectively what's best for an organization. Yes, the buck stops somewhere, and it has been described to me very clearly that when you're coming to high-level offensive players, buck stops with Kyle. Kyle makes that call.
John Lynch is the general manager.
Yes.
Adam Peters is the assistant general manager. And I could list all of the various national, area, and pro scouts. And if everybody in the room wanted to pick player A and Kyle wanted to take player B, you might have a standoff and you might have a different conversation. But when it comes to the quarterback in particular, if Kyle says, guys, group in the room, this is the player that I really believe in, and they say, tell us why, Kyle, and he gives you the 12 reasons why he likes that player, he's taking that player.
I mean,
and that's why they took Trey Lance, in my opinion, because Kyle saw what he saw, he knew what he knew, and you know the whole Mac Jones thing was either a media creation, a smokescreen, or both.
Or real. Maybe it was real. Maybe Kyle changed his mind.
It's possible.
This idea that he got overruled is ludicrous.
Yeah.
It's ludicrous. And I can see some of you on YouTube have it right now. You're wrong. It's ludicrous.
So Kyle wanted Mac Jones, and then John Lynch said, no, we're taking Trey Lance.
Please tell me, those of you who are so sure that Kyle Shanahan got overruled, who would that person even be? Go ahead. I'll wait. Who
it would
is
have
it?
to be John Lynch.
You think John Lynch, who was basically hired in San Francisco because Kyle Shanahan brought him in, you think he brought him in to overrule him about the most important position on his offense?
Absolutely.
Keep
me in check.
A former safety / broadcaster. Okay. You're allowed to believe whatever you want.
It was Parag Marathe, Mark.
I mean, the only person in theory who could overrule Kyle would be someone with the last name York. Jed is not showing up to the draft room and being like, this is what we're doing. That's not how it works. Now, can you disagree with Kyle? Sure. Could you talk Kyle out of something? I guess. Overruled? No.
Well, think about it in these terms.
Nope.
If Jed York or John Lynch or somebody who is above him in the org chart, if they actually came in and did what they're intimating, if they came in and overruled Kyle Shanahan, then Kyle Shanahan's probably looking for another job.
I mean, why do you have Kyle Shanahan if you're going to overrule him at quarterback?
Exactly.
Well, what are we talking about here? All right, we're all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Okay, do you want to know the name?
I've been dying to hear the name.
I didn't know that things were going so well for this player. Now, the Giants need a middle infielder. Crawford is hurt. Schmidt can't hit. He can't hit Schmidt right now.
Thank you. It's much better when you do it that way.
Brett Wisely is Brett White. Like, they got to do something because, no, this year's not just about development. The Giants are good, and they are trying to win. Preferably, this player will be right-handed. So maybe he can go along with Brandon Crawford, whatnot, second base and shortstop. I got the guy. I'll let you know who it is next.
Double tease.
I really want the Giants to go get this guy. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
98.57 The Game.
When do you guys go work on that stuff? Where do you get this stuff? But yeah, I'd like to see a trade. I said it yesterday. I remain a big fan of Casey Schmidt. I remain a big fan of his future. He's got to go down. Can't go down right now because the Giants need somebody who can play up the middle of the diamond.
Schmidt must go down, and he must go down hard. There's a little Tony Bruno shout out.
He's got to go down.
And he's got to go down hard.
Yeah.
But just not yet.
He's batting below 100 here in July. So Farhan Zaidi has spoken publicly about middle infield help, even being a higher priority than starting pitching. Now, George Kontos was on this morning with the guys and said, you need 4 starters in order to compete realistically in the postseason, and said something along the lines of 3 ain't going to cut it. And my immediate reaction was, do they have 3? I don't even know if they've got 3.
Yeah. Well,
does Alex Wood count?
I guess.
DeSclafani forgot about it.
Stripling is pitching better.
Better. He's got a long way to go before you're going to put him into a postseason start. A lot of people responded to me earlier. I wrote that on Twitter. Do they even have 3? And everyone's like, they have 1.5, including Lubman, which I was like, well, that's kind of a slap to Alex Cobb. The guy was an all-star.
Yeah.
They've got 2. And then a bunch of maybes, and maybe some of those will work out, or maybe Kyle Harrison will be on the team by then. There's a bunch of maybes, but I agree, in theory, you need 4. Now, could Alex Wood be your 4th? Okay. I guess I could wrap my head around that.
In concert with a Stripling or Mania who can give you 3 innings. They've got pieces.
Yeah, but you need someone, and everyone has said the same thing. Everyone wants starters. There's only so many to go around, and that means the price is going to be very high for them as well. It's a pickle. It is a pickle. The depth that the Giants had at the starting rotation has largely not worked out the way they thought that it would.
Yeah, and you thought that maybe Kyle Harrison would be ready to go at about this point to come up and inject a little bit of life into that rotation.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
He's had some injury woes of late, and that's kind of delayed him. But you thought that if he pitched well enough, maybe he could come up and be a guy to get you 4 innings. And at least this year they've had a bunch of like piggyback starters where you have an opener and then you get Mania for 3 or 4, and you have an opener and you get Stripling to give you 3 or 4. So it felt like you could kind of piecemeal the bottom end of your rotation with a couple of starter types like Stripling and Mania. And if you had other arms down there, Keaton Wynn has come up and done a little bit of that. But heading into the playoffs, you absolutely need another frontline guy.
So this guy has been struggling all year. He's been struggling all year. He has not homered yet all year long. And in the month of June, he tallied a 152 batting average, a 190 on base percentage, and a sparkling slugging percentage of 177 for a total OPS of 368. Absolutely dreadful. I think his team is looking to deal. I think that he's not going to be the only player that his team deals. They are out of it. They're not going to do anything special. But all of a sudden here in July, he's starting to look a little bit like himself again. He had 2 hits on July 14th. He had 2 more hits on July 16th. He had 3 hits on July 18th. 2 more hits just yesterday in New York. 2 for 3 with a run scored and a walk. Oh, Farhan loves it when they walk. So his numbers are still not sparkling because of everything that happened earlier in the season, but he's starting to look like his old self again. And he is a powerful bat, and he is under team control beyond this year. His name is Tim Anderson. He is the Chicago White Sox shortstop and also played second base in the World Baseball Classic. That guy needs to be a San Francisco Giant.
And you're not put off at all by the struggles he's had, and you're looking more closely at his recent bounce back as a guy who who can come in and play both those positions as needed.
Well, remember who he has been his entire career. So we can spotlight June in this year and be very concerned, or you can look at the fact that the prior 4 baseball seasons, 3 of the 4, his OPS was over 800. The one that was not was 734, which is pretty average at least. This is someone who has hit north of 15 home runs in a season 4 times, a career batting average of 283. This has been a very productive hitter in the majors in his career. He's still relatively young. He's 30, and an affordable $14 million club option, not player, club option for 2024, which is probably after Brandon Crawford has retired, and you don't know if Luciano or Schmidt are going to be ready to rock. I think he fits in like a glove. And more importantly, I dig his struggles because I don't think it's going to cost you very much to get him.
Yeah, I was just going to say the price, it's probably a middling prospect to get Tim Anderson. And I'd have to do a little bit more of a deep dive to see why he has struggled so much, because I'm looking at the numbers right now, and career 283 batting average, including over 300 the last 4 years, including 2019 when he led the league, hitting 335, but now he's 235. Why has he struggled so much this year, where you have to go back to 2018, the last time he had a year that was really this lopsidedly bad, and yet, last year he only played in 79 games, but the numbers were there.
They're okay.
What's happened? Yeah. What's happened to Tim Anderson this year to cause him to fall off so dramatically?
I don't know. It's a very fair question, but I do know that J.P. Morosi sent out a tweet earlier today that said interest is on the rise in someone who has been a known trade candidate all year, but there was no interest because he was awful. He was awful. Right. But he has not been awful in July, and especially the last 2 to 3 weeks, he's starting to look like himself again. And so if you can get him in on what would basically be a relatively cheap take a look, see if it works out, you're really not signing up for anything bad. If it doesn't go well, you didn't give up a whole lot to get him. It's a club option for next year, so you could decline it. You're out of this thing scot-free if it doesn't work out. But if it does, you suddenly have a guy who has been an incredibly productive offensive player.
Yeah.
Up the middle of the diamond, they sorely need, as Crawford deals with a knee, Schmidt deals with figuring out big league pitching. Luciano's not ready yet, and Estrada's hurt. Yes, my 15th prospect for Tim Anderson right now.
Yeah, something like that.
I want this guy on the Giants.
Little scary defensively. Just looking at some of the metrics, he's led the American League in errors committed by shortstops in 3 of the last 5 years. So defensively, you're definitely taking a hit from Crawford and certainly from Casey Schmidt. And
he strikes out a lot, and he's not a big walk guy. There are some metrics that you don't necessarily love.
However, if you're thinking about the Gabe Kapler approach to baseball, he is a right-hand hitter. So you put him in there against lefties for sure at shortstop, and you've got a righty bat off the bench at all times, to put him in late in the game against left-handers. And if you've got a platoon situation with Brandon Crawford late in the year, Crawford, starts the game. He's a better defender against a right-hand pitcher. And when they go to a lefty out of the pen, you've got Tim Anderson who can come in. I think it gives you that positional matchup flexibility that they so love.
Interesting. You should say that. I just pulled up his splits. Even in a year where he is overall, his recent hot streak has only got his average up to 235. But listen to these splits. You just said he'd be great to have against left-handed pitching. In theory, Brandon Crawford has still got something left in him this year. He's hurt right now. It's not like he's out for the year.
Yeah.
So, is this a piece? Right-handed hitter who could split if you still have Crawford, if Wisely is up, we'll see where Schmidt is, when Estrada gets back, all of that stuff. But this year, against right-handed pitching, Tim Anderson has hit 199. Against lefties, 338.
Man.
Even in a year where he's struggling. By the way, I don't know if you take this as a good or a bad. He's also a big energy guy. Big personality.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little bit too much personality. This is somebody who will get in an umpire's face. This is somebody who will get thrown out of a game. This is somebody who runs a little hot. Although most Giants fans I talked to over the recent years, they want more of that. They want more of that on this baseball team.
All reports from this clubhouse are that they're a very cohesive group and everybody gets along. The biggest personality probably is Jock Peterson. And I don't think that this is a clubhouse where a big personality would come in and rock the boat. I think that it would only add to what they're trying to do. And, Gabe Kapler's done such a good job at managing the personalities as well as managing the team. And you haven't heard anything. You haven't seen anybody really go out of pocket or get out of line. You don't ever really see Giants players run too hot or get thrown out. Kapler keeps everything pretty much contained as well. So I don't think that Tim Anderson's going to come in and disturb the vibe at all.
Morosi's tweet from just a few hours ago, the chances of a Tim Anderson trade are increasing, especially if he plays second base as he did in the World Baseball Classic. He has slashed 375, 444, 417 since the break. And for those of you who don't speak baseball nerd stats, you add the 444 and the 417 together for an OPS, which, quick math, leads to 851, which is really good. Now, Morosi admits that's a small sample size, but interested teams have been wanting to see evidence that his approach is back. And so with each good game that he has, it increases the likelihood. I really think this deadline is going to come down to the final 48 hours before we get to August 1st. August 1st is the deadline this year, not July 31st. I think it's going to come down to the last 48 hours. There are so many teams who have not figured out whether they are buyers or sellers, have not figured out whether or not they think they're still in it or not. The Ohtani thing looms, which everything would trickle down from there. But I just think that, and Farhan has even admitted this. He's been on the phone with many, but he's sort of just letting people know, hey, we're interested in that guy. So if you're interested in talking about it, give us a buzz. He's placing at least 2 or 3 calls a day to do just that. But I really see this as something that's going to take place mostly in about a week and a half. And if this guy continues to play well over those next 7 to 9 days, man, he would just fit perfectly.
Yeah. Can I throw back to something that you said, the one blemish on his record?
Yeah.
Not only has he not hit a home run this year, he hasn't hit a home run in over a calendar year. It has been 371 calendar days since Tim Anderson hit a ball over a fence in a major league ballpark. Think about how hard that is. How many players do you think have done that? Played almost an entire baseball season without hitting a home run.
Yeah, in today's baseball, that's pretty wild, especially when you're a guy who is a home run hitter. This is a guy who's hit 20 home runs in a season before. He's got a power bat, and I don't know where it is, but if you keep Wisely and Schmidt in up the middle, how many home runs are those guys producing for the rest of the year?
At least one.
Exactly. Somebody will tie into something. And Crawford, too, by the way.
Number 1.
Who's a powerful guy, but it's not really there. My overall point on this is this could be a total bust, and it would still be okay. This is very, very risk-free.
I agree. It's just wild to think to go over a calendar year as a Major League Baseball player and not to hit a single home run. That almost makes it seem like it's a mental thing.
It might be.
Well, I'm actually looking at what he said, his words on the Pivot podcast, and he said his personal struggles in the past year have affected him, including an affair in which he had a son out of wedlock. So Tim Anderson has been struggling with off-the-field issues, which maybe have led to not only his lack of a power bat, but also have led to his on-field struggles in terms of being able to get hits at all.
No, he runs hot. This is somebody who runs on emotion, and so there are mistakes. There's no two ways about that. Sometimes I look at a guy like that though, and I think, man, a new scene is probably exactly what the doctor ordered here. And this is someone who people were talking about as a trade candidate before the year even started. So the fact that we've gotten here because he didn't play well enough to become a trade candidate. But now he's starting to. He's starting to come around, and if this spreads out for the rest of the year, again, you're talking about an incredibly productive bat as far as a middle infielder is concerned. So
yeah, and he said his personal struggles did affect his play on the field. An all-star last year, inconsistent and injured in the second half of last year. And he said, quote, even just to be right here to talk on this podcast, it's crazy because when he was going through it, he didn't want to be seen. He didn't want to be talked to, but he still had to go out and play. So that made it even a whole lot tougher on him. And then this again is from the Pivot podcast with former ESPN personality Ryan Clark.
Yep. Base stealer too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, you can't steal a base if you don't get on base.
You got to get on the base, right. But 113 career stolen bases.
Right.
Which has been something that the Giants are trying to do a lot more of this year.
So hopefully he's been able to get through these off-field struggles that clearly have dogged him for the better part of a year.
Here's the bigger piece of this for me, which is this is the needle I'm asking Farhan to thread. I want you to be aggressive, but I do not want you to sell the farm.
You don't want him to break up any part of the farm, really, of the core pieces. And you could name 6 or 7 prospects, and including guys like Schmidt and Bailey and Matos, guys who have already materialized in the major leagues. And you add in Luciano and Harrison and Wisenhunt and other names of that ilk that you want them to be untouchable.
I want to keep them all.
I do want you to part with some prospects that maybe aren't that high level and still be able to improve this team.
Yes. So in
You're
other
asking
words,
a lot.
Well, I'm asking you to thread the needle.
Right.
Because in fact, we did our show yesterday, and then someone tweeted me last night about how I listened to Mark yesterday say he wants to sell the farm to go for it this year. I never said that. What I said is that I think the mentality around the Giants fan base has been, oh, this is fun that they're winning some games, but this year is still all about development. No, you are in a playoff spot. You got to go try to win the World Series. So it's not just about development. In other words, they do need to send Casey Schmidt down, but all the while, that does not mean I'm in favor of selling everybody for rentals. I've been very clear for the last 2 weeks that I do not want them to acquire Shohei Ohtani at the deadline. I don't think anybody will, quite frankly, but if he does become available, I'm out. You can't have 6 or 7 of the Giants' best prospects. So I know that some of these names will not end up being great, but I really want Harrison to debut as a Giant. I want Luciano to debut as a Giant. I want Wisenhunt to debut as a Giant. Patrick Bailey is off the table. That's a no. I'm a hang up mode right now if you bring up Patrick Bailey. That's my catcher for the next 7 or 8 years if I'm running the Giants. And then the Matos and Schmidt, no, there's something there. So I don't want those guys to go. I want them to work the system to bring in upside players for not high prices. If you look at when the Giants have won the World Series in the past, who are their acquisitions? Pat Burrell,
right?
Cody Ross,
Scudero, a mid-year guy.
Scudero. These are people who you didn't pay anything for.
Yeah,
anything in some cases, literally nothing. Like, oh, you're sitting on a bench, come play for the Giants, and then they become World Series heroes. So that's the kind of move I'm looking for if I'm them.
Are you at all interested? The White Sox are one of the more popular, potentially selling teams. A couple of big name starting pitchers, Dylan Cease, Lucas Giolito, both on 1-year deals. I mean, I don't know, you don't want to give up high name prospects, but if it became a Tim Anderson plus a starting pitcher, does that change your mind at all?
Yeah, but not if you're going to have to give up 2 or 3 or 4 of those guys. Like, my perception right now is that the cost of the high-level starting pitcher is going to be so much because the Dodgers and Diamondbacks, I know, have already called the White Sox about Giolito. That just came out this morning, too. The competition's going to be huge. So
for top-line starting pitching, without a doubt.
Yep.
So, that speaks to what you're talking about in terms of Farhan threading the needle, where if you wanted to go after Cease or Giolito, you're probably going to have to give up one of those top prospects as a part of a deal.
One of them,
Yeah.
Could wrap my head around one of them.
Luciano as a part of it. If Luciano goes out to get a rental Cease or a rental Giolito, I can see you're already starting to get a little queasy over that.
Well, the Luciano one is like, my gosh, what a waste of energy. This has been 3 years of thinking and talking about this guy.
Yeah.
And you're going to turn him into Giolito?
Especially now that Luciano is up here in AAA, and it feels like his debut is coming sooner rather than later.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes it even more frustrating.
Let's go to Alameda Lou, who ironically is in Alameda. Hey, Lou, you're on with Willard and Debs. What are you doing?
Hey, just getting off of Redwood Canyon Golf Course, driving home, listening to the show, and think I have some good things to say.
Beautiful. Let's hear them.
All right, so first order of business, I think you're spot on the Tim Anderson thing, and not to toot my own horn, but about 3 months ago, I had him targeted as somebody that the Giants should trade for. No matter which way you cut it, Crawford's not what he used to be. Up the middle of the infield, with the exception of Estrada, the Giants are just lacking. When it comes to starting pitching, the names you mentioned would be nice. I agree with what you said also, where I'm not willing to sell the farm for it. But the reason I called, I have a great nickname for when the Giants signed Shohei Ohtani in the offseason.
Okay.
The Shohei Kid. You guys have a great afternoon.
You walked it off. The Shohei Kid.
Yeah, it's
I like
it's a 3. I'll give him a 3. It's clever.
It's got a ring. But
Right.
at the same time, it's almost like, I don't know, are you stepping on
Absolutely.
Willie's shoes a little bit?
Yes. I think it's a little bit of a step on. I like the play on the words. It's a pun. The Shohei Kid. I gave him a 3 out of 5. Not bad.
I want to call him the money.
Shohei the money.
Shohei the money.
Yeah, he's gonna get the money.
Right? Every time he homered, you could put Tom Cruise out there on the big board. Shohei the money. But his nickname could just be the money.
Yeah.
Remember when they had that players weekend and you could put whatever you wanted on the back of your jersey?
Yeah, they still do that, don't they?
Unless your name's Alex Dickerson, then you're not allowed to put your nickname on the back.
They didn't let him put his nickname on there?
They didn't let him do it.
That's lame.
I agree. I agree.
But we can talk about Dick Tidrow and Dick Pole because that's actually their name. But Dickerson's nickname is the same as Mr. Tidrow, yet we can't put that on the back of the jersey.
It's his name.
It's many people's names.
It's the shortening of his name. I don't know why everybody's got to be so damn suggestive about it.
And it's many
his
people
nickname.
go by that name.
Right.
It's one of them. I mean, it's more of an old school name. I don't know how many parents nowadays are like, you know what? We're not calling you Richie. We're not calling you Rich.
I'm not. You do it.
Dick.
Yeah.
Former president, Dick Nixon.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
All right.
He was a president. Richard Nixon.
Yes, he was.
He went by the name.
It wasn't a very good one, but yeah.
It wasn't the worst one.
No.
He's been usurped in that title.
He's a crook, but, maybe all of them are. All right.
I am not a crook. Thank you.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. All right. Any of that is on the table, 888-957-9570. A half hour away, Ryan Coogler, who is the great Oakland-based filmmaker who is going to join us on this show. It was him and his team behind Underrated, the Steph Curry movie, Apple TV Plus. We watched it last night. We got all kinds of stuff to say. That's coming up next on Willard and Debs.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston.
watch last night?
Did I watch?
Did you watch
the doc?
What'd you watch last night?
I watched an hour and 52 minutes of Davidson basketball is what I watched, and it was incredible. Curry! I liked it about 84% more than I thought I would. I thought that it would be all right.
You thought that you wouldn't love it? It's a documentary about Steph Curry.
Not to cut me off.
No, I didn't. I totally meant to.
I thought I would like it, but I loved it. I didn't think that I would love it as much as I loved it. I thought it was going to be much more cookie cutter. Here he is, good shooter. More of like your standard documentary where you talk a lot about, the 50 burger in New York and this and that and this and that. It was a wonderful look at Kitty Steph, baby Steph, high school Steph, college Steph. And I love college basketball. So to go back and see all the footage of those Davidson games and the tournament runs and all the rest of it, I was surprised at how enamored I was with that trip down memory lane.
I tell you what, I don't want to spoil any of this for anybody. And so we won't, bring you different intricate pieces of it. In about 25 minutes, we are going to talk to Ryan Coogler, the producer of this. That's right. Yeah, we know people. And he's an Oakland guy. He's a big Warrior fan. A big fan of 95.7 The Game, as it turns out. Ryan, what up? But he's going to join us in about 25 minutes, and we'll talk this whole thing out. So without spoiling anything, I think what stands out is you're right. This is not about what I thought it would be about. And that's one of the reasons where you're like, well, gosh, you're going to do a documentary about Steph Curry. Well, what do we not know? I think we know the Steph Curry story.
Yeah.
And the whole thing started, you were watching it during commercial breaks yesterday.
Couldn't help it.
Well, and you mentioned about something after he hit the record-breaking three-pointer, and that because it was in New York, and Kevin Durant shows up to the, if you want to call it, after party.
Oh, it was an after party.
Yeah, it was just, but it was small. It was like the inner circle for Steph Curry, and he gave a little speech, and KD was there. And do you remember what Steph said about?
Who are you?
You remember what Steph said about KD? Like, KD walks away.
Yeah.
And then the subtitle comes up of what Steph said about him. Do you remember what he said?
I do remember. He said, that mother jumper is the most underappreciated guy in the NBA.
Was it underappreciated or misunderstood?
Misunderstood.
Misunderstood.
My fault.
Yeah, that's
I guess
okay.
I didn't remember what he said.
Okay. It's
Thanks,
okay. You
Mark.
can go back and watch it again.
I think I will.
Yeah, and we'll try again tomorrow. Just kidding. It's Saturday.
Yeah.
We're not coming in tomorrow.
Misunderstood.
I
guess I met him, or I heard him say that, and I thought to myself, underappreciated, but misunderstood works.
They're related. They're absolutely related. I thought that was an interesting comment, but when you saw that yesterday, my mind went to, so that's what this is going to be. This is all the stuff. We know the story of Steph, but this is all the stuff that we don't get to see. But it's not that. It's not. It is the story that you don't know. Because even though we know, and you might be old enough to remember Davidson's run to the Elite Eight, you don't know what happened before. I didn't know what happened before that.
Right.
Didn't necessarily know what happened after that. This whole thing starts really early and stays there. And it goes back and forth. And there's one of my favorite parts about it is the way they filmed it, which is like they do these overlays of pro to college and then college to pro, even with some of his shots, where it's like from the same spot in the
Incredible.
floor. It was really cool.
Good editing.
Yes, very, very artistic. But my gosh, that Davidson thing, not only there's two things that really stood out to me, and it's an amazing story, as you'd guess. Two things stand out. One of them is he looks even smaller in that uniform than I remember. It's the most laughable thing you've ever seen. He looks like the movie Big when Tom Hanks gets small and he's in adult clothes at age 10. That's what Steph Curry in a college unit. They couldn't find his size. Davidson does not make uniforms small enough to fit this kid when he was on the floor. It's hysterical. It's a really weird look. And it's actually one of the first things Christy said As we were watching it together last night, she goes, it is unbelievable how scrawny that young man was.
Yep.
So that was one thing that stood out. The other thing that stood out was Coach McKillop. The Davidson head coach, the first game of Steph Curry's college career, he turned the ball over 13 times. And Steph admitted that he thought he was going to get benched.
Spoiler alert. I thought this was a huge part of the story.
Yeah, but you get to see it.
You do, but when I saw that was one of my takeaways because I didn't realize how bad he was in that game, and what happens after that is remarkable. And to have the footage, though, of that game,
right?
And you're watching it, and you're like, this can't be the same Steph Curry. This has to be like Steve Curry or some imposter, because you can't go from that, Mark. He's playing at Davidson, and you're that bad at that spot, and then you turn out to be this record-breaking GOAT of a player.
The belief that Bob McKillop had in Steph and the courage to just be like, I'm going to take the hits. And I know you're like, there's no pressure at Davidson. Well, yeah, there is. This was kind of their one opportunity. Eminem, Mom Spaghetti, like, don't miss this opportunity. And so they knew they had to really go for it. And it was to the level of embarrassing. It was embarrassing what was happening out on the court. And he just stuck with him. And what kept going through my head was this guy, who he's become, potentially the greatest thing that sports has ever known here in the Bay Area. It wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Bob McKillop.
Yeah.
Because if he hadn't had that college coach believe in him, I don't think anybody ever would have found him. Nobody ever would have found this guy.
Right. And
he's this tiny little kid running around.
And it speaks to the recruitment, and they touch on it in the documentary about, the assistant coaches who see him and how Steph wanted to go to Virginia Tech, but he wasn't recruited, and he wasn't recruited by so many places, and Davidson sees their opportunity. And to your point, Bob McKillop, when he gets him in, stands behind him, even though his career doesn't start off in the best possible way. And then all of a sudden, the light bulb goes on, and something clicks with number 20. I think, he was wearing 20 in high school. He was 30 at Davidson.
30 at Davidson.
He wore 20 in high school, and I was loving...
And the 20 was around his butt. I mean, exactly. You can't fit a jersey on this kid.
Yeah.
It's unreal, man.
And even...
the work he's done.
And just, and I think I mentioned this yesterday about his mom is quoted saying, he's 15, but he hasn't hit puberty yet. And you see the 15-year-old Steph out there, and he looks like he's about 10, playing against high school kids in an empty summer league style gym. And it blows me away thinking about what you're talking about, how he went from that, just a small, scrawny, undersized, shoot it from your waist kid, to now being the best shooter in the history of the game.
Well, it's like, I don't know how many times this hit you while you were watching it, but while you're watching that story, which so many of us had not seen, to have the knowledge of where it goes is literally not something that I think I can even comprehend. When you're watching this footage and you're listening to what his parents said about him as a kid, and you're looking at the jersey and the shorts just flop around on what looks like a 120-pound kid who is getting pushed around the court, when you watch that with the knowledge that kid becomes one of the greatest players in NBA history and the centerpiece of 4 championships, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense, which is honestly the emotion I often have when I watch Steph. To me, it is why he's so special. It is why all the kids, he's quote-unquote ruined the game. I still watch Steph, and when he flicks his wrist from the other free throw line right before the buzzer of one of the quarters, and just and like with accuracy can shoot the ball from that far away, it doesn't make sense. And one thing, and Grant Williams of the Boston Celtics said this on a different podcast just yesterday that came out, but Steph says it about himself in the doc a lot. He is just different than anyone. And I think that it helped for me capture what makes Steph so special, because there's all kinds of great players. You can be like, LeBron's different. Right, but look at the body. The body's different.
And he's worked on it.
There's something about Steph that is almost, I don't know if I can capture the word. It's otherworldly.
It's magical.
Yes.
It's magical. And it's remarkable because he obviously has genetic gifts. His father, in his time, and even in the time now, is one of the greatest shooters of all time. His father was a knockdown shooter. His mother was a Division I athlete. So he was given genetic gifts just based on being born. And that's, the genetic lottery we talk about. He won the lottery by being born. As we talk, we always talk about the Pearl Jam song. He definitely got legs up based on who his mom and dad are as athletes themselves. But then you watch him as a young man in the documentary, and they even go into describing the summer where he had to change his shot because he was shooting from the waist. And his dad told him, Stephen, if you want to be as good as you want to be, we've got to get the ball, your release point, from your navel to up off your forehead. And Steph talks about what that process was like, longest summer of his life, and couldn't take a shot outside the key and all the rest of it. And you actually see the footage, and this is why I so love the doc, because it wasn't like they just talked about it with some random B-roll. You see Steph Curry as a 14 or 15-year-old in his backyard with home video.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great poll. And I love that part, too. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I remember that year of my life, too. I was a chess shooter. And for my little youth basketball league, a pretty good one. I was a shooter and an eventual high school basketball player. And that whatever that year is, where somebody who matters to you tells you, dude, you got to get your shot up here. The mental grind, the feeling is I'm never going to make another basket again. I can't do this. I'm not strong enough to do this. Why am I doing this? My shots are going in. It's hard. And I was doing it at a level like, who cares? It's not like I ever thought I was going to be a basketball player growing up.
No, but the process is equally arduous. It doesn't matter. For me, it was going from a two-hand backhand to a one-hand backhand. And again, same thing, like low-level college, JC player, but it's having to go through the mental struggle of, I'm never going to be able to do this. And in the doc, Steph describes, or his mom actually talks about how there were times where he wanted to give up. Imagine that. Steph Curry gives up. Warriors don't have a title, kid.
That's what I mean, man. You watch the doc, and there were sliding doors moments.
Yeah,
there were sliding doors moments of like, this goes one way, and you become one of the greatest basketball players in the history of ever. This goes that way. We never even meet you. We do not meet you. You are running the front desk somewhere. Like, we never would have even met you.
Hi, welcome to the Hyatt. I'm Steph. Here's your room key, and continental breakfast is at 9. I don't know why I went there, but
why is it always?
I don't know. It's the same voice every time.
Kyle Shanahan meets Tiger Woods, and Steph, the failed basketball player, gets bored.
Hi,
what is going on here?
My name's Stefan, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Check out times at 11:30 and stuff.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Totally.
And you're like, where am I hearing this voice from? I can't even see anyone over the desk. Where is there somebody there? Oh man!
Welcome to the Hyatt. This is Stefan. I think you mentioned
working at the Hyatt is a great job.
No, it is.
Yeah.
I'm not demeaning it. I love the Hyatt. I'm looking forward to being there next Wednesday and barging in on Steiny and Goo.
Damn right.
You mentioned the sliding doors moment. The other one is Bob McKillop, and I hope we can get him on the show. And I know we can as we get closer to the season. He's always a good guest, but watching Bob, not only the patience that he showed with Steph, but the way that he built that team up, because, and this is not a spoiler, if you remember the Davidson run, his freshman year didn't work out so great in terms of postseason. His sophomore year is when they made the great run to the Elite Eight, and just watching the way Bob coached up the whole team to be a good team, and of course Steph becomes the best player on that team, is a part of what became for Steph.
So watching this last night, and again, Ryan Coogler, who is the producer of this movie, this documentary, is going to join us here in just a little bit over 10 minutes. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Local guy from Oakland. Many of you know the name. So watching that doc and then waking up today and just surfing around and looking at stuff and seeing Grant Williams. You all remember Grant Williams of the Boston Celtics? Seeing him talk at length about the mental side of the NBA Finals last year, I thought was really cool. You get to a point where there are certain NBA players who it felt like Grant will someday in his NBA career is still going. He was involved in that trade just a few weeks ago, I think. But Grant Williams, he spoke like someone who someday will be like, I can't wait to sit down and tell my grandkids that I was on the floor with Steph Curry. This is somebody who's teammates with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. And it was like, yeah, that's nice. I was on the floor with Steph Curry. It was almost like he was honored to lose to him. He made the statement that he goes, we are up 2-1, and the Warriors are coming in to a road game in Boston, and we have the lead. Though a small one, we have the lead for most of the night. And we are on the sideline, and you can feel the energy of, we are going to win the NBA championship. Like we might be going to Golden State for Game 5, and we are going to win a ring in the 5th game at Chase Center. And he goes, and then something happened to that man. Something happened. And we never won another game again. And he just showed he is different. He is different. So when you get to the point where high-level professionals are saying that about you, I mean, it just makes your mind go to a bunch of different places. Now, here's one thing I wonder what you think after watching it. So we've had all these conversations in recent weeks about the importance of Draymond Green or the importance of his splash brother or Steve Kerr or Bob Myers, the whole Warrior organization, the way Steph handled and feels about Jordan Poole or beyond. If you buy into the idea, oh, he different, was this inevitable? Was everything that happened in his pro career inevitable? Or how much credit goes to what was around him?
I think a lot goes to what's around him. A lot of the credit goes to what's around him, and all the credit, for the most part, goes to Steph himself, because you look in the doc, and it's toward the back end of it where they start to kind of speed through his NBA arc. And for those people who think that this is a Golden State Warrior documentary, it's about 85% before he became a Warriors and about 15% after. There's some modern footage, there's some interviews, so just go in with the right expectation. But one of the things they do toward the end of it is that montage of injuries, right? And it's like, oh, the ankle again.
Yep.
And Steph comes up limping.
Dude,
and
it was more times than I even remembered.
Exactly.
It was like, my gosh,
they
that's
like
his 9th ankle injury.
Bloop, bloop. And so, yes, it is a lot of what's around him. Steve Kerr, Draymond, Clay, Bob Myers, the logo, Jerry West, Joe Lacob and Peter Guber. This organization becoming the Warriors that we all know it to be. And you talk about sliding doors moments. What if Joe Lacob and Peter Guber never buy the Golden State Warriors? Mm-hmm. If Chris Cohan decides that they want to keep the Warriors, or Joe Lacob buys the team and decides not to trade Monte Ellis, and Monte and Steph end up playing together, and maybe it doesn't work, and they decide to move off of Steph before he becomes the greatest of all time. There's so many things that worked out, quote unquote, but one thing that I took away from it was the amount of work that this guy does.
Oh,
and we know that he works hard, but you see him in the weight room, and you see him with Brandon Payne, his personal coach.
Yeah, wait till you see his workout.
Just like
that was wild.
And Brandon's like, add the tennis ball. he's doing all these dribbling and like hitting things, and like now he's juggling tennis balls and he's sprinting and hitting threes. And again, this is not a spoiler because we all know that his routine is very unique.
Just wait till you see it. Like there's
It's
nothing
awesome.
like seeing it. There's nothing like seeing it.
So I don't think that I'm going to buy the sense of it being inevitable. And I think about the late Kobe Bryant, who was born with as much talent, if not more, than Steph Curry naturally.
Oh, gosh, for sure.
But nobody's ever worked harder on his craft than Kobe Bryant. So Kobe became Kobe because of his work ethic. Yes, he had a leg up genetically and all the rest of it, as did Steph. But Steph doesn't become the greatest of all time without an undeniable and unquenchable work ethic.
Yeah, it's really something else. And for me, the timing of it to tuck it into everything that we're all doing now, is sort of to say, if you acknowledge all of that, if you watch this doc, this movie, and you sort of feel some of the things that we're feeling, I wonder if it helps people get to a spot where, I don't want to speak for you, where I certainly am, which is, can y'all just forget about everything else with the Warriors? Just put it all aside. Steph is here, and everything needs to be about that until he's not. So there's no more, but this young player needs stop. It is all about this man.
Him.
It is all about what this man thinks is the right thing to do. He is every bit of what a quarterback is in the NFL. You wouldn't go to Peyton Manning, for example, and look at him and be like, I know that you think that this guy is a better receiver for you, but we got a lot of capital put in this guy over here that we drafted in the second round 2 years ago, and Peyton's like, he can't play. Well, too bad. You wouldn't do that. This needs to be an all-in vibe, in my opinion. And I do think that the Warriors agree. But I wonder why more of the fan base doesn't, and I wonder if watching this movie will help you all with that. Forget about everything else. An example, if Kuminga can help this year, rock on. That would be great. If he wants to buck and he doesn't develop and he doesn't hit shots and it's not, then get out of the way. I don't care where you were drafted. Steph is here. Steph is here, and I want to savor every single minute.
Yeah.
And the organization should feel the same.
That's a great way to put it, and I hope that some of his teammates who have made it more difficult to be a Warriors fan of late, I hope some of those teammates watch the doc and have that same sort of awakening, because, Draymond Green has made it challenging of late and at times to do exactly what you're talking about, which is focus on the fact that you've got one of the greatest players of all time playing right now. And Steph might only have 3 more years in the NBA, so let's cherish it.
Yeah, absolutely. I just, and by the way, is Draymond one of those people? It doesn't seem like it. It certainly doesn't seem like it. They're partying in Tahoe. There are warm embraces. Steph clearly thinks that Draymond had to be a part of the remainder of his NBA career. However, there are also reports that people, for instance, when Draymond continues to talk about Jordan Poole and then get into an argument with his dad on social media, that the organization's upset. They're annoyed. They're annoyed at what happened earlier this week.
Absolutely.
I wonder what Steph thinks.
Well, and I think that this documentary drops at exactly the perfect time, because we can all use it as a palate cleanser. As we talked about earlier in the week, The majority of Warriors conversation of late has been of more of a negative bent to it. Chris Paul is here. Woe is us. Draymond Green won't give it a rest. But now we can talk about this unbelievable documentary, and we can talk to the producer coming up next.
Yeah, that's darn right. That's Ryan Coogler, who is coming up next here on Willard and Dibs. It's all sponsored by AC Transit. And then after that, back to your calls at 888-957-9570 on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Secure the bag. Apply today at AC Transit.
The best time to get a great deal on a Ram truck is now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event. Visit Ram.com or visit your local Ram dealer to find the perfect Ram truck for you. Hurry in and make this the summer you drive a Ram. And right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get 10% below MSRP on the purchase of 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn, Laramie, and Limited models. Not compatible with lease offers or with any other consumer incentive offers. Residency restrictions apply. Take retail delivery by 7/31.
The unusual weather we've had this year can be affecting the comfort of your home. Defend against the elements with assistance from Golden State Window and Door. They offer a great variety of innovation and style engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Visit goldenstatelumber.com and click on Windows and Doors. Talk with your contractor or designer and request an appointment from the homepage to explore the options in person. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If new, Heineken Silver was an old-timey radio drama.
Well, Dottie, this is the end of our song.
Don't go, Johnny boy. Dance with me one last time.
I'd love to cut a rug like jitterbugs, but I've changed my tune. So long, Angel Face. A new Heineken Silver? You know what? Let's shake a leg, because I'm staying.
You mean it?
You better believe it. If I don't stay, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Get all the tastes, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Get Ready for College sale. Oh my, are you okay?
My baby boy is going off to college. And move-in day is almost here.
Well, right now through July 25th, you can save on everything they need for the semester. Plus, join us in-store on the 22nd and 23rd for giveaways, workshops, and more.
Did you say savings?
Yep. Come in-store or go to IKEA-USA.com/ready for college to save on the semester. Offer valid dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store on IKEA-USA.com for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. It looks like it's going to be a nice warm summer, and that means time for summer vacations, beach barbecues, and road trips in a new Subaru from Stevens Creek Subaru. With our truly exceptional service philosophy, Stevens Creek Subaru has firmly established itself as the preferred destination for all things Subaru. We now offer complimentary vehicle appraisals for any make or model. We will also buy your car even if you don't want to buy from us.
Lease a new 24 Outback Premium for just $348 per month plus tax for 36 months with $29.95 due at lease signing. MSRP $32,932. No security deposit needed. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN number R3127830. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Stevens Creek Subaru. We're easy to find on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row in San Jose, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. Stevens Creek Subaru. Buckle up and drive safely.
Can you hum along to every 80s pop melody? Or recognize the beats of every classic hip-hop track? Whatever decade of music is your true love, you can prove it to anybody with the world's biggest music quiz game on Alexa. We play you a clip, and you guess the song and artist. Just say, Alexa, play music quiz to try it now. Test yourself, your family, and your friends with music from any decade by saying, Alexa, play music quiz. That's Alexa, play music quiz.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I gotta change the oil in my car.
Right now, get 5 quarts of STP conventional or high mileage with an STP oil filter for only $26.99.
Get in the zone.
And what do I do with my old oil?
We can recycle your used oil for free.
Get in the zone, Auto.
And I might need some help.
No problem. We have helpful how-tos at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
57 and clear in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
How did I get here? If you walked into a gym and saw me 20 years ago,
there's no way you would think any of this was possible. And that feeling of being overlooked or underrated will always be part of the drive that keeps me going.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. Willard and Dibbs continuing on 95.7 The Game. So glad you're with us. Almost as glad as we were to sit down last night and be among the first to get to see Underrated, the new Steph Curry doc, Apple TV Plus. Ryan Coogler, who many of you know that name, a local guy, filmmaker, and producer of this Underrated doc, joins us now on Willard and Dibbs. Ryan, thank you so much for coming on, and great job. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Excited, that you guys are having me on, but I'm doing very well, man. Excited for folks to see the film.
Yeah, how did it all come together? How from the beginning of the idea of the project to now? Give us the background story.
Yeah, man. We started. My wife Zenzi and our friend Cheryl Hanyon and I started a company called Proximity Media in 2018. And in a few years after that, around 2021, we brought on Pete Nix to run nonfiction for us. Pete's a local filmmaker from here in the Bay Area, and they did 3 films about Oakland. One called The Waiting Room, which covered Highland Hospital. One called The Force, which covered the OPD during a time of reform and what ended up being a big scandal breaking out. And then he did a film called Home Room that was about Oakland High kids graduating during the pandemic. So Pete's running nonfiction for us, and a few years back, Eric Payton, who founded Unanimous Media with Steph Curry, he reached out with the idea for doing a doc about Steph's Davidson run that would also look at Steph when he was trying to finish up his undergraduate degree, which was a promise that he made to his mom. And he asked if we would be interested in coming on board. And obviously we were being fans of Steph and fans of the Warriors, but we really thought it was an interesting opportunity for a story. And Pete put his name in the hat to direct it. And they ended up really liking Pete after a couple meetings. And we were off to the races in terms of making the film that you saw last night.
What was it like for you as a Oakland kid and a Bay Area native to be able to be involved with something like this with Steph Curry, somebody who obviously you've been a fan of as, a young adult and now an adult, as we all have?
Yeah, it was a dream come true for us, man. Like me specifically, me and Zenzi, we spent a lot of time at those Warriors games, man. Mostly at Oracle. We had season tickets for a year at Oracle, and then followed them over to Chase. But Steph's brought us so much joy, man. Even before the championships, man, just a reason to be excited about being in the Bay at the time. I always felt like we were part of something special, and then when those championships started rolling in, it was just incredible, bro. And so it was great for us to have a chance to be the ones to help tell his story. And it gave me a lot of insight, because I wasn't as familiar with his run at Davidson as I should have been. I was in film school when that happened and wasn't watching much college basketball. So my familiarity with Steph kind of started with him coming to the Warriors. So getting to know about how he came up and how overlooked he was, how he wasn't heavily recruited out of high school, and how people really slept on him, for the majority of the start of his career. It was just fascinating, man. It really was.
Ryan Coogler, producer of Underrated, the Steph Curry movie that is now out, is with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Ryan, you've referenced it now twice, and I don't think I knew this until I sat down to watch it. We were gonna ask you if all of the focus on Davidson was something that just sort of organically developed, or is that what you set out to do? Because I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but there's more Davidson than there is Warriors here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That was honestly, that came from Steph and Eric Payton at Unanimous. They had thought about what a good attack would be on looking at Steph's story, because his story is expansive. You're talking about a guy who's won 4 championships, 2 MVPs, one of the MVPs, Unanimous, and has a pretty storied, NBA basketball career. Ended up, making more 3-pointers than anybody else in NBA history, and countless All-Star appearances, All NBA appearances, And I think that looking at his career, it would have been easy to just say, hey, let's make a Steph doc and not think about it beyond that. But they were smart in terms of thinking about having a narrative focus, and then once Pete came on, he really zeroed in on this idea of, the film being a story about the power of being seen. And so many people, have been underrated in their own circumstances, whether people didn't think about them professionally or no matter what their career was. But I think that bigger than that, the film is about people who saw something in Steph, saw him for what he was, not for what he wasn't, and the power that came, into Steph from that act, but also the benefit that it gave the folks who saw, his family, the Davidson fans and the campus and the coaches, and even more so for us here in the Bay, Warriors fans who saw something in Steph. Somebody who could lead your team, somebody who could be a spokesperson for your team, and he ended up leading us to so much glory. But the film is about that, and that's why so much Davidson in there.
I want to ask you about the footage because I fell in love with the footage early and often. Little Steph, and you got Sonia in the crowd talking to a passerby about Steph. And how much footage did you go through, and how much is there out there of early Steph, even as a youth, and then from his time at Davidson?
Yeah, man, that's a great question for Pete Nix, our filmmaker, and our editor, J.D. Marlowe. Because they were the folks who were in the trenches there. But Steph has even said himself, it's a surprisingly large amount of that stuff. Like, he hadn't seen all of that footage that his parents had of him coming up. A lot of it was surprising for him to see, and he was even talking about being reminded of family members who are recording. Like, there's a fun part of the film where one of his cousins is holding the camera at one of his 8th grade games, and the announcer says his name wrong. They call him Stephen Curry. You know what I'm saying? He corrects him. Exactly. It's comical to see that stuff, and actually quite emotionally moving to see it juxtaposed with the man that we know today. It says a lot about time and choices, and how choices can have ripple effects. If Steph doesn't go to Davidson, if he goes somewhere else, the NBA might not be what it is today. With everybody learning how to stretch the floor and shooting volume 3-pointers. You even got Jokic putting up step back threes, right? But and I think all of that comes back to not just who was coaching Steph, but where he was, and the shot that he got to take, with a green light so early in his career. It formed him into what he is today.
Ryan, I think this is one of the things that so many of us were looking forward to on the way in, which was to learn something about someone we feel like we already know so well. And so a couple of things on that. What kind of focus did you put on that, knowing that people already they know a lot about Steph, and therefore, what were a few things that you learned about him in this process?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's always a great narrative challenge when people come into the story thinking that they know it. Like that. That's oftentimes when you can surprise people. And give them their exhilarating feeling of oh my God, I didn't know this. I'm learning something new about something that I thought I was aware of all facets of it. And it's a great joy for us as filmmakers to be able to provide that. And something for me, I learned. It was really, I didn't know much about Coach Bob McKillop, and his philosophy, his coaching style. I came up as an athlete, when I was in school, man. High school and college, I played, and you would have these coaches. You would hear about these coaches who did more than just coach. They were kind of like life guys. They coached more than just the athlete. They coached the person. You know what I'm saying? And Coach McKillop, it seems like one of those guys. And we're from the Bay Area, man. I used to play football out here. There's a lot of legendary coaches, man. Rest in peace to Coach Dan Shaughnessy Shag, who was a high school coach in my high school. You had coaches like Bob Laddiser, and Coach Beam, Alonzo Carter. These coaches who were kind of legendary, not just for what they did on the field, but also for how they tried to help kids in life. But it was great to see the impact that this specific coach had on Steph that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah, thank you for the Coach Shag shout out. We just lost him, and he was one of the great coaches that I covered. Ryan Coogler here on 95.7 The Game. What about the access you got with Steph? And not specifically the bubble wrap scene, and I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it, but bubble wrap does play a big part of it. But what kind of access were you granted from the Curry family going into this?
Yeah, man, amazing access. Like that's also a question for Pete Nix, our fantastic director, who was like I said, was on the grounds with with Sean Havey and then again JD Marlowe, Gabby Arvizu. These are folks that were actually there making it happen. But Steph was incredibly generous. You're talking about a guy who is running several companies, is trying to lead a professional basketball team to a title. Ended up being a successful campaign in that regard. Has numerous sponsorships where he's shooting commercials and trying to break a 3-point record, and trying to raise a family and be a present husband and present father, trying to go to school and get his degree. And when you think about all of those things that are happening, you would think that he wouldn't want the distraction of a film crew in his house, in his car, in the locker room when he's trying to win games. But we phenomenally were able to get access to all of the things that we needed. And it was Pete that was kind of driving that ship and determining like when to go to the games, when to stand back, when to go to his house, when to give some space. But we got everything that we needed to make an incredible film, and I'm super thankful to Steph and Tiffany, everybody on the staff for making that happen.
Ryan, I think, again, it sounds like you mentioned you didn't know that much about the Davidson story. You know the Warriors story, and I think that's probably typical for many of us. I think there's this backdrop of like, oh, gosh, yeah, he wasn't recruited and he was kind of small. Were you almost overwhelmed by what you saw? Because even going back and looking at that footage, I mean, he literally looks like they couldn't find a jersey to fit him. He like everything is just hanging on him. What stood out to you when you dove in to what you found at Davidson?
I think what was most moving to me was just the overall anxiety around his size. And it was more than just schools that were recruiting him or the visual, like, his size is shocking in comparison to the other kids that you see him on the court with. But more than that, it was like at home, like his parents' anxiety around it, because they were both, D1 athletes at Virginia Tech. His father, storied NBA career. His mom, storied collegiate career. That was when they met, and conceived Steph. But these were big time athletes whose firstborn kid was kind of a runt. You know what I mean? And they would talk about that constantly. So that anxiety, even with him at home with his parents, about when is he going to grow? When is he going to hit puberty? Is he going to be big enough? Is he going to get hurt? He's got to change his shot. That to me was very interesting. To have that kind of uncovered. You know what I mean? Like and I think that played into a major part of it. I think like him wanting to go to Virginia Tech like his mom, like his dad, and not being recruited by them. I think that was like a disappointment that he had to deal with. And I recognized it a little bit as an athlete coming up. I wanted to go to USC, right? You know what I'm saying? And I ended up going to play Division I AA ball. But for him, this is somebody who should have been playing wherever he wanted to play. He was that good. You know what I'm saying? But because of his size and his stature, people just completely overlooked him. They didn't see what he could do on the court for what he couldn't do for the eyeball test. And I thought that, it says a lot about life, I think,
Yeah, and how much did that lead to him wanting to go back and getting his degree at Davidson? I know that his mom always wanted him to get his degree, and Steph and I have that in common. I got my degree in my early 30s like he did, but how much does that Davidson loyalty lead to him going back and getting that done?
It's really interesting, man. I think it's threefold. At Davidson, they have a rule where you can't have your jersey retired unless you finished your degree. And when a school makes a rule like that, it says something about the culture of the place, right? And then he obviously made that promise to his mom. And she valued education. Mom is a woman with extremely strong values, right? And that promise to his mom meant something. And I think that there's also the fact that Steph is a person who really prides himself on delivering on promises and giving back to people who've given something to him. And I think that it says more about Steph than it says about anybody. And we, as Warrior fans, we've been on the receiving end of him giving back to a community that gave him something, right? And he made promises to us. He says, "Hey, stick by me." You know, after the Monte trade, for instance, you know what I'm saying? Stick by me, and we'll win a championship. You know what I'm saying? Well, he brings back 4 of them, right? You know, he tells his coach, he tells his mom, "Hey, I'm gonna get this done." It took him a while, but he finally did it, and he finally could have his jersey up there in the rafters, and that meant something to his coach. You know what I mean? Something to the university, because Davidson meant something to him. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ryan Coogler is our guest, producer of Underrated, the Steph Curry film, and a local guy, as many of you know, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs. Ryan, I don't know when you guys wrapped filming. Obviously, it was sometime after last year's championship. But I wonder, in being around him through this whole experience, what you gathered about where he is currently, mentally, with regard to the state of the Warriors and where it's going next.
I mean, I was just around him. I was with him yesterday. We were shooting a music video for the song "Little Fish, Big Pond."
Okay.
By Kobe Weegway that'll come out. You know, it was on the end credits of the film that you just saw. But you know, I was around him for most of the day yesterday, man. And he seems very happy. He seems very focused and present. He looks good. You know, Aisha stopped by. They seem to be like having fun, having a little bit of time, quote unquote, off, so to say. You know, but he looks focused and healthy. You know, from my assessment of him. So I think that's more exciting than anything, man. You know, I think they're poised to have a big year.
If you ever need an intern, Ryan, I'm just saying. I mean, somebody that maybe
showrunner.
Seriously, I'll bring you coffee. No, but seriously though, other than the millions of projects that you've got coming up, what is the one thing out there that you're most excited about? Maybe that's next for Ryan Coogler.
I mean, I'm sure you're aware, there's 2 huge labor strikes happening in my business right now, man. Like I'm a member of the WGA, the Writers Guild of America. And we're on strike right now against the AMPTP, which represents, basically all of the studios and streaming services that employ us. And then the Screen Actors Guild also couldn't figure out a new working deal with the AMPTP. So it's kind of a watershed labor moment, right? Watershed moment where we're trying to figure out how to move forward in this changing entertainment landscape. So I'm in solidarity with my fellow writers. We're not working right now. We're pencils down right now. We're picketing, and the actors have just joined us. So it's actually not a lot going on, man. We able to promote Underrated because it's nonfiction work. It's non-WGA generated work. So we're able to talk to you guys about this incredible film. But outside of that, man, it's an industry wide slowdown right now until we can get these folks to figure it out.
Yeah, Ryan, we are well aware and we're with you, man.
Yes.
So best
Appreciate
of luck
that.
with all. Yeah, and thank you for this. And again, above all, man, just great job. That was a fun 2 hours last night.
Oh man, that's the best compliment we can get, man. That's truthfully, bro. Truthfully.
Hey, thank you for coming on. It's great
thanks,
to hear
Ryan.
your voice, man. What a treat for us.
Oh, likewise, man. Thank you all for having me.
Oh, man, Ryan Coogler, there he goes, the producer of Underrated, the Steph Curry movie, now on Apple TV+. Really was. I mean, yeah, right. Not just because Ryan was coming on. No money exchanged hands there at all.
Nice.
This was really good. It was really fun, worth your time. And by the way, for those of you who don't have Apple TV+, I saw Steph's doing something on Twitter where he's like offering it up for like a 2-month trial.
2-month
Is that
trial.
right?
Yep.
2-month
I
trial.
saw the
So
same thing.
if you want to go to his Twitter, if you just, I don't have Apple TV Plus, but I want to see this doc, go check out Steph's Twitter. You probably find your way in.
Yep, you get 2 months for free, and then after the second free month, it does revert to normal subscription rates, and that is courtesy Steph Curry, who wants you to see the documentary about himself, Underrated. And just know that it's called Underrated for a reason, because it's referring to the time when he was underrated.
Yes.
He's not so underrated anymore.
Not anymore. But, it's also funny. I feel terrible about myself right now because, you asked me as we were getting ready for this, like, what would you love to see next? Any documentary on anything Bay Area sports related, what would you love to see? An in-depth expose or at least just some perspective,
right?
Some background. And I thought about it for about 20 seconds and I went, The Punch.
Which Punch?
The Punch.
TP The Punch.
And I hate myself for that answer.
It's not the wrong answer. I mean, it's not a wrong answer. And as we've gotten through this, and I love talking to Ryan Coogler because I'm imagining Ryan Coogler doing like the Colin Kaepernick story. And I know that there was a TV show that
I watched it.
I didn't watch it.
I did. It was interesting. It was different. But yeah, it had a little bit of a quirky approach, but it was...
Exactly.
It wasn't poorly done. It was nicely done.
I would love to see a documentary looking at, Colin Kaepernick and his meteoric rise as a quarterback, his trip to the Super Bowl, obviously what happened with the kneel and subsequent to that. And the other one I thought about, and this one maybe wouldn't be a Coogler production, but it's certainly quirky, The Freak. Where are you now?
Oh, that's good.
Like a Tim Lincecum documentary.
Except for what if he's just sitting on a bench high somewhere?
Then it's probably less compelling, but...
Tim Lincecum, the doc. Okay, it's 11 minutes. Yeah.
It's 4 minutes and 20 seconds in length.
9 minutes of what he did in 2010, and then now here he is now.
I was high when I watched it. Yeah, thank you.
That was well done.
Grandy, you and I.
Good picture.
Hippie lettuce. 888-957-9570. What doc do you want to see made?
You could follow Kittle around.
That would be good.
I think, right? Personality, any of those. But
it seems like he's already so much out there, though.
Maybe. If you could, and you never will, but if you could get everybody to openly speak on what happened with the Warriors this year in training camp, if we could see footage of what they all look like on the road together, if we had locker room footage of what was going on there, I hate myself for the answer, but that's the answer. I want to know what the hell was actually going on with these relationships. What led to it? What give me 6 months leading it. What does Jordan say to y'all in practice that's so damn offensive? That's the footage that I would love to see.
We're
having a pool party.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And it's obviously top of mind because Draymond just kind of drudged it all back up. But there are so many, I think, interesting, compelling, some humorous, some a little bit more intense, like the one you're laying out there. I wonder what people might throw out, because I got about 5 or 6 more that I've thought about that I would love to see a documentary made of.
Mine would be on HBO Max. You're not just putting that on Peacock or something like that. Not
watch your language.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. We can take some calls on that for sure. 888-957-9570. But also coming up next, we'll tell you all about something happening in the training camp with the Niners next week. And speaking of the 49ers, it's your turn for a translation sensation. What exactly did Kyle Shanahan say?
Cha-ching!
Because some of you think this, some of you think that. We'll get into it coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The best time to get a great deal on a Jeep SUV is now during the Summer of Jeep event. Now.
Oh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so what letter was that? If it's in alphabetical order, the word that got bleeped started with what letter?
I believe an S.
Okay, I thought so too, but then it dawned on me that could have been an F.
The most senseless, ridiculous profanity I've ever uttered probably in my life. There was because there was no need to be profane. You said you're going to start in alphabetical order, and I guess I was reacting with some surprise. Oh, S. What do you mean, oh, S?
Again, join us on YouTube because that's where the cussing takes place. It's amazing.
I mean,
of
all the times to swear, that was not one of them.
Well, I think that in your broadcasting career, at least, 4 or 5 times, you just sort of, here's the good. You love how I find the positive in anything, right?
Thank you. I need it.
You lost yourself in the moment.
For
you
sure.
were so into whatever we were talking about, you forgot you were broadcasting. You forgot you had a headset on. You forgot there was this microphone in front of you. You forgot that Grandy was right behind you, ready to crush your soul. You forgot all those things. And you were right here.
Yeah.
You were overly present is what you were.
That's true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's not like I lost my sensibility over something about which I was passionate. You could have said...
yeah, but that's the way we talk.
Hey, I brought pizza today for lunch. Yeah. Oh, S.
That's how people talk.
You're right.
That's how buddies talk.
Casual.
Yeah.
And profane.
Like if I walk into this building and there's donuts, sometimes I let out a cuss word. Oh, yes. I'm going to eat the chocolate one.
Yeah.
Like that's the way. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So it's okay. It's okay.
I do miss...
You're still here.
Yeah.
You can get fired.
Thankfully, Grandy dumped it, but now, unthankfully,
he's also saved it.
He's also saved it. It's a classic board-up move. I got your back for the first time, but I'm going to replay it 100 times.
Well,
I used to hate Mark Grandy, but now I admire him.
Yeah, I'm going to hold it over your head until I need it. That's just smart.
Yeah, and he's really good at holding things over people's head.
Well, look, if we're going to, I think we do a pretty good job of giving people credit for things that they don't even deserve. We're over here like, Draymond Green knew to get a technical because he knew he would get thrown out the following game. And that made the Warriors get motivated and they played better. And then Draymond came back. I mean, we give people, it's like, no, they didn't think all that out. You just let one slip. You let it rock, brother.
Yeah. Let it fly.
Let's go. A couple people have some fun responses, I think. We were talking about this in the wake of the Ryan Coogler conversation, which I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Really, really enjoyed talking to him, almost as much as I enjoyed his documentary with Steph Curry, underrated. But we were talking afterwards, like, what other docs would you love to see? And I said, I hate my answer because I genuinely listened to your question and then went, all right, what is it? Niners, Giants, Warriors. I don't want to go too far back in history. What is it? And I'm like, it's the stupid punch. It's the stupid moment. We've talked enough about it. I'd like to, maybe for once in my life, actually know what I'm talking about. We sit here and speculate. Well, Jordan said this, and then that's what. I'd love to know. Let's see it.
Interviews with Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, Ron Adams, Jordan Poole.
Jordan, moments after being punched. Jordan, how are you feeling right now? I mean, obviously, this is never going to happen.
Of what happened next for Jordan Poole, which was he stayed in the lab and put in the work.
Yep.
He stayed in there and finished his workout.
Well, remember, at that moment, he doesn't know that this is going to be international media within 24 to 48 hours. I can't remember how long it was. It was at least a day.
Yes.
Where the Warriors cruised around under the idea that this got out, but we're just going to describe it, and then we're going to move on. That's what was going on when Jordan went back out to go finish his workout.
Yes, absolutely. He didn't know what blank storm was yet to come in terms of the attention, the media coverage, and the schism that would happen to the team. But still, if I get popped like that, I'd probably take the rest of the day off.
I think so, too.
Yeah,
we're cut maybe a little bit different than pro athletes. But yeah, I hear you on that. We got some Shanahan stuff to get into. We'll do it in a little bit. Gene in Oakland, who apparently has got his whole family in the car with him. Gene, what are you doing? You're calling a radio show with the whole fam in the car?
I just picked up my daughter and her husband at the airport.
Beautiful. Hi, Jean's daughter and her husband.
Hi.
Hi.
Say hello, guys.
Okay.
Nice and loud.
Hey, Jean's daughter, let's get a name for you. What's your name?
Deanie.
Deanie is her name.
Well, hello, Deanie. And what's your husband's name?
Tommy.
All right.
Tommy is Thomas. But...
Oh, okay. Well, yes, we're still formal. You're with your wife's dad. Let's calm down, Thomas. All right.
Yeah, he calls me Daddy. So.
Nice.
All right.
Nice.
That might be TMI. But anyway, all right. Here we go, Gene.
All right. So you ready for what I called for?
I think we are.
I think we
officially
are.
All right. So first of all, I really enjoyed that interview with Ryan too, and I saw the documentary last night. I thought it was very, very well done.
Yep.
One of the things came to mind, when you were talking to Ryan, I didn't know who the filmmaker was, but I mean the fact that Stephen Curry picked some local young man instead of I suppose he could have had a Hollywood producer put that thing together, but to me that says a lot about Stephen right there. So
no doubt, but let's also mention Ryan's no slouch. Okay, he didn't like Steph.
He is a Hollywood producer.
Yeah, Steph didn't pick his neighbor. Ryan's a big old deal. Yeah, Ryan's a big deal.
All right, I stand corrected then. So you're talking about documentaries you'd like to see, and Willard, I had the same exact thought about the same exact time. The Punch, I mean, we all would like to know the backstory behind that. I don't know that we ever will, but that would be an interesting documentary for sure. I'd like to see more about Kaepernick, although, because he's one of my favorites, one of my heroes, really, in sports. But there was a very good one done, actually, when he narrated and produced, I think, a few years back. Can't remember the name of it, but it's excellent if you haven't seen it.
Are you? But you might be talking about the show that Dibbs was just referring to, because he did do some narration of that. It was a scripted show about his life and childhood, and there were actors, but then Colin would come in with commentary, sort of in between the scenes.
Yes, I thought that was very well done.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting.
Yeah. And I'd love to see one on the Freak. I mean, his sort of meteoric rise and almost meteoric fall. I'd like to know all about his background and actually what he's doing now. So,
Gene, thanks, man. Always great to hear from you. Wonderful to meet your family as well.
All right. Bye, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. There goes
Thanks,
Gene in Oakland.
He calls me Daddy.
Oh
my God.
Well, we can go ahead and keep that one for a while.
Poor Thomas just thought he was getting a ride home from the airport.
Nah, not so fast, Tommy.
He called me Daddy.
Then he ended up on afternoon drive being called out by his dad-in-law.
Then he got added into wide orbit for all eternity, whatever that is.
My favorite part of the whole experience was when Gene called. I was like, "Hey, Gene, how is it? How's everything going?" And you could hear the daughter in the background. They know you?
She gave her dad, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He called me Daddy.
Yeah, well, and then things went a different direction.
Gets better every time.
It really does.
It really does.
Gene, you're going to be on the show for a long time. Laura in Mill Valley. Hi, Laura. What's going on? What are you doing?
How are you?
Good.
Hey, I'm actually going to head out to the airport and pick up my sons who are coming back to the Bay Area, and we're going to the Giants game next week, and I just wanted to weigh in on what other storied histories would I like to hear about. Certainly the Giants' storied history is always amazing. Kaepernick would be stupendous. But what about what happened to the Oakland A's that we are now going to be challenged with them leaving or staying in the Bay Area, right? And Oakland's just such an important part of our Bay Area. So I'd love that. I don't want to drop down to the TMZ level of the Punch yet. I don't want to get into the Tanya Harding story about, what happened until maybe some years pass. Those guys are in the league. Jordan has a long time to go. love the Warriors. I probably saw 15 games this season in person with my boys. So I'd just like to step aside and let that be in the past until it's kind of in the past for their careers. Otherwise, I think that's going to follow Jordan and Draymond forever. I don't need to be sensationalist.
Yeah, I hear you, Laura. Laura, have a safe drive. I thought of this one too, Laura, and here's why it's actually a really good idea, whether you're an A's fan or not. Good, like, sort of unscripted television, if you will, which this sort of is. It's not a reality show, but it causes for you or asks you, the viewer, to maybe sort of take sides in a way or maybe pick your perspective. And the Oakland A's documentary would be amazing because, A, it's got a villain or two or five.
Depending on who you want to pick.
It also has sympathetic figures, a ton of them.
The fans.
But as you know, even still today, there are plenty of people who don't necessarily see John Fisher as villain number one. They see the city of Oakland.
Correct.
As the biggest loser here, if you will, in this story. And so you would be telling a story that would require you to go get multiple sides to what has taken place. It would actually be incredibly interesting.
It would, because you've got the John Fisher and the Lou Wolf, who was an owner with John Fisher at the time. And then you'd have to go back to, Mayor Kwan. And we used to talk about Quanticeum City.
My ambassador of Kwan. But anyway,
when
go
they
ahead.
would, they were going to stay at the Coliseum, and Gene Kwan was the mayor, and then it became Libby Schaff, and now there's a different mayor. So you'd have to go through all the three different eras of Oakland leadership and the A's leadership, and Flaccid Rob, the commissioner, who's about to get reelected to be commissioner and get an extension as the worst commissioner in American pro sports. And then you've got the fans, and you've got the team itself, and how did the team react during all of the times where they're selling off their players? So it's more than just like the Moneyball team aspect. It's what happened to this once great franchise.
I wonder if Ryan Coogler wouldn't be interested in what I'm about to say, and not this part that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. What if the A's do move, which seems, I guess, better than 50-50 right now? It's not done. What if the A's do move? How about the documentary on Oakland and their loss of sports? It's all taking place in a less than 5-year period, basically.
Right.
And there are unbelievable stories to be told there. It's an unbelievable city with just grit and personality, and I think just a lot of real, a lot of from the Oakland Hills down to the streets,
to the flats. Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like it's got a lot of different things, and to tie those three together, because all three of them are very different in terms of the why and the how. But to tie those all three together and sort of hear from the people who are affected by it most, I would find that very, very sad, but watchable.
Yeah, no doubt. And you'd have to do it. Well, you wouldn't have to do it this way. I mean, I'm not going to tell Ryan Coogler how to make a film and make a documentary, but you look at the beginnings and then the height of it in the 70s and the 80s when the Raiders were unbelievably good, and then the A's had their great run before Mount Davis desecrated. It became a desecration sensation of the Coliseum, and how vibrant that was when they were drawing 3 million fans a season in the mid to late 80s and the early 90s. And then what happens after that with, a change in ownership, and it's Wolf and Fisher and Al Davis and his diminishing years. What happened to the Raiders, and when they moved to LA and then they moved back, and the Warriors were such a laughingstock forever. And then the Warriors finally get good, and then they leave to go across the bay. Raiders to Vegas, Warriors to San Francisco, the A's, who knows? But there are so many highs and lows in that journey.
And what I would love about it is I think your guests, your speakers, if you will, could be everything from a handful of fans, just the man and woman on the street type people, followed by the likes of Joe Lacob, Steph Curry, Mark Davis,
yeah,
Too Short,
Reggie Jackson,
Derek Carr,
yeah,
You could go through that whole
Mark Davis.
Right. And if Fisher would ever say a word in his life.
Please.
Well, Cavill would show up.
Yeah.
He'd be like, where are the cameras?
Yeah, he sure would.
Yeah. But I mean, that.
Ricky Henderson,
Sure.
Oakland native.
Oh, sure. Sure. All of that would be, it'd be fascinating.
It'd be great. John, why don't you try Uranus? We were talking about possible destinations for John Fisher, and I had thought that might be.
No, we weren't.
We were talking about planets. Absolutely, we were. And that's why.
Okay, sure, Debs.
That's why I went to the planet that some pronounce Uranus. John, why don't you try Uranus?
Oh, gosh.
It was genius at the moment.
Yeah.
Grandy's. You got an hour left to clown me, Grandy. Keep it up.
And it has
He called me Daddy.
Yep, he did. He got you. All right. How about the daddy of the 49ers? 888-957-9570. Would definitely take your phone calls on this. We talked a lot about it earlier in the show. What is Kyle Shanahan actually saying here?
This is going to be a must-see training camp because it seems like every day you got three guys with something to prove behind center.
I mean, we got three guys who can play, and there's only one spot, and we have a good team. So I see it as a cool situation. And last year we had some unknown. We believed in Trey, but he hadn't gone out and done it yet. So, But we believed in him. We got to see him for a year and a half and what he could do. And he lost that opportunity, which happens in football. And we had another guy come in, very similar to Trey, but less reps and stuff. And Brock got that opportunity. So now we're in this situation, and it's just, I get how everyone wants something set in stone, but it's not set in stone. But I love the options, and I love the experience that Brock got. I love that Trey has gotten some too, and I love the ability that we have in the room. And besides those three, I love our team around them. So let's let it play out, and all I got to do is survive the press conference.
Okay, so there's an openness there. You're not going to close the book on anything. You're going to pump up your players and say nice things on July 21st, of course. All of that's obvious. But I have watched this now unfold both on this radio show, on this radio station, and on the internet. A lot of people think that Kyle Shanahan just said that there's an open competition at quarterback.
I didn't hear the word open, nor did I hear the word competition.
We heard him say, I know you all want it to be set in stone. It's not set in stone. That's the quote that a lot of people are digging into.
And the other part of it is we got three guys who can play.
Sure.
That's the other piece of it, I think, that people want to latch on to and think whatever they want to think in terms of the openness of the competition, because they got three guys who can play.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's something a coach is, like, no matter who gets the job, a coach in week one is going to be like, we got three guys who we feel we can play with.
Can you imagine if he said, "Guy, we got one guy who can play," and if his elbow doesn't get better, I mean, Steve, we're screwed.
Right. So we all sort of piece apart when you're listening to coach speak. It's coach speak. I know a few people are like, "Oh, he's a liar." He's not a liar any more than what's called of his job. Of course he's a liar if you want to look at it that way. Coaches and players don't tell everybody the whole story. I mean, if Kyle Shanahan's a liar, is Steve Kerr?
Well, they're all liars.
Okay.
But they
Draymond Green?
Well, yeah, I mean, come on.
How about Steph?
Not my Steph.
Oh.
Not my Steph.
Okay.
It's not, to use the word liar, it's a four-letter word.
Right.
And it's the nature of the job for Kyle Shanahan. His job, by the very nature of it, is to not tell the truth. So if you want to call him a liar, what you're saying is you're doing a good job, Kyle, because his job is to keep many of these things private. He's not going to ever tell you the game plan. He's not going to tell you how he's going to use Deebo Samuel. He's not going to tell you anything strategic about football. And this is, in many ways, a strategic soundbite because he wants the league to know that he thinks he's got three guys who can play and nothing's set in stone. Basically, come July, I guess it would be July 25th, when camp opens up and they start hitting the field, who knows what's going to happen?
Well, it's not just, I agree with you, but it's not just he wants the league. He also wants Trey. He wants Trey to think that he's good. Like who, right? What? I get that in coaching there are some things where you're going to use some tough love. You're going to use some tough love. but you're going to try to support. You're going to try to gas up your guys. Kyle Shanahan is never, like I'll predict this right now, Kyle is never, ever, even on his deathbed, never going to say a bad word about Trey Lance. He'll never do it. Give me one good reason why you would. Give me a scenario that doesn't even exist where Kyle would be like, yeah, we were just disappointed from the beginning with who Trey Lance was.
If Trey was to go on and play elsewhere and then take shots at Kyle and do something of that nature, which is so far-fetched so as to not even be worthy of discussion, but even Al Davis with Jamarcus Russell, you didn't hear him ever disparage Jamarcus Russell in the famous press conference where he when he fired Lance Kiffin or Lane Kiffin, depending on who you want to listen to. Part of his thing was, we can win with Jamarcus. Get over it. And even at that point, Jamarcus Russell had already basically become a bust, and yet, to your point, the owner was not out there disparaging him.
I don't even think Kyle would do it even if Trey did that. What would the win be there? Now we're right back to the conversation of what we said about Jordan Poole the other day with his dad. Like, I know people want hardcore, deeply honest, behind-the-scenes answers.
Keep it real.
You don't get that. And when you do, it's usually the wrong thing for the sports celebrity.
Well, for
it's
the parent,
wrong.
It doesn't matter. But for the coach...
Well, he's become a sports celebrity now this week.
To your point about the coach, if Steve Kerr were to come out and say something on the Draymond Green podcast that was negative about Jordan Poole, and you're a prospective free agent thinking about the Golden State Warriors, and you're thinking, no, I'm not going to go to the Golden State Warriors. This guy just threw Jordan Poole under the bus.
Well, that's the whole subject matter that's going on right now. Leadership with the Warriors. It appears to be under attack. It appears to be totally questioned by all of the young players in the building. And as that's happening, a lot of their leadership people are leaving. So I get, like, that's where that's at. That's where that's at. So focusing in, though, on Kyle Shanahan's statement that it's not set in stone. So many people have immediately been like, okay, we got action, we got a battle, and I just think that there's no way he says what he says right there if Brock Purdy's healthy. I don't think he says it. I don't think that the locker room wants to hear that. I don't think that football teams like quarterback controversies.
No, of course not.
Like, this is
unless it's warranted, and you honestly don't know who the QB is going to be.
I just wonder if fans, if you're actually a fan of the 49ers, if you realize what you're asking for when you say what you're saying. You know what I mean? Like, if you really are a fan of this team, come on, let's have an open competition. Let's see what they can do. Do you understand how dangerous and damaging that is? Do you understand how hard teams work to not have that happen?
At that position, absolutely.
I mean, the locker room can fracture. The fan base can fracture. The mentality of the players themselves. There's a reason that there's a pecking order. I mean, again, go to the Warriors. Jordan Poole wanted to be higher in the pecking order, and it disintegrated the entire organization for a year. Totally disintegrated.
Just think about it in terms of football. If you want to go around the National Football League and you go team to team and you want to talk about the good teams in the NFL, these are teams where it is set in stone. Kansas City and Buffalo and the Chargers and Cincinnati, their quarterback situation is set in stone. Even the Jacksonville Jaguars with Trevor Lawrence, it's set in stone. You mentioned Denver earlier. Russell Wilson, set in stone. These are quarterback rooms where you know who QB1 is. And I do agree with you that if Brock Purdy was 100% healthy, there wouldn't be a need for Kyle Shanahan to go on and say what he said. I do think he still would talk about having three guys who can play the position.
Sure.
Because he wants to build up the other guys in the room.
I was just thinking about what you just said there. Are there any quarterback controversies in the whole league? Is it go? I'm looking at the board right now. Is there any team in the whole league where today you're like, I don't know who their week one starter is because they just flat out haven't decided?
I guess, is Pittsburgh I mean, you're going to go with Kenny Pickett. Yeah, but I think that he's in a tenuous spot.
I think there are guys who are not, like, I wouldn't say they're going to get 17 games.
Right.
Howell in Washington.
Yeah.
Pickett in Pittsburgh. You got a few teams that drafted the young guys, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Richardson in Indy. Tennessee has got some things going on there.
Yeah.
Like, transitions are on the way. But I don't know that there are any other camps where we're like, and again, I don't think this is one either.
No, it's not. It's a backup quarterback controversy.
But there are, I mean, Tampa?
Yep.
Yeah.
Baker and Kyle Trask is probably going to be Baker. That's what we were thinking back here.
Baker and Kyle Trask, I guess we're sitting here right now in Tampa going, I don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
And maybe that's a fair circumstance because they lost a legend. They're trying to transition out of a legend and they don't know what's going on there yet. But I don't are there any other camps that are like, we don't even know who our one is?
I mean, Arizona until Kyler gets back?
Until he gets back, but they know who their one is. It's Kyler whenever he gets back.
Right.
To me, that's no different than the 49ers.
Well, Kyler's going to be out until, October at least?
I don't know. I have no idea what Kyler's got going on.
Coming off the ACL.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at their depth chart. It's Colt McCoy, Clayton Tune, and David Blau. So,
David Blau, Hard Knocks legend, ended up there, huh? What's the second guy's name?
Clayton Tune.
Clayton Tune?
Tune.
That's the Cardinals.
Who are you?
As in, I can carry a tune. He
okay.
He was drafted in the 5th round out of Houston.
Yep. Cougars legend.
Thank you. Anytime that Lucas wants to drop legend on people, I know that he's either never heard of him or never seen him.
Yep.
He's a legend.
But he does watch a little college football.
Thank you.
So there you have it.
A ton. I'm sure he either won or lost a bet based on Clayton Tune.
Thursday nights.
Am I right?
You got to bet on something, don't you? Yeah, all these, there's going to be changes. There's going to be injuries.
But your point is a good one, playing off what I said in terms of there is no quarterback controversy anywhere based on, even the bad teams. And you mentioned Washington. That's a spot where, their starter, their incumbent is not necessarily that good.
No, I don't know how that's going to go, but I think that the way they're talking, we know who week 1 is. I mean, I wonder if we went around the whole league right now, could we bat 1,000 by just guessing just the week 1 starter? Just the week 1 starter.
Probably.
I bet we could. But 49er fans are running around in circles going, just open it up. Come on. Let's see what happens. That is absolutely harebrained. It's so dangerous. All in the name of what? We want to see what Trey can do. This is a football season that's about to start.
Is New England a quarterback controversy?
It could be one, but we know who's starting week 1.
Mac Jones,
yeah.
Jeez, I mean, Bailey Zappi outplayed him last year.
He did.
But
I don't think Bill's in love with Mac.
No.
That's
why I was thinking that maybe that thing might be opened up enough to where, again, to your point, I don't know if it's necessarily a controversy or not.
Yeah. Ritter is holding down Atlanta, right?
Is Indy going to be the shoe or the rook, Anthony Richardson?
I would think they go with the rook. I would think. Yeah, I don't know, but I bet we could do that exercise and miss no more than one or two. I don't know exactly who's going to be Arizona's week 1 starter.
Right.
I'm pretty comfortable that Baker Mayfield's going to start for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay.
And there's a couple others. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to be healthy? He's starting for the Raiders, right?
If he's healthy.
Right?
I mean, what are the odds that he's healthy?
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Do you want that? Do you want some sort of a question mark? And even if it's a good one. Oh, we got 3 guys who can play. All right, well then let's have a battle. This isn't a reality show. They're not on Hard Knocks this year. This is the 49ers season, and you do not want questions at quarterback, which is the whole reason, and I know we're fending it off. Those of us who are fans of what Brock Purdy did, we fend it off every day. I fended it off again on YouTube about 2 hours ago. Hey, Mark, why do you hate Trey? I don't hate Trey. I have nothing. There's nothing there whatsoever. Quite frankly, good or bad. I just know that the 49ers have a quarterback. Now, if something changes that, great. You can be mobile. You can adjust. You have to be flexible in life. That's all wonderful. But I don't want on August 15th to be going, who's our quarterback? That literally makes you the bottom of the barrel in the NFL.
Well, we just named a bunch of teams that may have, it's not maybe a quarterback controversy, but quarterback questions. And Pittsburgh was one of them. The Niners' week 1 opponent. And Indianapolis is an interesting question. New England is a team that they're in a little bit of a tough spot, especially in that division where looks like they're the 4th best team. And that's New England. We're not used to saying that, but that's the reality of New England. And Indianapolis is a team, and Arizona doesn't have their starter. So as you look at the list of quarterback questions on teams, those are 4 or 5 of the worst teams in the NFL. Now, Pittsburgh's a little bit different, and I do think that it's going to be Pickett to start, but there are many teams where the starter is going to have a very short leash.
Absolutely. And that's always the case. But as you mentioned, if that is the case, if you're looking at a situation, you're like, we're not exactly sure who our quarterback is, all those other teams, you're predicting all of them to go 4-13.
Basically, Indy and even New England's a team that I wonder what their over-under is. Yeah, Houston's a team.
Tennessee will find a way to win half their games because they're gritty and they've got good defense and
well coached.
Right,
yeah.
They'll run the ball, and Tannehill will probably play. He'll probably do the thing, and he's fine. But the rest of these teams, this is all junk. This is all total junk, or teams that drafted somebody in the top 5. So that's not something to want. Meanwhile, Steve Young, Matty Mayoko's 49ers Talk podcast, NBC Sports Bay Area, had this to say about Brock Purdy.
We have this incredible, unique human being named Brock Purdy. And I'm just not going to limit him. I'm not going to say, he's not bigger, he's not as strong, he's not as fast. I'm just not going to limit him. I think he's just an incredibly unique human made for quarterbacking, and I'm just let him cook. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to prejudge anything that he can't or can't do. I think it's all possible with Brock.
I think that a lot of people are setting this up to look different than last year because that's often what happens in life. Rarely does somebody come out and just replicate this. Your concern with a Brock Purdy is a guy like Carson Wentz, who also once upon a time burst onto the scene in the NFL, was poised to win an MVP. Then he got hurt. His team wins the Super Bowl, and he's kind of been a laughingstock ever since in the NFL. It's just gone down, down, and down everywhere he's been. He's been to 2 other places and has never been a good locker room guy. So that can be your fear. But sometimes when I listen to Steve Young talk about this, my mind goes the other direction. And it's actually probably the likelihood. What if Brock Purdy's better this year? What if he's better?
Then they should win the Super Bowl. If he stays healthy and he's better, then you'd better win the Super Bowl.
Like, how many people get worse after they've played some? Like a rookie, the idea is you get better. Brock should be better this year.
Yeah, he could be better. He is coming off of an injury.
That's true.
And he's had a couple of injuries. And, I do think that there's something to be said about defenses not necessarily figuring him out like we've seen certain baseball players get figured out after a hot start. But in the case of a quarterback where you hit the ground running and you win 7 of your first 8 starts, including 2 playoff games, and you look great, but I don't know how much better he can get. And I respect Steve Young and his opinion and the things that he does. Brock Purdy, the skills that he has are more intangible than they are tangible. And that's kind of what Steve Young was talking about.
You and I had this conversation once before. I'm fascinated by it. Why can't Brock get better?
Well, how is he going to get better?
Because
is he going to get bigger, stronger, or faster?
No, just more consistent, better decisions, better movements, better everything.
See, I think that he was already remarkable at those things.
Yeah, he was remarkable at them. But I guess I would throw it back to you and say, what quarterback has ever started in the league and whatever level he is when we first see him as a starting quarterback and then has never gotten better. And in fact,
you
maybe
mentioned
got
Carson
worse.
Wentz.
All right, so there's one.
I mean, Mitchell Trubisky would be another.
Did he get worse?
I don't know if he got better.
Right, but I guess, like, again, we're talking about ones who have come in and been successful.
Yeah.
The theory is your rookie year is not supposed to be the best we ever see you.
Right.
That's, Peyton Manning led the league in picks his first year and then became one of the greatest to ever do it. So is that thought that Brock Purdy can't get better just because those physical skills aren't what we want them to be?
I mean, I look at how he played, and he played pretty amazing for a rookie to come in, and his number is 67% completion percentage, about a 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. Sure, he could improve upon that. He could become a little bit more cautious and protective of the football. He got away with 3 or 4 throws that should have been interceptions but weren't. So, yeah, he could get a little bit better, but I don't know with his physical skill if he's ever going to be able to make throws that other quarterbacks with bigger arms are able to make.
I'm looking at this right now, and I'm looking at his numbers right up against Jimmy Garoppolo's just from last year. These are 2022 numbers. They have almost identical completion percentages. Now, yards per game. Garoppolo throws for 221. Purdy. You know what he threw? Well, you know what his yards per game were last year? What would you guess?
240?
152.
That's it, huh?
That's it.
Well, does that count the game where he came in and mopped up? Are we counting all his games or just the games that he started?
I mean, it says he's played 9 games. It says he played 9 games. So in theory, I guess you're putting in the Philly game too, which is going to bring it down. But my point is,
I'm not trying to pick nits on your point because your point's a good one. But if you look at the totality of his game log, then that becomes a little bit unfair because yards per game is a little misleading because he played in week 7 against Kansas City and threw for 66 yards, and he played in a couple of the games where he probably just took a kneel down. So,
well, I guess these 9 games are probably not including playoffs. So you're right. You're right on that. Because if I go average per play or average per throw, it's higher than Jimmy's. But the point is I think it's wild that I think we were so surprised by how effective he was that we've decided it was perfect. And it wasn't.
Right.
It could be more dynamic. Maybe you don't need it to be. The way the Niner offense works and the fact that Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel are on the team and you're doing jet sweeps and you're flipping the ball here and putting it in other people's hands and they're taking off and all. I get all of those things, but yes, he can be more dynamic. He can be more downfield. He can be more consistent. He can get better, and I actually would expect him to do so.
Well, I wonder about his ability to be more dynamic in terms of throwing the ball down the field. Does he have the arm, especially coming off the elbow injury? Does he have the arm to be able to do that? And can he be more dynamic with his legs? Because he was pretty good last year in terms of avoiding the rush and making some plays with his legs. So I don't know if he can necessarily improve in those areas, in my opinion.
888-957-9570. How about Redwood Dave on with Willard and Dibbs? Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. Getting ready to have some margaritas over here.
On the rocks with salt? What are we doing?
Cadillac. Anyway, last year I called and I said, if Purdy does not win a Super Bowl, it has to be an even competition going into training camp. It's unfortunate that he got hurt. We would all like him to come back. We don't know if he's going to come back healthy or not, but all we want is a quarterback that wins. If it's Purdy, if it's Trey Lance, if it's Sam Darnold, that's all we care about.
Right, but Dave, like when you make a statement ahead of time, are you qualifying it at all? Like just flat out, it's either you win the Super Bowl or it has to be an open competition. How does the injury that took place factor into your thinking?
Well, the injury makes it more complicated, unfortunately, right? We don't know if he's going to come back and play well. Hopefully he does. But if he doesn't, we have to have either Trey or Sam come in and fill the gap until he's healthy hopefully get back to where he was.
Yeah, Dave, thanks, man. I get it. I just think I've heard that phrase, open competition, how many times here this summer? Just
hundreds.
Over and over and over again. Do you all understand what you're asking for? You're asking for NFL hell.
This is not college football. This is not Harry High School.
You do not want an open competition at the quarterback position for training camp when you're a Super Bowl favorite. It's literally the last thing on earth you want.
I'm looking at win totals right now.
Okay.
Courtesy of Caesars Sportsbook. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Once or twice I've been there.
In order, I won't read you all the over-under totals, but I'll just read you the teams, and you tell me which of these teams has an open competition or even a whiff of a competition or a question mark at quarterback. You got the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Bengals, the Niners, the Bills, the Ravens, the Jags, the Cowboys, the Jets, the Lions, the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Saints, the Browns. Then you get to the Steelers, over-under of 9 wins. That would be the first team where you might even get a hint of a
quarterback
question mark. Then you get to the Seahawks, Vikings, the Falcons at 8.5. My point being, you have to get down to teams that are around 500, a 500 winning percentage in terms of an over-under on their win total before you get to any team that has a quarterback question. Then you look at the bottom of the barrel. Cardinals over-under is 4.5, by the way. 4.5, Coach.
Yep.
And they've got big-time quarterback questions because we don't know if Calamari will be on the menu or not. The Buccaneers at 6.5. The Texans at 6.5. The Rams at 6.5. Quarterback's not their question. Everything else seems to be the question.
Yeah.
Quarterback's not. But the Commanders, the Colts, the Raiders, my point is your point, which is you don't want this. You don't want an open competition because if you do, you're one of these teams that's at the bottom of the barrel.
Absolutely. And so if there is something that opens up at quarterback, it's either because of injury or because Brock has a downturn in his production, which by no stretch am I saying is not possible. I don't know which way it's going to go. I know that the normal thought in professional sports is that you do what you do when you're a rookie, and then you get better. You get better as you grow. That's sports. That's how we usually do this. So I don't know what exactly Brock Purdy is going to look like, but I just think that the sort of squashing of his future and what Steve Young was addressing there when it was like, let him cook, like he's special, that is put aside your draft board, your draft evaluation, small, and didn't play at a big time school, and all of the things that people say about Brock Purdy. Like, when have they ever mattered before? A lot of our great quarterbacks are not physical beasts. Joe Montana wasn't.
Right.
Tom Brady couldn't move. He was
Joe
tall.
Montana played big time, high leverage games as a college football quarterback.
Right. I understand that, but my point is that you don't need to be built like Mahomes and Allen to be a good quarterback. Tua produced at a great level last year. Look at him.
Oh, I mean, Tua fantasy numbers were great.
Yeah.
And then couldn't stay healthy.
Well, the concussions.
Because he's smaller.
The concussions.
Well, and he had the rib issue before that.
But what about Russell Wilson historically? What about Lamar Jackson? Look at some of these bodies. You don't have to be this howitzer dude in order to be good in this league.
You don't, but if you're looking to improve upon what you did, and I'm wondering where his improvement will come from, because accuracy was not an issue. 67%, great. Can he throw the deep ball? And really for Brock Purdy, my big question is around his durability. Can he stay healthy at 6'1" and a guy who tends to hold the ball a lot longer than you would like your quarterback to hold the ball?
All right, before we continue on the phones, it is time for the defensive play of the week, brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. All right, Jordan Poole's dad, Anthony Poole, took to Twitter to defend his son after Draymond said, quote, "I don't just hit people." He said, quote, I'm going to stand on this that is some BS. JP was his guy, and he avoided me all last year. He's a soft bleep, and I'm standing on this, and he didn't apologize to me and my wife, so he lame, and me and him can meet anytime he want. That, Dibs, that's the defensive play of the week.
I love it. And he shut down Draymond, and that's the kind of defense that I would want from my father in that spot as a player who doesn't want to speak out and doesn't want to give life to this controversy any longer. For Jordan Poole's dad, Anthony, to step up and defend his son with such vehemence, it's the kind of defense I love to see, Mark, out of a young person.
I don't know. I will say this. He wasn't the only one in Jordan's camp who spoke. And so maybe Jordan did release the hounds. But that was one of my major questions the other day when this all went down, which is, what does Jordan think about this? Because if this is just an emotional family member on Twitter, that almost always goes the wrong way. It just goes the wrong way.
But at the same time, if you're Jordan Poole and you don't want to speak out for yourself in your own defense, to have your father, and maybe he just went rogue and went out there on his own and was like, enough is enough. I'm tired of you clowning my son like that. I admire it. And, he basically says to Draymond, come on over, Draymond. Let's talk about this man-to-man.
Yeah. The defensive play of the week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Again, visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. All right, Fox in Oakland next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Fox, what are you doing?
Gentlemen, how are you? It's been a while.
What's cooking?
Looking forward. I'm making dinner right now. Looking forward to watching the Steph documentary this evening. But a little bummed I didn't get through on the contest line last week. I actually made it in twice in the top 5, but I had the answer both times, but didn't get my chance. So.
Dang it, Fox! Are you telling me that you're not golfing with us next week?
I would love to be golfing with you guys. I actually went to the contest page and entered multiple times, but doesn't look like it's going to happen, boys.
Oh, man. Well, we
then
appreciate
I'm not going, Fox. Yeah. That's it. You're out, I'm out.
I haven't heard any of the guys talk about this, and by the way, Spadoni's been doing a great job filling in, but I haven't heard any of the other guys talk about it, whether it's Bonte, whether it's Showski, Steiny, Goo, about the possibility of there's been all this talk about Trey Lance and obviously Brock Purdy and who's going to start and what's going to happen with Trey and give Trey a chance and et cetera, et cetera. But I haven't heard anybody talk about the possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but Trey potentially being and filling in a type of a position like Taysom Hill does on the Saints. And I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Obviously, I know there's a lot of talk about, how Kyle Shanahan injures quarterbacks, but which I don't necessarily believe. But I think that's an interesting potential option for Kyle to play around with, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Fox.
gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you
Thanks,
too.
Fox.
It's always good to hear from you. Thank you so much for always listening. My quick reaction to that is I don't think Trey could do that. Taysom Hill is pretty unique. I know that sometimes when we look at QBs and different packages that coaches go to, and Taysom Hill comes in and he runs. Taysom Hill is like a beast. He is beefy. He looks for contact. He falls forward. He's got a different skill set. Trey is a way better thrower, I think, of the football than Taysom Hill. But Taysom Hill is somebody that will round the corner and is looking for contact. That is the last thing, in my opinion, that the 49ers want Trey Lance to do. Now, you could adjust the Taysom Hill role a little bit.
Yeah.
I understand that. But I don't know. I think there's all kinds of evidence that he's not as fast as the 49ers thought he was going to be, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, I just think that was a rare circumstance. I know he did it with Drew Brees before, but you didn't have a standout QB with the Saints last year. So no feelings involved in it, all of that. It becomes very difficult to have two different game plans going on at once unless it's a real need. Brock was really good in the red zone last year. So I just don't want to mess with that and sort of confuse and potentially upset the entire locker room with your approach.
No, and you're absolutely spot on with the first thing you said in terms of the difference in the players, because Taysom Hill was a 4.46 in the 40. Trey Lance was closer to a 4.9. Didn't run the 40 at the combine, but he was clocked at his pro day. So if you're going to use Trey Lance in a Taysom Hill-like package, you're not going to do it the way the Saints did with Taysom Hill, which is a lot of sweeps and a lot of runs to the outside. We saw that with Trey Lance, and he just can't get to the corner. He can't get around defensive ends. He doesn't have that kind of speed. So if you're going to use a Trey Lance run the football kind of package, that's what got him hurt, Mark, is a run QB power.
Yes.
Inside or near the tackle. Those runs are far more dangerous to anybody, let alone your franchise quarterback.
I'm pulling out my phone because I want to do the math here. I know you like to do it real quick, but let's see. Taysom played in 16 games last year.
Okay.
96 divided by 60. Taysom had 6 carries a game.
Yeah, it's exactly
averaged 6 carries a game. He rushed for over 570 yards. He was the second leading rusher on the team. He had he had 50% more carries than Mark Ingram had, one of who was their second running back for the majority of the year. In other words, Taysom Hill took a ton of hits. A ton of hits.
You know how many rushes Trey Lance has averaged for his career per game?
Per game? More than that.
13.
Yeah, but in those games, he had the ball on every play. Taysom comes in.
Right. But
for
still,
6 plays
to your
and
point,
runs it 6 times.
Right. To your point about the usage, though, of Trey Lance, he ran the ball a ton. He ran it 38 times as a rookie and 16 times in just 2 games last year. So I don't know if that's because they thought they had something with him or they didn't trust him to throw or a little bit of both. But Trey Lance ran the ball a ton.
He ran at Jalen Hurts levels.
Right.
Jalen Hurts, about 11, 12 runs per game, 760 yards on the ground, and 13 touchdown runs.
Man.
And got hurt at the end of the year, hung in there, got back, almost won the Super Bowl. It worked out, but every time we have these conversations, it goes to the same place. You can have a good year doing this. You can have 2 good years doing this. Can you have 5? Can you have a 10-year career? Can you have a 15-year career? You know the answer. I mean, history says no.
Right.
History says no.
Well, Russell Wilson's an interesting one, but he doesn't run the ball nearly as much as he used to.
Yeah. All right, we're sponsored by Chilton the Auto Body. Coming up next, something special at training camp next week for the 49ers, and we'll tell you about it on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit EastBayLawPractice.com today.
Planning your next trip overseas? Then consider KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. KLM can fly you to over 160 destinations worldwide where you can embrace new adventures, new business opportunities, and new connections. You'll enjoy a seamless travel experience on KLM where we know it's about the journey and the destination. At KLM, we always go the extra mile to make you feel welcome and completely at ease. So what are you waiting for? Book your KLM flight now by contacting your travel agent or going to KLM.com. Again, that's KLM.com.
Thinking of adding a deck to your home? You can accomplish that project with help from Golden State. And with their great selection of everyday building materials, you can easily transform your backyard. You could add or upgrade a railing, build a decorative retaining wall, or install eco-friendly composite fencing. Get started with your ideas at goldenstatelumber.com. Then talk with your contractor or designer to create your own personal oasis. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This just in, BMO is coming. Let's go live to the scene.
I'm at what will soon be a BMO branch, and it's remarkable. I'm hearing a BMO debit card gets you more fee-free ATMs than the 2 largest U.S. banks combined. And you can earn a cash reward for saving every month.
Janet, is BMO a new phenomenon?
New to the West Coast, Tom, but they've been helping customers and businesses for over 200 years.
That's fantastic, Janet. For more on this story, visit BMO.com.
Conditions apply. Accounts are subject to approval and are provided in the United States by BMO Harris Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Big bones, big dinosaur bones, preserved from 100 million years ago.
Expect big things and big bones at the California Academy of Sciences.
The skull is connected to 19 neck bones, counterbalanced by 82 interlocking tail bones.
See the world's largest dinosaurs with giant fossils, massive models, and more.
Did you know they had 6-foot femur bones? Come see huge sauropod bones.
Now open. Buy ahead and save at calacademy.org.
At Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, we know how hard it is to care for loved ones. Come and check out the 5-star facility named one of the top skilled nursing facilities by U.S. News and World Report. Visit us at lifegen.net or call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Right now at Wendy's, when you buy either Dave's Single, Spicy Chicken Sandwich, Medium Frosty, or 10-piece nuggets, you can get another for just $1. Your dollar never tasted so good. So it's obvious what everyone will get, right?
Definitely nugs
Spicy
and
chicken
a Frosty.
sandwich,
Dave's Single and a Frosty for me.
and a Frosty. Okay, who said Frosty and a Frosty? Pick your obvious choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's, buy one, get one for $1.
Limited time only. Price of participation may vary. U.S. Wendy's, valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined in a combo or any other offer.
He calls me daddy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Steve Kerr admitted something. We'll tell you about that in a second. Training camp opens Wednesday. We'll be live at the Hilton Santa Clara Wednesday and Thursday. So if you're going to be out there, make sure you stop by, see both the roast and Steiny and Goo. We will be right here because that's late in the day. We. But we'll also be down there earlier in the day, so we'll be able to talk about the sights and the sounds. And then while we're at it, a reminder to join us at the Hilton Santa Clara ahead of every home game this season for their public tailgate. Don't need to sit in traffic. Sit in a chair and have a beverage and some amazing food from their very own food truck. It is open 3 hours pregame and an hour postgame every game day. Always free admission. Plus, You can follow him on Instagram, get a little sneak peek on upcoming events and fan-inspired menu items. So make sure you come see us next week and then do it throughout the season as well. Okay, who is this? This is Ryan on the line? Now, wait a minute. Oh, Sean. Okay. Hey, Sean, is that you? Sean, are you playing golf with us next week?
Yeah, Willard. Yeah, I'm totally playing golf with you guys Tuesday. Yeah, I'm really excited to get out there, play with you and Dibs. I heard you guys have some game. I'm gonna bring my A game and hope we can make some birdies.
Oh, okay. Now you just hit the brakes there, brother. What? I don't need your A game. Why would you do that?
Oh, hey, Willard and Dibs. Hey, I looked up your guys' handicap, NCGA. You know, you guys are decent players.
Did you really?
Yeah, Mark better than I.
You creeper.
I play more frequently, but Mark's got a lot of game. I'm more of a thumber. I'm a ham and egg guy.
I don't even know what my handicap is right now. Sean,
like an 8.
What did it say my handicap was? Do you know?
Yeah, I think you're around a 10, and Dibs, I think you're around a 15. And you know that's pretty respectable. You know, I'm around. I go around like 12 to 14. Right now I'm around 14. You know, but taking lessons, so it's been going up actually. But hey, I'm ready to turn things around on Tuesday. Play some good golf out at Berkeley Country Club.
Have you played out there before, Sean?
Oh, actually, I haven't. You know, I played at Stonebray and a couple other country clubs once in a while, but never made it out to Berkeley. So I'm really excited to get out there.
Okay, Sean. So we've got your golf acumen. Are you a good person?
Oh yeah. One of the best. You know.
You are.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, you'll be nice to us, and we can just hang out and have a good time, right? You're not going to be like a crazy person, huh?
Oh no, Willard. Yeah, totally calm, professional. Yeah, no problem at all. I'll wear my country club attire. How about that?
You don't have to get all dressed up.
Wear whatever
for
the
us.
hell you want. Yeah, I don't care. Who are you bringing with you, Sean?
Yeah, good question. So I have my Chicago, and it looks like he can't make it. But hey, I'm going to try and bring in my brother Alan from San Diego. He has some real game. If he comes in, you know, it's going to be a good round.
Wait, he's coming all the way from San Diego to do this?
Well, you know what? I got to convince him. I got him on the text.
Oh.
He got to convince his wife. But hey, you know what's going to help him convince him? I'm going to send him the replay of this radio call right now. He's gonna, you know, that's gonna be his. He's gonna show it to his wife. Boom.
What
nice,
kind of
perfect introduction there, and a perfect invitation for you to go ahead and send him this clip, Sean. That's well done.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, Dibs.
What'd you say his handicap? He's good.
He's like at 4 or 5. Yeah, he taught me. You know,
for crying out loud.
He started playing. He played baseball in high school. He's a baller.
Okay,
nice.
So yeah, I don't need any 4 or 5 handicaps out there.
So Sean, if we were to do like a you or your brother picking a partner against me and whoever was left over, which of us would you choose, Sean? Would you choose Mark to be your partner or Dibberclaws?
Let's see. Actually, let me ask you guys: have you played Berkeley Country Club before?
Many times.
I've played it once, and it was with Dibs.
Oh, you know what, Dibs? You said many times. I'm gonna go with you, Dibs. Just because you got, the course, I'm sure there's a lot of, course knowledge that you have. So, Dibs, totally, I'm going to go with you, bud.
That course knowledge, but on the back 9, odds are I'll be half in the bag, so you're going to have to carry us there, kid.
You weren't thinking that one through, were you, Sean?
Right. Oh, well, you know what? I think you guys have work afterwards. So how
that's actually
much drink? I don't know.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's a sick day for your boy.
Yeah,
it's going to be a little Mark Grandy.
Sean, we're looking forward to seeing you out there.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks, Willard.
All right, man.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Thanks for getting in there. He's right. Like in the classic, I'm like, oh gosh, I should look up my handicap and see if he's right. And a big message come up and says, you need to update your app.
Gotcha.
So like that's how long it's been since I've gone in to the app.
Because the NCGA app is now the USG app. They changed it.
Yeah. I hadn't done the update yet. So I'm a 10-1.
How many scores have you posted this year? Like 5?
Boy, that's a great question.
Thank you.
And he doesn't get that from a caller,
oh my gosh.
Randy. You guys can celebrate back there all you want.
What an upset victory.
Huge.
I would like to,
first of all, what this is.
First of all, I want to thank Lucas. Because
you're welcome.
It was Lucas's idea to get Sean on the phone.
That's a good idea.
I do. I want to thank Sean. I want to thank our program director, Matt DeHagen, for putting this entire contest together. I want to thank all of our web developers because
would you get
that's
to the,
where Sean went
in
order to apply for this contest. And I want to thank you, Dibs.
Can we play him off with some music, please? This is a little nauseating.
And thank you to Berkeley Country Club.
Thank you
right?
to Berkeley
Of course,
Country
yeah,
Club.
BCC, formerly Mira Vista.
And yes, that does count. He was on the warm line, which is our guest line. That is a book guest. That is two.
Okay, first of all, it's not a book guest. You booked one guest all week. Well, all day. I'll give you Verducci and Kirkshin.
The Dooch.
Three guests a week does not mean you get credit for a caller.
Dibs goes into attack mode. This is not going to help your case.
I'm not worried about it helping my case or not. It's waved off. I had an Oscar nominee tell me that it's a good question for somebody else he knows.
What was your question about how many rounds or whatever?
I don't even care, Mark.
Yeah.
Just shoot your shot. It's all we got. Wow. Let's go.
All the way back.
I got women's soccer to watch.
Over my last, it posts your 20 rounds, right? Your last 20 rounds.
Yeah.
This started on July 4th, 2021.
That's sad.
So I've played 20 times in
2 years.
2 years.
So the Berkeley Country Club round is in there. What'd you shoot at BCC? You shot like at 81 or something. You played pretty well that day.
I shot an 84.
84.
Yeah, there it is.
All right.
On May 6th, 2022.
I think I was about 95 because I set the spread at about 8.5 or 9, and you were grousing and crying about how that was too high, and the number turned out to be almost spot on.
And then I crushed you.
You crushed me.
Yeah, I did.
You outlasted me.
That was an Ottoman game.
I dropped the 50-foot bomb ski on you on the second hole, and you were a little worried, and then you made your little 8-footer.
And it did nothing. Yeah, it did nothing.
It sent shockwaves through the hills of Berkeley.
So at the end of a show in the industry, especially at the end of the week, people sometimes do something called a kicker. A kicker story. We have one for you. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to arriving in Washington, D.C., this is what Gabe Kapler did in Cincinnati.
Our coaching staff has a text thread called Coffee Drip. Everyone drops scores for vibes, beans, workspace, etc. And Deeper Roots in Cincy gets high grades, so I guess I can't call this one sneaky good. I endorse any spot with a plant in the window growing out of a glass Topo Chico bottle, so yeah, I'm in on this place. Solid black Americano. I keep my hand in these shots so you know it's actually me out there drinking this coffee and eating these burgers. Final note, I've been experimenting with a good bit of cinnamon in my coffee later in the day. Adds a touch of sweet to the spice. Give it a shot and let me know what you think.
Boom.
It's
a glass Topo Chico bottle with a plant at the front.
And I like his approach to afternoon coffee because I used to be a morning coffee and an afternoon coffee guy when I was doing morning show and I had two younger kids. You go for that second cup. Cinnamon was always the play for me for my afternoon cup.
For those of you who think I hired somebody to go around and eat burgers all over America, here's my hand tat. It's me.
I put my hand in the shot so you know that it's me. So great. It's funny that he says that.
That's my manager.
Because
that's my manager.
When I saw him at a coffee place in the city and I did a triple take, I looked and thought, well, I told you the story before. I play a game in my own mind of could I steal it? And so I saw a hipster with a bike and I look over and I thought right away, could I steal that bike? And then I looked again. I'm like, no way, that dude is yoked. And then I looked a third time and I saw the hand tat.
It's also
and
got
I was
speed.
like,
yep.
I know that guy.
Yep.
I can't hit, but so not only could I not steal the bike, I realized it was him based on the hand tats.
He's him, and he's drinking coffee.
And he thinks coffee is spicy, apparently.
And I didn't steal his bike.
Elite
You're welcome,
vibes,
Gabe.
Just like our show.
So good.
All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no